Welcome back, everybody. So before we start this episode, and yes, the anticipation is real. We've been waiting for this. This is a flat Earth debate. This is probably the most compelling, fascinating episode that I've ever done. John is going to join me afterwards. We're going to do a little after show once we're done, a little wrap up. But the thing I want to let you guys know, because this is such a long episode, the chapter feature on YouTube, you can go to you can jump to different chapters. For those of you who want to watch the whole thing, please do. I please encourage that you do that. For those of you who just want to skip to certain points, like for instance, when I do counterpoints, proving the Earth is round, there's going to be the word counterpoint. You'll see that in the chapters, and then also the 3 proofs. There's 3 empirical proofs. Just go look up in the chapters for proof 1, proof 2, proof 3. So I want to make sure that you guys do that. Make sure you like, share, and subscribe. Also, for those of you who are listening on Apple Podcasts or listening on Spotify, the chapters are also going to be in the description, so you guys can skip around to that. It's incredible. I really, really hope that you guys enjoy this. If you have a real hard time with this, let me recommend try listening to it at 1.5 speed, because this is an intense episode. I do believe, John, this is probably the longest, most thorough live debate between people who don't believe the Earth is flat and people who do, where the ideas are thought out and educated, guys. So stay tuned. The podcast starts right now, and we will see you right after this. All right, guys, we are back, and I have promised you, I've said for several times that I wanted to have flat earthers on here, so we did it. I'm really excited. We got 5 people on the podcast today, so I want to hurry up and introduce them all. First, I'm going to introduce my co-host from the United States Navy, a former U.S. Marine. He is Lieutenant Adam Butel. He is an F-18 instructor fighter pilot. There he is. You can smile at him. It's good. We're going to have a good time today. There we go. I got Adam on here. He has a PhD in theoretical physics from Cornell University. He is formerly of Cambridge and currently on the staff at the University of Virginia. It is Sergey Dida. Dr. Dida, you there?
Thanks for having me back.
Beautiful, beautiful. And our guest today, we're super excited to have him from the Flat Earth Podcast. It is Mr. Flat Earth Dave Weiss. How you doing, Dave?
Doing great. Glad to be here. Looking forward to the conversation, guys.
I'm excited too. And then also his partner, Jaron himself. Jaron, are you there, brother?
What's up, guys? Thanks for having me.
Oh, say awesome. So I just want to say this real quick. I've seen a ton of these interviews. I'm sure I've gotten a bunch of responses when I told my friends that I was going to do this, like, oh, don't do this, or ask them this question. I'm just going to let you guys know this is going to be a very cordial conversation. Dave, I've listened to maybe a dozen of your podcasts. You're very compelling. You're a charming guy. Like I totally get where the whole thing comes from. The 3 of us do not believe the Earth is flat, but we want to have a discussion here, a full, thorough discussion where you describe your model, we describe ours, and then at the end we can just sort of rectify. And I think this whole thing will work. The other thing is I've done a lot of, I'd say in the last 6 months I've watched 5 or 6 documentaries and I've listened, like I said, to several dozen podcasts. I was briefly dating a flat earther, very briefly, and we had the discussion about this for a while. So that's why I wanted to do this podcast.
But she couldn't convert you, so she broke up with you?
That is not inaccurate. That is not inaccurate, actually. That is not too far from being inaccurate. She's listening to right now. She's laughing her ass off. Yeah. All right. So let's go ahead and start with a couple of things. Let's try to get this, because there's so much we're going to talk about, and we will go as long as you want. Okay. So the first thing is for those in my audience. I don't have a flat Earth audience, and we're going to discuss both sides of this. Is the dimensions of the flat Earth and the characteristics of the sun and the moon. This is going to be the original question. So what I would like is the quote unquote physics of how the flat Earth model works, and it just be as specific as you want to be here.
Well, let me just start real quick for those of you that are new to flat Earth. This is not the flat Earth. No flat earther thinks that we're a disk floating in space with other spherical planets or even other flat planets. You got to take that entire universal solar system out of your thinking, because that's not what the flat Earth is. We're not a bunch of disks floating in space. You Google flat Earth, you can end up at the Flat Earth Society. You can end up with images like this. No flat earther thinks this is what flat Earth is. So if it's not a disk floating in space with other disk planets, what is flat Earth? Flat Earth is like a pond. A pond is where water is at rest in its basin, and the edge of the pond is where the land is higher than the water. Lower the edge of the pond, the water will flow out. So large bodies of water at rest need a container. Here is our pond, right? All of the continents and islands are surrounded by water, but the water is surrounded by land. That land is Antarctica. Antarctica is not a continent at the bottom of a ball. They tell us Antarctica is the highest land on Earth, which is kind of weird. It's, this continent is the bottom of a ball. Why is it higher than everywhere else? It's higher because it is the basin of our world. So large bodies of water at rest are testably, measurably, scientifically, provably flat. Nowhere in nature does water, the surface of water, mirror the contour of its base?
Right.
So if the Earth is, just real quick, and I'll toss it back. If the Earth is 24,901 miles around, like they tell us, there's a curvature formula that dictates if a 6-foot tall person is standing at the edge of calm water, he should see a physical horizon no farther than 3 miles away. And with our naked eyes, without the assistance of super zoom lenses, we can see that that's not true.
Okay, so there's a couple of issues here. So if it is 24,900 miles, then that, if we multiply that times 3.14, then that means the area, the surface area, or rather the coast of Antarctica is over 75,000 miles around. Empirically, have you seen a 75,000 mile coast around Antarctica?
So the last person that, so if you want to prove that the Earth is flat, I mean, a globe, what we do is we get 2 airplanes. We go over here to the base in Antarctica. One plane flies 1,000 feet in the air, follows the shoreline around this way. The other plane goes this way, and 6,500 miles later, both planes should meet on the other side. But that's never happened. It's been tried. The last person to really try it was Captain Cook. And it took him 3.5 years. And he went over 60,000 miles, 80,000 miles.
But his intention was not to map Antarctica. His intention was to go to the
Galapagos Islands. To circumnavigate.
Yes.
No. It was to circumnavigate, and nobody has ever done it. 13,000 miles. They've gone over 60,000 miles. That's a problem.
Okay, so you're saying that it is empirical that the coastline of Antarctica is over 60,000 miles around.
So there's go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
There's a boat race that goes down. They don't quite go below the 60, but they do a circumnavigation, kind of show them where they would go around, Dave. So they have this boat race, and the guy who has the record did it in 100 days, going around the Earth. The weird thing about that is if you look up the type of boat that he has, that boat maxes at 40 knots. And if you look at the speed that he went around the world, he went 3 knots. And that includes a 2.5 mile per hour supposed stream. What's it called? The current.
Okay,
right.
Got it. Okay.
So that tells us there's a problem.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, so and the way he determined his speed was what GPS was telling him he was traveling and the time. And so the boat's going 3 miles an hour. That boat goes 10 miles an hour when there's no wind.
Okay. Got it. I understand. The problem is empirically I can't prove whether or not that did or did not happen. I'm going to take your word for it right now. But you guys don't believe in GPS to begin with, right? There's no global positioning system with 21 satellites going. There is, but what is it? It's balloons?
Go ahead, Jaron.
I think it's mostly ground towers. There's probably some balloons out over ocean areas, but it's mostly ground towers.
Okay, so that was another thing. We're skipping around here, but real quick, just to let you know, we're both military aviators. I'm a KC-135 instructor navigator, and he's an instructor pilot in an F-18. I can tell you unequivocally that GPS does work quite well over the Pacific because I had to do a rescue mission for a child that was from Anderson Air Force Base in Guam all the way back to Hickam Air Force Base in Honolulu, Hawaii. We had to fly the entire way at 10,000 feet because of the air pressure. Obviously, we can't go up too high because there's not enough air pressure. This child had a fluid in its stomach, so we weren't able to depressure or go to a lower pressure in the cabin. And in order to do that, I had to fly, and I had to use a great circle route in order to make my way back to Hickam. I am a navigator. I have to draw some of these on my own, some of these pathways on my own, and we got back there. So I will tell you, GPS does work over the Pacific. So you're saying it's balloons that make up the coverage loss whenever we're not?
Well, there's a lot of things could be. Go ahead, Dave.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I was just reiterating what Jaron was about to say. There could be balloons. There could be AWACS planes. There could be some sort of bounce off of what they call the ionosphere. We call it the dome. There's all sorts of different things. But what we have noticed that there's many spots in the Southern Oceans that don't have GPS. When you're going from California to Hawaii, you drop off the GPS.
So just
when you go over the Amazon, when you go over the center of the Amazon, there's no GPS there.
Okay, so I'm gonna tell you my empirical
but not
experience.
all of the time.
Right. Okay.
This changes.
Right.
This changes because they have balloons, they have airplanes, all sorts of stuff. So, are they getting better with their GPS? Absolutely.
Okay, so I'm going to tell you just my empirical experience leaving Travis Air Force Base, which is in Northern California, and then flying to Hickam Air Force Base in Honolulu, Hawaii. I actually put a TomTom in the window, and I was actually able to track ground speed, which is about 520 knots. Actually, it was slower than that, 420 knots. And then we did not lose GPS coverage. So I'm saying that the military GPS worked. We have 2 of them in the KC-135, and also my civilian GPS worked. This was in 06, so we didn't even didn't have an iPhone back then. I would have done it with my iPhone at that time. So I'll tell you that GPS does seem to be very, very robust for something that seems to be kind of patchwork together, balloons and towers. The other issue that I'm having is, so when I did air refueling over Iraq and Afghanistan, we had to have 2 aircraft meet together in the air, and those 2 aircraft had to be at the same bearing, the same altitude, the same airspeed, in the same location at the same time. And I was able to make those calculations using GPS and, once again, great circle routes that I use for navigation. And somehow I was able to make those air refuelings happen over Balad and over Jalalabad and all those other different places, Karachi, those places. So the thing is, one of the problems that I'm having, I guess, a little bit is that what our globist model seems to be able to predict things like my ability to make it to Iraq or Afghanistan, or my ability to predict every single eclipse with 100% accuracy. How is it that my model is able to do those things?
So the eclipses were predicted with accuracy thousands of years before your model. So that's certainly has nothing to do with that.
But also thousands of years ago, we also believed the Earth was round.
That's not true.
Well, there are absolutely, the Greeks did believe that the Earth was round. I'm not going to deny that there may have been some civilization somewhere thousands of years ago that thought the Earth was flat, but we had a pretty clear understanding. The Greek civilization did, that the Earth was round. So did the Egyptians.
What year are you talking?
Well, I mean, I'm not going to go specific, but 3,000 years ago, we were pretty apparent that, well, definitely 2,000 years ago during the Greek civilization, we certainly did. So 2,500 years ago, 3,000 years ago, most likely we also did. Okay.
So what do you think the oldest globe is? Because if they knew that for that long, there should be a globe 2,000 years old, right?
Well, yeah, but globe. So we're talking about what? During the agricultural revolution, we're actually putting putty together and making globes? No, probably not.
Really? Have you seen some of the buildings they built? You're telling me they wouldn't have built a globe
at the beginning of the agricultural revolution? There were no buildings that we built. I'm talking about 11,000 years ago.
Huh? How about 600?
The beginning of the agricultural revolution was 11,000 years ago. So
and you're saying that but they didn't believe the Earth was around then?
Some people probably did, based on what they saw with eclipses. They did believe the Earth was round. I can't, so neither can you, because until the Sumerians put stuff down on paper, we did not have a written language. So we're going to go ahead and speculate about what people did thousands of years ago, and whatever they believed thousands of years ago does not change whether or not the Earth is flat or round.
Let us get a little couple words in here.
Yeah.
So you say that the Greeks figured it out 2,000, 3,000 years ago, whatever. Are you talking about, how did they figure it out? Was it the sticks and shadows? What are we talking about?
I mean, it's whichever one you want, but the conventional Greek wisdom was that the Earth was round. We can talk about Epistemology. You know, I have a hard time saying Aristophanes. Yeah, sorry, I apologize. Right. And as well, we could talk about that, but there were other ones. There were other civilizations that believed the Earth was round based on what they saw with eclipses.
Again, you're going back into things that the history is telling you. History, the victors dictate our history. Aristophanes said that this was a story that they teach all of us, that since sun rays come in parallel, even though no one's ever seen parallel sun rays.
But I've heard this argument before. It's not that sun rays come in parallel. It's that when you were standing in the well, if you looked up, you could see the sun. When you were standing in a different well that was in Alexandria, you looked up, you could not see the sun. It had nothing to do with parallel rays.
Let me finish my point. So you can.
Hold on, that has nothing. Okay, but that has nothing to do with him being able to figure out the shape of the Earth. Just because you could see the sun in one and not in the other, how would you measure any angles? What
you would measure is the angle that the sun was outside. Like, so for instance, when I'm in, is it Syria? What was the I forgot the city where he takes the first measurement.
No,
the first one starts with a C. I forgot. Said. Yeah, Said, and then the other one I believe is in Alexandria. I can't remember exactly the places.
Correct.
But in one of them, he looks up and he can see directly up into the sun. In the other one, there is an angle, a different angle, but it's the same time of day. And through those two measurements and trigonometry, he is able to calculate, again, globist view here, that the Earth was around 25,000 miles. He's wrong by about a couple hundred miles. But
all right, Michael,
go ahead.
Michael, let me, without interrupting, let me explain.
Go ahead.
So here's Aristophanes sitting here. He has a sun ray going directly to the bottom of his well, or a stick not making any shadow. Here's his buddy 500 miles away, and you could measure the length of the shadow and the angle. You could do some perfectly good math to figure out the sphericity of this, all right? So you have to assume that the rays are coming in parallel for this to work. If they're corpuscular rays, well, then that entire thing's wrong. But that doesn't even matter, because on a flat Earth with a small local sun, we have the sun here, right? No shadow here. Here you can measure the shadow, you can measure the angle, and you can do the same exact math and figure out the sphericity of this flat plane. This does not prove that the Earth is flat or round because it works on both models.
It doesn't work the same on both. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Yes, it works perfectly the same on both models because there's no shadow here. Just get just get 2 beer bottles, put a light above one of them. There's no shadow here. There's a shadow here. So according to your belief that this floor is spherical, so that doesn't work, right? It works on
how close does the sun have to be for that?
Yeah, this is my next question. How close would the sun have to be? You believe it's 3,000 miles away, the sun is?
No, I don't believe that.
How far away do you think the sun is?
I don't know how
you
far.
You should be able to calculate it.
Yeah,
well, you should be able to calculate how far your sun is.
Yeah, it's 94 million miles on average. It goes between.
That's the point. The point is like with if you assume the world is round, right? Then this entire experiment is predicated on the fact that the light rays come in parallel, right? Now there is a way of getting around that, like Dave just explained, is that okay? You can assume that you're on a plane, and now you have a point source. So instead of having rays coming in parallel, they're coming in from a point source.
That is exactly my point.
The trade-off is that now the sun's going to have to be hella close, and so you should be able to just calculate how close it is, and you can just calculate it. So you claim it's 3,000 miles.
But when they do calculate it, that's what they come up with is 3,000 miles.
Right. Well, the problem is with the situation is you guys keep talking about parallel.
Take that and just run with it, right? All right. So now we have this this point source 3,000 miles away. Okay, and now let's see what other consequences that has.
Right.
So you should be able to call your buddies and you'll agree that the sun's not in the right place in the sky.
Why not?
Because it's so close.
Why wouldn't it be at the same place in the sky?
Well, you'd have 2 options.
You're talking about it still being 867,000 miles wide?
No, the problem with that the sun being that close and being a static size is that the angular side for us would change drastically depending on what size of the Earth it is, and the speed which the sun would process over the Earth would change dramatically. That's the problem. You would not have a consistent the sun going over the Earth at a very, very consistent rate throughout recorded history. That's where the problem comes from. The second part, let's go back to this real quick. He does talk about parallel lines. The argument from the Globers is not that the lines are parallel. The argument is that the sun is 94 million miles away. It is a single point that is far, far away. So the whole parallel line thing doesn't really, it's almost like a straw man that you guys are making up. We're not arguing that. That's not our argument. Our argument was that the sun is 94 million miles away, and using trigonometry, we could come up with an idea for how large the Earth was. Now, here's the problem, okay? Our model of how big the Earth is happens to fit with what his model was, and he did this before there were airplanes and satellites. So you're saying that we just sort of made up the difference and agreed with us, man, I'm going to say his name wrong, this Greek scientist, and we just have, he said 24-1? Okay, we're 24-1. Is that what you guys think? We just sort of rewrote history to fit what this Greek scientist said?
Well, I don't even know. He wasn't even mentioned by Herodotus, Hero, who was Library of Alexandria as well. He's a librarian there 150 years after Aristophanes. Never mentions him once, even though they both were in geography. They both were librarians, so I'm not even sure he existed, to be honest with you. But none of his works exist. So
right, but we can still
Alexandria burned down.
Yeah,
right. Of course, it's a good story that all the books in the world were stuck into Alexandria and it burned down.
Yeah, not all the books, not all the books in the world, but all the books written by Greeks pretty much were in the Library of Alexandria, which did burn down, and there are multiple witnesses to this thing happening. Right, so that is kind of problematic.
No chance. Do you think there's any chance it didn't happen?
Of course, there's a chance it didn't happen, but the problem is I can still go into 2 wells 500 miles apart and do the same experiment. That's the problem. Yeah. It doesn't make any difference.
Perfectly on a flat Earth.
Okay, I don't think it works perfectly. It works perfectly.
It does work perfectly on a flat Earth.
Though.
Hold on, let's let Sergey talk. Sergey, go ahead.
Yeah. So yeah, you can assume the sun's a point source and it's super close, like 3,000 miles or whatever. But then, like, what other predictions does that?
So let's go into that.
Hey, you want to show the clock? You want to show the app?
Let's do it.
Or not yet.
Sure. Not yet. I want to go back to the sun. Science has told us the sun is all sorts of different distances. Now it's 94 million miles away.
Just so we're clear, it's 92 on January 3rd, and that is the.
That's fine. How did you guys figure that out?
We figured. I mean, several sources, several recurring sources.
What is the source?
Well, so let's go. Beautiful.
Hold on. Mike, I'm just going to interrupt right here. I haven't been able to get a full sentence out the entire show.
Go ahead.
And I talk in short bits. Okay. I need to know. You can't say I read it in a book or somebody smarter than me figured it out. Tell me how they figured out the distance to the sun.
Okay, so the first one would probably be Galileo in 1601.
No, I'm talking about now. I'm talking about the 93 million mile measurement.
Okay, I'll tell you what, Sergey, do you have any ones for this? I mean, because he wants one today. Do we have any measurements for the distance to the sun?
I mean, I think that's the correct answer. Like,
So we can't measure it today, though. You and I can't go out.
No, we can. Like any one of these is proofs. So
how?
Okay,
So,
We're asking how.
go ahead. You want to describe parallax and the distance between Jupiter and the sun?
How would we know the size of Jupiter?
Well, we actually know the size of Jupiter. We've flown. We've actually got gravitational assist from satellites that have gone past
Okay, but
Jupiter.
you have to understand, from our point of view, you could be telling a fantastic story about
got it.
things that are going around, things in the sky.
We will get to that. Empiricism. I promise you, we will definitely get to the whole idea of empiricism. Okay. Well, I totally understand that. But we
want to know how you guys came up with the size of the sun.
Yeah.
Well, the size of the sun or the distance, right?
The size and the distance.
Okay, so as far as the distance, we would go all the way back to Johannes Kepler and his readings for how planetary motion works, and then we would also use that in combination with Principia, written in the 1680s, where we talked about Isaac Newton and his law of gravity. So if we know the distance, right, the inverse square law when we talk about gravity, when we know the distance of different objects and we have a rotational period, we can tell, okay, this object weighs this much and this object weighs this much. I won't go over the exact one.
Newton didn't have an idea either.
No, hold on. Stop. Isaac Newton did not know the mass of the sun. We came up with those calculations later. But what we did understand was we understood how gravity worked, and we understood how laws of planetary motion worked through Kepler and Newton. Go ahead. Sergey.
Yeah. So the basic way you measure distances in space is with parallax. So the idea is so we have two eyes, right? And so imagine you're looking at an object that's far away. If you close, say, your left eye, and then you like point at the object, and then you open the other eye and close the other one. It's going to look like your finger's not pointing at the object.
Two different points of view. That's correct.
And so the point is that like each eye is getting data from a slightly different position.
Right.
Okay. Now that exact same thing is going to happen in space. Because imagine you have the sun, right? And now we're orbiting around the sun. And so imagine you measure where the stars are, in like January when the Earth is here on this side. And then 6 months later, we will have orbited around and we're going to be on this side. So in like June. And so we've traveled 2 times the distance or 2 times the
188 million miles,
the sun and the Earth. Okay, and using that method, we can figure out what that baseline is.
But you'd have to know the distance to the stars behind there, right? You'd have to know.
No, negative. It's quite the opposite. It's quite the opposite. Yeah, it's quite the opposite. You'd have to know. You would determine the distance of those stars using parallax based on the fact that you had 2 reference points that were 188 million.
I thought we were talking about the sun.
But no, you asked about the stars. You actually said stars.
So don't we have to know the distance of the stars if we're going to use the sun?
You said. Oh, sorry.
Okay, so what are you parallaxing the sun with?
You parallax. No, you don't parallax the sun with the stars. You can parallax the star. You can parallax the sun with Mercury. You parallax the sun with.
So how do you know Venus? How far Mercury is?
I mean,
you can't parallax. You're telling me I could look at a tree off in the distance and I could use parallax to measure the tree?
If I had another object around it, yes, I could. I could use trigonometry.
If you had another object around it that you knew. Hold on.
I could use trigonometry to determine that. Yeah.
You need to know the distance or size of one above the other object.
Right.
And you don't know that. You don't know that. And here's another problem with parallax. 6 months later, the Earth has moved 2.2 billion miles from where it was before. And you think that just the 186 million miles that we moving on the other side of the sun is going to show you parallax when we move 2.2 billion miles in another direction and there's no parallax anywhere else?
Are you talking about the movement of the solar system?
I'm talking about the movement of the solar system, which is independent of everything else in the galaxy.
It isn't. So we're rotating inside the Orion arm of the Milky Way galaxy, which is all rotating around the center of the Milky Way galaxy at the same rate. So it's not quite independent.
So none of those, everything's moving together. So there's no parallax there, but just moving 6 months apart, 186 million miles, we can see parallax. You're saying that you can know the size or distance of the sun by measuring the parallax on an object that you don't know how far it is.
Sorry.
Hold on, I'm finishing.
Yep.
You don't know how far it is or how big it is. That doesn't work, and you have to admit that.
Okay, so one of the issues is, I heard Jaron wrong because I thought he was asking for the distance to stars, and that's what I was using.
You would need to know it in order to do parallax, because if I'm measuring the parallax of something, and the second thing is 10 feet behind it, or 10 miles, or 10 million miles, I'm going to get a different amount of parallax on each one of those. So I need to know where it is in order to use parallax to measure it.
Okay, so I will tell you when it comes to Venus and when it comes to, we've sent probes to Venus and landed. Now, okay, empiricism. You guys don't believe there were any probes. You don't believe that the Russians landed the probes on Venus. You think all that is fake. I get it. But from our belief as Globers, by the way, I didn't want to make this a debate. I wanted to present our side and your side, and then people can sort of decide. We've actually landed probes on the surface of Venus, and they melted very quickly because Venus is 900 degrees Fahrenheit on the surface. And so that in that way, we do know that Venus is about 98% the Earth's mass. The moon is about 2% the Earth's mass. And from those things, now we can use parallax in order to determine the size of the sun in modern times. But before that, we had a pretty solid understanding of the size of the sun many thousands of years ago, hundreds of years ago. We definitely
Newton didn't know 400 years ago.
But that's okay. Hold on. Newton was not an astronomer trying to determine the size of the sun. That wasn't his intention.
Neither was anybody else. Nobody else came up with it.
Okay, so that doesn't make the sun not have a mass. Like, I understand what you're saying, but that doesn't make the sun.
Doesn't have mass.
That doesn't make the sun 32 miles across and 3,000 miles up. He certainly would. Isaac Newton certainly would not have said the sun was 3,000 miles up.
You just said in passing that we've known it for thousands of years. But if Newton didn't know it, so we didn't know it thousands of years, or else Newton would know it.
Again, it is not one contiguous. It is not one. Okay, first of all, because Newton didn't write it in Principia does not mean he didn't know it.
No, he says flat out the sun could be anywhere from 3 million. No, Copernicus thought it was 3 million. He said it could be anywhere from 10 to 50 to 90 million, and it will do us no matter what. We'll do fine with it no matter what.
90 million miles away. 90 million miles away.
Yeah.
Okay, got
Correct.
it. Well, that's 90 million miles is still kind of close to 94.
Your point that we've known for thousands of years has just been negated.
Okay, well, my point is it's not 3,000 miles away. Did we have exact measurements?
Copernicus thought it was 3 million. So how did he think it was 3 million? That's way off.
I don't know. I wasn't there with Copernicus.
You think it's 3,000 kilometers?
We don't know. We don't know where it is. We don't know how big it is. We don't
closer to us than it is to you. Anyway.
Go ahead. Keep going, guys.
No, and then you make the claim. You know, we've landed on Venus.
Yeah.
What proof do you have of that?
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, if you look at it
empirically, I have no proof.
Okay, empirically, there's no proof of any of these landings. And I'm just trying to show you you guys believe we landed a rover on Mars recently, right?
Yes.
And it had a helicopter that can fly in 1% atmosphere. You guys are pilots. How come we can't fly a helicopter to the top of Mount Everest, but we can fly a helicopter on Mars that has 1% atmosphere? We can also
it's a great question.
Open a parachute. We can open a parachute in 1% atmosphere when we do a high jump like Felix Baumgarten, whatever his name is. His parachute wouldn't open until he got to like 50,000 feet.
Sergey, do you want to take this or me?
But here's the thing. What I'm showing you here is the only proof that we landed on Mars. This is what NASA showed us live. Okay, I didn't edit this. Actually, I cut out a couple sections just to make it a little faster because this is what they showed us. You guys can't honestly say that this is proof of anything. You know, Cartman, Kyle, and Kenny are laughing at this because it's ridiculous.
Okay, so
this is the only proof that we landed on Mars.
Because it is a digital rendering, because there's no cameras on Phobos and Deimos to take pictures of the landing. You're correct, but because that doesn't mean it's not real. And so for you to use the word ridiculous is not exactly scientific. You're just throwing stones at people. So here's the first thing. Second of all, let's go over the other part about the helicopters and the landing. For as far as the parachute thing was concerned, in 1% atmosphere, if you're going fast enough, and they were traveling at a tremendous speed downwards. When they landed, the entire crate where the rover was completely covered in like protection. I can't remember, balloon type packaging. And when it hit the ground, one of their concerns was it was going to destroy the vehicle. It wasn't a soft landing. This thing hit. The other thing is, hey, Sergey, what is the gravity on Mars compared to the Earth?
38%.
It's 38% the Earth's gravity. That's the other reason why this whole thing happened. So yes, you're right. It is 1% the Earth's atmosphere, but that's the reason why. As far as the helicopter thing is concerned, when you only have 38% the Earth's gravity, and you can create enough force for an object that is light enough, you can get off the ground, i.e., drones.
Michael,
so it is possible to do this.
Michael, so you admit that they showed us a cartoon. Now, what if the data came back?
How could they show us how could they show us anything else? How could they show us anything else?
I'm just saying, just throwing it out there, and there's no answer. What if the data said that it crashed? Did they have an animation of it crashing?
Hold on.
Wait, here's something else.
There were many probes that crashed.
There were many probes that crashed.
I remember being like heartbroken as a 15-year-old, seeing the crash, and I'm trying to think in 1999.
I get it. Think about, they do crashes all the time. It happens. This is from NASA's website. This is from Greenland.
Okay.
This is from NASA's website, and they always get a little selfie. It gets a little piece of a solar panel or the edge of the rover. This is from Greenland. NASA's lying here. This is not from.
So here's the problem. Empirically, I don't believe you. So you're telling me you don't believe in what in the photos that were taken by that Russian lander in 1975 on Venus, and empirically you don't believe in them. You believe that those are fake. I'm going to do the same.
Wait a minute. Hold on a second.
I'm going to do the same thing to you, Dave. I don't believe you.
Michael, hold on. If I prove to you that this is from NASA's website, do you think that this is a faked picture of Mars?
But you'd have to also prove to me that the other one's from Greenland, and that is not a rendered picture where you change the color of the landscape to green in the background. You use like a very simple procedure to do in Photoshop.
It's the other way around. They took out the clouds and made it a sepia tone.
Empirically, you were saying that, so I'm going to use the same method with you. Empirically, I do not believe that what you're showing me is that NASA did both. Okay, and by the way, even if they did, it doesn't make the Earth flat. It doesn't. So that's the issue with that. Like the empiricism argument works both ways.
I'm just trying to disprove once we discredit NASA. Once I show you that if NASA's faking things in space, you can unwind it all the way to, they never went to space. Once you understand that, then you can't use NASA as a source, because you said we landed crafts on Venus. Well, who told you that? NASA told you that.
The Russian Space Administration told me that. It was not NASA. Also, It was the Indian Space Administration that was able to film the lunar lander from Eagle 1, from Apollo 11. It was not NASA who filmed that. So while you want to go into the NASA conspiracy, let's include the European Space Administration. Let's also include the Indian Space Administration. Let's also let's also include the Russians. Let's also include the Chinese, and let's also include NASA. Let's put them all together. Let's make sure they're all lying psychopaths. Let's make sure the conspiracy encompasses everyone.
And nobody said they're all lying psychopaths. You said that, so that's called a straw man.
Okay.
Wait till we make a argument, and then you can comment on that rather than make up arguments over.
Okay, got it.
And then here is China landed on Mars the other day, and this is what they showed us. Now, again, I'll use your argument. Well, they showed us an animation.
Yep.
This is the only proof that they landed on Mars.
How else are they going to show this? How else are they going to show this? They don't
put a camera.
Where's the camera? There's no lander. This is the first time they've landed on Mars.
Let me finish.
What about the skyhook footage from
Let me finish.
Let Dave finish.
Let me finish. Okay. You guys are talking over us a lot, and it's very difficult to make points, and we don't talk that long. So what I'm showing you is you believe in all of these other space agencies. What if they're all run by the same group? What if the division of countries, our entire history, is all made up to divide us? Because this is something we will agree on. They're dividing us. They divide us by countries. They divide us by religions, by sexes, by political parties, by sports teams, by genders. They're dividing.
Sure.
They don't want us coming together. So again, when you look at all of the logos from all of the space agencies, they all have the same symbolism in them. They're all made with the vector symbolism, okay? And when you look at it like, that's interesting. I'm not saying it's proof of anything. I'm just saying it's very, very interesting.
Honestly, this is the most optimistic thing that you've said.
Hunter-gatherers.
This is the most optimistic thing you've said. So, like, according to you guys, the Cold War was the Russians and the Americans working together to both convince us. Like, honestly, This is like this is like world peace that was created from this lie that you guys believe is round Earth. The Russians, Nikita Khrushchev and John F. Kennedy were buddies this whole time, and this whole thing was made up. Like, this is actually, if what you're saying is true, this is probably the most positive thing I could ever imagine. We avoided thermonuclear disaster because we all needed to be on the same page to create this round Earth myth. This is incredible. This is like, honestly, this is incredible. Like, honestly, I'm like utter optimism for this. Go ahead, guys.
I was going to say though, when the America won the space race, right? Do you think that that's the story that's told in Russian schools?
No, it absolutely isn't. In fact, most Russian people do not think we landed on the moon. About 70% of people in Russia do not think we landed on the moon.
Right. So both nation gets to tell their people what the story that they want, right?
Correct.
So
absolutely.
Russia gets to say we were first in space, we had the first woman in space, the first dog in space, we did the first orbit. But the Americans decided to go to the moon, and they're idiots because they didn't find anything there and wasted a bunch of money. Right. So it is weird that no shots were fired during the entire war. So I mean, you're making it sound like it was some crazy battle, but there was 0 bullets ever fired between Russia
and during World War II, I believe the Ford Motor Company made equipment for both sides of the war. They fund the people that rule this world fund these wars. They use them to depopulate the world. They use them to get us to kill each other. They use them to build the military-industrial complex, which is coming in very handy right now.
Got it. Okay.
So all of this is all made up.
Can I add a little bit of context to the whole Ford thing? So actually, yes, the guy, president of Ford, I can't remember his name at the time. He actually was a supporter of Adolf Hitler at the time. So yes, some of the equipment did go over there, but it wasn't because the United States was trying to support the Nazis beforehand. So let's put a little context to there. The guy was a fascist, and then he did help both sides. I totally agree with that. But that doesn't mean, and by the way, I'm with you on the military-industrial complex and all this kind of stuff and us wanting to spend money for this. I'm with you, but that doesn't mean that all wars were sitting there that were completely fake. And to your point, there are a couple of Russians in Afghanistan that were supplied U.S. weapons that will disagree with you about this whole idea that there were no shots fired. And there are several U.S. service members.
No, I'm not saying there's no shots fired. I'm saying in the Cold War.
He said in the show. He said in the show. I'm talking about Afghanistan in 1983, and then I'm also talking about I'm also talking about Vietnam in 1965 to 1975. There were plenty of shots fired where we had Soviet weapons that were supplied to the Viet Cong. So yes, these were proxy wars, but this was a Cold War. Why it's called cold instead of hot is because we're sort of passive aggressively attacking each other in different places.
So what about the fact that they brought the Project Paperclip, which is a story, I believe, and we brought over Wernher von Braun as to run NASA. You're aware of that, right?
Of course, yeah, I am aware. But okay. So here's the part where you start talking about Wernher von Braun was a Nazi, and yes, technically he was a Nazi. No one held any sort of voting or political power or was able to eat or live a normal life in the late 1930s in Germany without being a Nazi. Okay, that does not mean he hated Jews. It just means that
the point I'm going at.
Okay,
not what I was saying.
Okay,
Sharon, you want to say something?
Well, I mean, he did supervise killings of slave labor. Right?
Got it.
He every day saw people hanging.
I'm not saying he was a great guy, but I also am saying that the alternative for him was to become the slave labor.
Yeah. All right. So that's not where I was going with this anyway. Wernher von Braun in the 1950s wrote a book called Project Mars about a group of people that went to Mars to populate it. And that group of people was run by a guy named Elon. That's a weird name. Elon going to Mars. This is Elon's ship going to Mars that he's planning on taking people to Mars on. And he tweeted a couple months ago that he wants to redesign it and make it pointier.
Yeah.
This is called predictive programming. Just like Arthur C. Clarke.
That's a joke from The Dictator.
Yeah, that's a joke. That's a joke from the movie The Dictator with Simon Baron.
Yeah, whatever. But the fact that he wrote a book about an Elon running, taking people to Mars is a little bit too much of a coincidence for me. Doesn't prove anything. Right. Just a coincidence.
But it's even more wild because think about what was the original prediction for who would go to the moon first, right? This was written like 100 years before they actually went to the moon. I think in the 1800s. And it was predicted that the Americans would do it, and they would launch from Florida, and they would land in the ocean.
There would be 3 people.
Yeah, there would be 3 people, and like you can go wild with this. Even further back. You don't have to restrict yourself to the 1930s.
Hey guys, I'd like to move on to eclipses. Is there anything else you guys want to talk about this? Because we've already gone 52 minutes on this one thing here.
Well, real quick on the Galileo thing, I heard you the other day saying something about Galileo was put on house arrest. You know he lived in a castle and he was blind.
Listen, I'm not saying that Galileo didn't live. I mean, he was nobility, but it was like the Catholic Church wasn't like, hey, that was a great idea. And I'm sure he didn't prefer being on house arrest. And they did not forgive him until 1992.
Yes. Well, he was gone by then. So I mean,
he didn't really appreciate it. Yeah.
The story that they always tell is that he got house arrest and he was jailed, but he was blind and he was old and he lived in a castle.
Well, what about Giordano Bruno? He didn't go on house arrest. They filleted his ass. What about him?
Yes. No, I certainly don't stand behind the church's decisions.
Yeah.
Definitely not going to get me on that one.
Yeah, but he believed that there were other worlds and possibly aliens on those worlds. So that he was filleted for that. So yes, I mean, the point is, there's the stripper at the Rhino who's listening to this podcast right now. She's not like following us along with some of the historical stuff. So if I'd like to get onto eclipses, if there's something else about this we can come back to, or do you guys want to talk about anything else when we talk about the shape of the Earth?
I guess the one question would be like Werner von Braun, though. Do you take that as like an acceptable thing that what we did bringing him over, or do you think like today he should be tried for war crimes?
Right. I think personally, I think Jamie Dimon should be tried for crimes. Like I don't know. Like it's a tough call. I don't know if it was necessarily the best, but I do know this: if he did, and again, according to our model, come up with the engineering for the Saturn V rocket, which he is he had credited with, and that Saturn V rocket allowed us to get to the moon. Which again, I know you guys don't believe that actually happened, but if that is the case, then it in someone's mind it was worth doing. That's the only argument I'm going to make for that. Okay, that's it.
Okay. Not whether or not it's the right thing to think, though.
Well, again, the right thing to think does not make the Earth flat or round. That's the only point I'm making. And my argument is we did go to the moon. My argument is that we didn't. And so my argument would be based on the fact that we used a Saturn V rocket in order to achieve 11 miles per second in order to get outside of the Earth's gravity in order to get to the moon. So if that is the case, he was necessary for that. Do I know that this man necessarily thought that the Aryan race was the superior race? I don't know enough about Werner von Braun to know that. But what I do know is that he did have the engineering capability in order to do these things, but I don't think that makes the Earth round or flat.
Before we go to eclipses, do you know the SR-71, right?
Very well.
SR-71.
Not only do I know it, I was stationed at Robbins Air Force Base and refueled one of the last ones. Yes.
Did you ever fly in? Did you ever fly in one?
Did not fly one, but we refueled one. So one of the problems with it is that the fuel tanks were so fucking big, and they changed once you got up to altitude that the thing actually leaked ass tons of fuel. They had to completely resod Robbins Air Force Base because so much JP8
I'm aware of that. And because it expands because it gets so hot.
Yes.
Why does it get so hot?
It's not just that it gets hot. It's also there's very little air pressure once you get to 100K.
Right. But it gets to over 500 degrees, we're told. Is that true?
I'm guessing. I don't know exactly what the burning, how much JPA burns at that altitude.
What I read is that the skin of the. I'll wait till you come back.
Go ahead.
What I read was the skin of the SR-71 gets over 500 degrees, and that's why there's no paint on it. That's why it's so aerodynamic. It's pretty aerodynamic when you look at it from the front.
I would think at certain points going through the stratosphere, it would maybe get hotter. I don't know about 500 degrees.
Okay,
but
so
once it gets up super high, I don't think it's.
Let me make my point. Let me make my point. So why is it able to go so fast? Better than that? Why can't a 747 go that speed?
I'm going to leave that up to Lieutenant Butel. Why is it that a 747 can't go the speed of the SR-71?
I mean, a 747 is optimized for fuel efficiency, not speed. And also it's not going nearly at the same altitude, where at a higher altitude, the air density is going to be less, which is going to allow you to go. So it's going to allow you to go much faster for the same true airspeed or indicated.
What about if we can get a 747 up to that height, we can give it an infinite amount of fuel. Can the design and we can give those engines an infinite amount of power? Could it go Mach 3.2?
If you had the same engines and the same, probably not with that aerodynamic profile, but the engines are completely different. A high bypass.
That's where I'm getting at.
Airliner is more fuel efficient, but it's not going to go as fast.
It's not he's not shaped correctly for 747.
It's not shaped correctly. This is my point. It's not shaped correctly to go that fast. Could it go twice that speed, Mach 6.4? Absolutely not. I think we can all agree on that.
So a 747.
A 747 with infinite power, with infinite fuel, it's not aerodynamically shaped to go that speed.
To be clear, if you can get high enough, you can make that thing go supersonic.
Yeah, if you can get high enough and you get outside of the Earth.
supersonic is 700 miles an hour.
On the surface, on the surface of the planet, at sea level, it's 700 miles per hour. It's 660 something on the surface. Hold on,
whatever.
Let's go back.
3,000 miles an hour.
I flew a Boeing 707. That's what KC-135 is, and our wings are kind of tilted back like this for lift. And same thing with a C5. It's tilted back even more. He flew an F-18. What are the wings like on an F-18?
I mean, they're
a barn door, basically.
Yeah,
they're flat and they're just plain in one level like this. So they're aerodynamically. So the problem is, as we increase the coefficient of lift with the same amount, with the same body shape, we increase also drag. So that's the reason why. But what he said is correct. Once we get to a certain altitude, then all of a sudden that drag doesn't work anymore. And now we're just pushing air out the back. But of course, we can't do that because we need oxygen to go into the engine and then create combustion and then push something out. Just like the.
That's not where I'm going with this.
Okay.
That's not where I'm going with this. All right. So at this high altitude, thin air, the thing heats up. I'm told that it expands up to 6 inches, and that's why they have the loose fitting panels. So look into that. Whether that's true or not, I assume it's true because it's coming from the Air Force.
Yeah.
So it's super slick. It's like a razor blade. It's cutting through the air. It has the minimal wind resistance, unlike a 747.
Yes.
You know what's less aerodynamic? This hunk of junk. This thing goes 10 times the speed, and that's when it has the external tank and the booster tanks on it all together. And if you look at it, there's PVC running down the side. There's mounts that are flat, not pointy. They're literally like this, okay? And this thing is going 17,000 to 25,000 miles an hour through our atmosphere, and somehow it can do that. That's magic. And then the other problem is when this thing's coming back in, they say it comes in. What, Jaron? You know the speed that it comes in at? It's like 10,000 miles an hour or something.
Sure.
Whatever speed it comes in at, the panels on the bottom have to, they're like, oh my God, one of them exploded because one panel was missing.
Absorb the heat.
Yeah,
correct.
Yeah. Absorb the heat. But on the way out, when it's going 25,000 miles an hour, it doesn't need to worry about the panel.
Okay, so
this is all nonsense.
Right, so let's talk about that. That's a great thing. So I'm going to let Sergey Dida go to this first part. Dr. Dida, we talked about this. The escape velocity for the planet Earth is 11 miles per second. And why is that number false? Do you remember we talked about this on our interview?
I mean, for the rocket to launch, it basically has to punch through the atmosphere.
Yes.
And then once you're through the atmosphere, and the density is low enough, then you actually just want to start going horizontally and then just build up enough speed so that you can reach orbit.
Yeah,
the way to think of
orbit is 17.5. So these are two different things. Orbit is 17,500 miles an hour. You don't even go anywhere near that speed inside the atmosphere. That's number one. Number two, the atmosphere of dense air is 60 miles going up. Going up, you are receiving less friction as you increase altitude because you have less air, less air density. So your answer about the panels, that's the reason why you're getting, as you increase speed, you incur less resistance. On the way down, as you decrease speed or you decrease altitude, you incur more resistance, and that's the reason why you need those panels. But as far as the speeds are concerned, you don't get to 25,000. 25,000 is like you're leaving the leaving the low Earth orbit at that point. Once we get up into space, and then once we get rid of the two fuel tanks or whatever, and it's just the shuttle by itself, then we're going to the second one, we're going to increase to 17.5, and then that's when we're gonna find orbit at that point. I hope that answers your question. That is as astronomer, as an amateur astronomer, that's our answer for that question.
Yeah. So the acceleration going from 0 to 200 miles an hour in 5 seconds is pretty good. I don't know what the exact G-forces is, but it's pretty pounding on the body. And with the amount of time that the shuttle has engines burning to get up to 17,500 miles an hour, I believe it has to go faster than that to get out.
Of course.
That would be. No.
It doesn't have to go faster than that to get out. It just has to keep going up.
Whatever it is.
Yeah.
At 17,500 miles an hour, for the burn time on some of these rockets, I believe the shuttle, it has to increase 200 miles an hour every 5 seconds. Okay, 200 miles an hour every 5 seconds. And when we watch a shuttle go up, it goes up, it rolls on its back, and then it goes parallel with the ground. And they say that's because it has to gain speed to get out of the Earth's orbit.
Yes.
I get it. But if you count, okay, let's say the first 20 seconds doesn't count because it starts off really slow. But after that, now it has to make up that time. So it's going 200 miles an hour faster every 5 seconds. We are going to hit that maximum airspeed in no time. Okay, long before we get out of the atmosphere, and if you watch this thing, there's so many problems with it. And if you just Google launch of the space shuttle, this actual video will come up. And there's so many problems. One thing I want to point out here is this thing is 4 million pounds shooting out superheated thrust. Now, superheated thrust, 4 million pounds, and that fence doesn't get mangled. I've seen tornadoes tie fences in knots, 300-mile-an-hour winds, not superheated, but that's 4 million pounds of superheated thrust. I'm going to just talk for another minute, and then I'll throw it back to you. Right? And nothing is getting affected. This is just smoke coming out of the ground. Now, here's the problem. This thing,
I thought jet fuel didn't burn that hot.
Well, let's just say it's room temperature. Let's say it's not hot at all. Okay? That's funny.
So is jet fuel hot enough to burn, to melt steel?
I'm not talking about it. I'm talking about the wind.
Hey, don't do that to him right now. Don't do that to him.
I saw where he was going there. I'm talking about a tornado will splinter a tree. Will splinter a telephone pole. Will tie a signpost in knots, and nothing happens there with. It's way faster than 3,000 miles an hour, or 300 miles an hour. Thrust coming out of there. So wait, hold on. Let me just point something out here. So if you watch just there, that's the release of these external rockets. One, they're still have thrust. They should shoot away, and they shouldn't be able to go sideways at that speed, non-aerodynamic. But the problem with this is it's 30 miles downstream. If it was only 20 miles down, you wouldn't hear that sound for 90 seconds after you saw it. But we hear it and see it at the exact same second. Okay? That shows you that NASA's lying again. Right? This is what they show you, and you hear it and see it. And the only explanation that you guys can come up with, well, they edited the sound in there to make it seem more realistic. And they need to do that because it's not very realistic at all.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly don't. Go ahead, Dad. Sorry, go ahead.
I think as like a broader point, this just completely illustrates like Arthur C. Clarke's famous quote that like technology, when it's sufficiently developed, just appears like magic. And I think that kind of like summarizes it. It's like you're just like, how the hell is this possible? How is this like rocket burning this super hot fuel? How's it going so fast? This must be like magic.
I'm interrupting you because we see it and hear it at the same time. That's not wow, magic. Magic doesn't answer that. Magic is the only answer for it, actually. But we see it and hear it at the same time.
Video editing.
It's not 20 miles downstream.
Video editing.
So video editing.
Could be.
You're seeing and hearing it at the same time as on video, though.
How about this? This is being filmed by the guys on the shuttle on their way into orbit. They're going up at 17,000 miles an hour, and this 40,000-pound steel tank is falling back to Earth, and it's going to burn up before it gets to the clouds.
So it's not falling at that point.
Oh! It's just going sideways with that little handkerchief. Did you watch that handkerchief go by? It's barely moving.
So let's do the math on this one. All right. So now let's say we are moving at 17,000 miles an hour at this point, going this way. That's 17,000 miles of lateral momentum that we have, and then all of a sudden we release it to gravity. Gravity is 9.81 meters per second squared, and we're moving laterally at 17,000 miles an hour, which means it's going to take a little bit of time, a few minutes, and we can film it while it drops off. And slowly goes back towards the Earth. But in the meantime, it's still that 17,000 miles. And by the way, almost no air friction at this point.
Mike,
go ahead.
Mike, it doesn't matter whether if you believe that this thing can go through the atmosphere at 17,000 miles an hour sideways.
No, not through. Once it gets outside the atmosphere, it goes 17,000.
Okay, it's not. This is not in the atmosphere. Look how close it is to the clouds. It's not outside the atmosphere. I've been higher in an airplane. Hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying. I don't care how fast it's going. If you drop a bullet and shoot a rifle at the same time, both are going to hit the ground at the same time because they're falling. So this thing should be falling. Like if I was on a 747 and I threw a Mack truck out, it's just going to fall down so fast it's going to be out of sight like that. And this guy's filming it on his way into space.
And you see it is falling, and that's the first thing. And the second thing is when you're going on a 747,
I don't see it's falling.
It actually he's zooming in. If you watch it here, you see how it's getting less and less. Oh, stop! I'm a videographer. You see how the image is getting less and less steady. It's because they're using a zoom lens, like probably a 1720 or a 7200 zoom lens, and they're zooming close. Do you see how it's getting more and more unsteady? That's the reason why that is because it is falling away. That's the first thing. Second thing is a 747 maybe is going 420 knots, and if you drop the fraction of 420 knots compared to 17,000 miles an hour is
doesn't matter. They both fall at the same rate.
They fall at the same rate.
But your example is not correct though. So you said, okay, let's compare dropping a bullet and firing a bullet. Let's just if you fire the bullet horizontally, right? But what if there's already some vertical motion, right? It's more like shooting a gun up and versus dropping the bullet down.
Oh, I agree with that. But this thing is going the same speed that they're going. That's how he's keeping it in frame, and it should be falling at 1,000 miles an hour.
They still have a booster going.
Yeah, so they're actually speeding up faster, and somehow they keep it in frame.
This is awesome, though. We're going to get to see it burn up here in a second in the atmosphere. It's going to be cool.
Yeah, it's not even smoking yet.
I don't know that part is actually released outside the atmosphere, though. I don't think it
It's not.
is.
But the story is it burns up before it hits the ground.
I think the last piece burns up. I think those are the original boosters that don't burn up. I think the last piece, the large part that's attached to the actual SDS, I think that's the part that burns up. I don't think the part that you're showing me is what's supposed to burn up.
Yeah, I thought I've seen video before of that thing on some barge or something, but I'll have to check that.
Yeah, so I think you're actually showing me a video of the original launcher. The other thing, Dave, I'm going to tell you is that as a videographer, once an object gets further away from me and I start using zoom, you're going to start seeing less steady focus on it, and that's what I see there. That to me looks like they're zooming in on an object that's falling away. But that's my interpretation as a videographer.
Agree to disagree on that.
Okay, cool.
Just another quick question on the space shuttle, on the International Space Station itself. Don't you think they should have built it on Earth and tested it first?
No, they can't.
And don't you think it would be the most filmed construction project in history? Because Mission Control would need to see what's going on.
Hey,
and there's not a single photo or video of it being built.
Sergey, do you want to take this one? Why is it that you can't build the ISS on Earth?
Well, forget that. I'll go with you. You can't build it on Earth because the structure doesn't work with gravity. Fine. What about?
No. It's too heavy. They had to send it up in pieces.
That's fine. But what about? Why is there no video of it being built?
Because it was built in
you
space.
mean like building the individual modules?
Like putting them together?
No. Because they had to build it separately because they didn't have the launch capability.
No. I'm saying when a new module goes up, the astronauts aren't going to do it on their own. Mission Control is going to be like, all right, Johnny, move it to the left. Turn it this way. Connect this clamp to that clamp.
I think Johnny's using the Canadarm.
There's nothing. There's no video.
You're saying there's no video of them attaching. You're saying there's no videos of the modules attaching. Is that what you're saying?
Or the very first thing. What did they do first? They must have set something in space first. And said,
there's nothing. Again, going back to the Mars rover thing, because the Mars rover is dropping, and that's the first thing. There's nothing to film the Mars rover. So the first module in space has no. I don't think it has the capability of filming itself. Maybe it didn't. I don't know. The ISS
what dropped it off? Why couldn't it film itself? I can go outside and film myself.
But I have seen video of the Hubble coming out of the SDS. So like I don't know that that's necessarily proof of anything. I don't know. Like again, guys, I can't tell you because I'd have to go Google it whether or not there's any video of an attachment of the ISS. I'm having a real hard time believing there is no ISS. I know you guys are going to come up with some reasons why because I know it's very inconvenient for flat Earth. But go ahead.
No. I mean, we can scientifically prove that the light that we see across the sky is not the ISS.
Okay,
and it's too bright. It's movement. Like we can watch it here in Connecticut. It'll take 8 minutes to go from horizon to horizon. Well, 8 minutes, it should be in California already, but people in Ohio can't even see it. Right, and then also the brightness of it. It's brighter than any star, any planet in the sky. So how is that reflecting sunlight to my eye and not every?
It's less than 3,000 miles away.
What?
Yeah, that's why it's not that. So a couple things. Let's get a couple things correct.
Hold on. Let me answer this. Let me answer this. So a 747 flying at cruising altitude is literally the size of a pencil eraser held at arm's length, and you could barely see it. Okay, double the height. Scientifically, you can prove that its angular size is too small to see. Okay, well, the ISS is 50 times higher and about the same size. 50 times higher. Its angular size impossible to see with the human eye. That's scientifically provable, but you'll just say, oh, well, it's reflecting light, and that's why you see it. That's nonsense. That's not scientific.
No one's making an argument that you can see the size of the space station. You're seeing the glint of light.
You should not be able to see it. You should not be able to see it.
Like search and rescue missions, you can see a signal mirror from miles and miles and miles and miles and miles away, even though you can't see the object itself.
Yeah, because you're reflecting the actual sun with a mirror. Is the ISS a mirror?
So but no, it would have reflective qualities up in space, especially up in a vacuum where there's no air around it.
But how is it reflecting sunlight directly to my eyes and everyone else's eyes across the entire path of its view?
It's not always. First off, it's not always reflecting sunlight. Like,
well, how come it's the same brightness? It goes by
so stop.
brighter than it looks like a piece of the sun.
You have solar panels and you have all sorts of surfaces oriented different directions.
You're going to get panels don't reflect sunlight.
You're going to get a glint from something.
Yes.
All it needs to be is a glint. It doesn't need to be a mirror.
Let me ask you a quick question. Let me ask you guys a quick question. How come when they show us the ISS looking down on Earth, most of the time we don't see any land? How come there's no continents?
Sometimes you do see land. Well, can we go back to a couple of things that we talked about?
I'd like an answer to that.
Can you write that down? And I promise you, because you asked like 6 questions. So let's go back to the other questions.
You don't want to answer that one?
No, I promise you we will. Sergey, did you talk about the inverse square law for light? Did I ask you about that before? Did you have an answer for that?
Go ahead.
It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about that. Okay, so the situation when you are up there in atmosphere, you are getting direct light without the ozone. So the light that you're receiving is very much greater than a 747 inside the atmosphere. That it has much of the light that is being broken up by ozone O3, which breaks up.
What's up, man? Good morning, everyone. I hope all is well. I figured I'd say hi to you before you decided to log out, man. Also, I agree with what you said earlier. Alright, man. Well, stay blessed and watch out for zombies. I don't know if anybody wants to chat about the shape and form of the Earth. I can hit play on the bot and put that back on. Yeah, I'll just put that back on. I'll be back in a few.
Talking about the light coming off of 747. Talk about the angular size.
Yeah, but you did mention we can't see the 747, but we can see.
No, I'm talking about the angular size of the 747. A double its height. It's angular though.
Then I apologize. I misunderstood. But the point I'm trying to make is like the idea. What was the other thing you asked? You asked something and I had an answer for it. And I can't remember. I can't remember right now. But I don't know. We keep going, man. I promise you. When I remember here in a second, go back to the thing you were asking.
You're making the point of like what on the space station reflects light, and it's literally made of all sorts of different metals and everything. And when you're going to make the claim like why can we see the moon reflecting light when that's basically rock? Like a space station made of metal, you're going to get glints of light from it.
Well, actually, that is kind of my point. Also,
I'll agree with that. We get glints of light, but when we see it,
I remember what I was going to say. It's not brighter than Venus, and it's not brighter than Jupiter. That's what I was going to say.
I saw it. It was brighter than anything in the sky. The sky was still lit. It was the sun that just almost just set, or maybe it just set.
Okay.
The sky was still blue, and I saw this thing go by, and it looked like a piece of the sun. It was that bright.
Yeah,
and so glints is the right word because you get a glint. Right, as it reflected the sun, you wouldn't get a steady reflection. Like you can't drive down the road in a car and use a mirror to reflect in someone's eyes unless you have a really steady hand, right? But then you can only reflect it in the one person's eyes, not all of the other people on both sides.
Those are rounded surfaces, and they are white, and they are exposed to pure sunlight without the atmosphere.
And have you watched any spacewalks that are done in daylight? It's not bright like that. It's not reflecting light. And then you have to remember the inverse square law of light. No, it's not. You watch these spacewalks; they're absolutely ridiculous.
The ISS
They're absolutely ridiculous. And
is the brightest thing in the sky. Well, I mean, the third after the sun and moon.
Well, no, it's not brighter than Venus. Guys, I'm not gonna. No, I'm gonna win this one tonight. Okay, tonight when you guys, if you want to go see sunset or sunrise and you see the planet Venus, you will not see the ISS anywhere near the luminosity of Venus, and it's not even close to Jupiter. It is not brighter than Jupiter or Venus, and it's not brighter than the moon either. So
I'll look it up.
Okay, we will do. No, it's not look it up. I'm an amateur astronomer. I look at it every night, and I try to look at the ISS. To be honest with you, I can't really see it with the naked eye. The ISS is kind of maybe where you guys live. I live in Las Vegas. Obviously, it's the brightest fucking city in the world, but I can't see the ISS. I can see Jupiter and Venus every single night.
Oh, you'd be able to see it.
Okay, well, I'll try to. I've tried a few times and I can't really see it. Maybe if I go up to Mount Charleston, but I disagree with you. Now, here's the thing: I don't care. Like it's fine. I understand that you guys. The problem is the empiricism, right? You guys don't even want to start with the existence of the ISS even being there. So us having this argument where like I'm doing Brazilian jiu-jitsu and you guys are doing kickboxing. We're not even like arguing on the same plane of existence at this point. I do believe the ISS exists. I think there's plenty of proof for it, but I also believe we landed on the moon in '69. So we can go into that. Keep going.
did you know that there was 5 shuttles launched at the same time? There's proof right here. Amateur. These are amateur videos. What all these people on the boats
that doesn't necessarily mean that those are shuttles.
No, these are 5 shuttles at the same time, and they're letting go of their tanks right here.
I believe
this is absolute proof because
I believe those are missiles out of Vandenberg Air Force Base.
No, there's not. These are 5. These are people. These are ISSs. 5 of them at the same time with people on them looking down at the Earth.
Aren't you having your cake and eating it too, though, when you're telling us that these videos are proof, but then discounting our videos?
Well, what I'm telling you is you're totally missing the point. Look, there, you can see there's one, there's another one, and there's a third one, and there's 2 more. What I'm showing you is this is stuff that you guys believe. We don't believe this. This is fake as fake as fuck.
Okay, so before we go into this, Dave, because you got Mr. Kelly up there, and you're going to show the video where.
But notice that he started to show you something that completely is fake, and you started to make excuses for why it's real.
No, I'm not making excuses for why it's real. It's just I've heard.
You said, I think those are missiles. I think that they're this. I think that you just wouldn't even take the step of, maybe that's just a fake video. Right, which it is. It's just, there's no 5 shuttles that have ever gone up. Somebody with a VFX program made that.
Maybe, I don't know, but I do know that there was missiles that came out of Vandenberg Air Force Base that people thought were UFOs. That's why I said that, and also Vandenberg's right. Yeah, that's essentially why I said that. But going back to the other thing, keep going. I don't want to interrupt you. Go ahead. No, but to your point, Jaron, I have to be intellectually honest. I've listened to so many of you guys' podcasts. That's why I'm preempting these things. It's not because I'm trying to just not let you speak. So I apologize. Go ahead.
Thank you.
No problem.
Can I go back to why we don't see land? Does anybody want to say, why you believe this is the Earth? And where's the land?
It's really, again, we're going back to the empirical thing. I would have to look at all the video from all the ISS.
Does Sergey want to comment on this? I mean, is this proof that the ISS is real?
I don't.
I mean, I don't know what part of the Earth it's over.
There absolutely are videos where you can see land.
Okay, so this one doesn't show land. Is this proof that the ISS is up there, or could this be fake?
It's proof that there's a video in front of you. It's not proof of anything.
Right. So that's. Thank you for pointing that out. So this is not proof. This is as good as what the ISS shows us, but this isn't real because we filmed this. Now, how did we film this? How did we get up that high? Right. The answer is it's so easy to fake things. We're filming up, and you can't even tell that it's up. This is filmed from our front yard.
While flat Earth, like what does it help you understand the world? That's what I'm most curious about.
So much.
Okay. Yeah, Jaron, you go first.
Oh, I wouldn't even know where to start. I mean, it's just. I think. Can I talk about a quote that I heard? Because I know you guys are big into science. So I'll just tell you what got me on this path.
Sure.
First of all, Edwin Hubble. If you read his quote about the expanding universe. All his observations showed him that we're the center of the universe. That's what he saw. What he said is, we can't disprove that. Sergey, you're already shaking your head. I'll show you the quote. He said, we cannot disprove that the Earth's the center of the universe. However, he says, we have to avoid it at all costs. We must avoid it at all costs. It is the absolute horror of a unique position. So these scientists back then thought that being the center of the Earth or center of the universe was so abhorrent, was so disgusting, that they would do anything they could to make sure that wasn't true. And he quoted as saying that. That's one. The second thing is George Ellis, who's a mainstream physicist, said that he can construct a physically symmetrical universe with the Earth at its center, and it'd be impossible to disprove with observations. And he says, what we're doing in cosmology is we're choosing our models based on philosophical grounds And he says a lot of cosmology tries to hide that. That's a quote.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, when I hear that, when you hear that, when you hear that a lot of cosmology tries to hide that, how do you not have a question about your science that you've obviously given your life to or you believe in fully, yet you've just had a physicist tell you that a lot of cosmology, which is a science, is trying to hide something from you? How are you okay with that?
No. So here's the point, right?
Okay.
So imagine we are on there's Edwin Hubble here on Earth taking his measurements. Okay. And then there's alien Edwin Hubble across the galaxy taking his own measurements. Okay. Here's the point. They would have essentially the same quote, basically saying, based on my measurements, I can't,
Right, but we don't know anybody else exists. We don't know anything else exists. Just us. So but you're taking a pretty big leap, right?
Those two scientists, those two observers, okay, as they would perceive, they just see all the universe expanding out away from them.
No, but you're basing that off of what Edwin Hubble said. So you're making his statement true before you're going to the next statement.
So, okay.
How do we know we look the same?
Imagine the following, okay? So we're living in a raisin bread, okay? You're sitting on one of the raisins, okay? And now David is sitting on another of the raisins, okay? Mm-hmm. And we put you in the oven and we start cooking the bread.
Okay.
And so the bread starts rising.
Right.
Okay. From your perspective,
hold on, let him go, Dave. Let him go.
Let him finish.
Yeah. From your perspective, you're going to see all the raisins going away from you, right? Because you see all that dough rising and it expands.
Right.
From David's perspective, he's going to see all the raisins receding away from him because all that dough is expanding. And so if you guys if you call each other on the phone, you're like, hey, what do you see? You'd say, oh, I see all the other raisins expanding away from me.
Okay.
Okay. So then we're left with a philosophical quandary. Okay. We can basically say, okay, the raisin that I'm sitting on is special, right? My raisin's at the center of the bread.
Correct.
Because I see all these other raisins expanding away from me.
Okay.
That would be a philosophical choice. Okay. It's actually a deep philosophical choice, right? Okay. That's kind of like what the religious perspective was in with the Catholic Church.
Correct. The ancient conception of a central Earth.
Yes. Now, the other philosophical point you can have, okay, is you can say, well, in fact, there's nothing special about our position. And in fact, the universe should be, and these are the two operative terms, homogeneous and isotropic.
Okay.
Right? Homogeneous means basically things are spread out, uniformly, like homogenized milk. And isotropic, meaning whichever direction I look, the universe on large enough scales looks the same.
Okay.
And that's a philosophical choice, right? So when you write down your cosmology model, right, you're making that choice. You're saying, do I want to study a homogeneous and isotropic cosmology? Mm-hmm. And that's the choice that Hubble made, even though he couldn't empirically prove that, it is homogeneous and isotropic,
Right.
We could be in a privileged position.
Right.
Right. Or alternatively, you could take the Christian church position and say, no, the Earth is special. Okay. And in fact, we should have a cosmology based on it. So
now let's imagine that you and I live back then and we hate the church. We see the problems with the church. The church is terrible. They're doing crusades. They are on a tear. They're sending people over to the United States to basically subject these people to slavery. Okay, so we don't like them. Just because we don't like them does not allow us to then not choose that viewpoint, because that's not science. You can't just make the decision that, well, we don't like the church, and this is what science did. Science hated the church so much that they constructed their own scientific idea and they pushed everybody away from the church. I agree with that. I don't want the church in charge either, but it doesn't make it true, right? So just showing you this, I don't know if you can see my screen, but I'm just showing you here where this is the quote from Edwin Hubble, but he's talking about, such a condition would imply that we occupy a unique position in the universe, analogous in a sense to a central Earth, right? But he says this hypothesis cannot be disproved, but it is unwelcomed and would be accepted only as a last resort in order to save the phenomenon. Therefore, we disregard the possibility. So this is your science when these guys are going out there and they're making decisions not based on any evidence. They're making decisions based on their worldview. Their worldview is religion sucks. We don't think we're special. We think we're we're just out in the middle of nowhere, just flying around space. And so they basically, and then he comes back and says this, but the unwelcome supposition of a favored location, meaning the idea that we're at the center, must be avoided at all costs. This is not science, my friends.
Right.
This is not science. This is the worldview.
So let's talk about two different things. Go ahead.
Hold on, let me just finish this up. So such a favored position, of course, is intolerable. It's intolerable. That's great science. Therefore, in order to restore homogeneity and to escape the horror of a unique position. So just because these guys hated God and hated religion doesn't make them correct in their suppositions of just saying, you know what, how else would this work? And somebody said, what about if we live on a raisin bread? And they're like, you know what, that's it, that'll work. Let's live on a raisin bread. That's what they did.
Well, here's the point, right? When you're constructing your model, right, of the universe, you do have to make these philosophical choices, right? And often
why not study both?
Well, hold on. Wait,
that's what you do, right? Well, you do study.
Sergey, before you go on, there's his observations, and then there's his interpretation of those observations. Those are two different things. His observation shows that these galaxies were receding away from us. His then interpretation that means he could not. It doesn't mean he proved we were the center of the universe. He said we could not disprove. He could not prove or disprove because, like he said before, with the raisin perspective, where we're sitting on different raisins in the raisin bread, I cannot prove or disprove that I am the center. What I can do is look at Proxima Centauri and Vega, and I can look at Betelgeuse.
If it was real science, wouldn't you at that point say we're going to study both because we can't make a decision yet?
Edwin Hubble was not part of NASA. Like, it's not real. Like, while I'm with you that Edwin Hubble, his opinion may have been that he is not the definition of what real science is, and there's a difference between his observations and his. Edwin Hubble said some racist shit too. Okay,
but everything is based off that though.
If you go and you decide, okay, we're going to study homogeneous isotropic cosmologies, you're going to go ahead and make a whole bunch of discoveries and predictions about what does happen in the universe.
Mm-hmm. But it doesn't make it right, correct?
No. He is saying it makes it right. He's saying he found a predictable model by doing the isotropic homogeneous.
If you have two models,
and
right,
one must be avoided at all costs.
One correct prediction, and the other one makes 10.
What about if
10 correct predictions is better?
What about if one must be avoided at all costs?
It doesn't make it not true. The idea that he wants to make it avoided at all costs. You're right. If you're trying to make
you're basically saying we did study both.
Time out.
Did we study both?
If you were trying to make the assertion that Edmund Hubble did not want the Earth to be the center of the universe for his own anti-religious beliefs, I am not going to disagree with you on that.
What about all of science? Science?
What I'm saying is, if there was a hypothesis where it was the center of the universe, we would try to disprove that hypothesis, and we have because let me finish. Because of Betelgeuse, because of fucking Rigel, because of Vega, because of Proxima Centauri, because of all these other stars that we can see that have, and we can tell the size of these stars, we can tell the chemical makeup of these stars.
Hold on. How do you tell the size of the stars?
Spectroscopy.
Wait, hold on. I just have to ask. So you're talking about the not Edwin Hubble, but the other guy, Martin. You're saying that he's wrong when he says he can construct a spherically symmetrical universe with the Earth at its center, and it cannot be disproved by any observations. So
I am saying
that physicist is wrong.
I'm saying that that physicist is wrong. Yes, I'm saying, like, listen. Here's the thing. If here's one thing else we could do. You ever use Steadicam, or you ever use a video and you can actually go in Adobe Premiere and you can apply Steadicam to it. You can make the center of that image the center of the screen, no matter where the image goes. And so, from a philosophical standpoint, like exactly what Dr. Dida said, if you want to choose and say, hey man, no matter what I learn from cosmology, no matter what I learn from science, I'm going to believe that the Earth is the center of the universe. You could do that and just say the universe sort of rotates. You could, in some weird form of philosophical way, you could say, well, yes, I mean, the Earth does go around.
It's not a weird form. It's just relativity, right?
What do you mean?
Relativity says that you cannot choose whether we're going around the sun or the sun goes around us.
Okay, that's fine. That's okay. What I can say though is the sun has a greater gravitational mass than the Earth, and that the Earth is affected by the sun's mass and then goes around in a circle with relative to the sun. Yes, I can say that. I can also say that the moon's mass is 2% the Earth's mass, and I can say that it goes around the Earth every 28 days. Now, if you want to say now here's what we do. Now we make the moon the center of the galaxy, and now we say now the entire solar system is rotating around the moon. If you want to make that, if you want to make that perspective, that's fine. But we're going nowhere because that doesn't prove the Earth is round or flat. Like
so, the Michelson-Morley experiment in the early 1900s showed that there's no preferred frame.
Correct.
But these people came after Edwin Hubble.
Why are you teaching students that we go around the sun if there's no preferred frame? Why would you ever teach that if you just disproved it with your previous sentence?
I didn't know. It's
No. So
The Earth does go around.
There's a difference between
but there's
like
no preferred
one object going around another and saying that there's a preferred reference frame, right? So preferred reference frame means that there's a privileged observer that observer, his measurements are correct, and other observers they're not correct. They have to be taken relative to that preferred observer.
Right. So somebody on Earth can say the sun goes around them, and somebody on the sun can say the Earth goes around them, and neither one has a preferred position.
Okay.
Neither one can be considered correct.
So you're taking.
Wait, we're still talking. We're in the middle of a conversation here. So why would we teach children that then?
I'm confused. I don't understand what you're saying.
I know preferred position. You just said that neither person can say that they are correct. If you're standing on Earth and you're making measurements, you can't say that person's correct. And if you're standing on the sun taking measurements, you can't say that person's correct. So therefore, even though somebody on the Earth thinks the sun's going around them and somebody on the sun thinks the Earth's going around them, neither one of them are correct. There's no preferred position. So therefore, why are you teaching children?
There is a real answer. So, this is a misconception, okay? So there is a real answer, right? So, let's say we're both on Earth, right? And then you get on a boat, right? And you start going, right? And we wait like 10 hours. 10 hours later, right? If we can ask the question, okay, am I going away from you or are you going away from me, right? Now, if David didn't hear the little spiel I gave before, right, he'd be like, well, there's no way of me knowing, right? Maybe Sergey's on land and the land's receding away from the boat, or Jaren's on his boat going away from the land, right? But in reality, we know what happened, right? There is a history of what happened, right? You got on the boat, you accelerated, and then you were going at some velocity away from the land. And so objectively, the boat is moving away from the land, not the other way around. Okay? So what I'm trying to say is that the universe is consistent. Okay? There is a correct answer. The philosophical point I was making earlier is that there are no preferred observers, right? What that means is that if you go and you write down your physics equations while you're on the boat, and I go and I write my physics equations while I'm on the land, okay, those two are going to tell a consistent story. And we can't say like objectively Sergey's right, Jaren's wrong. Both those descriptions are correct, and they in fact have to agree. That's the whole point of physics.
Okay.
The point of there not being any preferred observers means that there isn't a preferred frame of reference. You can't just say, my measurements are right and yours are wrong. They both
why are they teaching that we go around the sun?
No. So yeah, you're missing the point.
Objectively,
So here's the point, right? The reason why that.
How can you say that?
Objectively, we are.
Time out. The reason.
Can we keep talking to Sergey?
Okay, hold on. So here's the reason why. So going back to what he said, because he said it twice, and you guys didn't really hear what he's trying to say. He's trying to say there is no preferred, there is no privileged. What is it? Reference or privilege? What did you say before? There is no privileged observer. So like you guys are like, well, there is no privileged observer. Therefore, I can say that the sun goes around the earth. Wait a second.
No, that's not what we're saying.
We never said that.
That's not what we're saying.
Actually, why are you teaching?
Actually, Jaren, you did say that a few minutes
He did
ago.
not say that.
Okay.
He said, why are you teaching the earth goes around the sun? Why is science teaching a preferred reference frame?
Well, in this case.
No. So that's different. It's not saying that there's a preferred reference frame. Okay. What that's saying is that objectively, the Earth is going around the center of mass of the Earth and the Sun, and the Sun's much more massive, and so it's much closer to the Sun. So the Sun.
How do you know what size the Sun is? Again, you're assuming the Sun is more massive than the Earth when it doesn't appear to be. I mean, when we look at the
you
sun,
can measure it by measuring what the orbital period is and Kepler's law.
No, you can't, because you don't know whether
You're
the sun
taking
is
Kepler's
circling
laws.
around us. Right. When the sun being 93 million miles away is just a made up story on an assumption that we live on a ball with a radius just under 4,000 miles. But how did you get R? Where did R come from? Okay. Nobody knows. The way we got the radius of the Earth was, or because we think we're the same size as Venus and it transited the sun. It's all nonsense.
They got lucky though. Then it was the same size as Earth.
Well, then we got unlucky. Then it's 98% the size of the Earth. One, and number two, we got unlucky.
Well, how do you know that?
Because Mars is much smaller, and because the Moon is 2% the size of.
How do you know that Venus is almost the same size as Earth?
I mean, we know that from.
You can resolve it.
No, you can't resolve it.
I mean,
you don't,
yeah, you can.
Venus,
it looks like
Venus
a circle in the sky.
Venus
How do you measure it? How do you measure it then if it looks like a circle? In the sky?
So a couple of things
Right.
you can.
Wait, hold on, Michael. You got to let us stay on a point, okay? How do you measure it if it looks like a circle in the sky? And does the moon look like a circle? Are these all circles? Are these spheres? Okay, is this one a sphere? Sergey, is this a sphere? The second one before he picks it up.
I mean, okay. So,
Is that a sphere? You said it. Hold on. It looks like a circle, but it's not.
Yeah,
okay.
You can make these arguments all day. Like you can say, oh, the government put the dinosaur bones in the earth, or the God put the dinosaur bones.
I don't make those arguments.
That's not
Stop strawmanning us. Stop strawmanning us.
They put just enough carbon-14 to make it look like they're 65 million years old.
Stop.
No carbon.
Sergey, for right now, let's just stay off dinosaurs. But keep going.
Yeah. Don't put words in our mouth that we never said.
Yeah, but no, it's a philosophical point of how you see the universe, right? I see it as I'm going to try and predict what the world is like based on my models, and you can always like come up with some like conspiracy theory, like, oh, this is not a circle, this is a sphere, it's a hemisphere, like it's messing up the perspective. That doesn't help you understand what the world is like.
There you go.
So you have a theory. What is your number one proof that the Earth is a globe? What is your number one proof? Just give me one proof that the Earth is a globe.
Can I give three?
Because let me start, and I'll say we can see farther than a empirical.
Okay, so
wait a minute.
Let's not laugh. Let's be serious here. Go ahead.
Let's answer. So you take an airplane, words very interesting, that flies straight and level over the Earth plane. How does that prove that the Earth is a spinning ball? I mean, how can a plane fly in the direction of the spin of the Earth or against the direction and still make it to its destination?
Because the atmosphere
Earth predict
because the atmosphere that is on top of that part of the Earth is also moving with the Earth. That's the reason why.
Doesn't it thin as we go up though? It's still carrying the plane. I mean, the fact that you guys think the Earth is spinning,
it is thin once you get above 60 miles. Yeah, then it's exceptionally thin. But before that, no, you can actually use the atmosphere that you're in, which rotates along with the Earth.
The 30,000 feet up, that air is being carried along with the Earth.
Absolutely.
Is still one air mass.
Absolutely. Yeah. All right. So let's go over that. You wanted three proof? Can I give you the three proofs that I have that are empirical that have nothing to do with science?
I'd like to just go. I just like to go a little further on Sergey's his proof that he flies in an airplane. If you have an airplane on the runway at in Ecuador, it's moving 1,000 miles an hour with the spin of the Earth.
About 1,100 miles.
Okay, whatever. I'm just rounding off 1,000 miles an hour, whatever. And if you have a plane sitting a mile from the North Pole, its relative speed is less than a mile an hour, quarter of a mile an hour, an eighth of a mile an hour. It's less than a mile an hour because in 24 hours, it's only going to go 3.14 miles in its circle, while it's sitting on the runway. So 24 hours divided, into 3.14, it's less than a mile an hour, way less. So you got an airplane in a mile from the North Pole. You take off and you fly down to Ecuador, and you want to land on a runway that's going north-south. How does that plane gain that 1,000 miles an hour of sideways speed?
Because the atmosphere is flying through.
The atmosphere is rotating with you, though.
Yeah, dude, you're flying through the atmosphere as it gets keep push because you're getting into the heavier,
So as I'm flying down the Earth, I'm just speeding up sideways.
Yes.
What if I was flying east?
So if you're flying east,
what if I was flying east into the atmosphere? So
backwards.
Yeah.
You're being carried back.
I mean,
right. So we've actually
think that it's.
Yeah,
how does a summer breeze blow the air left and right, up and down?
So are you worried that if you go to Ecuador and you jump up, you're going to land in the Pacific Ocean?
No, because the Earth isn't spinning.
No.
But if it were spinning, you'd fall flat ass in the
No, because
Pacific
that's too quick. But you certainly would in a helium balloon when that helium balloon goes up to 120,000.
Using your argument, right? How fast do we think the Earth spins?
1,000.
20, 1,000 miles an hour.
Okay.
Right. So if I jump up, I can be in the air for I don't have as much hang time as Michael.
So your belief is that the air is carrying you with you.
1,000 miles away.
The air is carrying you with you, though. That's what you think, correct?
Yeah, well, give or take what the wind is, the east or westerly wind. Yes, so for instance, in navigation school, I was at the 562nd Navigator School at Randolph Air Force Base. There's a wind triangle. So we have our bearing, right, and then we have our magnetic heading, and then we have to correct for wind, and that's the wind triangle that we have to do whenever we're flying.
So why is it that Neil deGrasse Tyson said that during a football game a field goal was kicked and it hit the upright? And he said that was because of the spin of the Earth. So why isn't the football carried along with the atmosphere like the plane?
So I don't know about that. So I think what about the spin of the Earth causing the football? I think that you could talk about the spin of the Earth with artillery, but I don't know about with the football. That we're talking way too short a distance.
Some minor effect from the Coriolis.
I mean, it could be it's not zero. The effect would be not zero, but for a football, I don't know. And also, Neil deGrasse Tyson was a wrestler. He didn't play football.
Yeah. So we can all agree Neil deGrasse Tyson is just a failed actor.
No,
right?
Neil deGrasse Tyson is a Longhorn. He's not a failed anything.
Right.
Go ahead.
All right. So during the break, someone brought up the Felix Baumgarten jump. He jumped from 127,000 feet, I think was the height. And there was 2 jumps that he did before, 2 practice jumps where they used regular cameras. Now, I heard you say that Dave's just going to say it's a fisheye camera, it's a fisheye lens. Well, Felix said in an interview, I saw the curve of the Earth. Was he lying? Was he part of the conspiracy? Or did he think he saw the curve of the Earth? Could be either. I don't know. He's wearing a curved glass helmet that's going to show a curve even when he's on the ground. But the many globers use this as, hey, this is the Earth. Well, if we look at all these rivers and land features, all of this is New Mexico. So this is clearly a fisheye lens.
I don't disagree with you. Yeah, I don't disagree with you.
Good.
But you have to use a fisheye lens there.
Here's the problem. No, you don't. Because inside, hold on. Okay. Inside, from over his head looking out the door was a non-fisheye lens that when he opened the door, it showed the horizon at eye level, at the camera level. And then there was also a shot of him getting in when it was on the ground, and that same camera showed the horizon at the exact same level. We overlay them, and they're exactly the same level. So from ground, the horizon on the runway is the same height from 127,000 feet. There's no drop. 127,000 feet, I can't even calculate the drop right now.
Okay, so
right, but here's the main issue I'm bringing up is the Earth is spinning to the east. He went up in New Mexico, up there for 3.5 hours. Now, with some Coriolis, he should end up out in the ocean, but he landed east of where he took off from. Okay. So somehow he went up to 127,000 feet. He sped up and outran the spin of the Earth.
Right. Okay. So the explanation for that, you do admit like it is a balloon, right? The balloon exists because it has a lower density than the atmosphere around it. So it is traveling in a pocket of air. Pockets of air at different altitudes. This is one of the things we learn whenever we're flying. We call ATC for weather guidance. ATC was going to give us wind directions, and it changes at different altitudes. So if you had an easterly wind, he could have landed somewhere further east, or he actually could have received that eastward push on the way down while he was parachuting. Going back to what you said before, because that camera angle, you see this a lot of times with GoPros, I'm trying to look at him and I'm trying to look at the atmosphere around. I'm going to use a lens. When we say fisheye, what we mean is usually from videography, 12 millimeters, 10 millimeters, 8 millimeters. We do that, we're just going to get a fisheye. I don't believe Baumgartner was trying to say that image proved that the Earth was round. Now, if he's saying he saw the curvature of the Earth, maybe he did, maybe he didn't. But unless he was 250,000 feet in the air, I don't think he did see the curvature of the Earth.
You've never seen it.
I've never seen it in my plane. No, I will not. Yeah, you're not going to get me on that one. I'm not going to say just because I was at 40,000.
There's a lot of people who say that,
and they're incorrect. But because and the reason why that they say that is because again, going to the same thing you say before. If you look out and you see the horizon fall off, yeah. For those of you who are asking, yes, those of you who are at 40,000 feet, you are not seeing the curvature of the Earth. Maybe if you had some sort of microscopic, sort of measuring material, you might be able to if you looked wide enough. But the fact of the matter is, you have to be at about 50 miles in order to see the curvature of the Earth. 50 miles.
Plus the horizon would be, it's not a physical location, so it could be refracted, could be up or down. You wouldn't be able to verify the horizon is actually where you're going to measure it.
Okay,
and
so
go ahead. The other issue is it's the way that we see. So we see whatever the conditions, whatever that horizon is. That's where the sky merges with the land, and our eyes can't separate it anymore. That's our apparent horizon. But if I zoomed in, I could open that up and see farther. But So we see a certain direction. So I see the same distance at 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, right? And so if I'm standing here, I see the same. This is the limit of my vision. But if you draw an imaginary line through the sky, you're going to see a curve. And global believers will say that's the curve of the Earth. No, it's not. This is the limit of your vision. It's how our eyes work.
Okay, so
and that is not. It's not curved.
So
it's not.
You've mentioned this before about an angular size and stuff like that, and then you've also talked about that. So let's just get into this real quick, and then we can go into eclipses because you brought up this part. So in your model, because we have a plane that we are existing on, and then there is a sun and a moon, and these things are moving in a way that not all flat earthers agree on, but they're moving in some way. But they have to be moving in a way where if I am on this side of the plane and the sun is over here, I cannot see the brightness from the sun, and vice versa. In that case, there is a finite distance at which light can travel. Is that what you believe?
Well, if this light can't even light up this whole wall and there's no atmosphere blocking it, the far end of the wall is in the dark because light is very local, right? But I can still see the light from this point of view, but you start adding atmosphere in there, clouds. Like when you look up through cumulus clouds, you see the blue sky. But as you look farther and farther away, 20, 35 miles away, those clouds are merging with the horizon, and you're looking across them, and it just becomes opaque.
Dave, can you show that one slide that you have where you show the sun going down and next to the
next to the you mean the Flat Earth Kitchen?
Yeah, just because it's good to show.
So guys, let me show. This takes 60 seconds uninterrupted.
Sure.
Okay. So this line, you have to pay attention. This line is a level line, and we're watching it from a celestial point of view, from the height of the line. So here's the sun moving along this line. Now, this is either mountaintops, city skyline, or it could just be the atmospheric cloud deck. And this sun never goes behind it, never goes below it. The counter is down here, okay? So now I have a camera on the counter at the far end watching that same thing. And if I showed you this first, I said, is this line level? You would say, no, it's sloping down quite severely. And am I going below this opaque barrier, which looks like it's at eye level somehow? Okay, and now look at it. I zoomed in more. It's almost going straight down, but this is a level line. And this deck right here looks like a horizon, even though we know it's higher than it. So now watching this compared to an actual sunset, here the sun goes away. It went down, and look what it's going behind. It's not going behind here. It's going behind this atmospheric deck. It's just the density of the atmosphere at that straight level becomes opaque, and the sun just goes beyond it. It's just going beyond it. It's not going below. But if I zoomed out, that difference between that apparent horizon and the horizon that it's going behind disappears. You can't see it because its angular size is too small. You see the sun going down behind what appears to be an eye-level horizon, but it's really a cloud deck 10,000 feet in the air.
Okay.
But it looks like it's at eye level.
Sergey, so
that's how our eyes work.
How do they come back up the next morning?
So if I just turned around and brought that sun back, it would be rising because when it comes,
it's going to come from the other side.
But it's going to come from the other side.
Can you show, Dave? Show the app.
So let me show you this and go ahead.
I was just going to say, Dave has an app.
I need the screen share, please.
Screen share.
Because we can't see forever, right? I mean, this is something that they've taught us that we just need to get some tubes and some glass and curve it, and we can see 35 trillion miles into the sky.
So for those of you who are watching this and you're like on the fence, or you're a flat earther or a round earther, this is where we're going to disagree. Me and Sergey and Adam, we do believe that I can view Proxima Centauri, the light from there, 4.1 light years away. It's 24.
Wait, hold on. How is it 4.1 light years away? How did you determine it? You know the size?
No, wait. Can we focus on the simple things? Like, let's talk about sunrise right now.
Yeah, okay. We're going to talk about sunrise, but you can't make statements that you can see a light 4.1 million light years away or whatever the number is because you don't know how far it is. You're making it up.
So we know the size. We know the spot size through spectroscopy, and we know the distance through parallax.
I still can't screen share, guys.
And when you say we know, it's like really weird to me because you are believing in other people.
So are you. So are you.
How am I? Wait, hold on, time out. When did I believe in another person? I'm believing things I can see myself and I can test myself.
There are things that you have learned from flat Earth that you have heard from other people. You are believing things that are from other people.
No, but I'm not repeating things here that I'm telling you that I've learned from other people.
Okay. Well, I mean that maybe that's true, but you did.
We get a lot of
did-
people that try and tell us. I heard you say it the other day that we're in some sort of religion or it's a religious belief. But really, there is one group here that has men that they believe in from long ago.
Yeah.
That they hold as very high stature. That Newton, very high stature, and on the shoulders of giants.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's another group here that believes in books. That they read a book and whatever that book says in it, they believe 100%. So that's your side. So be careful about calling us a religion when we don't have any dogma. We don't have any holier than thou people that we can't question. We don't just make statements like, well, the sun is up in the sky and it's this big and it's this size and the stars are this distance and we know because of spectropsy. You can say those things all you want, but you've never actually gone and looked at a star observation and looked at what they do for spectropsy. You're just taking it as a face value as being true.
So you wouldn't do spectroscopy. Sorry, I have a hard time with that word. You would do it on the Earth in a laboratory, and then you would from that being able to see which chemicals or which atoms on the periodic table, elements on the periodic table exist here on Earth, and then you would be able to extrapolate that. From that, again, I know you guys aren't going to believe this because you don't believe in gravity, so it doesn't make any difference.
Right, though.
Go ahead.
Jaren's right, but at the end of the day, you can't go and reproduce every experiment personally.
True, I agree with that.
At some point, I just get in my car and drive around.
We do too.
I don't need to know how my car works.
Right. So that's what we say too, right? Because my phone works, I don't need to question that science.
Right. So proof for me that my car works is that I can drive around and then go do things with my car. Right. And so as a scientist, all these things that people have discovered, I can try and build on that foundation. And you're right. I didn't personally go and verify all these things. But I'm gonna say, okay, assuming all that's right, because I trust you guys, I'm going to try and do one more step. And if I can do one more step and make progress, well, I call that a win.
But it doesn't prove the initial. You have to have the correct foundations for things to be true going forward, right? If you have the wrong foundation, you might still have things that match that wrong foundation.
That's 100% correct.
Okay.
That's 100%. But this is the point. Let's use the car analogy, right?
Okay.
So far, we're going to assume, okay, everything about my car works well, right? And then I'm going to say, okay, I'm going to try and add a feature to my car. Maybe I'll add windshield wipers because for some reason my car doesn't have that, right? If that feature, adds something to the car, I'm going to say, okay, look, I've made progress, assuming that cars are a good mode of transportation. Of course, we can go back later on and revisit that hypothesis. We might say, oh, you know what? Cars are a little slow. I'd rather have a hover pack, right? And we find out that, hover packs are actually more useful because not only can you travel to the grocery store, you can also, travel cross country, right? Let's just say. It's the same with scientific theories, right? You're saying you can't prove a specific theory to be correct, and that's true. But
not the things that we can touch and play with it here on the Earth. We can prove that. The science of the internet works. The science of high-speed cables works in fiber optics, right?
But the test, in a sense, of whether the theory is useful or not, because that's basically my criteria.
Okay, so tell me, if we're talking about the stars, what useful has come from us knowing the elements on the stars? Because let's be honest here, that it will never matter at all to anybody alive right now. What the stars are doing, how far away they are, we can never get there. It's a complete waste of time and waste of money.
So that doesn't make the Earth flat. I'm with you.
I'm asking if we can agree to that, though.
Yeah.
No. So let me give you an example, right?
Okay.
So by figuring out what's the physics of what's happening in stars, understanding those nuclear reactions, that's what allows us to go and build nuclear reactors. It's true that I don't have a little sun in my house and it's not powering my humble abode, right? But that kind of understanding what's the physics at play out in the star, that lets us build kind of
we can build a nuclear reactor. We can build a nuclear reactor, and that doesn't mean that a star is a nuclear reactor. That could be totally different things. So if you look at scale,
in principle, it could be completely wrong. But assuming, a star is a nuclear reactor, let's see what
I don't assume anything.
From that. Let's see what we can figure out from that. we get this useful model of, oh, this is how the elements interact. Oh, we have these radioactive particles. Oh, we can use those radioactive particles.
Oh, I could assume that there's no shadow on this stick and there's a shadow on this stick, so I can assume it's a sphere.
Hold on, Dave. What he's talking about is he's created a testable model by looking at what the stars did to predict how nuclear
let me just ask this.
and it worked. That's the point.
But here's the thing: a neutron star is told to us that a teaspoon. Okay, a teaspoon. Think of how big a teaspoon is. Weighs 21 trillion pounds. Now, if you believe that, you need to admit to yourself that you believe in fantasy just because men have told you that it's true. And you have to recognize why I'm going to say I don't believe that. Hold on a second.
I recognize why you say you don't believe that, but when you say it's fantasy and I shouldn't believe that, if I understand the standard model of particle physics, then it does make sense to me. I know for you it doesn't make sense.
That a teaspoon of something weighs 20?
Absolutely makes sense to me because we've burned off all the electrons and all we're left is the neutrons, and there's not enough pressure from the what you call it, the thing is the electron pressure from before. We understand how atoms work, and because there's not, the neutrons all collapse in on each other. Yes, that would make sense. Because what happens now in our standard model of particle physics, the reason why there's so much space between these particles that we have right now has to do with quantum mechanics. In a case where we took all these neutrons and there wasn't all this empty space and we put them all together, yes, there's no reason why you can't have neutrons that close together that create that much density. There's no reason why that happens.
Is something,
just because you don't see this.
Hold on, guys, it's my turn. This is something that we're never going to be able to prove. It's theoretical, and we'll just let that go. But let's talk about scaling, sizes and scaling and variance, whatever. What do you call it, Jaron? Scaling and variance?
Yeah.
So, you say, well, spectroscopy, you can tell what the star is made out of. Well, if the star was twice the size and twice the distance, you would get the same exact results. Or if it was 1/10 of the size and 1/10 of the distance, or if it was right here within the Earth system and very tiny, you get the same results. So again, saying I can't even say the word.
So it's a combination of spectroscopy and parallax.
Yeah, I got it. But again, you're spectroscopy and parallax. You need to know how big or how far it is. You don't know either.
So we would start with our sun and then other stars that are close by.
But you don't know how big the sun is. Again,
you keep saying that. You keep saying that we don't know how the sun.
So hang on. How do you know the distance of the sun? Because you know the size, or you know
we can use parallax, and we can also see because of the orbital speed of Jupiter, we can tell how far away the sun is by doing that. Jupiter, we can actually use the other planets too. We could also use Mercury and Venus.
Again, scaling and variance. All of them could be right here within the Earth system. Okay. Yeah, again, you're refusing to see that, so we can just move on. But you need to know the distance of one of those things to make the other ones work.
Yeah, you don't know
other.
They've gifted you a model. They've gifted you a model. They've told you how great it is and everything works. And then all you guys are just partying and having a good old time saying that it's...
To be fair, Isaac Newton gifted us the original model for the formula for gravity, and parallax came before that. I believe it was the Persians who came out with that idea. So this model that was gifted to us has been tested and proved.
Can I ask a question about Starlight? Does the inverse square law of light work in space?
These are tremendous. So the inverse square law would work with a certain amount of luminosity, but what happens?
So if you had let's say I have a light bulb and the surface of the light bulb is 100 lumens, right? So as that light goes out, it spreads out really fast. So it's getting thinner and thinner and thinner. So it's getting dimmer and dimmer and dimmer. We can all agree on that.
In the atmosphere that you live in, yes.
How about in space?
It's space. So you're going to have. So again, this is, and I know we might get into this later, but like the reason why in the videos of the landing on the moon, the reason why the sun looks different there and it doesn't look as dispersed is because of the fact there was no atmosphere on the moon, and so you're going to get more direct.
That's not my question.
I understand. My point is the atmosphere does have some effect. Go ahead, Sergey.
So I think David's point is that if we see a light bulb, we don't know, is it a 60-watt light bulb that's close or a 100-watt light bulb that's further away? Right?
So that's kind of the point. But my question is, as you're seeing it farther away, it's getting smaller and smaller. Its light is spreading out, so it is getting dimmer and it is getting smaller. We could agree to that on some scale, right?
To a point. At some point, there's no more angular size, and so all the stars will look the same size.
Michael, I'll let you interrupt me, but you only get one sentence per interruption, okay? All right? I'm just trying to make a point, and I don't want it to take forever. So if our sun, that the size that they tell us was just a mile over our heads, and you looked up, what would you see? You would see the sun filling the sky from horizon to horizon. Does everybody agree with that?
If the current theoretical size from the that you're saying from our model. Okay, got it. Yeah.
Yes. Okay, so it would fill the entire sky. So then we move the sun from right here and we move it away 93 million miles, and it gets really small. It gets so small that it's the size of a coin held at arm's length. We could all agree with that, right?
Agree.
Just like we see it. So it has shrunk in 93 million miles that much. If I doubled the distance, do you know what its angular size would be? It would be really small. But I think the number is 3 times the distance. Its angular size would be too small for the eye to see. But let's just be safe. Let's make it 24 times the distance. Its angular size is magnitudes too small for our eye to see. Okay, we can all agree on that. So now let's look at Polaris. They tell us Polaris is like 46 times bigger than the sun. Let's make it 48 times bigger than the sun, right? So 48 times, so the sun being 24 times farther away is 3 light hours because it's 8 light minutes times 24, 3 light hours. Polaris is 48 times bigger. That's 2 days. 6 light days away. It is scientifically provable that Polaris would be magnitudes too small to see. But they tell us Polaris is 433 light years away, and I can see it with my naked eyes on a cloudy night. Okay? That's impossible. This is science. This is actual science that I don't know. There's no denying it, but somehow I have a feeling you guys are going to deny it.
But to Sergey's point, like, what is the intensity of that light bulb? Like, just because
it doesn't matter. I don't care if it's a billion
you also
light.
have to factor in the intensity.
So it does. Go ahead. So hold on. Let Sergey go, and then I'm going to go. I got an answer for this. Go ahead.
So to be able to like see the light doesn't mean that you're actually resolving it, right? So resolving, what that means is if there's like 2 light sources, you can tell them apart. So you look across the street and you're like, oh, there's 2 street lamps, right? But if you walk far enough down the street, you just see the light, right? You see, oh, there's light on that street, but you can't tell that there's 2 street lamps or 1. You see the difference?
Well, no, the light gets dimmer and dimmer. And there's a point where I can look over, like you can see, I think a candle flame. I think it's a mile or 2 miles, whatever the distance is. But then it just gets too small and too dim to see. Okay, but it's the same thing. It's the same thing with what we're looking at stars at 6 light days away. You could not see Polaris, but we're supposed to see it at 433 light years. That is a completely different. I mean, there's no. It's such a big number that most people just short circuit and don't process the information.
2.6 quadrillion miles.
Got it. But the point is, what you guys are saying, that the angular size is so small that we wouldn't be able to see it. That is not the point. That's for us to resolve it. The reality of the situation is we would still see the light, and that's the reason why we see all the different stars that we see, from Betelgeuse to Rigel, those other massive stars. So the reason we see them is we still see. We can't tell the shape of it. We can't see the planets around it. We can just see the
how come if you use the inverse square law of light, at 6 light days you wouldn't be able to see it.
No, that's
somehow we can see it at 433 light years.
That's not true. We wouldn't be able to resolve it. We would not be able to tell the features of it. We would be able to give some idea of the color, and from the color, and using spectroscopy, we could tell from that to say, okay, well, this star is probably this old, and we can tell from those things because we can see other stars. We say, well, these are other stars in different periods of their life and death cycle, and we can predict from those things. We can predict from those things, and when we take that model and we use that model to predict other things, it tends to work out. It works out every time. That's the reason why we use it. So going back to what you said, no, we cannot resolve detail from Polaris, but we can resolve the light. That's the reason why you can still see it.
And going back to like search and rescue, that's the same reason why a signal mirror you can see from miles and miles and miles away, even though you would never be able to break out and resolve.
Would you be able to see Would you be able to see a signal mirror if it had any obstruction at all? If that mirror had any obstruction, could you see the flash? Or do you have to have a direct line of sight to the mirror?
Direct line of sight.
Okay, so we've done mirror tests where we go 25 miles, where there should be hundreds of feet of curvature. Somebody sits on the beach with a mirror. When the sun's setting behind the person observing, he zooms in with a camera, and we pick up the mirror flash. There's supposed to be hundreds of feet of curvature there. There is a clear obstruction.
So there's not hundreds of feet of curvature. You guys refer to this something over 8 squared. I forgot what it is.
8 inches per mile squared.
We don't refer to that. That is the mathematics of the curvature of the Earth.
Absolutely not. There is no 8 inches per mile squared. Is not used anywhere in astronomy. It's not used anywhere in geology. It's not. That is number.
Because the Earth is flat.
Hold on, guys, time. Everybody who's can you? I'll bring up the number and I'll put a link in the description. What that mathematical formula describes a parabola, not the curvature of the Earth.
We don't need to go. Yeah, but hold on here. We use that because you're talking about once you get 1/3 of the sphere, it starts wrapping underneath itself. So if you kept using that formula, you'd be incorrect. But we're only measuring as far as we can see, which is really a couple hundred miles at most. So
it's way too much, and that is not accurate. You should not be using
it. It is absolutely accurate. Up to 3,000 miles, it's a perfectly accurate. I'll bet you money. Bet me money.
Mike, we can bet that. But there's also Globers. Most of them agree. But there's one site. I think it's Nick West, whatever. He says no. You have to cut that number in half. That's false, but let's cut the number in half. We can still see it.
Yeah,
even if you cut the curvature in half, we can still see it.
A parabola with incorrect numbers is still a parabola, and you live on a sphere.
Hold on a second. It's not. I'm telling you that if we do 10 miles, 100 miles, or 1,000 miles, 8 inches.
You're starting the curve of a parabola, which is a parabola. It is not. So
what is the curvature at 25 miles?
We'd have to look it up, but I don't know. But that number you guys time out. That number you guys came up with.
No, we didn't.
No, we didn't. We're using your.
That's AutoCAD. That's AutoCAD. I'll show you the AutoCAD for it. I'll give you the exact link so you can go look at the AutoCAD, which gives you a sphere of 24,901 and then predicts the amount of curvature for every location from 12 o'clock. Now, you can't go past 3 o'clock on the clock because now you're coming underneath yourself. You would have negative curvature. But we don't need to go that far. We can only see 300 miles.
Think about what you're saying, guys. You're measuring
through curvature. You're saying there's no curvature, right?
No, I'm not saying there's no curvature. I'm saying you would have a different equation that would be closer to measuring a circle than a parabola. That's what
Michael, we're only talking 10, 20, 50
doesn't matter.
miles, 100 miles.
But you're still wrong.
Doesn't matter.
You begin wrong.
You're not wrong because our number matches exactly whatever you come up with. You go figure out what your curvature on any mathematics that you want. At 250 miles, I guarantee you it's less than 1% different than 8 inches per mile squared. And then you'll have to admit that you were wrong.
No, I won't have to because it's still wrong. You're starting by using something in order to come up with these equations.
You can use anything you want. And with it, if you do it with 250 miles or less, it'll come up within 1% of our number.
You said if you predict something and if it comes close and it's useful, that means it's true. So there's 8 inches per mile squared.
You're using a formula that did not come from astronomy.
So what is the formula?
So again, I don't have the astronomy, but I do know that
we're gonna have to move over. We're gonna have to move on.
That's fine with me. That's fine.
But here's the thing. Go ahead. This is your challenge. Go show us what the curvature is at 250 miles, and then you'll see. So
yeah, and I'll do the 8 inches times mile squared, and we'll see if it comes out the same.
So you're asking about the sunset. We're going to go back to that a little bit, but before I share the screen, can one of you explain to me how seasons work on your globe?
Go ahead, Sergey. You want to do this?
Go ahead.
Well, okay, no, I'm asking you. Like what causes summer? What causes winter? Let's talk about here. I'm in the north. You guys are in the north.
Let's do it. All right.
How do I get? How do I get winter?
We have a planet that's about 25,000 miles around, oblate spheroid, and it is rotating at once every 24 hours, and it is 94 million miles away from a light source, the sun. It is angled at 23.5 degrees, and on June 21st, it is the North Pole is facing as much as it ever will towards the sun, and
so direct angle.
And on December 21st, the South Pole is the I'm sorry.
The Tropic of Capricorn is facing the sun. I get it.
Not the magnetic North Pole, but the actual pole that the pole of axis is facing as close as it will directly on December 21st towards the sun in the South Pole. That's how we would get seasons. So that means on September 21st and on forgive me if it's March 21st, that would be the solstice. Equinox. Sorry. Yeah.
No, those will be the equinoxes. So June 21st and December 21st are the solstices.
Yep.
So June 21st is the height of our summer, and that's because we're angled towards the sun. So the sun rays are coming parallel to the Earth for 94 million miles, and then that little bit of tilt causes them to hit a wider area, and it's less intense, right?
It would be more intense. Right? You said June. Or are you saying December?
No, I'm talking about December.
Yeah, December. Right.
We're tilted away.
Correct.
So it spreads out because we're tilted away.
And from an
just like if I put a spotlight on my hand, it covers a certain area, but if I tilt it, it spreads over a wider area, which has to spread out that heat. That's what you're saying.
And right, in the difference in between, the difference between summer and winter from an astronomical standpoint is not a great temperature difference. But yes, that is what we're saying.
The difference between summer and winter.
So summer in Las Vegas. Let's just say
let's talk about a more temperate zone. My Connecticut.
Okay, so Connecticut, Massachusetts. Do you guys get up 100 degrees in the summer?
We get 100 degrees in the summer, and everything freezes in the winter.
So below 32 at winter. Okay, from an astronomical standpoint, like for instance, like temperature changes on different planets, that is not a great change, but for here it is a great change. And I guess we could get into human evolution, but evolution would state we exist on this planet because to like for instance,
Mike, you're going way off track.
Got it.
Way off track.
Go ahead.
Okay, so you're saying because that little tilt, the sun goes farther away. The sun spreads out, and that's why my lakes here freeze in the winter.
Energy dissipation. Yes.
Right. Okay. So. Is in the northern winter, are we close? In your model, are we closer, farther, or the same distance from the sun than in our summer?
On January 3rd, we are nominally closer, but it has no effect on the amount of very little effect on the amount of light that actually gets to the Earth.
So 3.5 million miles closer is the actual answer, but over 94 million miles, it's only a couple percent. Makes
Correct.
No difference because the light it's just going and that heat is heat going through the solar system and hitting the Earth.
So it's heat, it's radiation from ultraviolet. Yes,
okay.
radiation.
All right. I got it. I just want to see where you're coming from. So can you tilt a ball in one direction or any direction? A ball can tilt in any direction. Okay. So here's the thing. On June 21st, here in Connecticut, I can go down to the water, and when the sun appears on the horizon, I can feel the heat on my face. Okay, that is the most severe tilt, way more than the seasonal tilt of the Earth. That's an 89-degree tilt. So I'm seeing the sun at an 89-degree tilt, and I could feel the heat on my face.
I don't understand what you're saying. You're talking about at the sunrise, the sun is 89 degrees from the zenith?
Hold on. Yeah, 89 degrees.
1 degree, Dave. 1 degree.
It's 1 degree. It's 1 degree.
So 89 degrees from the zenith or 1 degree from the horizon.
Correct.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Right. So that would be the Earth would be tilted. It should be. That's like with the poles. I mean, that's worse. So the sun is right there on the horizon, and I could feel the heat on my face. I can get a tan within 10 minutes. I'm getting sun. I can get a sunburn. I can feel the heat. We're 3.5 million miles farther away, but you say that doesn't make a difference.
No.
Then 6 months later, in December, when we're closer to the sun, but that doesn't make a difference, at solar noon, when the sun is at its highest point for the day, maybe 50 degrees up in the sky, a much more direct angle, I could look at the sun and I can't even feel the heat on my face. That completely 100% negates your tilted ball season model.
No, it doesn't.
And then, yes, it does. 100%.
The environment around you is colder. You are in a pocket of air that is colder. That's the reason why you don't feel that heat.
That is not true.
Why is it colder?
That is incorrect.
There we go. NASA's after me. Go ahead.
What was that fell? I'm interested in symbology. Something fell that's like you need to pay attention to whatever fell.
Right. Hell yes, man. The Selfish Gene by Richard Dawkins. 3 hours on evolution coming up later.
There you go. All right. So wait, this is just I'm getting to my screen share real quick. So this is the heat map of the Earth. We got the equator right here, tilted.
Yeah.
We have our tropics. But the red area is the tropical zone mostly. How can these sun rays? Why is it heating it at this angle? You look at it on a flat Earth. The sun circles around here, migrating in between the two tropics. This heat map, which is the same as this heat map, makes perfect sense. So now let me share my screen, and I'm going to show you how seasons work, right? And then we're going to go from there. So this is the Flat Earth Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app. You guys can see that? Is that on everyone's screen?
Sure can. Yep.
All right. So the sky is a perfect clock. The sun goes around once every 24 hours. And it laps the moon. If I speed it up, you'll see that it's catching up to the moon. The moon's getting more full. And after 28 times around, the sun will lap the moon. So the moon, its phases and its position dictate, keep track of the weeks and the months. The sun keeps track of the hours and the days. And you'll see the moon is waning right now. And that gets into a whole nother thing. When the moon goes new, how come no one ever sees it for like 60 hours? That's another insane thing. If I slow it down, I'm going to turn on the stars. The stars are spinning in the same direction. Sun, moon, and stars all rise in the east, set in the west, no matter where you are on this earth. Okay? Rise in the east, set in the west. Now, the stars are moving at almost the same speed as the sun, but just a little bit faster. Okay? How little? Well, they lap the sun once every 365 days, give or take. Okay? So right now, we're exiting this zodiac, and we're moving into the next one where it'll migrate through there, and the zodiacs will lap it once a year. So the stars keep track of the seasons and the years. The stars never change. You go out tonight, sit down on a bench somewhere, and chart the stars and say, okay, that one's near the corner of the building, that one's there, that one's there. Mark the time, set your calendar for the same time, same day, next year, 10 years. Every star will be in the exact same position. But we live in this beehive spinning galaxy with stars at distances that you can't see, but somehow they reset every year exactly. We get into eclipses. I don't think we forgot about that.
Most of them do. We've actually seen supernova, and we've actually seen different things.
Dave, I have a question looking at your model right there real quick. So when it's a flat disk like that, the stars, no matter...
Not a disk.
Okay, sorry. Well, flat plane. The stars overhead should be rotating counterclockwise no matter where you're at on the Earth in that sense, correct?
Not if you're in the south. Think about it. If you're in the south looking up at the sun and the moon, everything is rising from your right hand and setting on your left hand.
I'm talking specifically about the stars. So if
So listen to what I'm saying. If you're in the north and you're looking south at the stars, they're all rising on your left, the east, setting on your right, the west. If you turned around, now they're all rising on your right, setting on your left. They go the same direction.
Clockwise and counterclockwise are just relative to your position. If we all point up right now, we're all pointing up. If we all point down, we're all pointing down. But if I say point left, we could be pointing in different directions. It depends on where we are. So if
so then why didn't at the equator do the stars go directly overhead from one spot to the other? Whereas if I'm in the north, the stars are apparent to be counterclockwise, and in the south they go clockwise.
Okay, so let me turn the stars back on.
Go ahead.
Whoops.
I'm just trying to understand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, and this is something that they don't teach you in school. So, you see my mouse? I'm inside the Tropic of Cancer, which is this line right here. So, I'm looking outwards, and the stars are coming from my left shoulder to my right shoulder. Can you all see that? Can you visualize that?
Kind of. Yes, I'm trying.
Right. I'm standing in the center circle area, and I'm facing the outside edge in any direction. And the stars are coming from my left shoulder to my right shoulder.
But you're looking straight up, correct?
I'm not looking up. I'm looking out. I'm looking towards the edge of the circle, right? And I could look up too.
So from our globus
from the left to the right.
From our globus, the south.
Yeah, well, the flat Earth. The south is every direction away from the center.
Got it. Okay.
So if you're in the center looking outwards, the stars are coming from your left to your right, from your left shoulder to your right. Now, if I'm outside, I'm out here, let's say I'm in Santiago, and I'm looking towards the North Pole, the stars are coming from my right shoulder to my left shoulder. They're going clockwise now versus counterclockwise, but they never changed direction. I just changed my orientation. Let that sink in. This is not an argument. This is a fact. Look at it as many times as you need until you get it. Okay?
Why does the northern hemisphere and southern hemisphere have different
stars? Let's talk about that as soon as I finish season.
Hey, time out. Can I take 2 minutes to go to the bathroom real quick? Does anybody else need to go to the bathroom? I drank a bunch. Give me 2 minutes. Go on a second.
So we're told that the sun, the moon is going the opposite way around the Earth. The stars are going one way. The sun goes, we're orbiting around the sun. But when you look at everything rises in the east, sets in the west. We've gotten rid of clockwise and counterclockwise because that's just relative to the way you're facing. So now let's just talk about seasons. The outer yellow line is the Tropic of Capricorn, and the inner yellow line is the Tropic of Cancer. June 21st, if I jump forward, 1, 2, 3, 4, March, April, May, June. So in June, the sun is over the Tropic of Cancer. Now, when the sun is closer to you, just like a streetlight over your head, it's high in the sky, but the streetlight down the road is low in the sky and farther away. So when the sun is over the Tropic of Cancer, we here in the north have our summer, we have our summer. It's really hot in Miami. Why is it hot in Miami? Because the sun goes right over Miami. Look at that. right over Miami. It's super hot. Aristophanes could do his experiment there. Hot in California, Jaron, over 100 degrees. He's complaining all summer long. Okay, but at the same time, Australia is having their winter because the sun is farther away from Australia. If I jump, the sun migrates out in December. Now Australia is having their summer, and here in Connecticut, everything's frozen because the sun never gets close enough, right? And so it's a heat lamp that comes closer and then moves farther away. It's a heat source. Don't quote me on heat lamp. I don't think it's a lamp in the sky. What the sun is, that's a whole nother thing. But that's how seasons work. That's why the map looks like the map looks. And that's why we have shorter days in our winter because the sun is farther away. It's lower, and it sets behind that apparent horizon quicker due to perspective.
Why does the apparent light from that sun reach further along the edges?
Hold on. Let's do Adam first, and then Sergey.
Adam, go ahead.
So go back to that depiction. I'm just curious, like why the apparent reach of that sunlight goes further the more you go outboard. Like why is the shadow, if you will, lack of light? Why is there cylindrical shape?
Yeah, so during December, it looks like the light wraps around a little farther, and it actually does. Versus 6 months later, when the sun is in the Tropic of Cancer, the sun the darkness kind of wraps around, and that has to do with the optics of the sky. I personally believe that there's a dome. And as the sun gets out closer to that dome, it wraps around. And we can see examples of this if we, doing experiments with lights inside of domes where the light will spread. Let me see if I have that.
And I believe something a little bit different than that, but it's the stratosphere is lower at the poles than it is at the equator. So the equator is the highest point, and the poles is the lowest point. So it creates essentially a dome, but not a dome over the entire plane, more of like a bundt cake pan. You've seen a bundt cake?
Yes.
I'm trying to, I don't know if I have, but yeah, go ahead.
It's kind of like a tube that goes around the cake.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you look it up, you'll see it. It's basically like a dome, but a dome that goes around everything. And that's what the atmosphere tells us. I mean, good.
So let's talk about the angular speed of the sun is the same, but when it's December, the sun is going faster because it has to make a bigger circle in the same amount of time, right? We can agree with that. And so Globers were like, well, how is that possible? And it's just where that focus point of energy that we call the sun is. It's still going at the same speed, the same angular speed. And so what is the sun? I believe, and Jaron, you can tell me, maybe he has a slightly different opinion. I believe that the sun that we see is an apparent position. It's a reflection or projection of the real source of that sun. And there's a lot of evidence that this is true, where sometimes during an eclipse, you can see the source of what we call the sun. So if I'm standing around and I turned around, if I had a flashlight and I pointed it 3 feet in front of me, and I turned around in 1 minute, I just drew a 3-foot radius circle in 1 minute. But if I just angled that light out 6 feet and I spun around at the same rate, I just did a 6-foot radius circle spinning at the same speed. So is the sun really speeding up? I think the sun that we see is changing speeds. Jaron, you have anything to add to that?
I think I agree. And I think we have a personal relationship with the sun, which if you think about religious undertones, there's something to do with that. And the fact that the sun walks on water and that the sun turns water into wine, there's a lot of allegory there on purpose about what the sun actually is. Right. So the sun, we see, because picture this, if you and I are both standing on a beach and we're 100 yards apart from each other and we're watching the sun set, there's going to be a glistening coming to our feet. But I can't see the one going to your feet, and you can't see the one coming to my feet. We can only see the one that is specific to us ourselves, right?
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. So
and then also, like if people say, well, how do we see it in different positions? This is the reason you can't triangulate the sun. Imagine we're in a room, and I hang up a thin blue sheet dividing the room in half, and we're both on one side looking at that sheet, and we're 10 feet apart. On the far side of that sheet, we have a light source. Okay, that light source is lighting up the whole blue sheet with daylight, and then we can look through the sheet and we can see that bright spot. We can see the source of that light, and we'll see a bright spot on the sheet, and we can send a third person to the sheet, and I say, draw a circle right there. That's exactly where I see it. And then they do it for you. They're going to draw another circle 10 feet from where mine is. So we're both seeing the same thing in a different position relative to our own.
Right, unless we can get on the other side of the sheet, but you guys don't think space travel is possible,
Right,
so
well,
we can't get to the other side of the sheet.
Correct.
Okay, got it. Okay.
So listen, I'm going to get out of the app, but
yields testable prediction though.
Real quick, while we're
absolutely.
while we're still looking at this app, though,
what you can do,
Let
right,
Sergey talk.
is if I understand correctly, is at different times in the year you can measure what's the angle that the sun makes in the sky when it's at its maximum brightness, right? And what you can use to calculate is like where along the radius is the sun on this clock hand, correct?
Yeah. Well,
and so now you could do that at different positions in the sky, and then you can test whether this model is correct.
Well,
absolutely.
just like
It actually yields a testable prediction.
but hold on, but your sun cannot be triangulated, right? Triangulated.
Well,
You cannot go outside and measure the angles to the sun, and then he go outside and measure the angles to the sun, and you guys get the same answer.
It's too far away, but like we could if we couldn't do it to the sun, but we could do it to other objects 6 months
I'm
apart.
saying, like, wait, try and pause the video right now.
Okay.
I pause the sun.
No, pause.
Yeah,
Yeah,
pause the sun.
your clock. Pause the
Maybe,
clock.
maybe I
Pause-
misunderstood.
All
what
right,
you're saying.
all right.
Pause the clock.
So, okay, that's good enough. Okay, so you can see here, right? So imagine oh shit, I can't point at this screen, right?
No.
Just give us a location. We can.
Right here.
So imagine you're at like 9:30.
Okay.
Okay, so what you can do is you can measure. Okay, what's the angle, right, that the sun makes in the sky, right? If you were directly,
Sure.
like you were saying,
So if you're right underneath that sun there, and
right, it would be right above
90
it,
degrees. Okay.
right? But if it's like, say, halfway on the because as the seasons evolve, right, the sun's gonna move up and down that radius. Right?
Yes.
It's gonna go from the edge of the hand up to the inside of the hand.
Correct.
And so as the time goes along, right, as the year progresses,
Mhm.
you can measure what's the angle that the sun is going to make.
Yes.
Yeah, we know that number. That's your
angle, You
latitude.
can calculate what's its radius on this clock hand.
Yeah, but that's your latitude, right? So we know that. That's already a known thing. They've known that. The latitude is the angle that it is to the sun. So if you're at 37 degrees north, it's because the sun is 37 degrees high, right?
I don't want the latitude. I want the radial position. So I want the distance of.
Well, here's the thing. Like right now, if you're in northern Australia, right where the sun is, you would have no stick. You would see you would see the sun in the bottom of a well, like Aristophanes. And we can test this all the time. On June 21st, every place underneath that yellow line at solar noon will have no shadows on anything that's vertical. So yeah, this is testable and it works. But guess what? It doesn't prove the flat Earth
What I'm
because
saying
you
is
can.
at different times in the year, you can measure the angle, and from the angle, you can get what's the distance along the clock hand.
Okay, and what good? Yeah, so we already know that distance, but what good does that do? What does that do?
What is the distance that you guys think the sun is? You didn't say it before.
It doesn't tell us
The real
distance
sun,
to
or are
the
you
sun.
talking about the apparent sun?
So can you talk? Yeah. So there's a real sun and an apparent sun. I guess I didn't understand. So the real sun is what distance?
Right.
to the
So he was
apparent
just
sun?
telling you about the sheet, and he said there was a light behind the sheet.
Yeah.
Okay, so the sheet is what you're seeing. That's the light that you're seeing, but there's a real sun that's behind that.
Okay. So how?
Right, and if you start moving, if you started walking towards me, your sun is going to move and intersect with my sun, but the real sun didn't move at all. It stayed right where it was.
Do you have distances for either one of those suns?
No, we don't because
Well,
again,
the parent
you can't
sun, the parent sun triangulated is about 3959, which is weird because that's your guys' radius. That's what it comes out to when you do the trigonometry on it.
3959?
Miles, yes,
3,959 miles.
correct.
So
and
okay.
32 miles wide is what it would
32
mathematically
miles.
come
So
out.
the image that we see that's projected
Correct.
on the dome, it would be 32 miles wide, and it would
Some
be
don't believe in a dome, but okay.
4,000 around 4,000 feet up. Okay, got it. Okay.
No, not feet.
It should also be testable.
4,000
by,
miles.
like,
4,000 miles.
Let me show one other thing on here. So here in Vegas in June, when the sun sets, how long is the sky still lit up? How long do you have twilight for?
It's
here in Connecticut, it's like 90 minutes, maybe 2 hours.
It's weird here because we're in Las Vegas. Literally means the meadows. We are surrounded by mountains here, so we kind of get like a weird effect. It's probably not the best example.
So, all right. So here in Connecticut in June, the sun sets and it's light for another 2 hours. Right, and that's because the sun would be on this inner track. Hold on, let me bring it in. The sun would be on this inner track, and it's kind of arcing around us. See, it's arcing around us, right? I could bring it in a little farther. April, May, June. So the sun is arcing around, so it's not going that far away. Now, out here in central South America or Central Africa or Southern Africa, the sun is going a lot faster because its apparent speed is making a bigger circle. When the sun sets in December and January, 5 minutes later at an equal southern latitude, according to on the ball, an equal northern latitude 6 months earlier should have the same amount of sunlight. But when the sun sets in those southern latitudes, it's pitch black in 5 minutes in many places. Okay. And that's because the sun is racing away at almost twice the speed.
Oh, you think, okay, I see what you're saying. You're saying there's less twilight because the sun is moving at a different speed.
The sun is moving, the apparent sun is moving
and what we would call our southern latitudes or your tropic of, keep forgetting, Capricorn.
Right.
And yet it's still moving at 15 degrees an hour.
Okay.
Let me get out of the app, but I just want to show you a couple quick things so I can get out of the app. This is, for people that are like, hey, this is interesting, but I don't believe the earth is flat. That's fine. Every day there's a new featured video, and I tell people just get the app, watch the featured video every day. Click this thumbnail. If you want to go back, click the video archive button and start watching these videos. Just watch a video every day for 2 weeks, and then you too will lose the respect of your family and friends and most podcasters because you'll realize
podcasters
isn't a globe. But and I'm offering 3 Bitcoins for 1 proof of the globe. But before you do, you have to hit that question mark, and up come stuff that Google will not feed you. Hey, what about eclipses, right? If I click what about eclipses, up comes videos that YouTube doesn't want you to see. They're still there, but but you can search for them by name and they won't show up.
Got it.
And these are videos that'll show you, about that stuff. Last thing I want to show you, the app does a whole bunch of other things, but people think, oh, there's a couple of flat earthers, they're crazy. If I hit that handshake, this is just the people that have my app that have registered for the friend finder. These are all people that know that know the earth is flat.
No, I'm fully aware. That's why we're doing this podcast, because something that we will agree on, because I have 3 questions to ask you guys, but something we'll agree on. I think it is a very, very, very horrible mistake for science educators to be like, we're not going to engage with you. I think those people are fucking stupid. And I think part of the reason why there has been so much growth in your movement is because they choose to look the other way. And anyone who doesn't deny science has been able to gain a foothold, whether or not you believe it's true or not. Go ahead.
You talked about censorship. Why are they sitting there? They're allowing Bigfoot. They're allowing, all sorts of crazy stuff on the internet. But, they're censoring flat Earth. During the Senate hearings about fake news, they use flat Earth as their example on how they're going to hide it and replace it with authoritative comments, authoritative, wiki links and whatnot. One of the biggest flat Earth videos out there is called The Stranger's Guide to Flat Earth 21 Questions. Pretty unique name. You search it by name and channel name, it doesn't come up. You get the same results. When you search anything flat Earth, you get the same results. You get
I can show that.
I believe you, and I've seen the exact same thing. I'm not definitely.
You get Professor Dave.
Yeah, I definitely
nonsense.
I definitely agree, and let's get to that in a little bit. But I definitely agree that yes, the ideas that you guys have are 100% centered on YouTube. That is definitely not up for dispute. But a couple things. Let me ask.
Actually, one of the one thing we'll all agree on is that censorship on the internet is really bad.
Yeah, it's not only bad; it's pointless. No, I'm not trying to equate you guys to this.
Not pointless.
I'm not trying to equate you guys to anything like this. But if someone had a belief about eugenics or racism, I would rather them not be covert about their beliefs. I'd rather them be overt, so at least I know who I'm arguing with. And that's why I have a very difficult part when people say, "Well, you can't speak on this campus because you because of gender studies or because of whatever." I have a very serious problem with that, even if I agree or disagree with you, because I want to know where everyone stands. And if you ever read the book Homo Deus by Yuval Noah Harari, at the end he talks about dataism. Anything that speeds up the bandwidth is good. Anything that slows the bandwidth down is bad. Even if it's something that you don't believe in, it's still better that more people know. Sergey made that point during our podcast. Isn't it better all the people that are educated? Can I ask you guys 3 questions? Just 3 questions here, and then we'll go back and we'll talk about eclipses afterwards. The 3 questions are going to be this, and the first one is going to be flights in the southern hemisphere. Okay, so we're both aviators, and Sorry, we had something there. We both and we've looked up flights in the southern hemisphere. Santiago to Sydney is one, and the other one is going to be Buenos Aires to Johannesburg. Those flights go off every day. There are flights. Originally, I was listening to Flat Earthers saying there were no flights in the southern hemisphere. Now it seems like they're recanting that and then showing our southern flights in the hemisphere.
Well,
Santiago
there wasn't a direct flight, but now there is a direct flight.
Okay, so
and we actually tested it.
Okay, so Santiago to Sydney is about 12 hours one way and 13 hours the other way. And both of these places are in the southern hemisphere. If you guys want to pause the video and look at these two places, they're in the southern hemisphere. According to the map that you've shown us, those places are significantly further away in your flat Earth plane than they are in our round Earth globe. Can you explain the discrepancy of why you can make that flight in 12 hours or 13 hours?
Darren, you want to go first?
Sure. So there's the winds aloft, right? The jet streams. And in the south, they are the fastest that they are. They go anywhere from 200 to 300 miles per hour. And the plane would not need to account for that because it's being carried along by those winds, right? So you're still going a certain airspeed. The jet stream is carrying the plane around. So, yeah, if that plane does 600 miles per hour, it could be doing 9.
So you'd be using less fuel, though, right? Because you have a
sure, which they only think they're going 6,000 miles when they're actually going 10.
The problem is they don't think anything. So we have what's called a ground. We have a ground radar, and that whole ground radar tells us our ground speed at all times whenever we're flying. So we would be able to see that we're going.
Run by NASA.
No, no, it's not a GPS thing. It is literal a radar on the bottom of the plane.
NASA. Well,
okay, so this is
the radar. The radar goes to the ground and tells it how far it is from the ground.
Negative. It does not. That's an AGL radar.
No, I was asking you. I'm sorry, I wasn't saying that.
Yeah, it's not an AG. So that's how you get AGL. You can get ground speed based on a radar that goes over the ground. Okay, that's
ground
additional.
Radar.
Now there's another radar that works with the GPS. That's separate. So we know that when we're making that flight, we're not going at 900, 1100 miles an hour. And by the way, those numbers, 900 miles an hour, still does not make up the difference in distance between the globe Earth and the flat Earth. In the flat Earth, there is a tremendous amount of difference that goes on, and also the flight plan would go up through South America, down through North America to get to that place. And in the globe Earth model, it just goes west from San Diego to Sydney. So that discrepancy doesn't really seem to be described in your model.
Well, they have to fly in the south to keep the jet stream, so they wouldn't go north. That would make then they're crossing the jet streams and getting crossed.
I'm with you, but there is no evidence of a jet stream that goes that high. And by the way, you're saying there's an opposite jet stream.
What do you mean? There's no. What do you mean?
There's no. I'm sorry, high speed. Sorry, velocity. There's no evidence of a jet stream with that high of velocity that would go in both directions. That's the problem. So
there is. There just is. You can just look at the different levels. Like sometimes the level at 32,000 feet has the wind going 200 miles per hour this way. At 36,000 feet, you might have the wind going 100 miles per hour the other way.
Yeah, but it's still not enough to make up. I agree with you about 100 mile an hour winds, but we're talking 100 mile an hour, 200 mile an hour winds. I have 700 hours, 500 combat hours.
Right.
Okay, I can tell you.
But Michael, you haven't flown that flight. There's only one plane that does it, run by a small handful of military pilots, and that plane, we found information that it has 7 layers of heat-resistant paint on it. Okay, so it must be doing something a little bit faster. And also, you said there's a 1 hour difference. Sometimes there's a 5 hour difference from their scheduled.
We actually looked it up.
Their scheduled time and their actual time. So now, hold on a second.
No, that's me.
Sometimes they go around the outside and they follow these winds. And I could show you. We have a live chart that shows you these winds. But other times they go all the way up across America and down, crossing the equator twice. On a flat Earth, it makes perfect sense right here, which is pretty much a straight line. So here's what we did. We didn't just look at flight plans and believe flight routes. We actually tracked somebody. We did I think it was 14-hour live stream where Max Egan was going from Santiago to Australia, and he flew, and we did a live stream where we never turned the live stream off, so no one can accuse us of anything. And he got him on the plane all the way to the plane taking off, and then he took measurement.
He wasn't on the whole time, just so they know that, because that sounds.
No, yeah, because we lost. Yeah, so we tracked the plane. We had professional tracking, right. And then when he landed, he logged back onto the Hangout while he was still on the plane. Proved that he made this flight. So there was a lot of flat earthers that thought that flight did not exist.
It's fake, yeah.
Yeah. So we proved the flight was real, but the problem was his compass readings, when he gave them to us, we laid them out. I'm just trying to find it because I don't have OBS, Jaron.
You wouldn't have learned it that fast anyway.
and what? Oh, here it is. So he showed us that his plane was going northwest, 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 and then right here is west, and then right here is southwest, southwest, south, pretty much south. Right, the yellow ones are south, the purple one is west, and these are northwest. And so we plotted it, and this is the route he went. He crossed the equator twice. If the Earth was a globe,
I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure his magnetic heading is going to determine his route. You're not going to be able to, unless you have a stopwatch and you were able to look at his ground speed. I don't know necessarily that's evidence that was the route he took.
Well, he took headings, and they weren't matching what the seat back was showing. Okay, they weren't matching.
He was in the cockpit when he did this?
No. He was a passenger, and and somehow coincidentally, if you're saying that the headings are all wrong,
no, I'm not saying
it matched the flat Earth map. It matched the flat Earth map, right? The plane went, and the compass has to turn because the North Pole's here. Mm-hmm. So there's west only for a second. No, you can't point west. When you point west, you're pointing south. Just so you know that, okay? And this is the direction that his plane went according to the compass readings, right? There's no need to cross the equator twice if you're going from any two southern locations or any two northern locations. For example.
But then there's no jet stream either, right? So you're saying now there's no jet stream because...
Oh, no. There's also a jet stream in here also.
So now there's north and south jet streams along with east and west.
There's counter-rotating jet streams. There's counter-rotating
I'm aware that there's jet streams that go at different speeds at different places. They're rarely are they north and south, though.
No, they're not north and south. They circles.
So here's a route from Sydney to Peru, and it crosses the equator twice, right? But on a globe, it goes all the way up here and all the way down. Why didn't they just cut across here? It's almost the same distance, okay? On your globe?
So here's the thing. When you're going from Sydney to Peru, that's different. What I would like for you to see is Sydney to Santiago. The reason why it goes from Sydney to Peru is because you have two third world countries. I'm sorry, not Sydney to Peru. The reason why you're doing that is because the likelihood of you needing to go to Lima, Peru from Sydney is not enough to justify the route.
That's incorrect. There's plenty of people that want to go to Lima, Peru to see the pyramids.
Correct. They do. They do. So they go through Los Angeles. The problem is there's tons of places in the United States where there's no direct flights. Trust me, people tell me all the time. The idea that there is no direct flight is not a problem. There are, however, direct flights from Santiago to Sydney. And those are
Sydney to Johannesburg. Why does that cross the equator?
Okay. Sydney. Okay.
So here's the thing. There's countless southern flights that cross the equator twice. There are 0 flights that are within this circle, okay, that go any two northern locations, origin and destination. Never, ever, ever do they ever cross the equator.
We're going to disagree on that because I believe Johannesburg to Buenos Aires does not cross the equator, and I also
it does when it stops when it stops here.
It doesn't. I don't believe. No, you're saying it doesn't stop there.
Yes, it does.
Okay, you're talking about a different
actual flights.
Okay,
these are actual flights.
You're talking about. Stop, guys. Let me finish. Yeah. You're talking about an actual flight that does have a stop there. There are actual flights from Johannesburg to Buenos Aires that are nonstop that do not go to the northern hemisphere. There are actual flights from Sydney to Santiago, which you are not showing, that do not go to the northern hemisphere.
Santiago to Sydney. I got it up here, and if I go to stops and go nonstop only, there's no flights. So I'm not saying they don't exist.
Hold on. Can we pull those up because we actually found several of them? All right, sure. So they do exist. Actually, we can.
Didn't say they didn't exist.
Okay, cool.
That's what I'm saying.
We can pull it up, or we can put it up in the notes later. If you have them, we can pull it up. But the fact of the matter is, yes, there are actual flights that go from Santiago to Sydney. They do not go in the northern hemisphere. They are nonstop, and the times do not match up. The times do not match up with a flat Earth. A flat Earth plane. They do not. It's 1505 for this one right here. This is what the ETA is. Okay, the headwinds are 40 knots. Now, according to you guys, all of the people. It's not just ATC. It's not just the FAA. It is the FAA for every single country is in on this because they have to be in order to lie about the distances, because the distance right there is 6,000 miles.
There's not very many flights that go just in the south. It wouldn't be every flight.
That happens to be because 90% of the Earth's population lives in the northern hemisphere and 15% of the Earth's land mass is in the southern hemisphere. So that's the reason why. But also, several of those countries in the southern hemisphere are poor. That's why not a lot of people go from Buenos Aires to Johannesburg, but they do.
So what I'm saying is you just made it sound like everybody would have to be in on it. Everybody at the FAA. But do you understand that you're talking about a very select? You're talking about 10 flights a week.
No, I'm talking about 10 flights. I'm talking about 10 flights. Well, obviously, everyone from the FAA would be on it. How would they not?
You mean everyone at the FAA? That's the most ridiculous statement ever. What do you mean everybody?
Yeah, everyone at the FAA, because they believe in global positioning system. How in the world are they supposed to navigate aircraft if they don't believe in north, south, east, and west GPS? Of course. They would have to be in on what you guys are saying. Why would they not?
No, they don't have to be in on it. The computer flies the plane. It's just like saying a pilot's in on it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Two guys here. The computer doesn't fly the fucking plane.
It does.
No,
stop. Passenger jet.
Stop.
We have
maybe not a passenger jet. But
they can read a book. They can read a book the whole flight.
Hold on. We both had to get PPLs beforehand. Okay, we had to do navigation over the Earth. When you do your PPL, you are not allowed to use a computer to fly shit. You have to. You are instructed on how to fly long distances. That's what your solo means, and you do so without the use of a computer. Totally with a bearing and a heading, and you use the wind triangle. There's a MB4 whiz wheel that you have to use in order to make these calculations. That's why you guys are, no offense, you're never going to convince me the Earth is flat, because I'm the one, because I actually got a solo pilot's license from doing this, and this guy's an F-18 pilot. So we know that wind triangle works. We know the great circle routes work, and we also know that you can fly in the southern hemisphere. We talked to too many pilots that have flown to the southern hemisphere to believe this idea that they go north up into the northern hemisphere and come back down. That is simply a fallacy.
We're not saying every time they fly they do that. They do fly
all in the southern hemisphere, and those distances are not the distances that you guys have, and nobody's going over 1,000 miles an hour ground speed. That is not happening. I'm sorry, that is simply a fallacy. That isn't happening. I understand.
Sure. What about the Concorde? The Concorde
every pilot would have to be lying about a 600 knot.
Not every flight. Not every pilot. Not every pilot.
Every pilot going Santiago to Sydney would have to lie.
What percentage of pilots? What percentage of pilots fly there? What percentage of pilots fly in the south from Sydney to Santiago? Because it's like less than 1%, right? So stop saying every pilot when we're talking about 1% of something.
No, we're talking about every pilot. Two different things. Sorry. Every pilot from Santiago to Sydney, that's one lie. When you get your PPL, that's a whole different situation, because north, south, east, and west are real places. Those are real directions that you have to use bearing and true airspeed.
But they work on a flat Earth, right?
They don't work on a flat Earth. They absolutely don't work on a flat Earth.
What do you mean? So do you know that the way this map that Dave is showing right here is how they direct radio signals? They use that map?
Direct radio signals. I don't understand.
Yeah, they use that map, and they can pick the direction of where radio signals need to be sent and pick them up.
Who is directing? I'm sorry. What radio signals are we talking about? Out of what? And which frequency?
From shoreline to the maybe shoreline to a boat that's out in the water somewhere. I'm
sorry. I'm confused. Radar signals or radio signals? I don't understand what you're talking about. Radio waves is a long spectrum. So exactly what are you talking about? Radio signals.
Radio waves, yes.
Okay, so you understand there's shortwave radios that submarines use, and then there's long wave radios, and there's FHF, UHF.
Okay, so if you're trying to send something from Spain to the east coast of the United States, you could point the direction from this map and pick it up.
Okay. I think you probably use satellites, but you guys don't believe in satellites, so I don't know. There's also fiber optic cable that's run under the Atlantic Ocean, so I'm not really exactly sure.
There are fiber optic cables under the ocean, and what's amazing is there's no cable from Santiago to Australia. It goes all the way up.
Yeah,
it goes because it's too far apart, because it's not at the bottom of the ball.
On both, even in the globe Earth, it's too far apart. In globe Earth or flat Earth, it's too far apart.
No, they run the cables all the way up along the Philippines, all the way to Alaska, all the way down the east coast and the west coast of the United States.
Because there are other land masses that are nearby there for them to do that. With Australia and South Africa, those places are individually far enough apart from each other that you wouldn't want to run a fiber optic cable under the Seychelles and the Madagascar and all that other shit. It doesn't make any sense for you to want to do that. I mean, we can argue the semantics of this, but the first question was, and I believe we're just going to have to agree to disagree, that those times are accurate from Santiago to Sydney, and they do not fall in line with a flat Earth model. The second question,
I would say that as long as you're being honest about it, they're not an hour difference. It's far beyond that, and they're not as easy to find.
But it still doesn't make those numbers work. And so what you're saying is the flight plan that is presented by those pilots is a fraud, and that they're actually going into the northern hemisphere and coming back into the southern hemisphere.
Never said that either. I said they stay in the south because they stay with the jet streams. They program in where they're going, and the plane gets them there.
Okay, that's correct. But during that time, you get three indicators. You get IAS, TAS, and GS. Ground speed, indicated airspeed, and true airspeed. Those three things would indicate that they are not getting a headwind of 300 miles an hour.
So here's the thing. NASA's in charge of GPS, radar, and flight routes.
These are inside the aircraft. These have nothing to do with GPS or NASA.
So I'm talking about you say that they know the route that they're going. Pilots, on these flights, they turn their knob to 670. They press the button and they play cards and they read a book. All right, they land the plane. They take off. They take off on the planes.
That is absolutely not true.
Well, they probably do a couple other things, but they're not in charge
we've talked
of their
to pilots
route.
who say that they have constantly. We're not saying they're sleeping.
You engage autopilot, but you're 100% backing up that system to make sure it's operating correctly, and you 100% know.
We're not taking anything away from pilots. We're not taking anything away.
So hang on. Taiwan to LA. So here is the route that they show on flight radar. Here is the route that they showed the people on their seat back cushions. Here's Hawaii right here. Right here, there was a medical emergency. I'm not sure which one it was. Maybe it was
I think a baby being born.
Someone having a baby or whatever. And they needed to land the plane. So if you're a pilot, where would you land? Maybe Hawaii. Maybe you'd continue over here. I doubt you'd turn around and go back. But instead, they went thousands of miles out of the way to Alaska. Okay, why did they go to Alaska?
Because that's not an accurate depiction of that route. That's where flight radar showed the plane. That's what they showed.
Hold on. Let me finish my point. That's where they showed the plane, right? But in reality, they were right here when the end happened. They landed in Alaska. Hawaii is all the way out here. Okay, they lie about where they are, and this has happened 17 times now. But there's a book that documents all of them. 16 emergency landings that prove the Earth is not a ball. Every single one of them, they landed on if you drew a line from the destination, from the origin to the destination, every single one of them landed on an airport right on or next to that line. But if you look at it on a globe map, it's way out of the way. They landed up in Moscow or wherever.
Right.
Insanity.
So that line that you showed me, and I don't believe under either model is the accurate flight plan for that route. And so you would use, just humor me here, Great Circle route. The Great Circle route would have taken you closer to Alaska. That's why you.
And that's true.
That's essentially what it would happen.
Why is that the Great Circle route? I think the whole idea of the Great Circle route, this is a Great Circle route. It's not a, listen, my fingers look like they're a straight line, but if I turn it, you can see that it's a curve.
Correct.
Right? But there is no straight line. There is no straight line on a ball.
Okay, all right. So here's the problem. So because you are north of the equator, then you would have a pitch up, an upward curvature on that depiction right there. If it was a Great Circle route, you have to, because you're looking at a two-dimensional image.
So why doesn't
this is the Great Circle route? A straight line.
No.
Airplanes fly straight level.
Again. Your assumption. I'm humoring you that the Earth is flat. In my assumption that the Earth is round, a Great Circle route north of the equator, when I'm looking onto a three-dimensional object, but I'm only seeing a two-dimensional object because that's what I'm seeing, then that's going to be represented by a curve, an upward curve, and in the southern hemisphere, it's going to be a southern curve. That's just geometry. That's how it works. Just humor me that the Earth is a globe. That's how a Great Circle route would work. In no case would you ever have a straight line like that in the northern hemisphere to describe any sort of route anywhere. And dude, listen, I know I've flown all the way from fucking Robbins, Georgia to Iraq. I'm telling you, it is a Great Circle route in order to get there. They did not plan this for things to be weird, for me to take extra long times. And like I said before, the rescue mission from Anderson Air Force Base to Hickam Air Force Base, we took a Great Circle route to get back. I do not believe that their intention, or my computer's intention, was to kill this child. I don't think that's what happened, for us to take another hour to get there. The reality of the situation is we had to take a Great Circle route.
Show me where were you going from? Where were you going from?
I was going from Anderson Air Force Base in Guam,
which is
to Hawaii.
Where's Guam?
Guam is it's closer to Japan. It's like kind of close to Japan.
Okay, so Japan is over here. Okay, right along this route.
I mean, listen, you're zoomed out. Okay, all right.
Hold on. Let me ask you a question. So here's Guam over here, and then where were you going to? Alaska?
I was going to Hawaii.
You're going to Hawaii. Okay. Well, Hawaii is out here. So there's is that your Great Circle route?
I mean, like you're pointing at something where you're zoomed out at 25,000 miles, and like I know
I can't zoom in right here.
Yeah, no, I feel you.
Look at a flat Earth map.
We're kind of
draw your route on it, and that looks like you're then plot that on your globe, and you'll see that you're taking this Great Circle route, but in reality, you're taking a straight line on a flat Earth map.
I mean, in a perspective, if you took a small enough area, maybe that those two things equal up, but the reality of the situation is we were flying on a round Earth and we were flying a great circle route because that is the fastest way to get from one point to another.
But if you rotate the globe towards you, you know it becomes a straight line.
Yes, and in the photo that you showed me, the Earth is not rotated towards me. That's the reason why I'm saying that's not an accurate depiction.
Hang on a second. This is an accurate depiction. The emergency landing proved that. But now let's plot that on a globe, right? And this is not a great circle route. To make a great circle route, like you said, we have to go all the way up like this.
Not that high up. You definitely don't have to go that high up.
Okay. All right. So you go like this, and that's more like the actual route. So here, a straight line on the globe, right, going around the curve, the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Okay, it's not a great circle route. But in reality...
On a globe, it's not a straight line.
On a sphere, they say it is. Yeah.
Well, no, on a sphere, it can't be a straight line because... Anyway, go ahead. In three-dimensional space,
if you get two locations on a globe... You want to draw a straight line on that globe. Yes, it's a curved line.
There you go.
Right? There's no need to make an arc above that straight line.
So there is, because you're looking at a two-dimensional object. You're looking. I'm
talking about a physical globe. You draw a line from Taiwan to LA.
Correct.
That's the shortest line possible.
And if you were directly over that route, it would not look like a curve. It would look like a straight line.
Of course, it would look like this. But they don't do that. They do this crazy great circle route, and they say, oh, it's a great circle route, and you just believe it, but in reality, it's a straight line. Okay,
we know it's a straight line.
Hold on. That great circle route is a straight line on a flat Earth map. You just think that's a coincidence. I can't help you.
Actually, no. Well, let me help you. It is a straight line on a globe as well if the orientation of that line is directly over the route. But when we go look at maps, when I go to base ops and I pull out one of my charts, that orientation is not going to favor wherever the fuck I'm at. It's just going to be wherever it is, which is usually over the equator.
Let me ask you a question. Huh? If you got a piece of string and put it on Taiwan and stretched it over to Los Angeles, that is the shortest route on the globe. Okay, and then you arch that string up over here, you're going to fall short. It's not long enough. So you're saying that they're going to take a longer great circle route?
Absolutely not. No. That's not true. Again, this is a function of perspective. If you go above the string will look straight. The reason why it's I'm kickboxing.
Yeah, there's no proof here because
I'm kickboxing and you're doing jiu-jitsu. We're just not talking the same language here. You're saying because it happens to work in your formula, this one thing in the northern hemisphere works, that's proof. It's not. It doesn't disprove what I'm saying. On a great circle route, if you are over the great circle, it looks like a straight line. That's it. We don't have to go about this anymore. I just wanted to ask a question. I got two more questions, so let's go to the second question.
And you're going to give us your three globe proofs also at one point.
Right. No. It's the first one was the flight in the southern hemisphere. I'm sorry. To me, that proves that the Earth is round. I've talked to enough people who've flown in the. We're going to agree to disagree. That is proof number one. End of story. As far as I'm concerned, that's the proof number one. You can fly in the southern hemisphere. There are not jet streams that equal to these distance that you guys are claiming they do. And no, there is no proof that these flights are going back into I'm talking about the nonstop flights. Just the nonstop flights. There's no proof that Santiago to Sydney goes into the northern hemisphere.
No one claimed it.
None.
Nobody claimed that, though.
Actually, he did.
I'm showing you
not nonstop flights.
Yeah, not nonstop.
Okay, cool. All right, the nonstop ones do not go into the northern hemisphere, and there's not enough. There's not enough jet stream.
They might.
There's not enough jet stream to make up the difference. To me, that is a proof. Sorry.
Can I ask you a quick question? Do you think that airplane technology has increased since the 1970s? Probably.
Aeronautics. Okay. Hold on. The laws of aeronautics have not changed since the 1920s. No, that have not changed. Now, have the laws of avionics changed? Hell yes, they've changed. Avionics have changed. Aeronautics have not.
Do you think there's a possibility that they can build a plane that can go faster than the average plane?
For sure, but once you break the speed of sound, it's pretty fucking noticeable. Why don't you ask this guy? Once you break the speed of sound, which is what you'd be doing, it's pretty freaking
Nobody in the plane would know. Nobody in the plane would know.
Absolutely.
Nobody in the plane would know, and if flying over the ocean, nobody on the land would know because you're out over the ocean.
Lieutenant, would you know if you broke the speed of sound?
I mean, you're not going to know from like a sonic boom or anything in the aircraft, but like
you're talking about your dials.
When you approach this transonic region, like airplane design becomes completely different. And no, we do not have airliners that look in any way, shape, or form like they can go supersonic, other than the Concorde years ago.
And the only difference between it is it had a pointy nose.
No, there's other reasons. It has to do with the
design is different. Compressibility starts taking effect with air molecules and everything.
Right. So if you look at the
shape
long
of the
range, the long range 787, right? Is that the one, the Dreamliner that goes in the southern.
Yep.
Yeah, so that it's a long range flight. It has all composite materials. It's all redone for. It's way different than every other plane.
It doesn't make it supersonic.
It's not built.
No, but it's still interesting that the one plane that has to fly in the south this long distance that you're using as proof has to have all these modifications to
That's not the only plane that flies in the south, and those modifications do not make it supersonic.
So what plane flies from Sydney or from South America to Australia that's not a Dreamliner 787 long range plane?
I don't know. We'll take a look. I don't know. I'm not like you. I'm not going to disprove a negative right now. We can take a look right now and try to find that out. Let's go to the second one. To me, that is not enough proof that you guys have given me that those distances.
Okay, it's not disproving a negative when you brought up the claim that there's other planes that do that, and then I ask you for proof of that, and you say I don't have to prove a negative. That's not how that works. You made a claim. Why wouldn't you back it up with evidence?
You made the claim that
Yeah, but you're making the claim that
they're all 787s and that 787 can go supersonic. You made the claim. Yeah, so that's not accurate. So anyway, let's keep going. The second one would be so if the moon, I'm also guessing the moon is somewhere between 3,000 and 4,000 miles and 32 degrees. The image of the moon that we're seeing is 32 degrees and 32 miles. 32 miles, and it's also 3,000 to 4,000 miles above the Earth. Is that correct?
If you believe it to be a real item like a rock, then that's what it would equate to with mathematics.
Okay, so my second question would be, if I am in Australia or if I am in Alaska, I am seeing the same face of the moon, and this moon is only 4,000 miles away from the surface. Why am I seeing the same face of this sphere, even though I'm on different plane? Even if I'm flat Earth or round Earth, why am I seeing the same face of this sphere?
So think of. Go ahead, Dave.
No, you go first, Sharon.
Just going to say, if you think of a light on your ceiling right now, or let's say there's a circle and you mark an A on the top and a B on the bottom, and you stuck it to your ceiling, you on one side of the room would see the letter A being on top, but somebody on the other side of the room is going to see the letter B on the top, correct?
Yeah,
it's going to be a flipped image.
Right, but the image is going to be distorted based on where I'm looking at it from. Like, so for instance, if it's a circle and I'm far away, it's going to look like an oval. So
but we can, when you project things, kind of like what Dave was talking about. Let's say you're behind the blue sheet and you've got a shining light on it, and you've got the moon lit up. That from people, everybody in the room is going to see the same face.
What's a little different with the moon, because I can see a distinct face. Whereas the sun, I'm kind of looking into this.
Just like this guy, just like this guy in the pool here. This body is not facing us; it's facing the way straight out. But for some reason, we see it facing us. Right? The optics of the sky are no way to prove the Earth is. But look, I'm showing you as I'm moving around, I'm seeing the same front-facing chest of this guy. Right? Even when I was off at the side, I saw him facing me. Look, he's still facing me.
Got it.
He's facing me, and as I move over, he's turning. Perhaps the optics of the sky are reacting similar.
The sky
to
is
that.
moisture.
Okay.
Right.
All right, but a moisture or a dome that is causing the same face of the moon to face in every single direction, no matter what your perspective
just like
is.
this is doing it. Just like this is doing it.
So the thing is, I'd have to go back and watch that guy and make sure that he didn't turn his torso when he's not. Just because his head is not facing in this direction does not mean his torso isn't.
Is there anything that we could show you?
Is there anything that we could show you that we landed on the moon in 1969? No. So
yes, you can show us the original footage. You can go back. You can do it again. You can go there and actually jump the height that you would jump if you weighed 60 pounds with the muscle mass of a 250-pound man.
Time out. Go ahead. Sorry, guy.
Okay, so the reason we see always the same side of the moon is refraction.
Yeah, he's asking a question. You're saying it's refraction off the dome that is the reason why, or whatever you believe, dome or moisture.
I'm saying the optics of the sky are no way to prove the shape of the Earth.
Okay.
Right? This is an example of one way that we see the same face from different angles. I'm not saying this is exactly what's happening up there. We don't know because we can't go up there.
Some people believe there's a superfluid up there, a superfluid like helium-3 or something that could give crazy properties that we wouldn't know, right?
Okay. This is inside or outside the dome, the superfluid?
I don't believe in a dome personally, so you'd have to ask Dave.
Would you guys agree on a firmament? Like what is the thing? Is there a flat Earth thing that you guys agree on? Is what is the cover out there?
I think that there's some sort of barrier. It might not be physical. It could be energetic.
Okay.
It could just be atmospheric. It could be temperature ridden. It could be plasma. Mm-hmm. I don't know.
Okay. So that would be the second question that I asked. And then the third question I have to ask you is, if I am standing facing away from north, So what we'll consider south, or facing towards Australia in all three cases. If I am in Buenos Aires, if I am in Johannesburg, or if I'm in Sydney and I'm facing towards Australia, in all three cases I can see the Southern Cross. But I cannot see the Southern Cross when I am in Las Vegas, Nevada. So why is it that I can see a different, if the Earth is flat, why can I see it? And I am facing, in these perspectives, I am facing in completely different directions in all three of these locations, because these continents, according to the flat Earth model, are facing in three different directions, which is not north. But I see the same Southern Cross.
I think you explained your thing. You said facing Australia. What you mean is, if you're in Australia, you're facing south.
Australia. I'm facing south, but I didn't want to use. I didn't want to use the word south because it's confusing.
No, south is just away from the center.
Yeah.
So if I go back to the clock, so let's say right here it's midnight, and you're looking out here and you see the Southern Cross.
Yeah.
Right. Santiago. Well, it's noon there. Okay. It's noon in Santiago. They're not going to see the Southern Cross, but 12 hours later, the stars have rotated 180 degrees, and now it's midnight over here, and the Southern Cross is over here.
So the South Pole has rotated, but the North Pole doesn't.
No. Hold on. Let me show you. Okay. So here we go. So you have all of your southern. Let me just turn on the stars. So let's say I'm in Santiago right here, and we'll just say that this bull is the Southern Cross, okay? These two stars here are the Southern Cross. 1, 2, right here, okay? It's midnight there. Actually, it's noon there. So over here, it's midnight over here. Here's the Southern Cross, these two stars right here. It's midnight, but it's noon over here. They don't see any stars, right? 12 hours later, right? These stars are coming over. So 6 hours later, it's midnight in Santiago, and here they are. The Southern Cross is there. Hold on. And now 6 hours later, the Southern Cross is right here.
But if I take long exposure photography, what I see is that the sky, the sidereal, the celestial sphere rotates around where the Southern Cross is. It does not rotate sideways laterally with the Southern Cross.
Darren, do you have the star trails shown from the different latitudes at the same time? We have video that show how the stars appear to go in curving rays.
So you're telling me again that it's going to rotate. The Southern Cross is going to rotate my perspective in different places, but the North Star does not. The North Star stays over. It stays over that part in the Arctic Ocean, but the Southern Cross, it changes its perspective. It rotates around during different times of the day to match up.
So anti-crepuscular rays, you've seen those on the other side of crepuscular rays? Right, have you ever seen the rays coming down from the sun? And then sometimes you can turn around and you see what's called anti-crepuscular rays going the other direction. It's kind of the same thing as the stars do. So it's very confusing because you're taking a very materialistic look at it rather than understanding that just because it appears a certain way doesn't mean it is that way. Right? So what he's saying is that as these stars are rotating around, there's a big difference between the stars in the north, which are doing this circle right above your head, coming around, going, okay, and then the south, which is a much larger track. And you're saying people in 3 different places can see the same thing at the same time, which just isn't true.
I didn't say they say the same thing, but in a 24-hour period they can, which means you're postulating that the Southern Cross goes to the south of Australia at one point, the southern part of South America at another point, and the southern part of Africa at another point.
Yes.
Okay, that's what you're postulating. To me, that is not enough. That would be my third proof. I'm sorry, I'm just agree to disagree. To me, that would indicate to me that at the southern tip of all 3 of those continents, I'm facing the same direction because the Earth is round. That would be those 3 ones. That's it. Okay, that's it. And then let's go on to the other thing, which would be eclipses. I would just like your explanation. We can skip ahead. Your lunar eclipse is because of what?
Great question. So the lunar eclipse in your model is because the Earth is in perfect alignment with the sun and the moon, and the Earth is casting a shadow on the moon. Correct? That's your.
I can give you a little bit more detailed explanation. So the way it works is the moon travels 5 degrees north or south of the ecliptic. And during certain periods, when we get into a full moon and it is sitting directly on the ecliptic, then there's a shadow there that is cast from around the Earth onto the moon. One of the reasons why it's red, though, is because we're getting the atmospheric burn, or the light going through the Earth's atmosphere then goes and it shines on the Earth. That's why you get a blood moon or a different color eclipses because of that. Anyway,
colored shadows?
They're not colored shadows, but you can actually have a piece of paper. Like, so for instance, if I took a colored piece of paper and I shined a light through it, I would get a colored light that goes through it. So the outside would be a colored light. The inside would be a shadow. That's what we have, a penumbra and an umbra. Those are two different parts of a shadow.
So you would agree that you got the sun on one horizon and the moon on the other, that the Earth...
If we're standing at sunset, we're somewhere on sunset. Is that what you're saying? Where am I standing when I see the Earth and the moon on the horizon?
You're always standing from your point of view on the top of the Earth. That's just from your personal point of view.
Okay.
And for you to see an eclipse, one of them would have to be below the horizon. Would you agree with that?
To see a lunar eclipse, the sun would have to be on the complete opposite side of the Earth as the moon. Yes, correct.
Correct.
Okay. So have you heard of the Seleninian eclipse?
I'm not sure. Do you know what that is, Sergey?
There's over 50 documented eclipses where the observer can see the sun and the moon both above the horizon, and the eclipse has already started. Sometimes the eclipse comes in from the top, where it really should be coming in from the bottom. Sometimes it comes in from the side. Sometimes it comes in from the bottom. What this proves is not what is causing it. It proves what's not causing it, and that's the Earth. Okay? Also, if you take a sphere... and projecting a shadow from one sphere to another location far away, I don't think it can be done. It just fuzzes out. But we're seeing this perfect cutout. Now, this is not a real eclipse here, but we see this perfect cutout go across the moon. But if you take a sphere and move it through with a single source light, move its shadow across another sphere, you see this long ellipse, right? This long parabola come in, and then it spreads out, and then it leaves as the parabola again, okay? And so what we're seeing is not a sphere that's causing this apparent shadow, right? Yeah. You can take a straight edge and eclipse that sunlight onto a sphere, and you get very close to what we see. Now, I'm not saying that it's a straight edge or a flat Earth that's doing it. I'm saying that a ball cannot cast a consistent shadow that crosses another ball. That's scientifically provably impossible. You'd have to go out to get some balls and get a light and get a dark room and do it, and then you'll see what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that that's scientifically impossible. If you,
well, I've done it. I've tested it. You haven't.
Right, but I don't think you have the same ratios. So the moon is 265,000 miles away. The sun is.
How do you know that?
The sun is 94. But we'll just humor me, man. Humor me for my globe Earth, okay? Huh? Okay, the moon is 265,000, somewhere in that area. The sun is 94 million miles away. And if you do the experiment with those ratios, then it does seem to work.
I don't see it working that way.
Sergey, do you have anything to say about the shadows and the ellipses and all this other kind of stuff? Because it looks to me like if I took a sphere and I put a sphere in front of another object, the shadow that I would get would be a circle, no matter what the angle would be.
No, but if you did it from a sphere onto another sphere and moved it across, you should try it, because the angle that it's landing on is changing. So, it starts out really steep, and then it's centered. If you take a baseball and go do it over a basketball, you'll see that it comes in as a long ellipse, then it turns into a baseball, and then as it wraps around, you'll see it wrap away, and it doesn't look anything like what we see.
Cool. I don't know if that's
for your app.
Go ahead.
They'll make a really good video for.
It's actually on my app. There is a video on the app. I'm not 100% about eclipses.
I'm not 100% positive that your experiment it correctly renders these three things, right?
I'm showing you a sphere with a single source light projecting a shadow onto another sphere. I can show you that it doesn't work in the distance, but we'll say we have the scale wrong, but it doesn't matter. A sphere putting a shadow on another sphere doesn't give you a consistent curve, just like we see. And then also with the sun and the moon being above the horizon, that means that the Earth is not in line with the sun and the moon. So how can the Earth be casting a shadow unless you believe that the sunlight is diving down, grabbing the Earth's shadow and refracting it up through space? Okay, that's your only explanation, and that's ridiculous.
And again, I mean, when you go searching for flat Earth eclipse and all you find are the same videos that you find when you search flat Earth proof or flat Earth debunked or anything, then we realize why it's kind of hard to get this information out, right? It's kind of hard to get out the information that the 8 inches per mile squared is actually correct, because whatever you did in your research, you found somebody saying it was incorrect, and you've just adopted that. You haven't tested anything for yourself. You haven't verified it.
I can see that it's a parabola. That's. I didn't have to adopt that for myself.
So I sent you guys the AutoCAD. Do you see that? I think the producer has it. So if you go to the AutoCAD formulation, you can see that it shows. Oops, hold on. No, it's not going to be big enough. Hold on, this one's good. All right, there you go. So you'll see that this is AutoCAD telling you the drop in geometric construction and then the difference in trigonometry. And if we go to, like, let's say 100 miles, so they have 1.26 miles, 669 feet. When I do 8 inches per mile squared, I come out with 6666 feet. So it is accurate up to as far as we're going to see. You can go all the way down to 3,000 miles. If we do 3,000, I could do the math real quick. It's not going to be off by enough to be saying that it's incorrect. It is correct. And so telling people that is what we have to deal with. We have to deal with debunkers going on their channels that get promoted, saying that this equation doesn't work when it does work. And then people going around saying flat Earth is dumb because the equations don't work.
So what I said was that equation did not come from astronomy, and that equation measures a parabola. If you want to say that the equation is to some degree of accuracy within 300 miles, that's fine, but that's not what I said.
Up to 3,000 miles, as far as we can see. So what difference does it make if you point out that it's wrong?
Well,
what difference does it make if we're measuring? We're never going to measure the curve of 7,000 miles.
That didn't come from us, and you guys keep debunking. You guys keep trying to use a formula that did not come from globe earthers in order to make your decision.
What do you mean it has? So we can only use things to disprove the globe that comes from globe earthers? Think of how ridiculous you're sounding.
No.
That's what you said. You said I can only use math that comes from globers to prove the globe wrong.
So once again, your hyperbole is not going to work here. So
what do you mean hyperbole?
Hyperbole meaning you said every time I said I'm supposed to use things that come from globers. So that is not what I said.
Okay, so when measuring the Earth,
hold on, that's what hyperbole means. You use the hyperbole.
So when measuring the Earth globe, I have to use the math provided by the Earth globe proponent.
Absolutely not. But this was an example you gave about that specific formula, and so now my job is to debunk, point out the fact that describes a parabola. It does not.
People have been trying for the last 5 years to debunk this, and they can't, and they've given up, and they've agreed that it's correct. Let me ask you another question. If the moon is 238,000 miles away, how far are the clouds?
No, I mean, I don't know how far those clouds are, but I mean, they could be.
Are they 200,000 miles away?
Yeah,
okay,
6
miles. So 230, you get a light and make any scale model you want and shine it on something that far away, it's going to light up all of them. But I want you to go out on the next time there's spotted clouds and the moon is in the sky, you'll see that the moon only lights up the clouds that are right next to it. And that reason is because the light that we see in the sky that we call the moon is very close to those clouds, right? And as you look into the distance, there's no light on these other clouds. Okay?
It's very close to those clouds. So you think we don't have the capability of flying an airplane to get to 4,000 miles? Very close. You think 4,000 miles is very close to those clouds that are 30,000 feet up?
I don't think the moon that we see is 4,000 miles away. Again, the real source of the moon could be 4,000 miles away, but the light that we see is close, and as we move, it moves. As we go up, it goes up.
So we could never fly to it. We would just fly up, and it would just keep moving away
and it
from
would
us
keep
from our
moving, just like
perspective.
when it follows you in the car. Have you seen the Go Fast rocket? This is something that NASA doesn't do. This is taken off in Arizona, right? And NASA always cut. They would have had 7 cuts by now, but this is a steady shot looking down, and this thing went up 73 miles. Now, at 73 miles, it appears to hit something. It made this noise, kind of like it went into a thicker medium, not quite water. I don't know what that is. That's not the point of the story. It was floating very weirdly, right? Uncut video. But when it turned on its side, all of a sudden, we could see the moon. Here it comes. Boom, the moon's right there. Okay? Now, this is over Arizona. At the time of this launch, the moon was over New Zealand. Okay? New Zealand is on the bottom of the ball. If the world was a basketball and Arizona was on the top of the ball, this rocket is a fraction of a millimeter over the ball, and New Zealand is on the bottom of the ball. And all of a sudden, we can see the moon.
Okay.
That is impossible.
Got it. Okay, cool. Got it. Love it. All right, here's a couple things I need to ask you guys about. Just a couple of things. The vastness of, and I really wish we could have got to this a lot quicker because a lot of these explanations were long, and I apologize. There's so many people on here. For a couple of things I want to know is, like, obviously for Gemini and Apollo, all the people who worked on Gemini and Apollo, they were fooled into believing that it was true, except for the people that were prosecuting the launch. Like, who was in on it, who was not in on it with Gemini and Apollo?
Go ahead, Jaron.
Yeah, I mean, you named it. As few people as possible, right?
Okay.
And there's some guy who did a mathematical study into how long secrets could be kept, which is a joke in and of itself because you would never know the secrets that have not been released, right? So if you and I have a secret that we've never told anybody, it would be impossible for some researcher to calculate that we have that secret that we haven't told anybody. So it's a completely flawed science anyway. But he's doing his mathematics, and he came back with a. You'd have to have less than 1,000 people to keep the Apollo hoax going for 100 years. And so he said it's impossible. Yet none of us have ever claimed that more than 1,000 people need to be on the know. They did weird things too, like, right, they spread out the construction of everything Apollo to 400,000 people, 20,000 companies.
Yeah.
You would never do that. If you were trying to get astronauts for the first time to the moon, you would want everything controlled. You would want control of everything. You would not pass it out to 20,000 companies. Like, you build a switch, you build a circuit breaker, you build a wire. The reason they did that, hold on, let me finish, is because you get a buy-in. All of a sudden now, everybody in the country knows somebody who worked on Apollo. It's not proof of anything. It'd be like me saying, hey, I drove my Ford Focus from California to Hawaii. You would say bullshit. But what if I said, well, my uncle worked on the muffler of that Ford Focus? That doesn't prove anything.
Okay.
It doesn't prove I drove my car to Hawaii.
We have to wrap it up pretty quick. That's correct. Another idea would be like the F-22 when it was built. There's a component built in all 50 states because of governmental reasons. That's the reason why. So I guess the other question I have to ask is, like,
wait, the government had every state build a component of the F-22?
Yeah, that is true. You should look it up. Yeah, the government.
Why?
Because that. So just imagine you are a senator and you have to vote on the approval of this incredibly expensive program. What are you going to get out of it? You're going to get jobs. How are you going to get jobs? Because the tires are made here, and the struts are made here, and the ailerons are made here, and the avionics are made here. That's essentially what.
There are 100,000 states. I mean, 100,000 different companies.
Time out. There's 100,000 people. I don't think there was 100,000 companies that worked on. There was 400,000 people that worked on Apollo and Gemini. And my next question is, like, so now when we go into things like, so now here we go aerospace, and here we go physics, okay, and then we go aeronautics, and then we go NASA, then we go all the other space administrations, and then the government, okay, and then there's several other components here, but mainly all of the sciences. How many of these people are fooled, and then how many of these people are just in the know? You're saying fewer than 1,000 people when you add up all the physicists and all the meteorologists and all the geologists.
Yeah, because everything still works. There's no difference, right? It's not like you need to know those things. It's it would be a very small club that would know it. The astronauts, I'm assuming, know. Now, some people think that they were brainwashed or hypnotized, because if you look at it, only NASA says 1 out of 4,000 applicants become astronauts. Look at some of these astronauts. Like, if you go watch Don Pettit, the guy is borderline mentally handicapped. So you cannot say he's the best out of 4,000 applicants. It would be insane to say that. Go watch any of these astronauts speak. Find me one astronaut that I bet you Sergey speaks better than every astronaut. Every astronaut I've ever watched on the ISS, Sergey can speak better than that.
Got it. Okay.
There's a problem with that.
Hey guys, we have to wrap it up. I would go another 5 hours.
Hold on. Let's go another 3 minutes. I need to show you guys something, and especially the guys that have aeronautics experience, like the Harrier jump jet. Okay, that type of rocket or jet. How stable is that? Is that super stable? And real quick on that.
I feel like we're getting outside of the thing is because neither of us flew a Harrier.
So here's the thing. I'm going to show you. This is uncut footage of a SpaceX rocket. This rocket is a test flight that's going to take us to Mars. Now, tell me, is this a movie or is this a real rocket going up? Now, look, we have no smoke trail, which is interesting. And now look at the angle of the camera. We have a side view, far shot, close shot, and then we'll have this is pretty close. This thing is taking off. Now look how high it is. And then edit, it's low again. And look at the smoke. Just look at the smoke. Now the engines are going to go off. Now all of a sudden it's super high again. Now watch this. Look at the smoke and compare it to its speed. This thing is free falling. It's like a tractor trailer thrown off the Empire State Building. Okay? It's free falling. Watch the smoke in 2 seconds. Now look at it. It's barely moving, right? This thing is free falling, and then it's going to turn on its engines. Now look how high it is all of a sudden. This is straight from the live launch. This is unedited. Okay. This is free falling. Now the engines are going to come on, and watch this incredible shot. Oh, look, it's all of a sudden it's up in the clouds. Okay. The engines are going to come on after this next shot, and it's going to magically turn over, stabilize itself. All right. Just hang with me. It's almost over. 15 seconds. And then 2 of the 3 engines are going to turn off. This thing weighs 40,000 pounds. Okay, that's if it had no fuel. Now it's got 1 engine. Look at this smoke. Look at this fire. And all of this CGI smoke. And it's going to land upright. Now, I would love a yes or no answer. Is that a real rocket launch?
Yes. I believe that is a real rocket launch. I do believe that. I do believe there may be they may have edited some parts in order to show it differently, but that is absolutely a real rocket launch. Yes.
That is amazing.
Yeah. Sorry. It's pretty amazing.
All right. You can find me at flatearthdave.com.
For sure.
Anybody that has a show that has an audience that wants to have this discussion, flatearthdave.com. You can say book Dave right there. Check out my app, the Flat Earth, Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app. Blue Water Bay. Buy Blue Water Bay. Don't get the rip-off one that's on Android. Flatearthdave.com. The links to the app are there. It's going to be available on Amazon soon, App Store, Google Play. And what I say is, don't let them control your mind with cartoons, because that's what they're doing. And that's why the world is in this screwed up place that it's in right now, because people are lost in space, spinning out of control in a theoretical physics of a universe.
Got it. Jaron, where can we find you?
Yeah, Jaronism is the YouTube channel. I'm also at rockfin.com/Jaronism, so you can check out all my stuff there. And yeah, I'll just back Dave up that I think it's a lot of fantasy, a lot of cartoons for adults. They've placed little pieces of evidence for people to find, and then they think that they've proven something, but I don't think that's the case. And I think anybody who doesn't think for themselves and allow them to at least admit that, yeah, everything I believe about the globe Earth has been handed to me. They sat us down in desks and taught it out of school books. And if you really think about how truth should be ascertained, I mean, that's just not the way it would be done. It's not the way that the elite would ever have people learn anyway. They wouldn't want them to become great, get smart, take over their money, take over their power. They would want lemmings who are tax slaves, who do what they're told, who listen to teachers who don't talk back. If you talk back, you go to the principal's office, right? So there's no free speech. There's no free thought anymore. We're being shut down on YouTube for speaking about the flat Earth, and that's ridiculous. Why not just do what these guys did? So I give them some credit at least of saying, let's talk about it.
Well, dude, I'm sad because I wanted to go over the conferences and what's it like dating in flat Earth and all this other stuff. We don't have time.
Amazing.
We don't have time, but I definitely want to get to that next time. We're going to next time I really want to talk about maybe we do this maybe in 6 months or something like that. Who doesn't like who and what the whole social scene is like that. I'm very interested. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. I still think the Earth is round. I'm sorry.
Just remember, we've got the majority of the Playboy cover models.
Yeah.
That seems the math off there.
To be fair, you might be telling the truth. All right, guys. I will thank you guys so much. Thank you, Sergey. Thank you, Adam, for joining us. I will see you guys next week.
Later. Peace.
All right, guys, welcome back. This is the wrap up for the episode that you just made it through. Congratulations for those of you who made it through. John, first of all, your impressions, you got to see it live. What did you think about it?
That was a marathon. That was absolutely one of the most intriguing, compelling, provoking podcasts I've ever seen. And props to you. It's so hard. We all know, especially this last 3-4 years, right? On social media, we've all seen how a post on Facebook or a post on Instagram can blow up and divide families, friends, colleagues, right? And having civil conversation is almost a thing of the past. Somehow, you were able to take a very controversial subject and keep it on the rails, which I didn't think. And I'm one of your biggest fans, as I think and I remember saying to Travis and a couple other people before you did the show, I was like, man, that's a lot of people on, and it's a lot of people on Zoom, and it's really hard. When you one-on-one's easy.
Yeah.
3 is great.
Yeah.
When you get to 4 or 5 people on a podcast and not have people talking over each other and cutting people off and, mother effing each other and whatever, it's really hard to do. And somehow I don't know if you gave them like a disclaimer before you started, like, hey, let's keep it civil. Or I don't know if you did anything like that.
At the very beginning, I did, and I was also super cordial with Dave.
Right.
I think you have to think about it from Dave's perspective, right? So again, for those of you who are watching it, you just expected me to bash these guys for 3 hours. That's not what I did. I knew, like, for whatever reason, you get to flat Earth somehow, right?
Yeah.
How did we get here? Like, something happened in your life. I would imagine in Dave's life, because he makes a joke about it in the podcast, you lose the respect of your family and friends. He was joking about that or whatever.
Right.
But you can understand, like, these guys are, like, in a way, no disrespect to you guys, but like a little bit whipped dogs. Like, I can imagine that society just like shits on them a lot.
Right.
And I didn't, so I knew that they would be a little bit, you know, I didn't want them to be defensive. I wanted to legitimately, it was almost like the Silmarillion from Lord of the Rings. I wanted to know, what is your physics? Explain to me the rules of your existence,
right.
or like the World of Ice and Fire in Game of Thrones. These are books that set forth the physics of what's going on. I still looked at it like it was make-believe, and I'm not going to lie to you. There were points where I was just like, I'm going to be as open-minded as I can. The problem is I have too much of a background in physics and aeronautics for me to believe that the Earth is flat. So that was part of the issue. And the other thing is, like, I wanted to give them like actual responses to it, and I felt like this is the issue, right? Neil deGrasse Tyson won't debate with these people. He won't, right? And I was disappointed when I heard that Neil deGrasse Tyson wouldn't. But the problem is this, and I'm just going to be real straight up about this. Neil deGrasse Tyson has some things that happened in his past, and sometimes definitely not Dave and Jaron. I'm not talking about them. But there's some people in the flat Earth community that have doxed individuals. They've made threats to people's lives. Yeah. And for Neil deGrasse Tyson to go on and debate these people with his wife, and then the whole incident back in the 1980s, that I'm not going to say the name of it, but these things, I would, if I was Neil deGrasse Tyson,
it's not worth it.
I understand. What I think is there may need to be a separate subset of science educators. I don't have a degree, so I don't know if I'm qualified. Maybe I am.
Yeah.
But so just for debate. I think that if you have a separate subset and we're just set up just to debate these guys, because I've been pretty quick on my feet when I came up with the answers. Yeah. And I'd done a lot of study. And the other thing is, one of the things, and shout out to Dave and Jaron for doing this, they studied me. I really thought that they were going to come in here and think that I was some schmuck who hosts bikini competitions, and they were going to walk all over me. And I think there were a couple of times, especially with the space shuttle, especially when he started talking about, you know, the Southern Cross rotating laterally around the sky, which, I'm sorry, it made no sense. And he was talking about corpuscular rays. I was just like, I don't think that they expected this much of a fight where the answers were this quick. And then again, guys, if somebody asks you, how can I tell the size and the distance of the sun? It's gravity, parallax, and a spectroscopy. You can tell the difference, the distance of the sun. The problem is it wasn't empirical. Then I gave the empirical examples of like flying in the southern hemisphere. Well, how come the moon keeps showing us the same face at every place on the planet? And how come when I look to the south in Australia, I look to the south in South Africa, I look to the south in South America, I see the same Southern Cross? That they didn't have an answer for that. So that part I thought was really good. I will say this, I know why you pay for defense attorneys now. I know. Why do you pay $9 million for Johnny Cochran, F. Lee Bailey, Barry Scheck, and Shapiro? The reason why you pay that much money for that kind of defense is because they will keep fucking talking. And these guys did that. There were several instances where it was like they were asking me a question and the answer was pretty simple. It was like, you know, global positioning system or something like that. And their answer, I feel like I lost control when they got into seasons. Mm-hmm. They went into the seasons explanation, and he put that clock up on the screen.
Which, to me, that was the most interesting part of that whole piece. Because that, again, let me give a disclaimer. Yeah. Nobody swayed me. Yeah.
He still believes the Earth's flat.
Loud and clear, we're on a globe, okay, for the record. But that was really compelling for me. Because, you know, I think I'm a good case study because I probably represent the masses, right? I'm not, was well-read. I'm not even read. Never mind well-read. You know, I dropped out of college, Mike. So... You know, when he showed that video of that clock, it did make me think like that. Now that's interesting. That's interesting because I wasn't expecting them to be as prepared or
oh, I did.
I know you were. And I never heard of Flat Earth Dave until you.
I believe he had done 200 interviews where he's the guest. 200, not to mention what he does on his, which right now they're kind of getting into vaccines and they're going in a little bit different direction. Mm-hmm. But I knew there was never going to be a gotcha with Dave. Right. What I expected is like, this is crazy. Okay. So if you're a part of the scientific community and you're watching this, I'm hoping that there's some science teachers and some science educators that are watching this. there was a hypothesis you guys put forward, and the hypothesis was we're not going to engage with these flat Earth people because they're so stupid. That was your hypothesis. And what happened? Now, when you do surveys, over 2%, some people say 4% of the population believe the Earth is flat, and it's mostly millennials. These were people that you could have affected, and something to the order of 7% of people are not sure whether or not the Earth is flat. That sounds ridiculous coming out of my mouth, but those are real numbers. So your hypothesis was we're not going to engage with these people. And the result was the movement grew. Your hypothesis was incorrect. It's been proven incorrect. It is time for science educators to just listen. If you need me to do it, I'll help you. You know, if you need somebody who's a little bit more loquacious, I will help you. But the fact of the matter is, I don't think you can duck people who think that vaccines are full of poison. I don't think you can duck people who believe that we didn't land on the moon in 1969 or that the Earth is flat or any of these other things. I don't think you can duck them anymore. I think you have to get to the point where you're willing to have a debate with them, but don't call them. You don't motherfuck them. That's the only thing.
Right.
You know? That's the main issue. So I thought that was great. But like again, I would make an explanation. Like for instance, they'd ask a question. I'd be like, so how do you tell how far the sun is? And I'd be, well, it's spectroscopy, parallax, and gravity. That's the short answer. The actual answer is if you can tell the proportion of two gravitational bodies. If I can see the orbital period and the distance between the two bodies, I can't tell their mass, but I can tell their mass in relation to one another. And then if I look at the sun, if I can tell the Earth's mass and I can do it with the sun, now I can tell the Earth's mass and the sun's. And then I look at the sun and I look at Jupiter, now I can tell Jupiter's mass. And from the Jupiter-Sun system, I can pretty much figure out the mass of all the other bodies. And then once we send those satellites out there, Voyager or whatever, and then we go photograph them. It turns out those masses are correct. Turns out Isaac Newton figured it out in the 1680s. Turns out all of this worked out. And then I also have this other thing I forgot to mention on the podcast. It's called redshifting. Doppler shifts. I can actually tell the forward and backward relative motion of stars. The other part where he talked about the inverse square law, where like light shouldn't be able to get to us from Proxima Centauri or Polaris. Guys, go look at Proxima Centauri and Polaris. You can't tell where you can't see the lines of magnetation. You can't see solar flares. You cannot resolve those stars. You can just see the light. That is the point. Light travels an almost infinite distance, or it travels. We can see the cosmic microwave background radiation. That is 13.8 billion years ago where we can see the light. That's how long we know light can travel for. So the whole thing for them is if we're on a flat plane and the sun's on one side of the plane and we're on another side of the plane, their whole belief is, well, the sun has a finite distance for light. And that's where to me, the whole thing it's not testable anymore. Furthermore, the round earthers, we can predict eclipses. They can't. I'm sorry, they can't. And when we ask them, like, how far away is the sun? Well, think about this. I have my hypothesis on how the world works, and I use it to create testable models, and I predict every single eclipse with 100% accuracy. And in your model, you're saying we don't know how far away the sun and the moon is. Do you understand? But
right.
Then how am I predicting it if my model's wrong? You see what I'm saying?
Sure.
That was kind of an issue. I know a lot of people are out there like, why are you even debating with these people? Because 7% of people are saying they don't know whether or not the Earth is flat.
Dude, so I put up a poll that day when you were doing the show. I was watching in the room next door, and I put up a poll on my personal page, and I think on the Political Junkies page.
Yeah.
Is the Earth? I've showed a little video of you. Is the Earth flat around? 20%.
Yeah.
On the poll.
But obviously, people that's going to be biased.
Some are jokes, also, right?
It's not even just jokes. It's like the people who think the Earth is flat are going to talk louder than the people who think the Earth is round, who don't even think this is.
Some won't even vote.
Yeah.
The ones that like I'm not even going to waste my.
I
vote.
legitimately believe 2% and higher that. I'm talking about like millennials and under. The problem is like guys, Kyrie Irving, the point guard for the freaking Nets, who has he went to Duke University only for 1 year, but he actually seriously believed that the Earth is flat. And I think he still thinks the Earth is flat. He was just so embarrassed by those remarks that he's taken his remarks back. One of the reasons why some people, I'm not talking about Dave and Jaron specifically, a lot of people, what happened, we talked about this before. I have a friend of mine, and she was sexually assaulted. And because she was sexually assaulted by an authority figure, all authority is now bad, and therefore everything authority tells me is now wrong. And since authority told me the Earth was flat, then therefore the Earth is round, therefore the Earth might be flat. And then that's where these things get started, right?
Footnote to that.
Yeah.
She probably likes it rough, though, doesn't she?
You know her, so let's not talk about it.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, let's not talk about it.
But isn't that a weird dynamic? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not making a joke out of a serious situation, but usually the people, victims of trauma, gravitate towards that type of trauma in bed to turn them on, which is like an interesting thing. I really wasn't being insensitive.
No. Of course. Yeah. No, I totally understand. But that is something that happens. But like the whole situation with this, man, like, I understand, like, you have to have some empathy. How did we get to this point to where people actually believe this? And this wasn't an issue before. But like, man, oh man, like again, what was it? The name of the eclipses that they had, the Selenilian eclipse, where you can see the sun and the moon at the same time. A lot of people, and again, I can't keep up. They're going so fucking fast, and at 3 hours, my brain is melted.
Yeah.
And they start talking about the Selenilian eclipse, where you can see the sun and the moon at the same time. Well, a lot of people don't realize this. If we were in a vacuum, you would actually see the sun go down when it actually goes down. But because we live in an oxygen environment, and they even admit to light refraction through the environment, when you see it, you're actually looking. The sun has already gone down, but you're seeing a refraction of the sun that's still up there, even though the sun is actually in reality set. The environment refracts it. So because of that, now I'm seeing a raised refracted image of the sun and the moon at the same time, and that's why I can see an eclipse from both sides. I can see the sun and the moon at the same time. That doesn't
What
mean...
did you think? Sorry. What did you think when he was in his kitchen and he showed he did that little experiment?
Did you notice at the end? And I was so tired of guys, listen. Dave and Jaron, if you're watching this, I have a lot of respect for you guys. I do. I know you probably don't. I have a lot of respect for you guys. When they were doing the seasons thing, there was a point in there where I was like, I was so bamboozled, bro. And it wasn't because I felt like I was wrong. I couldn't keep up with what the fuck he was talking about when he said that when he was saying like the sun was moving faster, but it still looked the same across the sky from an angular perspective. Bro, I was just like, dude, the math is so quirky on that shit. And he doesn't go over how the sun moves from one orbit to another. He doesn't explain it. But dude, when you get into electromagnetism, how they explain why the sun and the moon are even up there in the first place, it is so, by the way, there are 4 fundamental forces in the universe: strong, weak, electromagnetism, and gravity. They only believe there's one force, electromagnetism. I think electromagnetism explains the entire universe. So that part was crazy. What was the thing you were just asking me about? The
experiment
kitchen thing.
in the kitchen. Yeah.
You guys notice, if you guys watch the kitchen experiment, you'll notice when they get to the end of the kitchen, there's this block that's right there that sort of block. Like it wasn't a flat plane. It was like there was, where you put your knives or whatever, like your cutlery stand. There was something at the end of the table and I'm not saying if it was far enough that it wouldn't look like that, but that does not prove anything. Also, guys, why is it? There's so many questions. Light does not have a finite distance of travel. Therefore, if we're on a flat plane, we should be able to see the sun, even if it's 4,000 miles in the air, from any point on the surface of the plane. And that's the other thing. And then the other one is just so obvious, man. There are not 60 fucking thousand miles of coastline for Antarctica. There just isn't. You can map it. It's not that difficult. You don't even have to go into Antarctica to go there. So there was just certain empirical thing. Well, that's not empirical because you and I are never going to Antarctica. So that was the problem.
And then the flying. With the 3-point,
it was so disappointing, man. I mean, it was just like, I don't want to get into the great circle, because when I went to nav school, I was like, what the fuck is this? I don't want to do a great circle route. But then when you show, you're looking at a 2-dimensional image of a 3-dimensional image, there's going to have to be some relief. And the relief is that the circle, it's going to look like there's a curve upward, but it's not. If you were able to look on a globe and get right over that path, it would look like a straight line across, and that's essentially what happens. Dude, I've flown too many times. Dude, when you fly from Atlanta or Warner Robins, Georgia to Doha, Qatar, it's this weird route that goes down like this, but when you look at it on a globe and you turn it over, it's like, oh, okay, it makes complete sense. That's exactly what we're supposed to do. And we were just like, again, there were several times where I felt like I was kickboxing and they were doing jiu-jitsu. That was
a great analogy too.
Yeah. Because here's the problem. The ultimate issue that we were debating was empiricism versus science. Empiricism is that I only believe things that I can feel and touch. And by the way, for certain things, if I'm a boxer, that's probably a really good way to live your life. If I'm a swimmer, even if I'm a carpenter, it's probably empirical data is probably the best way. Although I am going to need some mathematical stuff, right? I'm going to need to know that this epoxy or this wood is going to be able to handle this level. But there's a level of faith that I need that this TV is going to work, or that this building is not going to collapse on me.
Right.
Why? Because of Newtonian physics, right? There's a certain level of trust that I need to have. But here's the thing that works, and Dr. Dida said it many times. Does my theory create a testable model, and does yours? Yours does not. Mine, I'm sorry, we're correct every time. That's why your GPS fucking works. It doesn't, because does it not surprise you? The global positioning system works. Not even phones this expensive. It works for all these phones, and and you look at it and it's accurate, and we take it for granted. The fact that there's 21 satellites orbiting the Earth from pole to pole, and that can quadrangulate your position up to 5 meters. What the fuck? And by the way, we tune it down. It actually could. The GPS could be way more accurate. Military GPS is, and we actually tune it down for certain like security reasons. Dude, yeah, no, it's your speed. Exactly.
Right.
Can you imagine?
I had when I first signed on the Progressive Insurance app, they did this thing. Hey, we'll reduce your rate if we can monitor your driving for 30 days. Have you ever done this? Right?
No.
And it measures your hard braking and all that stuff. And with GPS, it'll say like, hey, you're going 27 miles. You can see like you're going down Sunset, 27 miles per hour. Like it's just fucking crazy. Like how can you explain that?
The problem is my side has created. My side believes in relativity, quantum mechanics, and Newtonian physics, the laws of motion, electromagnetism, strong nuclear force, weak nuclear force, and gravity. That's what my side believes. And from those things that my side believes, they're going to say, well, it's not your side. You're just believing what other people tell you. Correct until the point where we use what I believe is a testable model, and then we get the correct answer for the eclipse, and we use quantum mechanics to create lasers, and then again eventually create transistors in 1957, and then we have we go from the cathode ray tube to an actual television.
Right.
Like this, it worked. It fucking worked. And then the other one, bro, I didn't even get to this. It was like mind blowing. There are like 9 reflectors on the surface of the moon. If you go to any astronomy department and you shoot a laser up, you're going to get a laser beam down in 2.2 seconds. If the fucking distance to the moon is 4,000 miles, that means that light travels at 4,000 miles a second. Dude, do you understand the implications of that? It is so utterly absurd. And like, how is it reflecting off this moon? How is that possible? Unless Neil Armstrong landed there in 1969 and put a reflector there. That was the point. He's an engineer. For those of you who don't know, he was an engineering professor, and his project, every astronaut, when they go up there, they almost have like a PhD thesis, an experiment that they're specifically working on, right? And they go up there, and his was a reflector that a beam reflector that he put up there, still up there in the Sea of Tranquility. And there's 9 of them. The Chinese have put some up there, the Indians have put some up there. Mm-hmm. And like the other part was the Chinese Space Administration, the Indian Space Administration, the Russian Space Administration, and the European Space Administration, and the Americans, we're all liars. And I believe the Brazilians put people up there too. All of them are in it together. And then go ahead.
That's always the thing that gets me is for this to all mesh with what they're saying, so many people have to be in on it.
And he's saying fewer than 1,000 people are in on it.
There's no way.
How, bro?
And then what's the point of, okay, it's like walk yourself through that. Okay, so you have to believe that rockets exist because that we've seen, right? People have seen that live. They've seen the rocket go up live in person, not just on TV, right? Yeah. So it makes sense to certain people that NASA and the government funded building these rockets, launching these rockets, just to get it to a certain point to then go into a studio and fake the rest. It doesn't make any sense.
It's so expensive. And then here's the thing, man, like why, I mean, I didn't even get to this. What's the point of Columbia and Challenger? What's the point of killing all those fucking people? And don't tell me they didn't die. They did. Now, here's the thing. We avoided this. I'm not going to say the name of it, but it was a shooting up in the Northeast. I'm not going to say it. And Dave doesn't believe that shooting is real. He thinks all the people were actors. I'm not going to say it because I don't want YouTube to flag this thing. But like, he doesn't believe that's real.
I have friends that think that too, with certain shootings and stuff, and the whole
even Alex Jones,
trauma actors.
Even Alex Jones came off that. Even Alex Jones apologized.
Because again, it's like, okay, so I've been in the entertainment business my whole life, right? So worked in TV, worked in film, worked in everything, print, you name it. Where do those posts go exactly for those actors that they're getting, right? Where does that happen? And then no one comes forward that knows those actors. Like all those friends of people, they just keep it a secret. They're just like, oh, oh, my friend died. No, he didn't die. It's just he's a trauma actor. He's a crisis actor. It doesn't make any sense.
So for those of you who are curious, there were 400,000 people that worked on Apollo and Gemini. 400,000. And the belief that what Jaron was saying was that it takes fewer than 1,000 people in order to keep a secret like that. No the truth is it takes fucking 2 and you're done. Bro, all of you use logic. How many secrets in your life have gotten out? This is a huge secret. What are they going to do? And again, I know for those of you who are flat earthers who are watching this, I can't wait for your comments about how I work for the CIA or the Illuminati or my last name is Rothschild. I'm waiting for it, please. And by the way, I appreciate it because it's just the algorithm's just going to pump up this episode. But man, that was interesting. I definitely want to do it again. I want next time I want to throw in some evolution. I want to throw in some other stuff like that. Go ahead.
I would love to see. I actually think you guys could take this on tour. I'm not even kidding.
No,
in maybe, town hall type of thing, or like Brian Howie does with the Great Love Debate. I think it's really compelling because the only component missing would be live questions from the audience on both sides.
Incredible,
right?
yeah.
Would be amazing.
Yeah, the problem is you can't get impartial people. Your buddy who was sitting there, I'm not going to say his name, but like he was acting like he didn't know what was going on. The dude is a full-on flat earther. I'm sorry. I don't mean to call you out, brother, but it was very obvious. Every time I made a point, you kept telling me I didn't make a point. I was like, I understand which side you were on.
Right.
I would love that. I would love live questions.
Yeah, it would be interesting because I do think some of it was compelling. Like, again, doesn't sway me, but the seasons thing I liked. I liked the whole clock with the seasons. It was interesting. Like, it was very interesting.
I felt like I was watching Game of Thrones.
But the thought that so what he believes we're surrounded by Antarctica, is that the deal?
Correct.
So the whole world is basically inside of Antarctica.
Yeah.
Antarctica spans the whole, but he does not believe in satellite images, right? Because that would completely dispel that theory right off the bat.
But GPS is patchwork of balloons and cell towers. That's what he believes. I mean, the thing is, guys, like there's people, again, I'm trying to be considerate to those of you who believe the earth is flat. I don't want you to turn away from this program because you think maybe you'll learn something, man. I don't know. But the situation is like, okay, let's just real quick, for those of you who watch the episode and you're like, you just skipped ahead to the end, I would highly recommend go to proof 1, proof 2, proof 3. Proof 1 is, again, flying in the southern hemisphere. They're a thing, and I'm not talking about when they have connecting flights that go in the northern hemisphere. Just flying from southern hemisphere to southern hemisphere, and that is Santiago to Sydney, and that is Johannesburg to Buenos Aires. In those flights, the flight time does not match what it would look like on a flat Earth, and the distance obviously doesn't match. And their explanation was 900 mile an hour tailwinds, 1,200 mile an hour tailwinds, and that somehow the people in the cockpit wouldn't know that they're going, or that the people in the cockpit were part of the conspiracy. I will let you guys know that you have ground radar in aircraft, military aircraft, or regular civilian aircraft, where I can see how fast I'm going, and it's not because of GPS. You can also see because of GPS, but those are two different speeds. Not to mention you get true airspeed, indicated airspeed, and ground speed. So those things, but that kind of negated that. There is no way to take an aircraft that looks anything like a Boeing 747 and take it above the speed of sound. You can do it, but you can only do it once. Because the plane will break apart. The plane will break apart. Like we had a 747, we had a Boeing 707 KC-135 go into an uncontrolled roll. It went past Mach 1, and the thing was never able to fly again. It'll do it one time. It will fuck up the airplane because of the air compression. It just doesn't work. And then the other part, the number 2 was the fact that we see the same face of the moon. So consider the moon is 4,000 miles ahead above us, and it's 32 miles across. If I am 24,000 miles away, so I'm at the tip of South Africa and I'm at the tip of Australia, which they would tell you are two different places, far away from each other. Let's say I'm 20,000 miles away. If I'm looking at an object that's 32 miles across, that's 4,000 miles up, I should see a completely different face of the sun. They're saying it's a projection on a dome or some sort of like hydrogen, whatever he said, some sort of fluid that's up there, some kind of superfluid. If it's a reflection of the superfluid, I'm going to see a distortion. I'm going to see an oval. I'm not going to see a circle anymore. Even the example that he used where the guy was in the pool that you saw that was distorted. The image was narrow, and then the image got into full size. That's essentially what you would see. That, to me, is an empirical proof, number 2. And then proof number 3, this is the death knell. For those of you who are having any problem arguing with the flat earther, this is the end of the fucking argument. If you're standing in South Africa, in South America, and in Australia, and you look to the south, you see the same Southern Cross. And yes, I know he was saying that it moves from left to right. The Southern Cross will move to left to right over the nighttime. You can take a camera, you can take a long exposure, you can see, number 1, it does not move from left to right. And number 2, and this is the ultimate death knell, in northern hemisphere summer, southern hemisphere winter, when it is darker in the southern hemisphere, it is nighttime in South Africa and South America at the same fucking time, and you can see the Southern Cross in both places at the same time.
Wait, say that again.
In South Africa and South America are close enough to each other that they are in nighttime in the middle of winter. Okay. In like December 21st, it will be dark in both places at the same time. If you look directly to the south in Johannesburg and Buenos Aires, you will see the Southern Cross in the same position in both places, which that is the end of the argument. 1, 2, 3, done. That is it. There is no way to counter that. He started talking about corpuscular rays. I've seen people on YouTube talking about everybody has their individual dome that follows you around while you're walking. If you want to believe that, then there is no way for us to possibly prove to you that the earth is round, because it is round, because I've flown too many missions. I have 700 hours in a KC-135 as a navigator and 500 in combat. I know the earth is round. Anyway, What else? What else?
Yeah, the pilot point of view to me is the best.
Yeah.
Is the best one, right? Which is why you had the pilot on.
Let me say one other thing. There was a guy who supposedly had a multi-engine crew license, and he said he was a flat earther. They went and investigated. He does not have a multi. There's no way to get a multi-engine and believe the Earth is flat. You'd have to lie on the FAA exam basically in order to do that. And I did say one thing. I want to catch myself on something. I want to call a foul on myself. I did say I have a PPL. I finished all the way up to my FAA examination for my PPL, and then I was medically retired from the military, so I do not have a PPL. I do have 700 hours navigating a Boeing 707 and 500 combat hours, and I have 175 landings in a Cessna 172 and a Piper Warrior. So I'm capable of flying an airplane. I just did not take the FAA exam. So
if Antarctica did surround us, as they said,
it'd be 75,000 miles around.
And so then, but if that was the case, wouldn't you be able to drive around the world?
No. Oh, yeah, but you can't go on Antarctica because of the Antarctica Treaty with the militaries up there. Yeah, you'd be able to drive around the world. Yeah,
technically,
what you're saying is accurate. Yeah,
you'd be able to drive around the world
from a physics standpoint. Yes, yeah, that's correct. Yeah, that would make sense and not make sense at the same time.
Right.
Interesting.
Right.
Again, dude, defense attorneys. These guys, like, one of the things that's like really sad to me is like these guys are so good at arguing this, and you wonder like what they could have done, what they could have done, man. Dude, I'm telling you, Flat Earth Dave would be a fucking incredible defense attorney.
Super likable guy, super charismatic guy.
Oh my God.
Obviously an intelligent guy. Like I don't feel a dummy can't argue flat Earth
Here's the other thing. I've heard other people say that he's a con man. I don't think he's a con man. I 100% believe he believes this.
I completely agree with you.
100% believe that.
I totally agree.
But I just like watch Dave and I'm like, dude, this guy could have been he could have been the mayor of some city. This guy could have been an incredible defense attorney.
And he supposedly used to believe the world was round.
Yeah, he did up into 2015. So that's another thing I want to talk about. This whole flat Earth reincarnation. The Flat Earth Society is about 200 years old. The reincarnation of flat Earth, it started in 2015. Does anybody remember what was happening on the internet in 2015 on Facebook with the Russians and all this other stuff? Okay, I'm going to postulate a hypothesis, and my hypothesis is this. These other countries know that when it comes to science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, the United States falls far behind all these other countries, which is why so many people here believe
Happy Friday, folks. I'm going to start the event for Friday. Well, maybe I'll wait. We'll do Friday night flat SmackDown later, but be on the lookout for that. Shout out to the panel. I see Tomato Mills is in the panel. I don't think we've spoke. Do you want to say hello? Or Tato Mills. Young Millie, let us know if you want to say hello. I'll give you a second. If not, come back and we can hook you up with a verified role you can come and speak anytime you want. If you want to say hello now, we can hook you up with those roles. But otherwise, just come back anytime. No rush. All right, cool. Just shoot me a message in the channel in the chat. Need any help? Yeah. Shout out to the rest of the panel. We got Wave Mixer, Blue Jumper, got Cut the Shit, Breathe Entropy, Main Man. We got Effie Batman. We got Johannes. We got Mike Power Swan. We got Obvious B. OB. Looks like we got Tato Mills and Aethergris. So welcome one and all. I was going through some of my songs last night. Boy, we really need to do a lyric review soon, folks. That's probably on me. I need to do that. Yes, sir. It's Friday. Yeah, so does anybody want to recap a little bit about the Mike Sartain showing? I wasn't listening, but when I saw his face on the video, I'm like, oh boy, here we go. I know Indio said that he wasn't a fan. I don't think Indio's a fan of Mike. Not gonna lie, kind of took that bias with me because I wasn't really familiar with him. So I heard Indio say like, he's a joke. And I started listening. Like I've seen him pop up on a few of these red pill type podcasts, dating podcasts and stuff. And not gonna lie, like I'm not mad at some of the things he said on there, but I to to be honest, it's like you are going up against some bird brains every now and again. It can't be that hard, but he does make a good case. He was going up against Destiny as well, so I thought he held his own. So maybe, like I was telling OB in the chat, like maybe he should just stick to his lane. I guess he didn't do very well with Dave Weiss.
Yeah, that lane's pretty low bar. Low bar, low weight.
Real quick. One sec.
I didn't hear the whole podcast, but I know Breathe did because I was in and out from the screen or the room, seeing the screen, and I saw Breathe was raging at it. So it didn't go well.
Okay.
Well, I just got the tail end, and it was a typical. He was in a spiral. He was just ranting away. Didn't know what he was saying. Just throwing out everything, that typical Glowbird does.
That's too bad. I mean, because like I said, listening to him over in these other areas, if you will, he does seem to make a good showing for himself. Like I haven't seen him really. He hasn't said anything that I was like, all right, man, this guy's crazy. But not everybody can handle, You said it's a red pill light. You said it would be. This is a real red
pill light. Yeah.
So
I just mean that there's so many people in that philosophy now. That it's. You know how it is. Like something starts niche, and it usually has very sharp people behind it because they've done all the thinking, all the research. They know what they're saying. And then people start listening, and they start idol worshipping and joining in the philosophy. But these people are less capable. You know,
Correct.
they don't learn the philosophy; they just follow it because they agree with it for whatever reason.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and then that just goes on, and then you have a mass of people that don't know what the fuck they really believe in. So
Mm-hmm.
they just like it, and they like the personalities, and
Mm-hmm.
they seek comfort in it, but they don't really understand it or live it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Which is
that
the
last part, they don't live it. That's
one.
probably a good one. Yeah.
Yeah. Which will happen to Flat Earth eventually as well.
Oh, B,
It'll be the exact
I'm so
same way.
glad you said that. I was just going to interrupt you to say that. But just carry on, because that's exactly what I was thinking too.
It will. Whenever the time comes that the globe is totally just buried under the ground and forgotten, we'll just have masses of people running around not understanding how they live on a flat stationary
Ding,
Earth,
ding, ding.
or how anything works. You know, maybe we get to a point where we kind of resolve what's going on with the sun and the moon, and we do understand their mechanisms. There'll be people that don't understand it, you know. And then you'll have like Flat Earth Plus, you know, Flat Earth Plus debate server, and we'll just be grilling them on the Flat Earth, you know, what's known. It's like, you don't know shit about this. You're just a believer, you know.
Yeah. Yep. I've been saying this for years. That was really nice of you to sum it up like that. Like, there's a lot of people here that are like, no, we got to pump the numbers up. We got to recruit more people. We need to get everyone in this camp. And I'm a little bit more hesitant because, like you said, when something starts off niche and it's built by people who've put a lot of thought into this, and then it becomes popular or mainstream, now you're attracting almost the lowest of the low, like all the ding dongs that have been running out there. If they catch on, you know what I mean? It just, I've always likened it to like a cool hangout spot that you discovered. It's clean, got fresh springs, you know, beautiful view. Then you start telling your friends, and then their friends tell their friends, and the next thing you know, everybody and their mama has heard about this place. So you show up a year later, what happens? It's not the same clean environment it was before. It's now trashed. There's spray paint all over the place. So yeah, that definitely can happen.
It just seems to be an unavoidable conclusion with anything that gains popularity. And that's the whole problem there. Popularity. Because that's a subjective thing.
Yeah.
People should be wanting to come to the Flat Earth because of it, the objective aspect of it. Not because it becomes popular. It's, you know, oh, everybody else is thinking this way.
Mm-hmm.
And they're getting ahead in life, so I'm going to think that way. You know what I mean? It's just,
mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like you guys should have thought of this before. They were waiting for the TV to tell them. And yeah, you don't want to be in that camp.
We're never going to live in a world where every single person does their due diligence about what they believe. It's just never going to happen.
You guys are making good points. If we really, my mic work?
80%.
No,
Bit choppy.
it is work.
I think your mic works. Your connection's choppy. I always want to hear.
Never mind. Go ahead.
It's always.
Try again, Dave. Try again.
Never mind. Go ahead.
No.
Dang.
I want to hear what you were going to say.
It's working now.
I just thought you guys were making excellent points there. I mean, people that come to this just by consensus, are they really helping anything? Not really.
Right.
The whole point of this is go within yourself and discover this for yourself, you know, not just go along to get along, right?
Right.
That is what we're aiming for.
Yeah, because then you get the weirdos who come in and they start. It's flat Earth society all over again, basically. They start saying things out of pocket that don't align with what we say. Oh, I heard the moon is really an egg. They'll start saying stuff like that. And then, so, yeah. You see how careful we are in here. Very meticulous and very careful with our words. We don't say, flippant words like planet and all that stuff. And so you get the, the rest of society on board. What are they going to say? Oh, the flat planet and all this stuff. So we'll see. Only time will tell. But
well, look at it this way. If you want to be a flat earther and also share the flat earth knowledge, you got to be on your A game. You got to know what you're talking about. You got to have done your research, know the details, know the fallacies, know how to call them out, know how to engage with your, well, not necessarily opponent, but the person you're speaking with, in their responses. That's where the bar is right now. But as it becomes, more into the mainstream, it's less of a necessity because people already start by kind of understanding some of the basic stuff. So you don't have to basically handhold them through, the very first step onwards. Do you know what I mean? Like, so it just becomes a lot more complacent in the discussions that take place.
I was likening it to like steps. We talked about this yesterday where most people typically enter here. Like I'm sure most people in this panel didn't start with flat earth. They probably started with some other truths and built up to it. And then I liken it to like a steps, stairs or something. So then you get someone new and you put them on the top step, flat earth, and they end up falling down the stairs. So yeah, that there are certain ways to get here, and it's not always easy, especially if you start with this. It's probably harder to start with flat earth. No, this is your first truth.
What I was trying to describe is because we get so much pushback, we have to sharpen our game to fight that. But when that pushback starts to ease, people won't have to push themselves to be as sharp about the topic as you would need to be today.
I see.
To debate it and discuss it and all that, Once it becomes more accepted, once it's more in the Overton window, of allowed discussions, it can just get a bit more blasé, which won't be constructive.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
It does, because like right now as an individual, I feel pretty confident standing with my sword and my shield, and I feel like what you're describing is this, it turns into a bit of a mob mentality where they need those around them to help them out. Like that's what the Globers have right now, this mob mentality. They can't really stand on their own and defend this thing. They need the numbers, the crowd to help cheer them on and root for them. It's like,
certainly.
Yeah, we don't have I've said this before, like, they have the home field advantage, but we're like 100. We're winning 100-0. So we don't have the crowd on our side. We're winning. We don't need the crowd that they do. So, but what you're describing is like people when they become complacent and they don't have a way to sharpen, then you just form into like this mob, and you need those around you to help you defend your position. I think that's pretty weak. Yeah.
Well, it's just I'm going to say the pressure Globers put on flat earthers, but not in the sense of like they have any proof and we're in any dire situation. They have no valid arguments. We know this. I mean pressure in the sense of ridicule, their fallacious tactics, their underhanded tactics, everything they do, that's what pushes us to be sharper about things.
Yes, sir.
Because if Globers didn't want to wander off into the stars and everything else but the ground, we wouldn't learn to keep it on the ground, and the necessity to keep the discussion on the ground and never let it stray from there. or be careful how it does stray. A controlled stray. If you're going to move topics.
Mm-hmm.
So we've learned to be like that in response to. So it's the Globers that have created that.
Season 9, motherfucker. Season 9.
They're way behind.
It's awesome how we're still developing too. Like that's where that season 9 clip I really like, because it's not day one anymore. We're not arguing flight paths. We're not arguing all this other bullshit. We're getting right to the money. Okay. Like you said, their behavior has trained us up to become stronger and find better ways to slash through their arguments. And that's, like I said, yeah, we're season 9. I'm figuring myself new ways to come up with ways to say things that are better, more effective than me myself like 2-3 years ago. So
think about the amount of things that have been discovered because Globers have thrown them out there. Their incessant use of refraction has caused certain people to just become solid in their knowledge of every little technical detail of the equations and predictions, which might not necessarily have happened if they weren't so adamant to invoke it. Now we discover that it's all absolute nonsense. Think about like spherical excess. How we discover they're just correcting for a globe after they take all their measurements.
Could you imagine
little things like this,
Yeah,
and much more. So it's them putting out their faulty fucking arguments, and then we go and look into what's supposedly what it's supposedly standing upon, and you realize, oh wait, it all points to flat Earth. They measured it as flat, and then they corrected it by running it through some nonsense model, and got spherical measurements and all this.
What if it was the other way around? Like when we measured curve and we have to correct it and make it flat. Like, do you think they would accept that? Hell no, they wouldn't.
No.
So and then there's another example of the double standards. They expect us to accept some bullshit like, well, we did measure flat, but we corrected it and made it curved. Kick rocks, dude. I see we got some people just popped in. Let's see, Yoke Smasher, welcome. We got Humble H popped in. Eddie Gold. We got Jedi. The whole squad, I think. Yeah, what's up, Jedi?
Yeah, what's up, CB, man? How you doing? Having a good day?
I'm just popping up, man. I'm sleepy this morning. But good, I'm having a good day. I see Eddie Gold. You're new. You were talking about Dave Weiss's app. I'm going to unmute you for now, just for a moment. If you want to say hello, we'd love to hear from you. Welcome to introduce yourself.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay, I'm on my phone. I need to charge it. Wait a second. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, no rush.
Yeah. I'm plugged in. I'm from Germany, so I'm sorry for some broken English or weird words sometimes. You know how it is. Second language and everything.
Sounds good.
Thank you. And yeah, David Weiss is a really funny guy, and I kind of was first into Tataria, and then I saw this David Weiss guy, and I was like, dude, you got to be open, man. You just, what could happen? And yeah, you all know what happened, and here I am. So yeah,
we always say Dave Weiss is like the guy that greets you into the premise, or whatever. He's really good at that.
Yeah, I think he's the most famous one, and I don't think it's advertising because every one of us knows who he is, so we can mention his name and app. I think.
He pushes hard to pretty much get himself on as many podcasts as possible.
That's good.
I don't know what his rate is lately because I don't keep up with the stuff he does nowadays, but and he was doing like 20 interviews a week.
Yeah, I guess I missed him somehow because of the shadow banning or whatever, but I'm glad I stumbled upon.
Oh, that's good to hear. So, where did it take you?
Sorry, what again?
So, where did you go from there?
From Flat Earth, you mean?
From discovering the voice, yeah. Like, where are you on your journey? Are you on the fence, or you know it's flat?
I'm not on the fence, man. It's level, man. This is the biggest lie ever, man. The globe and the globalists, and I mean, he really made it good, and I did some what I can do, like mind, thought experiments and everything, reasoning here and there, and yeah, like all of the lies they told us. It's to me, I learned a lot about narcissism, and here in Germany, you say narcissism, and you're like worse than, I don't know, the devil. Like, oh, this word is like, whoa, you cannot say narcissism. We cannot talk about it. But it's a real thing. It's the human condition. We all have it. It's okay to be narcissistic, but you don't want to be having a narcissistic disorder. So, and this is what it is, man. Narcissistic disorder people who lie and constantly lie and try to hide that they are tiny little fuckers who never, ever would have control over one of us or one thing. Not even, it's they can't. They cannot keep anything straight or alive, like pets or whatever. They just love themselves if they even feel love. But that's it. And children are easy to traumatize, and this whole globe thing is talking narcissistic behavior at its finest. I mean, it's best, it's perfect. We're getting conditioned and lied to when we're children by people who are flying monkeys who don't know that they are lied to, and so on. You know it. And everybody is just talking the same lies. I mean, yeah, flying monkeys in narcissism. They don't know they are flying monkeys. I didn't know. I was like Flat Earth 10 years ago when I was like, I'm 34 now, when I was like 24, and I was like, like I was screaming and kicking and calling names, what narcissists like to do, to belittle people. And that's bullshit too.
That's pretty much the story of most flat earthers, just ignored it or ridiculed it. Some even trolled it. We got people in here, that are ranked up now that they started as trolls. It's funny. But now they're full-fledged flat earthers, and they
like you mentioned before. Yeah. You learned. You will really learn. Yeah.
Yeah. I like how you put that, yeah. Flying monkeys with narcissism. That's what we've got going on in the world.
You asked me where I am, and this is just my conclusion, and I can prove the Earth is flat because of their behavior to hide something. And obviously it's flat, so they must be hiding it's flat. And they are so good that everybody can feel it's flat. Everybody can see it. You guys know what I'm talking about. I don't need to talk the David Weiss stuff here, but it's there, and they just ignore it. It's Stockholm syndrome or what? I mean, what are you so afraid of? It's to hide the creator, I guess. To hide the. I mean, if we all would heal, nobody would be in control. We could go out to the other realms. If there are other realms there that, I don't know, if we can travel, what happens if we go there? Maybe we die because there is too much electricity or whatever. So, but I think we can go outside here, and whatever there is, that's probably the real deal then. And there are probably more bigger adventures to take on. I don't want to say problems, but bigger monsters, bigger animals, bigger whatever it is. And we tiny little earthlings got this traumatized cage going on where they tell us we live on a spinning globe and nonsense and nothingness. that's, I mean, how to deal with all that? What's probably outside there, what we don't know? That's where I am. I just wonder. I just wonder what's out there.
Oh, sounds like you'll come prepared on Sunday. On Sundays, we do an event called Speculation Sundays, where you can bring what you think, your ideas, how, if you ever want to speculate on what's quote unquote outside. We try to condense that all down to Sunday, and you can let loose. But yeah, it sounds like you got some good ideas to share.
Yeah, you know how it is when you desocialize from all your friends, not because you want to, but because you figure out they were never friends to begin with. So I've got some ideas, and I'm very open, and I really need some human contact and some talking, and not on the same topic. I like when you disagree. It's okay, but you just open, just respectful. You know.
Yeah.
I have enough of this belittling, and I have enough of this people pointing the finger at me, that I get really narcissistic to myself and really do mistakes that I regret after. Like emotional stuff, triggers, and like we all can be assholes. It happens, but really we want to open, and we want truth, and we want to come to the like, my English is broken right now. The core of it, I don't know what to say.
Yeah, we got you. Get right to the money. That's what I like to say.
Yeah, right to the money, man. That's good.
I've been meaning to ask, what year did you get into this topic? Can you pin it down to a year?
I think it was probably a year ago that I heard or stumbled upon David. And before that, I was maybe 3 months or so into Tartaria. And before that, I was an open mind. But, like what happened here with the last 3 years,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we try not to talk about that. But it is interesting, though, that I typically, I've noticed that people fall into one of two camps. You're in I call it the pre-Coco era, if you've kind of got into this before that. And then there's the post-Coco people where they're like, hold on, I'm at home, I got time, something's up, let me check it out.
Probably I'm the later one. Yeah, yeah.
Sounds like it. That's cool.
I was always an open mind. It was just like, like with the flat earth and I was ignorant. I never looked into it. I was 20, 24, 25, 26. I was like everybody else. Like I watched a lot of what they call conspiracy theorists, and I was like, yeah, that's all very plausible. And I was never trusting the government. And it's still like when I was in first grade, I had problems with teachers and stuff. So there you go. But really, flat Earth, that was like you said, the later one. But all the other topics I was open for, always. But yeah, I don't know what it was with flat Earth. I didn't want to look into it.
Well, you came to the right spot, man. And I'm sure that's true for a lot of people. This Coco probably got a lot of people to question things. And hey, it's a double-edged sword. I'm sure it was a gatekeep for a lot of people. And,
right.
And it was a wake-up for a lot of others. So we're glad to have you.
Yeah, I agree with you totally. I'm glad being here, and I'm glad you guys exist, man. Really, kudos to everybody who were pre-Coco and went through all this harassment. and yeah, I mean, that's fucked up. People who point the finger at others point back at themselves. It's kind of. Yeah, I think that's what they call the wake up thing, and then you see all these little things and mistakes, and you think like, okay, enough of this bullshit. I want to clean now. I want to be better myself. I don't want to do this bullshit. I call them narcissistic mistakes. I know I will. Nobody's perfect. But when it happens, I want to be the strong guy and say, okay, I'm sorry. I point my finger. I'm probably projecting. And, that's open-minded, man. And open soul. That's so easy. And then, yeah, I think people, like the song says, people can come together, get along, and don't fight. They can fight, but on a sport level, on a sportsman level, you know.
Yeah, that's we try to do that here too. Have a bit of a friendly spar with our globe friends. Some of them don't understand. Like that's what I do in real life. I'm big into like MMA. I love sparring. It's like my favorite thing to do. And so I noticed that some people, they don't know how to keep it sportly, keep it friendly. And the Globers are the same way. They don't know how to keep it. Like we were talking to the other people. Yeah, I'm sure you people had people who harassed you, go kill yourself and all this stuff. So it's like, some people can't take their emotions out of it. It's the emotions that boil over and turn into the fighting, if you will. So if you can leave your emotions out, that's a good skill on the street and in Discord.
Of course. I mean, you don't want to make these mistakes with people you love, like your children or something. You don't want to. I mean, that would be something I would like be terrified of. Traumatize my own child, that it hates me or whatever, and becomes narcissistic himself and participates in all bullshit, but not becoming real happy. That's fucked up.
Well, I've got some questions for you. Just so we can get to know you a little bit better. And so in terms of the debate, the globe Earth, flat Earth, who has the positive claim or the burden of proof?
The both parties, I mean, we all need to figure out what's the real deal. And from what I learned from David Weiss, it seems like the Globers need to come up with something here. Yeah.
That's correct. Yeah, the globe has the positive claim. Well, I think your first answer was both. I think that would be incorrect in my eyes, in my view. If you were to put this into a court setting, say we were to be in front of a judge, only one party can hold the burden of proof at a time. It can't be both. So if I charge you, if I charge you, say I'm going to charge you with fraud, I hold the burden to prove that that's true. I have to present the evidence. The burden is on me to hold up those charges. So it's not on you to, you know what I mean? It's
not on me to prove I'm innocent. Yeah, like the witch hunt. Yeah. I get you. Okay.
So it's the same way with flat Earth. The globe has already been claimed. So that's the positive claim. So if a flat earther goes, I don't know if I believe you, that's not a new positive claim. And like, oh, well, you now both have claims. Only there's one positive claim, and they hold the burden. So knowing that, you can, people will try to reverse the burden on you. Oh, we'll prove that it's not true. Then you learn about burden of proof reversal fallacies, and now you can't do that. So it's just important to understand that they hold the positive claim, not us.
So I know what you mean. It's just my English. I cannot really express what I want to say here. But the narcissistic behavior does the same thing. It flips it, and then you like in the witch hunts, you have to prove that you are not a witch, and they can burn you, and then you're safe. If you're not a witch, you go to heaven, and I mean, come on, the human is gone. Then the human is gone. I mean, what the? Do they really think if these people were witches that they would be 1 second in prison and let all this happen? No, I don't think so. I think if a witch would be kept, they would curse everyone, even the judge and the whole. Everybody had problems, man, because they say these witches have fucking powers, you know, and they need to prove that they have them. Okay, that's the same with the globe here. I see. But if we claim something that we say the Earth is like flat, then we need to prove it too. I mean, I just say from science point, like. You see something, you can prove it. You cannot prove it, then okay. It's just what you see then. But if you can prove it, then it's easy for you. And it's easy that everybody comes up to you and tells you, like, what's wrong? Why is this? Why is that? You can just give them the answers. Like, yeah, I know, the globe does that with the globe heads too, right? They give them answers, but they don't look at the answers, I think. They are ignorant to see that these answers are just weird stuff they come up with and agree upon.
So you said something good there I wanted to agree with, that if you're going to say something, you got to support it. So that is important. If you're going to say, hey, I'm a flat earther, you should be able to back that up. So I agree with that. But you also mentioned science. So what is your understanding of science?
From what I heard, it's biased. I did not invent science myself, but from what I heard and what makes reason to me, or is reasonable to me, is like, okay, in science everything is questioned because we don't want somebody who says, like you said, the grass is pink, and then okay, maybe everybody can prove that themselves. But what if they change the terms of the names of the colors? Then they would be right, and that's like, okay, then we have to agree upon really what we think is green, like grass. Okay, grass is green, and pink, that's the flower over there, and we already did that. So science we already know the words, and we know numbers, and that's all good. And I think the Globers, they don't know that they do it wrong. Like, the numbers don't go. You cannot mathematically prove it. It's kind of just weird, It's not like you agree, okay, this color, we name it green, and everybody says, okay, that's green. That's, to me, it's just normal reasoning, and people come together, and has nothing to science. But after we did that, and somebody changes that, he needs to come up with some reason, and the globes don't do that. They just say, oh yeah, this, the number here, the number there, and sorry, man, but I can do it too. I can change everything and call it a number, and then say, yeah, my calculation is right. That's not like how you do it.
Yeah.
My English is broken. That's what I mean.
It's not broken. It's fine. I was just going to say that, like, this seems to be a new trend, is redefining terms and things like that. So that is something to be on the lookout for. But in terms of science, have you heard of the scientific method?
Like, you need to prove the globe right, and then you see it's wrong.
Well, I guess let me just rip the Band-Aid off. This topic really doesn't fall in the category of science, because as you talked about, like, math and numbers and stuff like that. So if you were basically measuring the Earth, and
yeah, who did that?
In the same way, when you say, if you were to go to the mall and you need some new shoes, and the person there measures your foot, they're not conducting a scientific experiment on your foot.
Right, that's what I mean. Yeah, you perfect. Yeah.
So when we measure the Earth, it's not really science. So, people will say, oh, you're a science denier, you don't understand the science, when they don't even know what the word science means. So
Yeah. This is the problem. That's what I wanted to describe. Yeah. I can't in English, sorry.
That's okay. Well, so science is a method, and you use it to determine cause and effect relationships. So, like, water boiling was the cause of that. Oh, well, we can determine that through the scientific method. And so that is real science. So it's important to know what science is, so that you can know what it isn't when people claim science. So
yeah, right. I think most people don't know the terms. Yeah, like you said. Yes, I learned that here and from David. And so, yeah, I thought I know science too a couple years ago. I still have problems with the word, I rather just say, yeah, you're right, it's science. But, like, in science, you're allowed to question everything. It's like, that's allowed.
Well, there's colloquial terms like theory, right? Because theory is actually part of the scientific method. If you run something through the scientific method, then you've come out with a scientific theory. But then people just throw the word theory around colloquially. Oh, this is my theory on life and theory on this.
Yeah, it's more like belief and facts. You have a fact or you have a belief. Yeah.
There you go. Exactly. Yeah. So you have to look out for this. The redefining of terms is very common. They've done this with words like level. So now the Globers are saying level means curved.
I know. Yeah.
Yeah. So
that's the big problem here. Yeah. That's the funny part, where it becomes really funny and like a circus. Yeah. You see them. I was just, before I entered here, I was on Instagram and watched some people tilt a camera with the stars, and it was the proof for them that the Earth is rotating because somebody put a camera and fixated it on a certain star, and then the curvature of the stars were gone. Instead, in the video, you can see the Earth is tilting. And they were making fun of people like all the flat Earth is falling off the edge and blah, blah, blah. They don't even know that it's not about the edge. And you can put a camera on a fixating star and the rest of the frame will fucking turn. That's not a proof. That's just a weird artsy style to photograph or video something. Everything that moves, you can make this, like reverse it and fix it on one point. And they don't see that. For them, even that, it's like, oh yeah, he figured that out with his camera. That's a proof. And then I was like reading the comments and I got triggered. And then I gave some props to some other flat earthers. And yeah, now I'm here because it is triggering. It's just triggering to see the thousands likes some idiot gets for a joke, a narcissistic joke. That it has nothing to do with science and is probably exactly what you said, like the level and the round, and they think that's this, and they think so much, but they never check.
True, and that's step one. If people want to jump to flat Earth when there are steps. I think step one is understanding the globe claims. Step two, testing those claims. And most people don't do that. Even if they believe in the globe, they're not really, number one, they're not understanding the claims. They're not testing them either.
Right. Totally agree.
When you talk about a flat Earth, they want to jump to that. Oh, well, then it must have an edge then.
Yeah.
No, that's your sloppy idea.
Yeah, or the false opposite who gave the pictures. I mean, you Google it and wow. David Weiss is not wrong when he says this topic really gets censored and shadow banned and whatever. They really have something against this topic. They don't want to openly talk about it. That's weird. That's very weird, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And they're open to discussing things like aliens and Bigfoot. Those are no problem. But when it comes to the shape of the Earth, that's dangerous to society.
Yeah. Why? I mean, the Big Bang Theory is not better. It's really not. Not at all.
Yeah.
I get more traumatized by the Big Bang Theory than everything else, man. Alice in Wonderland is a fairy tale again. It is a fairy tale, but it's kindergarten against like Big Bang. We are fucking damn lost if Big Bang is real. We're lost for eternity. Like this is hell. Then, no, I don't accept that.
I'm with you, man. I'm with you. Yeah.
I think they hide the creation and the creator and the power of thought. And like David Weiss said, it makes sense to me. Really, experience it on my own, like in my own life. Like, not scientifically, but like you think something and then you watch the turnout. You think something else, and yeah, it's gonna be that. I mean, you can really not on the reality level, but you can really like kind of shape your reality. But you know what I mean? More like with, I don't know. It's a mindset. It's a state of mind. I think. Like we already could go to the edge if the mindset would be open, but it's obviously not. Like the edge, the Arctic, what's behind the wall, not the edge. Sorry. But it's still the edge. I mean, we are fenced. But it's not an edge where you fall off. Like, that's, yeah.
I like the word fenced. That's kind of that's an interesting term. I look at the globe a bit like a playpen for your mind. Their minds are fenced in this globe because there's nowhere else to explore. This little circle, this area, that's all you got. Don't worry about looking for anything else. It's a playpen for your mind. And so we're like the Rugrats. We broke free of the playpen.
Yeah, roam around free. Like, B-52s. You can roam around, but in a fenced area. Yeah. Yeah, like the Rugrats, man. Yeah. That's what I think too. Totally. But whatever. I mean, what's after death? What's that? I don't know. I don't know. How could I know? I don't know. That's speculation. But some things I think we can reasonably prove, and we can spot lies. I mean, lies are detectable. So without any science, we can prove if somebody lies. I mean, we just have to look and see, and okay, that's it. Nice. But they don't let us. So yeah, I mean, evidence speaks for itself here, for me, in my opinion. They don't let us look. And everybody's like, yeah, I hope they shoot the flat earthers into a rocket. Yeah, we're waiting. I would be going, but they don't even know that. They think they're funny. Let's shoot them all up there. I say, good idea. When? Nothing. Yeah. You know. I'm telling you guys stuff you already know. So.
Well, what's funny is
I'm
it's
excited.
probably the other way around, dude. Like we actually, they do a lot of projecting. They say, oh, let's just spray the flat earthers up in the sky. Yeah, well, why don't we put you goofballs in a rocket and splatter you all over the container?
Yeah, kind of. It's true too. That's how you have to handle narcissistic behavior. How about you do it? Yeah. And then they see it, and I don't know. They probably don't come back then. It's
Oh yeah,
too
that's a
ashamed.
one-way trip. That's a one-way trip. Yeah, we're gonna smoke you into the firmament or whatever.
Yeah,
So
I mean, you're gonna blast up there. Yeah, like so many rockets already proved, or whatever they shot up there. I mean, we have rockets. That's something we have, but we also have like it's so easy to see like the space shuttle balloons and stuff. It's once you see it, you can't stop laughing about it. It's beautiful. These lies, very, very beautiful. No, I'm
well,
ironic,
Eddie,
you know.
I wanted to say, Eddie, it was a pleasure greeting you to the server. I do have to jump off for a little bit, but I do hope you enjoy your time here. There's a lot of great people. Look in the panel. We've got Mayhem. There's Jedi. There's a lot of awesome people, even on both sides of the fence. So we're glad to have you, and hopefully you'll get your stripes debating globe earthers here in the future. So
Yeah, I'm happy to be here. I'm nervous and excited a little bit to talk openly in front of other peoples after kind of like 2 years being Robinson Crusoe and just have my Wilson basketball with me here and live in Germany. I want to be in America, but never will be moving to America because. So yeah, it's nice. It's nice to be here talking to you.
oh, like I said, glad to have you. And yeah, I'll be back later. And yeah, let me know how your experience goes.
Okay, you can mute me if you want.
All right, we'll do. All right, you guys take care. I'll be back later.
See you later,
All right.
CB. Guys, there's somebody in the panel at the moment that hasn't got any voice verified roles and most definitely not any earth determining roles and comes by the name of Pluto. So, Pluto, buddy, if you want to say hi, I can just quickly unmute you for a second. And if you want to introduce yourself, that'd be awesome. Just give me a moment. Obviously, you might not want to say anything. You might want to sit back and listen, man. That's absolutely fine. I can always remute you again. But welcome to the server. Pluto, you got anything?
I was just listening in on my first time.
Sorry, what was that, mate? I do apologise.
I'm just listening in. Not trying to.
No worries.
But thank you.
Yeah, no worries. I mean, may I ask what brings you to the server and why you'd want to listen in? Are you a flat earther or?
No, I do. Yeah, I am. I have the same views, so I just wanted to be around the same people.
Awesome stuff. Maybe you could tell us a little bit about your journey. How long have you been a flat earther?
I mean, like all my life, everyone's told me that I'm wrong and stuff. Like I've always had the view, but no, I'm just trying to listen in. I'm kind of busy, right?
Yeah, I won't put you under any pressure. I'll tell you what, you mute yourself, my friend. That's absolutely fine. No worries at all.
All right, thank you, man.
Yeah, no worries. See, Mayhem's joined us as well. What's up, Mayhem? It's afternoon for me. It's probably still morning for you. How you keeping?
Yeah, really well, man. I you know me. I just need a little bit of rest.
Eat, sleep, bite the ball, repeat. I get it.
Yes, sir. That's the way we do it. Money for nothing and our chicks for free.
Yeah, did you hear the conversation between CB and Eddie? Eddie's new to the server. He comes from Germany. He seems like a really genuine guy. So I just want to welcome Eddie to the server as well myself.
Yeah, we're getting more people from Germany, it seems. Ripcord's from Germany. Now we got him. So we're getting more peeps from Germany.
Definitely more Europeans, mate. That's for sure.
Indeed.
I mean, we've had a bit of an influx of Australian and Scottish people recently, I've noticed.
We spoke to Tato Mills or whatever.
No, I haven't, mate. If you want to do the honours.
Yeah, sure. Let me see if he's got the ability to speak. Okay. Oops. All right. Tato Mills, are you there? Tato Mills, are you there? Yeah, you have the ability to speak. You can talk if you want to. You're actually unmuted, so you're not even locally muted. And if you can't talk, here, let me see. Yeah, just jump out, jump back in, and then I'll unmute you again. Sometimes Discord has a bug where you can't talk when you first come in here. Well, okay. That's cool, that's cool.
Keep your secrets and all that jazz.
Secrets. No debates this morning, Jedi?
No, not that I can remember, mate. Just flat earthers and new flat earthers. That's pretty much it. Just shooting the breeze, talking of kind of going off the rail a little bit on the speculation wise, but yeah, no debates, mate. Not that I'm aware of.
Yeah, word's getting out more on TikTok, it seems.
Can I say something?
Yeah, of course you
can. There was something I read on Instagram from a globe head. He said something like the equator and the stars and the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere on a globe now. And he says, like, why are you experience on the equator the stars in a line, and on the northern hemisphere they make a curve, and on the southern hemisphere they make a curve? You know, like when you look up to Polaris and Polaris stands still and stuff. And on the equator, it's a straight line of stars. I never heard of that, but he just wrote it there, and I was like, what? I never heard of that.
Sorry, I'm only laughing in the background because I guess the more that you're in the flat Earth community, you understand there's more than one way to skin a cat.
Oh yeah.
So as soon as you start bringing up the equator and Polaris, I'm just gonna fall over myself.
Yeah,
just gonna fall over.
It takes you back, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does, man. It really.
It was not Polaris. It was not Polaris. It was the line of stars that you could.
Yeah, we understand, brother.
Yeah,
we get. Yeah, we understand.
Yeah, I never heard that, and he came up with that, and I'm like, what is? And he like, I was there in Africa or wherever, Italy, wherever. He said equator wise, he was quite above that, and you can test that and prove it. And
yeah, fun fact. Okay. Yeah, fun fact. Do you know that you don't have to be at the equator to see this phenomena?
Yeah, see, that's what I was probably thinking about. He has his experience because he traveled sometimes, and he was like, wow, but you don't have to have that.
Yeah, see, we've done this for such a long time that we understand the mindset of people asking those types of questions.
They feel so right and entitled and laugh about people, calling them clowns because they are the clowns projecting.
Well, I mean, they're trying to use something that they think is a gotcha to the flat Earth, and it's not. It really just isn't. So
yeah.
Okay. Let me just lay it out to you, man. If you live in Germany, right?
Yes.
Okay, if you go to a place that there's like really low light pollution, which means that you could see the night sky, like the stars and such, you'd be able to see the phenomena of like the north, the south, and like the equator, let's say, in the night sky. You'd be able to take a time-lapse footage of a 360-degree view of the sky. You'd be able to see the rotations clockwise, anti-clockwise, and straight, all in the same night sky in Germany.
Okay, I see. Okay, that's
so
cool.
It doesn't matter where you are on Earth, you could witness phenomena like this.
Okay. Yeah, so he probably did not. It was a false flag. He never traveled any distance. He was always where he was, and he just picked that up from somebody who made a time lapse. You're right?
Okay, so what I'm trying to say here is that people, no matter where you are on Earth, can witness this phenomena in the sky. Like, it doesn't matter where you are on Earth. That doesn't matter. So you don't have to travel to see this phenomena. You could stay right where you are. So it's not about traveling somewhere to see this phenomena. This phenomena can be witnessed in every night sky.
Yeah, see, and he thought he was like, and calling everybody a clown.
Yeah, it wasn't something special only to like being at the equator.
Yeah, and just because I couldn't say anything at that moment, he thought I was stupid. Yeah.
The equator invokes a straight line over your head, but I think what Mig is trying to say is it doesn't matter where you are on the Earth, you will get that straight line over your head. You'll face north, it'll go anti-clockwise, you'll face south.
Yeah, I get it now. Yeah.
Good.
It's so, oh my goodness. Yeah. Okay.
You just have to be exposed to more of conversations like this so you can understand.
Yeah, like I said, I watched a lot of David Weiss's stuff,
Sure. But I would say you got to be paying attention to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. We are the premier server for all questions about Flat Earth, Globe Earth discussions.
Yeah, somebody mentioned that on Instagram underneath the comment section. And I looked it up.
It's really nice to kind of see like these prolific Flat Earthers do what they do. But this is the place to actually cut your teeth and debate, because you're going to have people coming from every direction, from Instagram, from TikTok, from like YouTube, because we're live streaming 24/7.
Yeah, I found you now. Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, so we have a live stream that's on here, and we record our conversations 24/7. So that's 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. There's always a recording of what you say in here.
Awesome.
So that is the most important thing, because some people come in here and they like to say things, and then they say, I didn't say that. And you're like, let's rewind the video. And we do that.
Good method.
Yeah, we play it back, of course. It holds everybody. See, here's the thing, right? People don't realize that when we're doing what we do here is we hold people accountable to what they say. Because some people like to say things and then think that they're making sense. And then when we call them out on the things that they say, they get all upset, like, I didn't say that. No way, man. I didn't say. We're like, yeah, you did. Let's rewind the video. So we do that. We play it back to them. And then they get upset and they leave. Because no one likes to be held accountable from that just want to say things.
But probably they don't want to be accountable, probably because they don't really put the energy we put in it. We really want, like, serious. Like, we want to come to some, broken English, like step by step. We want to move forward, not stepping on one thing, and you know what I mean.
Yes, of course. We want to come to an understanding. We want to reason with people. We don't want to just
believe. And if I say something wrong and you say, okay, let's rewind, and I hear it myself, then I don't need to leave. I just have to say, okay, I learned something now. Yeah, that would be the stronger thing to do.
Well, yeah, what it is that truth never fears the fullest of investigation.
Right.
That's what we say. We're not afraid of like people actually asking us questions about the things that we say or holding us accountable for what we say in here. We invite that. We want people to be inquisitive and ask questions.
Yeah, we're on the same page then. I found the guys to be with.
Right. People are not asking any more questions. They're not curious. They're just accepting the reality in which they were born into this world and they were taught the globe, so they don't ask any more questions. They stop right there. They're the most important muscle in your body. You're not using it anymore. You just rely on Google, you rely on the experts, you rely on other people. You don't have to think anymore. All you got to do is fill your head with like TikTok videos, YouTube videos, and that's it. Just enjoy life. Let other people worry about the thinking for you. And because of such things, people become very lethargic. They become apathetic. They become indifferent, and they don't care to know about truth. They have a very weird look on life, like, I don't care if the earth is globe or flat. Who gives a shit? And we're like, you don't care about reality? So people can be doing whatever they want in this reality and it doesn't matter to you. I don't believe that 1 second. I don't believe that people think that. I just think that's a projection because they don't want to think about it. That's the scariest thing to do when somebody thinks about something and has to reason for themselves.
Right?
But
I totally agree.
We have to show people like the way that just asking questions simply. Want to know stuff.
Like children do. Like when you were born, you ask questions because that's the thing to do and should not be forbidden. I mean,
well, yeah, of course.
It should be engaged.
This day and age, it seems to be something that is shunned. So yeah, in society, it's like being in a room full of people, and if you have a question about something specific, it feels like you're going to get shunned by your peers or people that you want to talk to about certain things, and they're going to be like, well, you're so stupid, dude. Why are you asking that question? You already know, we know the earth is a globe. Duh, back in 3rd grade, the teacher told us. Why are you going to ask these dumb questions? So we don't ask those questions.
Yeah, I think for me, it was like, when I remember being a child, it was like Truman Show. You had so good questions. I tell myself, like my young dude, when I look back, you guy had so much good questions. Now I'm 34 and I can understand why you question this and that. And yeah, you never got a real answer. And now I want to have the answers. Of course, I'm grown up now. I'm entitled to ask, man. You know what I mean? Like this weird feeling that comes up.
Yeah.
You have the urge, it's my soul that is craving for these.
24/7 Flat Earth Discord is a grassroots movement. We're made up of individuals from every nation under the sun. We have people who are ambassadors for truth in every part of the world. And it's a beautiful thing when you have brothers and sisters of the human family come together for one common goal, and that's truth. And everybody anywhere can take part of this freely. This doesn't cost any money. You don't need to be someone special. You can just be somebody who's inquisitive and want to know about the truth. And here is the place where you're going to be able to challenge those ideas of what you previously used to think about what the earth is. Because we're all born into this world where we don't have a choice of what to think, because it's been told to us that we live on an earth that's a globe spinning in the vacuum of space.
Yeah. Perfectly put together, man. I can't agree more. And I'm the example of that. You guys are really awesome. And in my broken English, I want to say thank you that you're so open and not thinking whatever of me and be super suspicious or whatever. I mean, if I'm a troll, that will come out sooner or later.
Yeah, we trust me, we're very good at what we do here. There is nothing, like, it sounds a bit pretentious or forward to say something, but no, it's not. We're very good at what we do. We understand like the conversation aspect of what we do in here is most important. And it's the vibe you can get from somebody in a conversation that's pretending to be somebody that they're not. Plus, if somebody's LARPing, right? Later on, down the road, LARPing stands for, it's an acronym for live action role play. If somebody's actually acting like a flat earther, or they're pretending, or they're acting like they're curious, we'll know. and then we'll address it whenever we'll find out. So it doesn't really matter. Like no one's ever just going to be trying to get one over on us for no reason. So
they literally expose themselves like all narcissists do. Yeah,
sure.
I agree. Because it's not what you talk or what you pretend to be, it's what you really do.
Okay, so I'll just...
Sorry, this is the thing in Discord. Everybody's ears are open, so I was going to jump in and say we let people talk, and eventually, if there's rope, they will hang themselves with it, and the rope is usually us.
Most definitely.
Awesome. Yes.
Now, I would say this too. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord is also, you can treat it like an academy. There's veterans here who are like, I would say, like, in a way you can think about it, like gurus or teachers or instructors. So these people like myself, like Jedi, we've been doing this for such a long time. We've understood the arguments inside and out. We can go anywhere, talk to anyone, and not be afraid of any questions. So if you're coming in here brand new, we have a culture here. We have people like that have certain tags on their name, and the tags identify them by who they are in this community. This community has built up amongst itself like a pecking order, if you will. And the pecking order is used there so that if somebody wants to ask any questions, or they can see that the person who's established themselves in this community like ranks people up by the way they understand arguments. So we're getting people like used to the topic, and the more used to you are, the better you are at dealing with topics, the more you get ranked up in the server. And when you get ranked up, and you get these tags on your name, and so the tags that you get are starting off in the server are flat earther, then you become a silver flat earther, and then you become a gold flat earther, and then a gold plus, then a moderator, and then of course the final step is only a select few, which are admins. But that's it. And as you move forward, you're entrusted with more and more of like carrying the so like when somebody speaks in here and they are of a certain tag, they hold a responsibility with them to represent the server in a way that like is conducive to speaking the truth and to know what you're saying. Because we're not just we'll let you have the mic, no doubt. We'll let you have the mic so you can understand, like, okay, try to debate the guy who's a Glober. But if we see you struggling or whatever, we'll, pop up on the mic, we'll pipe up and say, oh, just hang on. Well, Eddie, let me go and take this.
Of course, that's the thing to do. I mean, that's Otherwise, you would, that's.
But if
I see.
If we hear you handling the conversation correctly and there's no real misstep there happening, we'll just let it go. And to us and to hear, it's it's kind of like a big sign of us accepting you as like somebody who's about to be like ranking up in our server, because it's like I said before, it's a culture here. We're like a band of brothers and sisters, like the ones who actually rank up and level up and do well.
I totally understand. I totally understand the ranking up system, but that's not what I am here for. I'm just here for, like I said, like to meet new friends and have some people I can talk to.
There's no pressure on that. You can just sit here and be who you are and not debate and just listen. Of course. I'm just saying for those who aspire, because we want the whole world to aspire to actually be more, do more, be a better version of yourself. But if you don't aspire to do that and you just want to sit and listen, you go ahead and do that too. You're welcome to do whatever you want.
Right. But that's not what I'm intending to do. Like, to not aspire to better myself. Of course, I want to, like everybody, I'm excited and I try to red pill people still, but I want to try it more naturally without force or coming off stupid or crazy, because that's already happening when you just mentioned the topic. So
all you got to do then is just sit and listen. And usually the people who are here who have been doing this for a while take over the conversation. You listen to them, you listen how they articulate themselves, and then you glean like, okay, so this guy used this particular point, okay, that guy used that particular point, and you start to become somebody who formulates their own method. And then you become stronger in your position because of all the people in here. We help each other
Right.
out that way.
Yeah, that's awesome. I see that. I understand that.
Sure.
I like that.
Question.
That's yeah.
Go ahead, Humble.
This is, again, I'm finding this so intriguing listening to this conversation, because that's a question I've tried to put out there a few times that I've been on, as to the value of the flat earth. And beside my name on the thing, I always saw like flat earther. And I never realized until you just said what you said that there was this ranking system. That's very interesting.
Right. And you don't have to like the tag in this server, in this forum. You can stay as a flat earther, like I mentioned to Eddie. You could stay that way. You could be in here. You don't have to aspire to move up in the ranking here in this server. But the more you actually, I'm going to use this like in a way that you can wrap your mind around it. It's like think of it like a dojo, right? If you know what a dojo is, Humble.
Oh, yes, I think it's someplace where you like learn martial arts, and then you went from a white belt to a black belt all the way up. Yeah, and I was again talking in the sense that, yeah, why are people so why is it so important to them? Because yesterday I was listening, and there was a gentleman, I'm not sure if he's here today, but I think he mentioned he'd come back, that he was actually losing friends over flat Earth, right? And I'm saying, that's got to be pretty important to you to put it out there. Like, it's not just like you learn this thing, you're happy in yourself, you feel better, and you just keep it to yourself. There's this urge to talk to others about it, but to the point where you hear that they're sort of hesitant, and you actually push it so that it's affecting your relationship. That's pretty hard in, right?
Right. That's happening. Yeah.
Yeah. So it must be, there's something about this that makes it important enough to you that I'm hearing guys it's affecting their marriage, you know?
Right. It did. Yeah. It did to me. Yeah. Yeah.
What, was it you that was on yesterday? I'm not sure.
Nope. I'm new.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Anyhow, I come from a Bible-believing perspective. And religiously, this was very challenging to me. And it still is. And I'm wondering, how important do I make it if it is going to affect me in my relationships?
I could answer.
Yes, go, please.
I'm coming from the same perspective that you are. And like I say, like I would make this disclaimer that it's not a perspective that everyone holds, which that's fine. Some people don't believe in the Christian God, that's their own prerogative. But here I hold the same understanding that you do. I would say it like this because I was told when I started my journey, Humble, by many people around me, what am I doing? Why am I looking into this? It has nothing to do with God's word. It has nothing to do with salvation. It has nothing to do with the message of the cross. Why would I look into such frivolous things? But I retorted back to them, is not God's creation God's fingerprint of who he is, of the very essence of the creator? If we don't understand that he left behind a way that we can get to know who the creator is by creation itself and be very confused as to what creation is, the very essence of the creator, then isn't that the most essential thing? Because in Romans it speaks of it, that they were judged by creation itself because they knew not God, but at the same time they created themselves the images of beasts and sort of different gods that they formulated because of their lack of understanding of creation. So they became themselves fools because they treated creation as something in the way like the secular humanist would. They didn't attach it to the creator. and the divine properties that the Creator makes us, when he puts us all here and we ask the question, well, he shows us creation, because all of creation gives us the example of who the Creator is. But if that's not important to somebody, and they only think that the message of the cross, when Yeshua, Jesus, came here and spoke the message that he did, he said, I came to tell you the truth. And simply put, the truth is anything that is self-evident, right? In your understanding and my understanding, the truth is self-evident. Right. And creation itself is self-evident to us, what it demonstrates itself to us every single day. It is not what somebody makes an idea of what it is. And that is what they've done with the globe. They tell us that curvature exists, yet you don't see it. The earth is moving, spinning around, yet you don't feel it. There is these lies afoot. And if we have not the truth to combat that, if we believe that whatever they're telling us is truth, then we're usurping man's idea over creation, over the Creator himself. So we are not following truth any longer. And so it is very detrimental to our knowledge if we believe the earth is a globe. But the thing is, that's the thing about creation. You can only be whatever it shows itself to us self-evidently as, and not anything else. So we are people who are ambassadors for the creation that God has put forth. So it is most essential to be understood in what we say about truth. And so if you're not an ambassador of that, and if you are someone who just says, I'll believe the astronaut, then you have taken man's word over what creation itself speaks to you and me as. Does that make sense, Humble?
Listen, you have no idea how much sense you're making from my perspective. This, again, is me, and I don't know about yourself, now being introduced to this, and they use the word the community. But this is Mayhem, right?
Yes, that's me.
I'm telling you, I'm asking you, not telling you, are you ready for the truth that goes along with what you're saying? Like, it's, when I say it's a heavy, heavy load to carry, because I'm finding it a very heavy load to carry, the truth about this stuff, if you're taking it seriously.
Of course.
Because there's so many parallels to starting a religion in this thing.
Yeah, I've seen people try to do something like that, but for me, and I'll just preface it, man. For me, I think that when we talk about the message of truth, it encumbers all of God's truth, and that is from the message of the cross to creation itself. So everything is not supposed to be a focus, but everything should be a culmination of truth, being that everything that was put forth as truth for us to understand was put there so that we can draw closer to the Creator. All of the things that encumber truth, right? So, like what I just mentioned, but there's more to that. There's way more from a biblical perspective that we can talk about. I won't go too much into it because there's a lot of people here that are not of that same mindset. So, yeah, it gets. Can
I try and answer part of that question?
Yeah, go on, Fly. You go on.
I think what he's trying to ask is that, and correct me if I'm wrong, this heavy burden that he's feeling is that it's causing rifts and division between friends and family. And how far are you willing to push that, especially being a Christian? Do you want to cause these divisions and these arguments? Is that what you're trying to ask, Humble?
That's exactly, I believe, inevitably where this is leading. Because I'm talking about my own personal history when I jumped into this thing. And honestly, I'm not asking you gentlemen questions that I expect you to answer for me. This is the struggle that I'm dealing with, that I know now I'm put in a place where I have to answer these things for myself. But in this, like I'm not here forever. This conversation pulled me in because I was listening to Mayhem's description, teaching me something I didn't know before about this situation, this community. And if it is your goal to move up this ranking system that he has, I think, well, yeah, there's a motivation to stay and to come here every day and spend some time. But I've got to ask myself the question, what is the ultimate purpose of this information coming out in these times that I consider biblically as being the time of the end? And what benefit is it to people who, to me, need to compare what's going on in flat Earth to what biblically they should be focusing on?
Yeah,
and
do you want to talk about that, Fine? Let's see if Fine wants to talk about it.
So I think I can help you a bit from my perspective anyway, is that, what really matters is the truth. And if you believe that the flat earth is God's truth, then that's even more important that we speak the truth. And, with people that I know, it's not shoved in their face, but generally when they know you're a flat earther, it comes up in conversation. I will always have that conversation, whether they like it or not. And if that causes a division or a rift with that person, well, then that's their choice. I've done the right thing. I've spoken the truth, Secondly to that, we all grow as we learn. And sometimes we do outgrow other people. The Bible does say that we should even love our enemies, but loving someone, I think, is conflated too much with associating with them. If I have an issue with a person who continually causes issues in my life with me and my family, I can forgive them. I can say that I don't hold a grudge against them, but I also don't have them involved in my life anymore to continually cause me problems. So, as you grow and as you learn and as you speak the truth, you may not be moving in the same circles as what you were previously. And if it's because that you're speaking the truth, then maybe you shouldn't be with those people in the first place.
That's my conclusion, what I had. Exactly the experience, yep.
Okay, just something to think about, I guess, a little bit on the... And I'm only doing this, guys, so just, be patient with me, because I'm talking to Humble, who's somebody coming from the same perspective that I have. I would ask you to look, Humble, to a specific scripture, if you don't mind.
Please.
Can you look up Hebrews 4 and 12?
Oh, sorry. I'm out walking now, and I was just listening, and I'm not prepared to open the Bible. But please, I would be familiar with the scripture if you read it. Please go ahead.
I can screen share it. I can pull it up. I got an app open.
Yeah, if you don't mind, that'll be fine. I can read it either way, but I'll just wait till Flying pulls it up.
Please, yes.
Which one was it? Hebrews
chapter 4, verse 12. Well, actually, 2 places. After that one, I'm going to take you to another one. And there's context to this, but just for the sake of not really going into all of that and having a Bible study, I just want to pull that up. You might already have read this and be more understood on this, but
I don't know if you want me to share it or not, but it says, "For the word of God is quick and powerful and sharper than any two-edged sword, piercing to the dividing asunder of the soul and spirit and of the joints and of the marrow, and is a discerner of the thoughts and intents of the heart."
Yeah, the translation that I have, it reads it this way. For the word of God is alive and active, sharper than any double-edged sword. It penetrates even to dividing soul and spirit, joints and marrow. It judges the thoughts and attitudes of the heart. So what it does, though, it exposes a mindset, right? It exposes somebody to what truth is, and they have the ability to think about what you said based upon like the discernment that they have. And everybody's given that discernment. Like we can all hear somebody out and we can know something is truth or not. We all have this discernment. But what it does is when you speak truth, it acts like a sword and it divides, like it's gives an analogy there. Like marrow and bone. Like it's so sharp. Imagine a bone that has marrow attached to it. It is like enough to be able to give people a discernment from something so very specific, like something they might be asking about their life, or what does this all mean, and all kinds of things. So it divides. The truth does, and it gives people discernment to understand what is right and what is wrong. In another way, it says in Proverbs chapter 12, 18 to 28, right? And I'll just give you a little tidbit here. It says, thoughtless words cut like a sword, but the tongue of wise people brings healing. Truthful words last forever. That's Proverbs. But it gives people the understanding that when you speak, thoughtless words hurt, but truth brings healing. So where they have discernment on one end, because truth is like a sword, it divides, right? Your words can also bring healing. Truthful words can bring healing.
Yeah, can I add something to that?
Yes, go ahead.
I agree totally on it, and I want to say of course it divides. It divides the ego from the true divine soul, and we all wear an ego like a mask. And some people are really good actors, and they narcissists. They seem to be so whatever, but they aren't, because once they hear the truth, they will probably divide your friendship, you, and try to whatever. If it's your boss, he will fire you. But you said the truth. It's healing, of course, because you know now what kind of people you're around, and if it's just a bunch of phony bosses and coworkers, you don't need to work at that job. Maybe God wants something better for you, and of course, I experienced myself that there is something better. You needed to go, and yeah, you were forced to tell the truth because you couldn't hold it inside, and that's division. That's dividing, but it also heals. I can agree.
So what the truth does, though, when you tell somebody this, humble H, when you say, I'm going to tell you the truth, what type of reaction do you think somebody has when you say the words that I just said to them? Well, they get on guard, right? Because what you're about to say to them is probably going to be something they don't want to hear. Truth is not something that's welcomed unless the person understands that truth is always something to be celebrated.
Right.
So
yeah.
The problem today is that if it's not their truth, they want to hear their truth spoken back to them.
Yeah, right. Or they'll say, well, that's your truth. When it becomes something that's subjective, that's correct. When it becomes subjective, then it doesn't really matter anymore. So this world has taught people that there isn't any objective truth in it. There's only subjective truth. And I think that's why a lot of people are running around confused about reality, because they've been taught that that's another way to think. So that mindset usurps the fact that there is an objective truth, which we talk about in here. Like there is things that you can know in this world that it's the same for you and me, right?
Right. But, it's self-evident.
And so they've been taught that that's not true. You can look at the world completely different from somebody, and that's just the way you're going to take truth to the very end. But your experience, how you're experiencing the world, doesn't mean that it's going to negate the fact that you and I can go through the same things at the same time. Because if you think that just because you experience the world in your very particular way, it doesn't mean that I can experience that world with you, right? So
And this teaching has actually crept into the church. This is that modern teaching that's creeping into the church today.
Right.
Well, gentlemen, yes, again, this, the fact that I can have this discussion with men who have an interest in the Bible on this subject, to me, is it's mind-boggling, because this is, like, I think you and I would agree that what the Bible says has to do with our everlasting welfare. True?
Yes, and someone understanding flat Earth can also bring them to the Bible because it points to the Creator.
Yes.
Exactly. Today, or in the last day, I've been listening to a discussion that, if I say flatzoid, you folks would know who I mean, right?
Yes.
He was
Me not.
analyzing Danny Faulkner's, a video by Danny Faulkner. I think by anyone's looking at Danny Faulkner's life, the thing he tries to teach, he would consider himself a person who's teaching things from the Bible that he's aware affects their everlasting welfare. Yet this person, who is of a university level type of understanding of astronomy in his own mind, is like opposing things that you and I look at and say, this is self-evident. Like this, how could someone of even basic intelligence, never mind someone who claims to have looked in it in some depth, so much so that they will debate on the opposite side of this question. This is unbelievable that this is taking place, right?
Yeah, but you've got to realize that school and university doesn't teach you how to think, it teaches you what to think.
Conditioning.
And the further you are into it, the more brainwashed you are, and you're in the system.
Right. I'm gonna read something that's very profound, Humble. Very, very profound in this complete conversation. It'll make it come full circle. And this is directly from God's word, not from mayhem. So I'm gonna go ahead and read this. This is Romans chapter 1, verse 21 through 25. Yeah, through 25. For all they knew God, they neither glorified him as God nor gave thanks to him. But their thinking became futile in their foolish hearts and were darkened. Although they claimed to be wise, they became fools and exchanged the glory of the immortal God for images made to look like a mortal human being and birds and animals and reptiles. Therefore, God gave them over in the sinful desires of their hearts to sexual impurity, for degrading of their bodies with one another. They exchanged the truth about God for a lie and worshipped and served created things rather than the Creator, who is forever praised. Amen. And so now this is something that if you don't understand what has happened in this world, this has been continuing since the creation, since the dawn of man, since the beginning.
So I really have to commend you for bringing scriptures in to support your points that you're making. Like I'm sitting here and I'm not trying to flatter you, but I'm saying to have a discussion on this level is very soul satisfying for me.
Yeah.
But I have to confess to you that it adds to the profound questions that I have about what's going on. Because, again, okay, I will tell you a little history of how when I got into this. My first foray was into FED over at Nathan's, right?
Okay.
After a while, I started asking some people who were on the panel there certain questions. And I don't want to be slogging anything that happens over there. Like, my experience wasn't a positive one, and I was sort of eased off the for a while. But I'm just wondering, are we in this community ready to face some of the heavy questions that come with the understanding of this thing? Meaning that if we see this as important as we think it is, or we believe it is, a part of that is to become evangelical about it. Do you understand what I mean by that statement?
Yes.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
I'm
And
happy to do it. I don't know, I think I was speaking to someone the other night, but I went out for dinner with my wife and ended up talking to the restaurant owner about flat earth, and then all the bar girls behind the bar while I was having a cocktail, and one of the bar girls actually said to her boss, well, how do these stars return all the time in the same positions on this globe? And her boss didn't know what to say. It ended up being a big conversation in the restaurant. And yeah, I talk to everybody. I don't care what anybody thinks.
Awesome.
And again, this tells me that you gentlemen, if you were asked this question that I see being bounced around by some of these other people who are claiming to have a belief in the Bible, they ask this question, is it a salvation issue? I don't know. I believe from reading what those scriptures that Mayhem brought up, that we have to see it in that light.
Yes, it is.
Even if it only applies not to people who were believing in the Bible and had a globe earth view, who realized, no, I have to change that view in order to enhance. Sorry.
The problem is that the Bible is God's inerrant word left for us today. It's our instructions that God left for us. The Bible is the authority, and these people don't like what the Bible says, so they twist the Bible to suit their belief rather than the Bible being the authority. And if you do believe that the Bible is the authority, then it's you can't twist it.
Right.
Well, here is the statement then that I'm going to throw into this mix. And my statement is, a religion is a very difficult thing to build. A religion is a very difficult thing to build.
So are you likening flat earth to a religion?
Well, let's analyze that question. If someone comes, and this is the big example I've seen, only again because I said my entry into this was on FED. And here it is. People who were fellow flat earthers, right? And I'll tell you the name because I don't think it's a secret. Whitsitt. Whitsitt came on, but Whitsitt came in and he had, I think they had a term they used over there, something foolishness, because he believed in the ether. Okay? His bringing in ether as a part of his belief system into that forum basically got him what would be used in religious grounds as being excommunicated.
Oh.
So
this is strange. This is news to you?
The difference is that FED has a certain type of argument that he presents, that he sticks to, and it's basically about the absolute observable facts. Now, what Whitsitt is doing is he's offering up another explanation for why these natural laws or these things are occurring. And how do I put this? To a certain point, it is still speculation. It is a belief. But I don't think it's a bad thing that he's looking into those things and making some of those speculations to try and explain things, because otherwise things won't move forward. But it's just not the type of argument that FED puts forward. And secondly, it's people, it's humans. You know, some of these arguments about what's going on in the community are almost turning into dick measuring competitions. Who's the tip of the spear? Who's the top flat earther? And once it starts going like that, well, it's going to go bad.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's 3 a.m. here. I've been up all day working. My words are a bit messed up. I'm really tired.
No,
Yeah,
I think
sorry.
you're doing a great job. If I'm understanding, I think you're doing a terrific job. And
Sorry, and about the Bible, if a Christian is denying a Christian is supposed to believe God's word, the Bible. So if a Christian is not believing God's word and believing the Bible, and then believing man-made doctrines and beliefs over the Bible, are they really a Christian? That's my question.
I would agree with you totally. Totally.
They're attempting, at least, it could be an early attempt on successfully becoming a Christian.
And again, this discussion or this topic, I believe, has great value in that it's helped a lot of atheists who felt that this heliocentric model proved the Bible wrong, and coming to the realization that no, that's not true. They are turning to taking at least a second look at the scriptures, and many are coming on board simply.
No, I don't usually speak to people about the Bible as evidence of the flat earth, because we are speaking to atheists and people that aren't going to listen.
Yeah.
But, you know, when people do ask the question, why would they do this? Well, this is a satanic world. The Bible teaches that the devil is in control of this world at the moment. And, you know,
Right.
that earth is, or God's creation is the foundation of the Bible. It is the first book of the Bible, and what they are doing is they are undermining that foundation of the Bible. And if that can be proven wrong, well, then they can claim the rest of the Bible is wrong as well.
You're awesome, man. Thanks for that. I will keep that in mind.
Indeed.
I'm totally impressed that, yeah, these things, what you're saying is basically, again, the approach I have. So eventually I found myself asking the question then, we know as Bible-believing Christians, one of the most important things that Jesus told us to do is to go and teach people. I think if you look at Matthew 28, 19 and 20, and again, reflecting on such things as Romans, what Romans brought out earlier, that Megan showed us.
Romans chapter 1, verses 21 through 25.
Yes, this is information that God is going to use to judge who is on his side.
But the Bible also says that, you know, you spread that truth, you spread that word, and if they don't accept it, you move on to the next person. You know, you could be speaking to one person for 2 months. You could have spoke to 30 people in 2 months and converted 10 of them.
Amen. Love that.
Again, yes, you hit the nail on the head.
So what does that mean? That is exactly what I've been saying this whole time, Humble H. I said we're not in the convincing business. We're in the challenging one. That's what we do here. We challenge people. We don't try to convince them. We try to challenge them. And
plant
that's
the
all we
seed,
do.
and then hopefully that grows. Something else gets mentioned somewhere else. It finally all comes together, but you're at
Right.
least planting that seed.
That's all you can do. And that's the best you can hope for, is that you challenge them today. And that's it. You don't look to strong arm them into an understanding, because that's not how it works. That's God's work.
You're so right. I learned that the hard way, and now I'm here. I'm so happy. Oh,
I totally agree with you. Strong arming is like I present them with the information, the data. And again, I believe the strongest argument I have, a lot of people probably shy away from it, is the Bible itself. Because once you start reading it with this different mentality, so many other things make sense, right?
right.
Like, it's incredible. Like, people will say to me, you know, or you'd hear people say, Jesus never mentions that the earth is, in this case, flat. But the great commission he gave us, when he says to go and preach the good news of the kingdom in all the world, that word world, because it's Matthew was originally written in Hebrew. That word that he used there is the same word that comes out of Isaiah, the circle of the earth. So that scripture should read, this news of the kingdom will preached in all the circle of the earth before the end comes.
Mm-hmm.
And if you check again the scriptural references and how that word is used, you will see that that is actually Jesus speaking about the circle of the earth in the same way that Isaiah 40:22 does. I ask people the simplest questions. Is earth under heaven or is it in heaven? Like, if you take the heliocentric view, we're basically living in heaven right now, flying through heaven at these speeds that they tell us is happening. Again, these are things that are not in harmony with the scriptures. The Bible says heaven is above the earth. As a young child, our parents would ask us, where is God? We would point up. But if I think of the same child in Australia pointing down, and if they're in Central America, they're pointing out sideways, it's insane, right? To me. It's that simple to me, a lot of these things. But now, a religion is a very specific thing. What is the minimum requirement for believing in a creator? Anyone would say there must be, hopefully any Christian would say, we must accept Jesus as the one he sent.
Yeah, these are
part of his person.
Yeah, I would say it this way, Humble Age. These are some hard things for those who are not of the mind. So you can get to those hard things, but you have to be in an environment where they're ready to listen. Because when you have hearts that are not ready to listen, you're gonna get people who fight you every step of the way and try to argue with you. So the point that you're trying to make is gonna get covered up by anger and dissent. So the best way to go about that conversation is to make sure that the field is ready, that you've already done the work to plow, to sow, the seeds of truth, and then you can have a fruitful conversation that leads you into that. Or you know your audience. You know the audience you're going to be speaking this, and you know that when you speak to a group of people who are not of the same mind and not ready to hear this, then you should already be equipped to know that you're going to have to be, standing up against some resistance. But that being said, you only present what you know, and you don't like push any farther. You just say, look, let me just present this to you. You can listen to me, you can throw it away, you can take this on, whatever it is you want to do, but let me just present this to you. And then I'm not going to be like, I'm saying this from me. I'm just going to tell you what I've read. And so in that way, you can give them the word that you're letting them see transparent through you, that you're not the one saying these things. This is coming from a position of saying that this word was given to us by the inspiration of the Creator himself. So you have to be sure and aware of your audience so that you know that when you speak these things, it's going to be something. But like, that's why I say, like in this server, it's difficult. That part right there is difficult. We can only ask people, like, if you want to know more, we can go to a different room. And in the different room, we can actually unfold a lot more about what I'm talking about. So, and that's the reason why the decorum in this place is such that we don't let people come here and say those things unless somebody wants to know more. They can go to another room, and then you can tell them for as long as you want. Right? You can go to a biblical chat or wherever it is you want to take someone, and if they're interested, they'll follow you there. But in here, it's difficult because people say they don't want to hear Bible talk. And that's why it's got a time limit, like when we start talking about these things. So we can't really take up airtime to continue forward on biblical matters, even though I would love to. It's not in the I guess a lot of people in here that are moderators and such don't share the same views. And so I respect that. And so that's why it's like we have a time limit to as far as we can go, and then we got to switch it back to empirical evidence of the Earth.
I will take that as yes. Thank you. I now appreciate a little bit better, how things work. So thanks very much. Appreciate it. Yeah.
No worries, brother. But yeah, if people do want to follow up with you, can they hit you up in the DMs? They could probably maybe direct message you, and then you guys can carry a further conversation in another room, perhaps.
Oh, yeah. I think Righteous and I do that sometimes, too. Yeah. And anytime. And again, I'm going to just make the last reference that probably if anybody's heard me before, I've said. The first day that I went into FED, I left one statement, and I said to them, spirituality is going to certainly become a very important part of this discussion. And at that point, I think I got sort of that same reaction that you're telling me now from, that yes, maybe so, but not in this forum. So I'm going to take that applies here 24/7 also. Thanks.
Yeah, you're welcome, Humble.
Yeah, if you want to have that discussion, just jump in the room down below, though, with whoever you want to have the discussion with, and you can have it here all day.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm because one day I was in a room, and all of a sudden I found I was in a total different discussion, and I don't recall doing anything to make the move, but apparently sometimes you can get moved around like that. So I'm getting used to it. Thanks.
All right, yeah, let's get back to it. There was a guy in here, I think CB was asking about Tato. Yeah, Tato, I said hello. I don't think Tato responded. He's unmuted, I think, but he hasn't responded yet.
His profile says he's the king of chat.
King of chat. Is there such a thing? All I know is that we got some people on the panel. We got Andy Hold My Beer, Big Boy Khan. We got 3D, Blue Jumper. What's up, homie? We got Breathe Entropy. What's up, Big Dog?
Mm-hmm.
We got
Cut the shit.
Cut the shit, dude. We got Creation Bear, dude. Like, that's the man with the master plan right there.
Dang, what's going on?
I mean, if you want to go 12 rounds, I think you're probably only going to last 3 with him, but that's me. We got Eddie Golden, brand new to the server. Welcome. Effie Batman. You got Flat Lloyd Wright. We got Flying High. What's up, brother? We got Grim. Grim's always in the back chats, man. He's always in the live stream voice text. He's always bringing it to the Globers. We got Humble H, of course. You've heard him. He was speaking right now. It sounds like a sound biblical flat earther. We got Morvis, who's listening. Was it Mike Power Swan is deafened? We got Old Haas Rathborn. That guy is an OG. I mean, that guy right there. Like, we had I just want to say real quick, there was a science communicator, professor guy, as astrophysicist. I mean, whatever you want to call him. But he came in and called him out, and after Ross, called him out, he just couldn't take it anymore, and he left. So, Old Haas has a way about him that they don't want to stick around when he's around. Tato's in here, but doesn't want to speak. And we got, of course, Ethergrass, our brother from another mother. What's up, Ether?
We got the whole squad.
And nothing
Just
but the
missing
squad.
Just missing Timbo.
I know, man. We're missing Timbo. I think I'm about to
visit him soon, so I'll get his phone number. So when I'm up at 3:30 in the morning, I'll ring him and say, "Oi, get on here."
Yeah, exactly. People are like, man, who's this? Yeah, this is this line, man. Come on, get up. We got work to do.
Come on, Smokey.
Don't play with my emotions, Smokey. Yeah, I got a good deal, bro. I'm telling you, because I work at a hog processing facility, and they have like this big 24-pack of 1 pound packages of bacon for like $60, bro. I mean, it was a steal. So I ordered one, and I got that bad boy like in my fridge, and I just been like, whenever I want to, just have some bacon. But because
your bacon over there is so much better than the bacon in Australia.
Really?
I love that real thin, crispy.
Oh yeah.
I think you can get the maple as well, and it just crisps up so nice. All our bacon's like really thick, fat cut. You just cannot get that thin bacon that you get over there.
Yeah, and the guys who do it here at the place I work, they do it the old way. They smoke it in a smokehouse with the good wood chips. They don't do it with the liquid smoke stuff. So I know how they make it. That's why I order it. It's quality,
When we were in the US, every night I'd buy a packet of bacon and I'd just cook it till it was crispy as, and I'd just sit there and eat a packet of bacon with barbecue sauce.
Whoa, bacon and barbecue sauce. Whoa.
I've never had that. Well, you know what?
I've had it on burgers.
Yeah, I was going to say that. If it was on a burger, probably. Right?
No, you got to have barbecue sauce on bacon. Oh.
Okay. I've never tried that. Well,
different, huh?
I haven't.
I think I was having Baby Ray's over there with it.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree. Kind of everything tastes better in America. It's awesome.
No, I miss that. I try and cut the bacon even thinner here, and I try and fry it more to get it more crispy, but it's just not the same, especially when you're wrapping like jalapenos and stuff like that. You just can't do it with the bacon here. It won't wrap.
I feel you totally.
Can you guys take a joke?
Yeah.
Okay, you bacon-eating flat earthers. I eat bacon, I'm just saying. That was a joke. You're supposed to. I'm sorry.
Where's the punchline?
This is what I'm saying. That it's okay. It would be getting back to the last discussion. I just thought you guys are baiting me with that. But no, I'm saying a religion is a very difficult thing to build because it was supposed to be a joke. Maybe it went over like a lead balloon. I'm hiding my face now. It's okay.
Yeah, you might want to pocket that one for the Chuckle Hut, bud.
No offense meant, because I do eat bacon. I'm not lying. Yeah.
Well, when they run out of arguments, that's what they might bring up, these Globers. They might say, oh, look, he eats bacon as well. He's definitely wrong, because that's about the level of their argument at the moment.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's good.
Or fishing line, maybe some fishing line.
A good old fishing line globe earther, huh?
Yeah.
Well, fishing line exists, therefore the Earth is a globe. The Earth is a globe, therefore fishing line exists. That proves the Earth a globe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you can, when you stretch that fishing line out, it goes around the curve because level's curved.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Curve level. These globers are stuck in opposite day.
For those of you who have probably missed that particular argument, that was, I think, a couple people that I've heard. So far, it's Dogs Are Gods, but he probably changed his names to something else. But he was coming in saying that measuring tow tanks with this fishing line, because they're in the article that he presented, was that the fishing line was only used to show the how did it go flying, that it was a measure.
They had a microscope set up on a fishing line and something else when it touched the water to make sure when it broke the water. But the fishing line was set up not above the water, but on the edge of the wall. It was something like that. But anyway, at the end of the day, fishing line proved a globe.
So okay, I see. Okay, so it's a big lake, for example, and on the one side they leveled the lake with a fishing line.
Yeah, so it's a tow tank, and what they do is they put model boats in it, and they have rails down each side, and this big machine pushes this boat through this long tank, and apparently the distance that they built this tank at, they had to account for the curvature of the Earth, and they measured that with a fishing line.
The cat.
I see now. Okay. Yeah, I have a new idea. Just like, what if we have a flat lake, like really calm weather, really everything is super flat, the water and everything, and then we have a fishing line or even a big rope, but it's heavier. But a fishing line would do it, and we put it on the level of the water, on the same height, and then we would stripe it like a mile or whatever the distance of the lake is. It should be big, the numbers, and then it should like, if it's straight pulled, it should go underwater if the Earth if we would live on a globe.
Yeah, I would
You
say
know what I mean?
The
That
problem
probably
is that you
that probably
can't,
wouldn't work. Go ahead, Flying.
you can't stretch something like a rope or a fishing line that tight. It will always sag. It will never be flat over that distance. And then the other issue you've got is that if it's floating, then they're just going to claim that it's floating around the curvature of that ball. So the only real way to do it would be to, I don't know.
Yeah, okay,
maybe
you're
if
right,
it was
you're right.
strong enough, you could have it on the surface. And yes, if you pull it tight, it should go down underwater and pull straight. But yeah,
The best thing we can do is line of sight measurement test. Line of sight is the most definite way you're going to get to know if the Earth is curving. Obstruction of the curvature of the Earth, meaning the horizon where the sky meets the Earth, would then dictate how far away that is, and then you'd be able to find the distance from, like, using a marker in the water to be able to know what the drop rate would be from you into the horizon. Then, therefore, giving you the information that you need to find out how much the Earth is curving away from you if you're measuring to the horizon and finding out what the distance to the horizon would be. Because anything else would then start going into, like, error in the device, error in the materials, error in, like, it gives them a foothold to, like, say that you're wrong because you didn't do something correctly, you didn't use the right material, and we want to do something that's empirical to where they don't have an excuse. Actually, the burden of proof then starts to look like, well, we only did something to test the globe, and therefore the globe doesn't come up with the circumference, diameter, and the radius value to show that the horizon is the leading edge of the sphere. Because if the horizon is the leading edge of the sphere, then we could definitely measure to where we're standing, right, observer height, to where the horizon is and find out the metrics of the Earth would conform to the exact measurements that it would say. So that is the best way to go if we're going to do it. It's the simplest way, and it's the way that it costs less to actually perform that anyone can do. So once we present this method, then it negates the fact that we have to do all kinds of other things and bring like powerful laser equipment that costs $50,000 or whatever. Like, we don't have to do any of that. We can just say, look, I can actually see that thing in the far distance. Therefore, we're going to measure how much curvature there should be if the Earth is a globe. And then it gives us an outcome, a result of whether the Earth is curving like they say it is or it's not. It's really easy.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go on, Fly.
I was going to say, I got a lake within walking distance of me that's 10 kilometers across line of sight.
I believe that Brian Mullen once had a presentation where he suggested something like that being built. Because it could, do something like that, build it and show, like, from a structure. But he did it from an engineering standpoint. He was amazing, that guy, Brian Mullen.
I've seen that.
Isn't that one big long man-made canal in Africa or India? I don't know where it is, but it's man-made and it's super straight and long. Isn't that proof enough for the globes? I mean, that they see that something might be wrong here.
They don't want to see it.
What did you say?
There is this big canal, like a water canal, like a path for boats, like some big.
Channel.
Yeah, channel. Oh, yeah, channel, not canal. Canal is for dogs and cats. Huh? I don't know. Yeah, but you know what I mean, like that man-made thing, that passage.
Oh yeah, there's one that goes from Britain over to France. I think that, and there's a video about asking, well, did they make any allowances for curvature?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So I would stress this point once again. I don't want to lead anybody to not do anything else, but I would say the most simplest way without using any spices is just good the way it is. Line of sight. That's all you need. And then use the measurements for like what the metrics of the Earth being a globe, bring the metrics up, radius, diameter, circumference. Use that. It's the best way to do it with the least complications. And you don't need to go to a channel. You don't need to bring cord. You don't need to do anything else other than see something in the far distance and find out what the globe predicts. And either it is going to be what it predicts or it's not.
Yeah.
Because I think when we start to think, well, what else can we do? You don't need anything else. That is what is known as the black swan. If you have just one thing that disproves the curvature of the Earth, that's all you need. You can sit there and just be good and content with that. The fact that people want to do other things, that's up to them. But you don't need other things. The only thing you need is that one single thing is the line of sight test. That's it. That's really all there is. But when you want to find more, that's up to you. You can do other things, but it's just this one thing is really all you need.
Talk about other things. Sorry. If I talk about other things, I'm actually out for a walk and I'm in Toronto, and I'm standing on the sidewalk and I'm looking down at something like a little brass disc that's in the sidewalk. And it says, City of Toronto Horizontal Survey Control. And it has 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 numbers, like a 9-figure number on it. Well, I took a picture of this one day, and the place where I go for a walk, I'm next door to basically a university, or what we call a college. And they teach surveying over there. So one day, I'm out for a walk, and there's this guy teaching surveying. And the students are all gathering. There's some that's away from him that holds up a pole that they look through the theodolite, I think it's called, to get the measurements. So I said to him in front of all of his students, I showed him the picture I'd taken of this horizontal thing. I says, what is the purpose of that, right? Would you know? And he says that all over the city, they have these things as markings for the different elevation of places, so that guys who would come to the city and they want to build sewers, they would know they have to have the sewers actually going downhill. But these markers tell them the elevation height above sea level, basically, so that they will be building the sewers properly or anything else they're doing that they need to stay horizontal. That will give them the height basically above sea level.
I mean, yeah, that makes sense because we have mountains and not everything is the same height, but...
Well, that happens here in Australia as well. They do that everywhere. And, you know, there's certain heights we have to build at here for flood reasons and different things like that. But plane surveying and geodetic surveying, so plane surveying is all your smaller distances for local construction jobs, they all begin with plane triangles and elevation angles. And it's not until they do their preliminary adjustments, they call them, which is the maths, that transfer them back into the sphere. But all of their measurements are horizontal plane measurements when they do surveying.
Ah, I see. Okay.
Exactly.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's all horizontal, gentlemen. That was what I took from him. It's all horizontal, and they measure from that horizontal level.
Yeah, and then they measure the elevations.
Yeah, the elevations. Can I?
Which you can't do without a horizontal.
You can't
have an elevation angle without a horizontal.
Yeah, because it has to be horizontal with one of the plates that say, which is in the city, which is like 5-10 miles from here, right? It just gives you the different elevation height from that horizontal. But maybe there's one question that I'm always curious that I want to ask in this forum. Like we use the word beliefs, and a lot of people shy away from it, saying that they believe certain things. Like if I'd say, oh, I believe the earth is flat, someone would jump in and say, no, I don't believe the earth is flat. I know it's flat.
That's right.
In what sense do you use belief?
When you accept it as true without proof.
With the weather, I believe it's not going to rain.
The belief is when you don't have evidence to support it. When you have evidence to support it, then you can know it.
Yeah, but the belief is you accept it as true without proof, as if it's been demonstrated to you.
Oh,
but it's never been demonstrated to you, so you just believe it.
Oh, okay, gotcha. So, okay, I can see why in this forum it wouldn't. Okay, gotcha. Because the only reason I was curious about it because I usually, again, not to get back into a biblical discussion, I usually compare things I hear with what I hear read in the Bible, right? And at one point, Jesus said to Thomas, put your hand here, because he doubted whether Jesus was resurrected. But Jesus says, okay, now that you've seen it, you've touched it, now you believe. Happy are those who believe, even though they don't see it. And that's the comparison I make. But I was just curious how the word is used, so I got to be careful using it in this forum, yeah.
Well, you don't have to be careful using it, I suppose, around us, but if you're in some sort of a debate with a glober, you don't really want to be saying that, it's a belief. You want to say, hey, we know the Earth is flat because we know that elevation angles require a baseline, so, but again, you should get used to changing your language, because if you know it to be true, then you should tell people that you know it to be true rather than a belief.
Right.
Yeah. And yes, and again, it's measurably and observably flat. Yeah.
Right. So that doesn't. Belief leaves room for suggestive understanding.
Yeah.
So if I believe what you're saying, then I'm taking on the understanding of what you said without any evidence. So, you know what I mean? I'm taking it on without any evidence whatsoever because of what you just said. But if I verify that thing, then it's not a belief anymore. It's something I know. I know Humble H has a car versus I believe Humble H has a car. You hear how that sounds?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, even though I've been talking about walking all morning. Okay, gotcha.
No, but the example here is that, well, on the one hand, I can believe that you have a car. On the other hand, I know you have a car.
I gotcha. Yeah.
Calling something we know a belief is catering to their disbelief. Sorry. I was just saying we're catering to their disbelief. If we call something we know to be true a belief, we're catering to their disbelief, and no, we can't do that.
Ah, yes. You guys are too precise. You've been at this for a while. Language matters, yeah.
Yeah, it's called the Socratic method. Look that word up, Socratic method.
Oh, yeah, that one I've looked up, yeah. Socrates and, yeah.
Words really matter, especially when you get arrested.
Ooh, yeah, you're right.
That's true.
That's true.
Yeah.
Anything you say can and will be used against you.
That's always the case.
Yeah, that's why this whole thing, it feels like a court case. When people come in here, they're just carefree about what they say. We're not. We know exactly what we're saying, why we're saying it, and everything's to the point. So as you're in this forum a lot longer, you start to realize you know where you're at. It's like you're always in court. Everything that you're saying right now is going to be put against you by the Glober. The Glober is like, the people who are trying to prosecute the truth. They're in here just always trying to say, no, you're wrong. But then you're like, you have to present it in a way that you're not going to leave any room for suggestive understanding. Does that make sense, Humble?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I get it. And again, it makes perfect sense. And I'm going to tell you something else that was kind of challenging for me, okay? It's getting used to the debating forum as opposed to what I would consider more beneficial to a person like myself, even just having a discussion. Because I was listening, the first when I started listening, there were people coming in and they were challenging something that was said. But the challenge was basically cut off because they made a, what was the word they use? A fallacy, right? Whereas if I'm having a discussion with somebody, in a bar or sitting, at home talking about this topic, I would say, well, again, just like you said to me with the use of words just now, how important it is, or you were correcting me on the sort of argument I would have or argumentation I would use, I would say, okay, I hear what you're saying, but I wouldn't, in this debate forum, use those words because it's such and such fallacy. But I'm going to try and listen to what you're actually asking, maybe even help you to frame the question differently. But then they would just use the fallacy to shut down any meaningful response when I totally heard and I could understand what that person was actually asking.
Yeah, but do you know why it's important? I don't know if I can't stress why that is so important. Like using logical fallacies in this discussion. Do you know why it's important, or do you find it irrelevant?
I think I understand in the debate forum why it's very important. And that's what I'm saying. I understand that part.
Right. When truth is on trial, Humble, you have to be precise in understanding. So the reason why there isn't any room to let go of that and just say, you can beg the question if you want. The reason why we have to say, no, that's begging the question. Meaning if somebody says something in here and says, well, I want to talk about gravity, and gravity works this way. And we say, no, you're begging the question. And you would think, as a third-party listener, well, that's not really important because I know what he's talking about with gravity. No, the importance is they're begging the question, meaning that they're already presupposing that the Earth is a globe and the physics on that globe is working such as gravity would be applying itself as the way they think. So when we point out the mistake that they have is that they're begging the question, and that is a fallacy, then we could then talk about the underlying premise, which is they're not addressing the underlying premise. They're going straight to a derivative understanding. And for you, the third-party listener, you might think that that's beneficial to talk about the derivative understanding. But for us, it's most essential to go back to why the begging the question fallacy happened in the first place. So it's us demonstrating to the world that you can't say things and then just have a fallacious reasoning behind it. Do you understand now, Humble, why we do what we do?
Yes, honestly, I'm not sure though. For me, again, for a newbie, I would at first thinking, oh, he's just trying to dodge the question with this, what I would call a technicality. It doesn't. Would you say simply because somebody used the fallacy means that you don't understand the point he was trying to make? And
No,
again.
Even if they ask that question and they ask it in a fallacious way, they haven't asked a logical question for you to answer. So it doesn't require an answer. It's just completely invalid. And then what ends up happening is you go down this big long garden path of garbage, get mixed all up in their argument, and you end up losing because you've been dragged down to their level arguing fallacies, and I do disagree a little bit with saying that in a normal conversation you don't call people out on their fallacies. You may not say, hey, dude, that was a logical fallacy, but if you're having a conversation and someone tells you something that you know to be wrong, you'll definitely turn around and say, dude, you're full of shit. I do it all the time. You're talking to your mate and he says, oh, man, I did this. I say, man, you're full of shit. Prove it to me. So
it's drama.
We do it in everyday conversation, and we may not call it a fallacy, but we always do in conversation. Well, I do in conversations. If I don't think someone's speaking something right or the truth, you call them out on it.
But can I push back a little bit without you thinking that I don't get what you're saying, which is what you're saying is legitimate, and I get it. I think, again, remembering I'm talking about first coming into this discussion and what it can look like for a person who hasn't reached the level that you have in understanding how these things work.
Me. So
okay.
I've always believed the Earth is flat from my own observations and other things. I had in early days looked at a couple of YouTube channels and things like that a long time ago, but then life just went on, and it was only fairly recently that I found Nathan's channel was the first one that I found, FTFE. Not Fight the Flat Earth, sorry. I'm so
just
tired.
FED, man. Yeah.
FED, sorry. And I heard people asking these questions, like you said, and then Nathan wouldn't address the question. He'd call out a fallacy, he'd abuse them, tell him he'd teabagged them, and that was the end of the conversation. And I sat there and thought to myself, man, this guy's supposed to be like this great flat Earth guy. He hasn't even mentioned anything about flat Earth. He hasn't even debated a point. What is going on here? And then I thought, before I leave and make a judgment, I better Google what this fallacy is. And so I went and Googled what the fallacies were, and then I listened again, and I was pulling up the fallacies, and I was like, wow, this guy's a genius. we don't have to even know the shape of the Earth. We don't even have to have a measurement, because every argument that gets put forward for the globe is a fallacious argument. It's a fallacy. And all he has to do is call out fallacies. He doesn't have to answer questions. He doesn't have to do anything. So if someone's inquisitive and they truly want to learn and they hear, oh, this is a fallacy, someone with a bit of logical thinking who didn't know what that was would surely go and have a bit of a look.
And again, there is the teaching moment for me. You just use it quite effectively. Yes, and I appreciate now that. And again, if I could just, and it's not to defend my stand, because I think that boat's left the dock. I'm just saying, it's a losing battle for me at this time. I'm just saying, I would have liked to know the value of pointing out the fallacies there. I'm not going to try and okay, I got you. Yeah, the lesson for me is to look up what the fallacy means and how it works, and educate myself that way. Got you.
You find out more often than not that these people are committing fallacies almost every time they come in here and propose that the Earth is a globe. Because that right there, that very thing, that when they say the Earth is a globe, that's a begging the question. Like, it's like
yes,
the very first thing. Actually, even when they say the Earth is a globe, it's begging the question because they haven't provided evidence in the first instance. There's no evidence that the Earth is a globe. There's only people that have been told that it is.
When I first learned about fallacies, because I never learned about fallacies in school, I'd never heard of what these fallacies were, and I've spoken to many people now who don't know what a fallacy is in an argument. It's pretty crazy, but then what I realized was that how much people use them in everyday life when you're having a normal conversation. Or I'd be having an argument with my wife about something, and I'd be like, that's a fallacy, prove it. So you don't realize how much they're actually used every day.
And I would agree with you. That was why I go in, and my approach is to just ask questions and try to stay away from making any statements, because I was sure that I would use fallacies if I tried to, make statements. But fallacies can even come out of questions, right?
But you don't have to make any statements at all with flat Earth.
Okay, now you got me.
The proof lies on the person making the claim. So if the burden of proof lies on the person making the claim at the moment is that the Earth is a sphere. We're questioning that claim. The person questioning the claim does not hold a burden of proof.
Yeah, but at some point we would make the statement the Earth is measurably and observably flat.
Right. But the thing is, the claim also provides evidence of that. So the investigation into the claim. Is the Earth a globe? Let's go test the claim. Well, the Earth isn't curving anywhere. And if the Earth isn't curving anywhere, then what is it?
A fallacy.
No. No. If the Earth isn't curving, then what is it?
Okay, yeah.
Well, the claim would be a fallacious
Yeah,
claim.
but finish the logical statement here. No. If the Earth isn't curving anywhere, then what is it?
It's flat.
Thank you. And so, by proxy of investigating the claim, we understand that the Earth is flat. Because it's not curving anywhere. There is no measurable curvature anywhere.
Yeah.
And I would say it this way. As far as the drop over distance goes, we're not talking to the land topography, because we know that it is what it is, right? We're talking about a level plane of existence, the realm in which we all existed.
Yeah, right. I would say, to me, these fallacies that come up every day, not only with this topic, are kind of like what I would describe earlier as flying monkey syndrome, when you just don't realize that you talk someone else's thing. Like you give mouth for someone else, not yourself, and your own thoughts and observations and feelings. But of course they do these fallacies because they have to. It's in the logic of a flying monkey's life, if that makes sense.
But would a person simply by making, okay, but the person isn't purposely striving to use a fallacy to win an argument, right?
No, it's not. Flying monkeys don't do that on purpose. They aren't aware of that they are flying monkeys for an agenda or whatever you call it, a lie in this case, that they aren't aware of. It's hard to describe flying monkeys' behavior, but it's really important to understand why people use so often so much fallacies without being actual trolls who intentionally do it.
Oh. Yeah.
I would say it this way, and this could probably make sense. There's a lot of people that are inadvertently making or committing these fallacies, and then there's those who are doing it intentionally because they know that's the only way they could win an argument. Like, a good way to win an argument is applying and affirming the consequent. So affirming the consequent is, I see something, therefore it is this. It is this, therefore I see something.
Yeah, this is quite like it. Yep. Yeah.
But again, we have to understand that there are some people who legitimately would go down to the beach and watch a ship go out and see it disappear bottom first. That would ask themselves, why is that happening? And erroneously make the assumption that it's happening because of this curvature.
Right.
Like, there are people who would do that. So in the absence, again, of everyone who comes into this discussion forum, we all come with a limited supply of information. I'm telling you, as a fact, like years ago when I first dipped my toe into this water, like, I was shocked at my ignorance. And I see it happening to people today where they meet them on the street, they ask them, well, how fast is the Earth supposedly spinning? What is the size of the Earth? And I've done it, like, to people very close to me. It's just not something that they think about in their daily life. It's just never even a question. It's just something I, heard since I was born.
We're taught to believe what we're taught.
Exactly. You go to a movie and, and this has been over 100 years that this would be on the movie screen, this ball, way before, moon shots, supposed moon landings and everything. These were on movie screens, right? They were globes in classrooms. So I suppose I'm understanding my own, and I'm going to use a word here, evolution of thinking, that I have some sympathy for a person who comes in and would say the Earth is round because, and be very fallacious in everything they say. I would probably say, I get you, I understand what you're saying, but here are the reasons why, that, and yes, it's frustrating in this level, especially for people who come in and claim to have scientific knowledge, been to university. Those guys I would completely attack with all this fallacy stuff. I get you. I'm just for the poor guys like myself who hears the word fallacy and probably never heard it before, right?
It's even good to know that when you ask them a specific question like, is the shape of the Earth a scientific question? Or
gotcha. Yes.
Phrase it in a way that it makes sense to say, the scientific endeavors that you go for, like whenever you're discovering things about the Earth, like the size, like, is it a scientific question?
That is that is the biggest example. You hit the nail on the head. Just the appreciation of what that word science actually means. That's a real education for me. But it's at the foundation of so many things, right? And yeah, and again, that's two things. That word, what it means, and again, how it's used, and why it leads so many people into a fallacious way of discussing things. Gotcha. That's a perfect word, I think.
And it's not even the fallacies. I'm debating a astronomer at the moment on Facebook, actually. And so far we got to the point of the elevation angles. And he's telling me that, again, well, I've asked him to define an elevation angle, and I've asked him to define how they use that elevation angle and how they make that measurement. And so far he's come back with 15 or 20 different posts about, zeniths and this and that and all this other stuff, right? But the first question I asked is, how do you do this? It was an elevation angle. I've asked him to define the elevation angle. He knows he's lost the argument. He wants to talk about everything else, talk about the maths, talk about the zenith, talk about everything that he can draw me into, when all I've got to do is say, well, you've admitted that you're using an elevation angle. Now define that elevation angle for me. And that's it. All we've got to do is just stick him to that point, and he's lost the argument. He does not want to answer that question. If you let him draw you off, then you get drawn off into the weeds, and then you're in their argument, and in their, it's just the whole thing. He put a whole page, and the first thing was elevation angle. I didn't have to read any further than elevation angle.
Yeah, you're right. I get you.
And honestly, I can tell you, sorry, the only thing I can defend is my sympathy for people. And I'm not questioning their motivation for coming into this forum to talk. But I know myself in listening, particularly to QE, and I've had some real serious questions to ask him. But I would get to a certain point and just a definition that would take them maybe 20 seconds to explain to me, they would, it would stop the discussion. And because I didn't have that right at my fingertips, it was the end of the discussion for that day. And I basically had to say, okay, I'm going to take this as homework and go. And then I would have to go find out that thing, which was good. I'm not questioning whether it was good or not. I'm just saying it ended the discussion that day, when I think within 20 seconds I could have gotten the understanding of what they were saying. I think the last time it happened to me, they used the term that the speed of light is just a convention. And I said, okay, what do you mean by the speed of light is just a convention? There is a specific figure that they would give you to say light travels at this speed. I have no idea what you mean by convention. Well, that was the end of the discussion. I had to go look it up and then come back another day to continue the discussion. By then, I was a bit disheartened when I found out that a convention is basically just a number that they all agreed on, and that it became a convention. Whereas in 20 seconds, I could have learned that fact. I don't think it nullified the point I was making, but I felt that it was used sort of and I may be wrong, but I just went away with the idea that, okay, there's another way to stop the discussion right here.
Yeah, I would agree with you.
We've got someone new in here with a listening pass. Ziploid.
I think Ziploid has been around, if I'm not mistaken. Tato Mills is someone who hasn't chimed in yet. I'm going to give a pulse check on Tato Mills. See if Tato Mills will come back. If you come back, Tato, go ahead and rejoin. I usually do that from time to time if I think somebody's just a bot or something. I'm not sure. If they come back, then I'll know.
He could be in Australia or he could be asleep.
Yeah, it could be. Either way, if they come back, then I'll know.
What I thought was really funny when I figured that out, the name of an island in Antarctica where you can book a trip to, and then, yeah, you can be in Antarctica from South Africa. There's an island they take you first if you book that trip, and it's called Deception Island. And I thought, funny name.
That's crazy.
First point of arrival on Antarctica, so called on, it's awesome. Awesome fallacious.
That's crazy. Are you serious? You're serious, right?
Yeah, it's called Deception Island.
That's good.
Yeah. And I thought of the movie Shutter Island, where Leo DiCaprio is thinking he is the detective, but he is in a where crazy people go, asylum, on an island, and he can't harm nobody, but he can roam around that island and think he is the big detective guy. Yeah, he's not.
That's a good movie. I like that movie.
Yeah, this is actually where we are, man. We are Leonardo DiCaprio if you are globe heads, and we walk around here thinking we are super smart and know everything, all the numbers that are agreed on. Wow, we are such wonderful, genius beings, aren't we, humans? And then, deception. You walk around on an island and, trying to figure out, what are you doing? Yeah. The worst slave of all slaves is a happy slave. You cannot free him.
I say Mayhem, the guy I was debating on Facebook yesterday that I was talking to you about in the afternoon, or it was my afternoon yesterday, he conceded that everything that he was speaking about anyway, regardless, couldn't prove his globe.
Yeah, of course not.
So he did concede.
Yeah, because he said he wasn't measuring an elevation angle, he was measuring a zenith angle, I think it was. And I said, okay, cool, so how does this prove your globe anyway? And he said, well, it can't. I said, okay, so why are we having the conversation?
Yeah.
Can I ask another question of something that I don't think I've ever really gotten resolved in my journey up here? Would anyone, like, it seems that certain things really set off the panel over at FED, and it's the mention of the ether. What exactly, can I tell you what I think the is trying to be sold as the ether, and then you can maybe help me to understand why it's so verboten over there. Meaning, like, don't even mention it.
Well, for them, it's because it's something that you can't physically see or physically prove. It's another, I suppose it's an explanation, like the ball is gravity. You know, we can say what it does, we can see what it does, we can measure things, but we can't see it as a physical thing. So that is what FED's issue is with it. However, prior to Einstein, the ether was a thing. The ether was thrown out with Einstein's gravity, and the way that the ether is explained is it's what, well, someone else can correct me if I'm wrong, but it's what propagates everything. It propagates light. It's that medium that I suppose links everything together.
Oh, okay. So yeah, because there seems to be a lot of discussions about it in like other forums, but yeah, it just seems as though, you know, you just walk into maybe that illustration that's going through my mind is a bad one. I've got to think of a different one. Just, you know, like walking into a coven with a cross or something. It's like, get out of here with that stuff, right?
Yeah,
And
but
if you get
at the same time, and again, Mayhem or whoever, correct me if I'm wrong, you know, I can only watch so much of Nathan Oakley's shows because he repeats the same thing over and over and over and over, and you know what the argument's going to be every time. You know, if a glober turns up, they're just going to be destroyed and yelled at, and they're going to be booted out, and they're going to be blocked. Now, at the same time, what Whitsit's doing and the things that he's putting forward, he's doing a lot of research. He's looking into their paradigm. He's looking into their, you know, what they believe, and he's using their own people to pull that apart and to destroy that. You know, he's saying, look, you say this, but this doesn't work and this doesn't line up, and, you know, your own scientists have said that this isn't correct, and, you know, so he's pulling their claims apart with their own claims, basically. But at the same time, when I hear these things, I go and research. You know, in the last 6 months, I've learnt about relativity. I've learned about length contraction. I've learnt about the ether and what used to be believed about the ether to a certain extent. I've learnt so many different things, and I find it interesting. And whether I believe it or not to be a fact, I've actually learnt something. You know, when I first got into flat Earth, it was learning about entropy and gases and pressures and all these types of things. So, you know, at the end of the day, it's something different, and you can learn from it still.
And again, listening to you, like, I'm totally in sync. Like, that's basically the sort of approach I take to things, right? That, you know, because after, again, I got to stop referencing this, but after I sort of got away from listening, because I would get up every single day and listen to FED. But again, after my sort of personal experience there, I sort of got away from it for a bit. And I would listen to Whitsit, and like, he was given his like experience in coming, you know, to an understanding of God and the Bible and stuff. And there are a lot of stuff that he goes into that, no, I wouldn't embrace it. But just listening to him, and I honestly, I believe he is a very, like, just the way he talks, at the speed that he can talk and just come out with facts off the top of his head. I'm thinking, whoa, I couldn't keep up with this guy. Like,
well,
on that
one
level.
thing I will say is that, you know, they claim he speaks word salad and all this stuff, but if you actually look into what he's actually saying and you research it, it's not word salad. He is saying the correct things. Whitsit is a very, very smart guy. And one thing that I have noticed as well, again, is that, you know, if Whitsit's in a server, most flat earthers and globers are in that server. And, you know, he is taking away views and things like that from other people as well. He's become a bit of the spotlight, you know, and again, just human nature comes into play, and it all goes a little bit bad.
Oh yeah, like, this guy's going toe to toe with people who identify as professors, and yeah, he's at least. Again, I can't even analyze whether he's winning or losing from a data and factual sort of discussion, the part of the discussion. But
Well,
these guys certainly
just slow it down and pause to what's going on, and then jump on the internet and do some searching and do some reading, and then hit play again and move on. That's how I do it anyway.
and that's something I have to follow as an example to learn the way you do, and you get it. And a lot of times I'll go there because I will take what like the Reader's Digest sort of approach to a lot of things. But no, what you're saying is true. If there's something I don't understand, and I do to some extent, if I hear a term or something, I do go and research it. But I don't consider him a dumb guy, and by any stretch of the imagination, because when I look at the discussions he's having, I can at least stand back and says, no, this guy is holding his own here.
Well, all I can say is that he's putting himself out there. He's driving around America doing tours. He's he's got his new thing now with auditing NASA. He's got schooling the Globers. He's got all these different things, and he's really walking the talk. He's not just on here talking about it. He's out there walking it every day, and regardless of whether he's 100% right or not on certain things, or people don't agree, I respect what he's doing.
And again, I'm not gonna say anymore because you think I'm trying to blow your head up. But yeah, that again is the way I'm viewing this thing. And I just keep saying to myself, no, don't get drawn into building a religion here, because a religion has a certain strict list of things that they believe. If you don't believe that, goodbye sort of thing. And I have to keep that mentality because I do come from a religious background, and I sometimes, still have things like that I have to, view it a little differently.
You seem to really. I got to get out of here. I got to go to sleep. It's nearly 4:00 in the morning here. It's probably 4:00 in the morning, but. You seem to be really into the Bible and, the religion side of things. I'm doing a Bible study tomorrow. Oh, actually, it'll be your time, 8:30 tonight, with 3 people from Canada. So if you're interested in listening or jumping in, I'm doing it on Zoom. It's with my sister-in-law and some of her friends. You're quite welcome. Just send me an email. Send me your email address to a message on here. Just message me, and I'll send you a link to it. Yeah, I'm flying high, yeah. So it'll be 8:30 tonight, your time, PM, Friday night.
Uh-oh, did I lose you?
No, I'm just saying it'll be 8:30 tonight, Friday night, your time in Canada.
Okay, and so it'll be on this platform, or?
No, I'm doing it on Zoom. I'm doing it with my sister-in-law and a few other people from her church. So if you're interested, just send me a message with your email address.
Oh, wait a minute.
And I'll send you an email.
Oh, okay. It's M-A. Okay, tell you what I'll do. Tonight, I think, is my wife's night. Yeah, no, I'm not sure if I'd be able to make it tonight. But if you're doing it another week.
I do it every week, Canadian time at 8:30 Friday night. So if you just send me a message with your email, I can send you a link to the call.
Okay, and so you're called here Flying High. Okay, Flying High.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll do that. I'll try to remember to do that then. Thanks. And thanks for your time and your sacrificing to stay up like this to discuss
it's good
stuff.
to see.
Appreciate it.
I enjoy it. And I have to stay up because this is when everyone's in here. There's not many Australians.
Oh, yeah. Oh, but thank you. Thank you, really. I appreciate it too. All of you guys.
Have a good rest, Flying. Thank you for your contribution, bro.
No, thanks for the chat, guys. It's always good coming in here. Thank you.
Yeah, we miss what's his name from Australia who used to have Flat Earth School or something. What was his name?
Not sure.
Why did his name Flat Earth School? It used to be called. Anyhow, my bad for not remembering.
Mitchell from Australia.
Mitchell from us. That's it. Thank you.
I have a question about the ether.
What's your question, man?
I'll listen. Don't know if I'll have an answer.
Cause I only know about like what Einstein said and the famous guy Nikola Tesla and some other things I forgot. But I heard it and I think fifth element, ether, fifth element. So is this a thing to discuss or is it just out of the I don't know, like not a good topic.
Usually, people in this forum were built on empiricism. So testable, repeatable, falsifiable information. If anything that's being put forth in this server is not run through that method of empiricism, then it's really just a speculation. And speculations are okay to have, but we run on the information of being empirical. So if it's not something that you can verify, test, and repeat, and then falsify, then it's something that just, maybe you have a really good running idea or theory, but we tend to like kind of regulate those ideas to like one day. Usually, it's not like a written in stone or anything, but we just try to hold those conversations for like Sunday. We have like our time to do that is like called Speculation Sunday. So anything that you have, like the idea of ether or something like this, you can bring it up then. If not, it does get brought into like, and like I said, it's not written in stone, so you can speculate throughout the week. It's just we don't make it a habit to do it throughout the week.
I see. Okay.
Because we're bringing people to the knowledge that the Earth is not a globe, and that takes a lot of effort for people that are listening throughout the weekly basis to hear us speaking about it in a very understood way that you could know, not just believe. And
That's true.
So we leave speculation out of that, out of the conversation, for the sake of like making room for speaking about the things that we can know.
Yeah,
but it's not shunned. I would say we can reserve that for a day when we're having our speculation Sunday is just a day that we're dubbing so that we can talk about all the things that we speculate on, including ether and just other things.
I see. That's cool. Then Sunday is my day, man. Yeah, that's cool.
And any other speculation too. I mean, we speculate on. Many of us in here have our own speculation, so we can just talk about it in that way. But
okay, I see that. I have some, and I have no proof of it, but it's just brainstorming.
Yeah, we do that because people that are used to the forum are like, "Hey, I want to talk about this topic, but it might take a while." So yeah, and I'm not saying that it can't happen throughout the week. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that we like to keep it regulated to that day. So if you're, I'm not saying at all that you cannot have it. I'm just saying it's best to kind of keep it to one day so it doesn't confuse people who are listening on YouTube. Who are, is this what Flat Earth is about? And they start to kind of put that to, because we're speaking to an audience. We're not just speaking in here to each other. We're speaking to an audience.
Yeah, I figured that an hour ago or so. Yeah.
Right. With that being said, we got a new person here. Noggin? Is that what it is? Noggin? Let me unmute you, Noggin. Welcome to the server, Noggin. What brings you by, bro? You can unmute your mic. Well, actually, it looks like you're unmuted now. Noggin, are you there? Hello? No Noggin. Okay. Oh, try again. Here, let me try to unmute you, because every time you come in back again, I have to unmute you. 1 second. All right, try again, Noggin. Noggin, are you there? It's a Discord thing too. Usually people have trouble like speaking on the very first time that you're unmuted. Try unmuting your mic and then speaking into the mic. Because I saw you were already unmuted, so you hit your mute button again. Noggin, are you there? Come in, Noggin. Because we have no Noggin. Shout out to the fam. What's up, guys? What's going on?
Ma'am.
What's up, Humble?
This is a sort of a quick yes or no question, just to follow up on that other one. Is the support that, say, like Einstein had for the ether? You did connect Einstein with the ether, didn't you?
Oh, that wasn't me, but yeah.
So, was it a mathematical connection? If there isn't any, if there isn't any observable evidence for it, is it a mathematical derivative?
It could be known as like the substance of what permeates through all of existence. So what is the thing that permeates through all of existence, something or nothing? This is how I was understood in like a basic understanding of it. Would you say that there's something that permeates throughout all of existence, like all of reality? Or is it just free space without any substance? And so that substance that's there would be considered, that flows in and out of like all of things that are intangible reality, would be considered the ether.
Yeah, I guess I'm going to have to do some private searching on this, because it's not sort of fair, like sort of just throwing it out and expect because
well, that's kind of how I did it, from the point of like it either is something or it's nothing, and that something, if you say that it's something, then that something would be considered ether. It's like it's definitely something that people would say. They can't quantify it in the sense of saying like it's actually this thing and we can investigate it. It's more like if we're saying that all of reality and what permeates through all of it is a substance, that substance would be named ether. Do you see what I'm saying? So it's not like a mathematical. It can be. I mean, if you start to think about it in that way, but more often than not, it's kind of like the force that's behind all of the things that are, like, instead of saying gravity, like in the colloquial sense of like what people say, the laws that govern this existence, they would just say it's ether.
Okay, I'm gonna give you just an example and see if we could work with it. Again, I'll go off and do my own homework. I don't mean to sort of put anybody on the spot. I'm just
on the spot. I'm telling you colloquially, like how it's been understood to me. So
yeah,
and that's why we don't dive into these topics, because they're more set for a day where you can actually expound more thoroughly on them and have a conversation. So because it's people start to get into it and they're like, no, prove it, and just it gets pretty messy.
I hear you. Yeah, I just thought maybe there was a yes or no for it. But yeah, thanks anyhow for trying. I'm gotcha.
Yeah, it's either this or that, from the idea that it's either empty free space or it's actually a substance that permeates through all of existence.
Yeah, I've always, again, from the little I've looked at it, I've always heard of it as saying, no, it's needed there for light to propagate through or something like that. But as to the scientific proof, I mean, just to verify what you're saying, yeah, we see light, and they're saying, it needs something to propagate through. That's what they call the ether. But I mean, down here with us, we just call that the atmosphere. The atmos plane, right?
Yeah. Of course, atmosphere is also using the terms. It's just colloquially when we speak to each other. These are the terms we learned when we were growing up. But
Yes.
it's not necessarily apropos for like the actual description of things, because atmosphere is also contradiction in terms. Atmo
As
meaning
far as its shape goes, but we would all agree there's something there. Air and
sphere denoting a shape, and air doesn't have a shape.
yes, yeah, I got you. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
That makes sense.
Oh yeah. That's why I was trying to use the term atmosplane to keep the emphasis on the substance. There must be a substance there that we're breathing, for one. That's air, but ethereal or ether becomes, it almost goes into another realm the way certain things are presented. But again, maybe we'll leave it for a Sunday.
Yeah, and we can have fruitful conversations on Sunday for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like I said, there's a method to why we do things a certain way, and it's just based on principle. We want to make sure that we're being the most effective as we possibly can throughout as much time as we can be, without negating the fact that people also have speculations that they want to talk about. So I'm not saying we're dogmatic in that sense, because like I said, often at times you'll hear some of the moderators speculating here. So that's fine, but it's not like a thing that we're going to make a habit of doing constantly, because if we're always talking about speculative things, people who are listening are never going to understand the physical and natural world understood in a very empirical way. So we have to be about our P's and Q's when we're speaking over this specific chat, to always have the information on topic on the physical and natural world and what we can know. If that makes sense.
Reasonable, yeah.
So that's why we differ from other forums. If you might have noticed, we don't always, like, some other forums are just too lackadaisical, talking about like what's in Antarctica, what governs the sun's movement, 24-hour suns. Like, that seems to be the thing that's highest on their topic of discussion. Whereas here, we try to keep it and regulate it to the things that can be known, right? Is the Earth curving like they say it is? Is the Earth spinning? Like, the topic of conversation should revolve around being able to discern the information that we were taught as it being a globe versus, what it is and what it's not.
Yeah, I hear you. Yep.
Dr. Mean, is that you, Bradwin? What's up, bro? I just saw your name in here. You're Dr. Mean now? Yeah, I see that. Breathe entropy. Oh, Noggin is in lobby saying he can't speak. Hang on, we'll fix that. We shall fix that. Hang on, Noggin.
Oh, sorry, I meant he's saying he doesn't want to speak.
Oh, he doesn't want to speak. Okay.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, Grim.
Yeah.
Was he? Oh, sorry, I don't want to ask you any more questions, but like, was he saying it in a way like he's like, no, I don't want to speak, or was he like, no, I don't want to speak right now?
I think he doesn't want to speak. He's asking questions like, is the sun flat and stuff, so.
Oh, okay. Now I can unmute your mic, bro. We can answer all the questions that you have. Well, I'll try to anyways. And I probably won't get to all of them. Don't be shy. It's only mayhem, dude. I only destroy the globe like every day. Just kidding, bro. Get on the mic, man. Let's talk about it. You never know what could happen in a conversation. Come on, Noggin. Well, you can speak if you want to. Your mic is unmuted.
Oh, wait. Hey, wait, did someone say something?
Yeah, I'm talking to Noggin, but he's not responding, Lo-Fi.
Oh.
He's talking or typing in the lobby, I should say. Let me see what he's saying in the lobby.
It's just seeing and verifying, or just simply verifying. Like, whatever someone claims, can you verify it? Is it something that you can actually see or feel? All I'm going to base all of it on is just, can I see it, or can I feel it? That's the two main questions to ask about empirical evidence, or just verifying in general. Or not in general. Well, yeah, in general. But verifying as a fact. Verify. Can you verify it? I can verify that I see the sun. Yes, I can verify that. Everyone can verify that.
Let me speak to something real quick, and then I don't mean to interrupt you guys.
Oh yeah.
I do this. Well, I kind of, but sorry. But I'm doing it because we have somebody new in here. His name is Noggin, and he's typing in the lobby text. And I always discern kind of like a background of why people act the way they do. And it just seems to me that he's being obstinate in the lobby text chat. And he doesn't want to come off of mute because I think for fear of letting his emotions get the best of him. So if he does come off of mute, he might say things that will, if I talk, I might make everybody feel uncomfortable. Dude, it's just a conversation. That's all it is. That's it. Pretty simple. I mean, let's hash this thing out, right? Like, if we can talk reasonably to each other, then you can know that, like, people in here aren't what you probably think in your mind. Like, people are just batshit crazy because we think the earth is flat. You know? It's all you got to do is unmute that mic, bro. That's it. Have that convo. If you want to talk about gravity or whatever, you can ask your question. I think that's the best way for us to understand. A closed mic is not going to help anyone. And it's definitely not going to help in text because we don't know the tone you have. So anyway, I just wanted to say that. And yeah, just come off of mute, man. It's pretty simple. Let's see. Oh, well, you're at work or what? Were you in a hospital or some shit? Oh, okay. All right. Gotcha. All right. Fair enough. Well, shit. Put me on speaker. I'll speak to your classroom. Anybody got any questions out there? Earth is flat. Naga's listening to the flat earther conversation. You guys can ask him to ask me, and I'll tell you guys. Yeah, I don't care. I've done it before. People come in here and they're at school, and they put me on speaker, and I talk to like a group of people. So, yeah, seriously, I will talk to as many people as you put on the mic. I swear I will. Take that to the bank. I've done it before. Accommodating guy? He's in the text chat. He's like, okay, I'll hear you guys out. I'm an accommodating guy. Well, thank you for being so accommodating. It often doesn't go the way you think, man. When you think about stuff in your head and you type it out, you're like, shit, that didn't sound right. Well, I don't know who you're going to listen to. The guys in text chat, because they'll tell you in text. We got tons of people in here, man. I'll let them explain to you. Yeah, thanks, Breathe. Yeah, but for the sake of the audience listening, I won't talk to you from text in here. I'll let you have a conversation with the homies that are there in lobby chat. Heretics on the case, so. All right, who else we got in here? Lo-Fi is back. What's up, Lo-Fi?
I don't know. I'm just chilling. Well, no, I'm not chilling at all. Actually, I'm kind of going crazy. But yeah, I was just kind of talking about how being able to see something and being able to touch something is a way of verifying something, and that's usually how I just look at it that way. Whereas if I can only verify it, then that's really all I need to do. Is just, am I able to verify this myself? Am I able to verify something myself? And if the answer is no, then I have to question, well, then why would I believe anything else? Like I have to be able to just understand what I'm experiencing. That's the reality of the situation. Is, do I understand what I'm experiencing? And if I can't explain it, then I don't understand it. That, not even an opinion. And so when you ask someone a question and they can't explain it, at least in a cordial way. I mean, at least in a cordial way. That's like the at the least standard. Then they don't understand it. Which, if they don't understand it, then they don't know. They can't confirm it. They can't even verify it. So a lot of people just take something without even asking questions. They don't even understand what they think they understand. It's just clueless. It's clueless. That's what it is. It's clueless. People don't have a clue. It just, I literally will explain something about water where it's, if you put water in a glass, it finds its level, and you can verify that by how it's contained. It's contained, therefore it found its level. That's why it's in the glass. Or a pool. Or a tub. A jacuzzi. An ocean. The ocean cannot exist unless there's a containment. It can't exist unless it's contained. Can't have water without containment. And yes, when the water is on the ground, it's on the ground and eventually evaporates. But when water's in a contained form, it takes, well, yeah, eventually, I mean, a contained cup of water will eventually evaporate over a long period of time. The point is the long period of time. It's in a form. How is it in that form? And then that's where somebody will say, if you believe in the ball, then you will say gravity. And then if you're trying to think logically about it, one could say containment. It's contained. Like logically, not like some explaining with a mythical force or something you can't even replicate or give an example of. Something that actually just literally makes sense by just looking at it. Looking at any model. No matter how big or small the model is, it applies to whatever size. It's the same because it's actual facts. It's an actual factual statement. Just statement. It applies to all of it, not just some of it. Not just, oh, it does it sometimes. It does it once in a while. It's not like, oh, just certain times of the day it does this. No, it's just a fact, whether it's day or night or in the evening or yesterday or tomorrow. It's the fact. You can't change a fact. It's a fact forever. It's how it's always been. From the understanding that it's always there. and it cannot not exist. So it's there. It's there. Like the cup of water you have on your table. It's contained. It's just like the ocean. So it's a vast scale, yes. It's a bigger scale, yes. But just like the other examples, those are different scales as well. And from that understanding, I concluded that the water's contained from that understanding. And so, yeah, I'm just kind of rambling at the moment. So if anyone feel free to just stop and let me know if someone wants to talk or something.
How's it going for your friend that you invited last time? Any progress?
Oh yeah, she's doing great. But for my current situation, I'm not doing so great. So like, she's totally cool with being open-minded and talking about things, which is, I would confidently say that's somebody who doesn't judge. It's like somebody who's willing to talk about anything without throwing an insult, throwing some shade. So I think that speaks for itself, where if you can talk to someone about literally anything, no matter how whatever you think it may or it is, you found a person that doesn't judge, who's not egotistical. They're willing to talk about things. They're willing to discuss.
Yeah, I mean, that's nice. Yeah.
Right. It's weird that that's even a thing. You know, it's weird that even has to be said.
Nowadays, yeah, it's kind of rare. It feels like.
Like I'm saying it out loud, and it sounds weird that I'm saying it out loud, where it's hard to find people to just be cordial with. Like a lot of people are like rabid animals. Like they got bitten by a feral animal or something, and now they're all like, you know, you say something, and then they go straight to telling you to kill yourself. I mean, it's very extreme. I mean, that's very extreme. It's like they're cool with you until you say a certain thing, and then it's all gone. It's just very weird. Like I had someone tell me that because I talk about certain things or I believe something is different, that we can't be friends no longer. I have to see it their way. So then where is the acceptance, or where is the open-minded discussion? I don't know, but I guess it's just I guess it's irrelevant to. It's not. It is relevant to that. That's exactly why I said it. I got a lot of thoughts firing in my brain right now. There's just so many things I'm thinking about right now, and so yeah, I'm just gonna go on a tangent on something, on personal stuff.
Yeah, when it comes to these kind of people, like, it doesn't matter, like the opinion, the belief, or whatever the case may be. Most fundamental thing in conversation is respect. Just have respect to each other.
Yeah,
and can be still good friends, even though you're not on the same page. But you know,
right.
That's the most important. Respect, man, is everything. Yeah.
Did you hear the 99% clip that we got from?
Yeah, I thought that was that's like crazier than a rap battle. That was very wild and mind blowing to think about. Yeah, it was just I think the music and the little sound clips was a spicy touch. I'm like, that's crazy.
Well, because we've been trying to put something together for some time now. Like, and I've told him about it because he's loved the 99% reality check that I do, and so he got like and these clips, mind you, were sporadical all over the span of like a couple years. So I don't know. He did a lot of work to gather in the 12-hour live streams that we do. You have to hunt for the clip inside of each 12-hour live stream. So how he found those specific clips out of he did a lot of work, man.
No, that's amazing. Yeah. I hope that I was able to say some little nuggets here and there as well, because it is a fun time, and I would love to share it on my own podcast as well.
Yeah, you can. Any of the stuff here that we have that we talk about, you can share it like anywhere, everywhere.
That sounds awesome. Sure. I appreciate it. Mayhem. What I got from that compilation was essentially the person that you're talking to. He couldn't trust his own senses. Essentially, so that means he can't trust himself. So
any information that gets put forward, like they couldn't ever say that they're 100% sure on anything, which is really interesting when you talk to somebody about the Earth being a globe. So that's. I quits. I think you come out in a couple of the clips, like in the background. It's funny.
Mm-hmm. I heard myself in one of those clips. Yeah,
it's funny, bro.
Yeah, it was funny.
I think on one of the ones where if I asked if somebody's eaten before ever, you were like, I don't think he's eaten before. Like it's funny, bro.
Yeah,
it's brilliant. It's brilliant.
Last meal or something.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Yeah, it's crazy. But I think that there must be trolling in a certain way. I feel like it can't be that.
No, sometimes I don't think so, because even they were saying that.
I don't know. I feel
it was I don't know. I don't know why somebody would waste their time. You know, like the only time I've ever trolled somebody is when I get attacked. Like if somebody attacks me like too much, then I'll troll them. But like I would never go out of my way to troll like that. Like it's low.
I'm kind of feeling the okay. So like a troll would be something of intent. I think these guys come in here and they truly fundamentally think that since they were told that everything is subjective in their mind, that's the way the world operates, like that way. So I think they're convinced that that's how. So when they're conveying that, it's just like, yeah, what's wrong with that? Like your truth is your truth, my truth is my truth. Like we can just agree on that. And so when we're like, no, the truth that you say that you're sitting down in your car can be verified by other people who can see you sitting down in your car. Like your truth is not just your truth. It's a truth for everything. Like if I see you sitting in your car, it is true that you are sitting in your car. And when you say I'm sitting in my car, it's true. That's true. And we don't need to run that through the scientific method. You know, that's just something that's logically consistent.
Logically consistent. Yes.
We can all verify this. Like we can see that that's true.
It's well said.
You know what I mean? Third person perspective can take it out of the realm where you think like, well, you can't see where I'm at and I'm sitting down. I'm like, well, I can't see that. I don't know if you're sitting down or not. But if I can take your word for it and then go verify you sitting down, then I'll know that you're sitting down. Like, what's wrong with that? But they would say, like as a clip puts examples of, that they can't even tell you that they're doing what they're doing, like sitting down. They don't know. They could be swimming in an ocean or, you know, like doing something else. It's like, what? That's what I call the mind virus. That's what I talk about as the mind virus. If you start to think that your reality is that malleable, where you can't even say for certain the things that you're doing or know certain things in this world, then
exactly
you're living in like cartoon world, like where anything can happen.
Right, and that's why the simulation theory, I think, is a little damaging and pushed by the media, because they want you to not be able to confirm your own freaking reality. They want you to question every little thing in a negative light, not a positive light. You can't confirm anything, essentially, is what the whole punchline is that you can't confirm anything in your own world. which means you don't even know who yourself.
They speak out of two sides of their mouth. On the one hand, they're saying you can't confirm anything, and on the other hand, we have settled science. And that's stupid. And even like how they'll say like, well, it could be this, it could be that. Like we don't know what it could be. We're unsure. But then you say, well, the Earth is flat. They're like, no, it's not okay to say that the Earth is flat. That's what Michelle Fowler says. So, yeah, on the one hand, it's not okay to say that, but it is okay to say anything else, like simulation theory. Just think about any other thing that the Earth could be. It could be that. But you can't say that it's flat because it's not okay to say that. That is true, my friend. We got 20 people watching the live stream. Anybody wants to come in here? Noggin's in here, but he can't come to the mic because he's arguing in lobby right now. And plus, he's at school, he said, so can't come in. But we'd like to speak to you right now. If you're listening, all you got to do is click on the description and the link that is in the video on YouTube, or the link that Nightbot is putting up. But if you have some time and you want to get on the microphone, just do that, man. By the way, the team is here 24/7, so somebody's always watching and listening. So Eddie Gold is someone that just joined our server, I think today. Eddie, is that right? You just joined today?
Yes, a couple hours ago, and now I'm reading the chat, and I'm baffled what's going on here. Looks like, wow, that's what you guys have to deal with every day?
Oh, yeah. That and much, much more.
Oh,
I
my.
do want to, I just can't get enough of that clip. I do want to play that clip again. Because it's such a good clip. And since it'll be probably the first time that you've heard it.
Yeah.
Eddie.
I was just reading the lobby, and no words to it. It's self-explanatory. No, you know my English. Explanatory.
Yeah, I wanna play this clip, man, because this clip is amazing. It's 11 minutes or 12 minutes, something like that, of just solid gold. All right, like to hear it. Here it goes.
I'm going to talk about a mind virus, and I'll describe it to you in a way so you can understand. So I'm going to ask you two questions. If you can just respond to me in the most honest way possible, and then we'll see if you can understand what I'm talking about here. So first question would be Flat Fact 64. Are we talking on Discord?
To my knowledge, we are, yes.
Okay. Are you 100% sure we're talking on Discord?
With the reality of this world, no, I'm not 100%. We could be talking on flaming goo for all I know. I mean, the reality, I don't know. No, I mean, I cannot. I don't know. I cannot definitively say to anything 100%.
Okay, so the mind virus has reached you. Now let me explain. Now that you said what you said, you answered honestly, and I appreciate that. But I'll tell you how the mind virus is still latched onto you. This mind virus that you can't know anything to be 100% sure is going to keep you from the truth. It'll stymie your critical thinking. It will stop you from looking into things.
Send in the clowns.
Like if I was to ask you, Sirus, right? Go ahead and tell me what you're doing right now. And I don't mean exactly. Generally, what are you doing? Like
sitting on my computer chair.
Okay, if I was to say you're 100% sure of that, what would you answer?
No.
You're not 100% sure that you're sitting down?
Not 100%. Like 99.999999999%.
Oh, okay.
Bomb has been planted.
Let me get a question in for Riverboat. Hey, welcome to the server, by the way. Can you, for 100%, guarantee that you're sitting down in a chair talking on Discord?
Nothing's 100%, man.
Bruh. Oh, okay. That's all I needed to know.
What kind of shit is that?
So let's go to the second follow-up question, which is only 2. There's nothing really big. Are you 100% sure you're talking on Discord? I know that's redundant, but please answer the question.
Am I 100% sure? No.
There you go. Audience, that is it. Mr. Sensible, your goose is cooked. What are you doing right now? Just tell me what you're doing. That's simple as that. What are you doing right now? Be honest. Like, I don't have to know, but
I believe I'm sitting down on my chair, and I'd say that's yeah.
But just, sir, you're not going to tell me, and that's, I believe. Okay.
He just said he believes he's sitting in a chair.
Yeah, he said that.
Can I defend myself here? Is that okay?
Please.
So I don't use prediction a lot. So I don't interact with the world in absolute facts. It's all based off assumption. Those assumptions have a degree of probability as to whether they're correct or not. So I assume I'm on Discord talking to you guys right now. I can't 100% say that's a fact because I might not exist at all. I'm that type of person, but I can pretty much say it's 99.999% sure that I am here talking to you guys. That's what I mean by nothing's a fact, things are a presumption, but they have a degree of probability attached. If that makes sense.
We get that. You're not 100% sure of anything.
Correct.
99.99999999999%. Let's find out real quick. Let me just ask this. Punjab, what are you doing right now? You can tell me. If you're not, we'll use another example. What are you doing right now, Punjab?
I assume I'm laying in my bed.
Okay. What? I was just going to ask you if you're sure you're laying on your bed.
He just assumes it. He's assuming it.
Just assume.
But wait! There's more! Listen, did you or did you not say you can't be absolutely sure of anything? Did you say that? Okay. Are you absolutely sure of that?
No.
Got him.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
You can get really close. Like I can be like 99.99.
Well, yeah, we're not saying
about.
Let me ask you a question. Have you ever eaten food before?
Very likely, yes. You can't say I'm not consistent.
Bruh. Also, like whatever you're doing right now, are you sitting down, standing up? I mean, what are you doing?
I'm sitting down.
Okay. Are you 100% sure you're sitting down?
I hope so, yeah.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Are you 100% certain that you are speaking with us on Discord right now or not? Oh, fuck.
Tough one.
No, it's not. It's not tough. So you can say you're talking on Discord, right, Corpuscle?
Yeah, I suppose I'm talking on Discord. Yeah.
Suppose? Wait. Well, why was there hesitation, and why now is it you're supposing that you're talking on Discord? Tell me about why you think that.
Because I could be just a dream in the mind of God. Who knows?
You're doing something like if okay. I'll ask you this: what are you doing right now, Corpuscle? Standing up, sitting down, laying down? What is it?
I'm sitting down and I'm about to eat some bread.
Okay. Can you tell me that you're doing that 100%? With all certainty.
No.
Hello? What did you say?
No. I said no.
Why?
Because I know that I can't fully trust my senses because I'm somebody who's literally delusional. Okay. I've literally had false memories. So you're the wrong person to ask that.
Shut up, bitch!
I'm not 100% with anything. Right? But I am more than 100% sure.
Excuse me.
You're not 100% that the Earth is a globe. Well, I'll tell you
nothing's
what.
Nothing's 100%. Nothing's 100%.
What?
Nothing's 100%.
What are you talking about? Okay, so let me ask you a question. Just because you said that, you need to answer this question. This next one I'm going to ask you. Have you ever eaten anything?
Oh yeah. I might have eaten something, right? Okay, and then now I remember eating that. Now, what if there's a very small possibility? There's a very small possibility that my memory has been altered. I'm schizophrenic. I'm suffering a psychotic episode. Yeah, I can introduce factors that I'm completely unaware and oblivious to. So, if I ate something, there's a high probability that I'm correct that I ate something, but it's not 100%. Nothing's 100%.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
But let me finish the point here. Quantum mechanics, the most technical field of science currently, is not 100%. They use probability.
Why would I talk to a psychopath? You just finished saying you could be schizophrenic. Why would I want to have a conversation with a schizophrenic?
I was making a hypothetical situation.
No. You just said I could be schizophrenic. It's not.
Yeah. To tell you, are you 100% sure that you're sitting down watching your screen?
Well, nobody knows what's outside their perception.
No, that's not what I asked. What I'm asking is exactly what you told me. I'm just repeating it back to you as in, are you 100% sure that what you told me is exactly what's going on?
No, because you don't know what's going on outside of your taste, your smell, your hearing, your sight.
Okay, so this is the issue that we have.
Are you swimming in an ocean?
Probably not.
What? Probably not. Well, that's
He's
that
not
guy.
even sure of that.
He's whispering in your ear again. That professor.
You would have to define what an ocean is and what.
No. You know. Like, no, we don't have to get into semantics. So for the reason of this conversation, we both understand each other in a way we know what we're saying. So you know what I mean when I say ocean, right?
Excuse me. You can roast me for saying this, but I don't think I can touch a ball before, so.
He probably is. Hey, man, are you talking on Discord right now?
Yeah, I think so.
I didn't even get the second one. You're already caving. What the hell, bro?
I think so.
This is madness, man. Yeah, all you guys, you live in your own fantasy. Have you ever eaten before?
Bomb has been planted.
Yeah, I think so.
Look at this guy.
I don't think he remembers his last meal.
You don't remember when he's eaten? Or if he has.
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
I can prove that.
Oh, he can't.
How big is the jar your brain in?
Are you a brain in a jar sitting on some shelf somewhere?
No, I don't think I have one of those.
Shut you! I don't have one of those. Listen to this guy. Not if you have one. Are you one? In one? Are you in a jar?
I think he's just a jar. He's not even in the.
Are we?
I just said I believe I'm on Discord.
Are we talking?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay. Are you 100% sure that we're talking on Discord?
I can't be necessarily.
There you go.
To be plugged in to a simulation, something like that.
There you go.
Are you sure about that?
How about what are you doing right now? Are you sitting down, standing up, Deck?
I'm sitting down right now.
How sure are you of that? Are you 100% sure you're doing that?
I'm pretty fucking sure. As sure as I can be about anything else.
There's good evidence, isn't there?
Guys, it's not that fucking hard of a jump to understand that if you don't know if the world is real, then you can't know if anything's real. Like, it's not surprising.
Stop the cap. No bullshit, bro.
Are you staring at a computer screen or a phone?
Computer screen, yeah.
Okay. Are you 100% sure that you're sitting down staring at a computer screen?
I mean, that's a pretty philosophical question.
Not really. No, it's not really. It's not really.
Definitely folding for the globe.
A few moments later.
As a logically thinking human, you would then tell me, well, I'm sitting down and I'm staring at my computer screen. right? And then if I was to follow up and tell you 100% certainty, do you know that you're doing this? Without the professor's voice in your ear, what would you tell me?
Sure. I'm 100% sure.
Right, and what would give you that inclination to tell me that?
In my defense, I'm a social sciences student, so again, my inclination would be to say that based off my conception in my mind of reality, the way my brain interprets its sensory input.
There you go. Because of your senses, you start to realize the world around you, and you're able to navigate. So you're telling me exactly what's going on.
Ego, are you 100% sure that you're speaking to us on Discord right now or not?
No. Bruh.
Oh,
there you go.
Fuck.
Yeah. There you go, Loveless.
These fucking people, dude. These relativists, dude. What the fuck is going on?
I'm telling you, bro. You don't know until you know, and now you know.
That in my epistemology, I don't believe you can have absolute knowledge.
What epistemology is that? Shit for brains?
No. Let him finish. You don't think you can have absolute? Your epistemology is what?
I'm a fallibilist.
Oh, okay. So you don't think you can have absolute knowledge? There's no objective truth.
Well, I think I can know that I exist. And I think I can know that certain logical truths are true.
Have you ever eaten before?
I think so, yeah.
What? From 1 to 100%, how sure are you that the Earth is in fact a spinning globe in a vacuum with a radius of 3959?
I'd say 99.2, something like that.
Shut up, bitch! Oh my God!
It's all over. It's all over for him. I don't know if you realize it, but it's over.
Hold on, not yet. Clear.
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified.
Fucking hell, man. They are psychopaths. They have been satanized. They don't know what they're thinking about. They can't work things out in their life. They don't trust the senses. They don't know how the brain works. Fuck me. What are we living in? A psychopathic Satanist world?
Hey, what'd you guys think about that clip? It's gold, isn't it? Isn't it gold?
Fucking brilliant, mate. Fucking brilliant.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's awesome.
No, it's actually more than awesome. It's 99.99999% awesome, mate.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
You know how much fun I had making all those clips? It was so much fun, man. I tell you. And the reason why is because people believe this shit. They believe it, bro. They absolutely are wholeheartedly sold on this lie.
Listen, mate, did you actually make them clips or not?
Yeah, that's me in all those clips.
No, but are you sure about that?
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm
you
only
could be schizophrenic.
99.99999. Yeah, the guy that told me he was schizophrenic, dude, I was rolling, man.
Because he never ate. He never ate something in his life because he was schizophrenic. Nice.
Yeah, he doesn't know.
Listen, guys. I'll post it tomorrow. But listen, there's a big thing on this, right? And you're exactly got the right stick of it all. But there is. It'll take me fucking 3 days to explain it all. But there's a Satanist cult, yeah, and there's different levels of it in the world. On different levels. It starts from like school level, it works up to teachers, doctors, pharmaceutical, and all that. But the elite, then, they know how the brain works on the left side and the right side and how it's controlled. They know the occult hidden knowledge and they know how to use it. And this is what they're doing. This is what they've done. And you are highlighting it now by doing this. And this was part of it. To not trust yourself, don't trust your senses, nothing is real, and this is how the Satanists operate. It's a satanic cult, and when I say Satanism, it's not like a real man in a fucking red robe and a fucking fork, it's not a real person, Satan. but there's a Satanist cult that goes on, and it's like a religion, and they're quite open about it, and they do the rituals on different levels, and this is part of it to get you thinking you don't know what's going on, and you're highlighting it, and I think it's fucking brilliant. Yeah, Mark Passio talks about it. He was part of the Satanist cult. Mark Passio, just look at him. He talks about it. He talks about the left side of the brain, the right side of the brain. One of it's like masculine, one of it's feminine, and it's got to be balanced. You can go deep into this for days, but you're highlighting the situation. This is how the Satanists operate. Satanism isn't a man with a fork in a red cloak. It's a religious belief, and this is what they've done to the people. They don't know what they fucking believe. They can't think for themselves. They don't know what's real. They don't know what's not real, and the fucking globe is definitely not real.
Yeah, brother, it's confusion. Hey, listen, we got this guy that just hopped in here. His name is actually Hop2, so that's apropos. Let me just see if he's in here. Hop2, are you there? Shout out, man.
Oh, yes.
What's going on?
Hello. Not much.
Not much, man. Hey, we're kicking it like Bruce Lee in this chat. We're talking about the shape of the Earth conversation. And we like to talk to all the new people that joined the server. So what is your position, Hop2, for the topic of the shape of the Earth?
Well, I think the shape of the Earth is lied about by the space agencies a lot.
Okay, did you say lied about? Did I hear you correctly?
Yes, it's basically a lie made by the space agencies like the NASA.
Okay. And the question I asked you was, what is your position on the topic? Do you think that the Earth is a globe? Are you on the fence, or do you know the Earth is flat? Like, what can you tell us?
I do believe the Earth is flat.
Okay. And here in this forum, we usually discern the distinction between belief and knowledge. So we would address it here as an unknowing. So we know the Earth is flat. We don't believe it. So belief is more, I guess, attributed to something that you would just think that it could be. It's more suggestive in this forum. So in this forum, we use it like, well, if we say belief, we kind of, it's more suggestive. And when you say you know something, it's objective. So you would know that to be the case, as in it's self-evident. So, and just the heads up for you so you can understand. But that is cool, man. Yeah. How long have you been looking into this topic, Hop2?
Mayhem. Can I just pop in? I mean, I would agree.
Yeah, sure.
I'm not butting in. I mean, I would. I'm sort of new on. I'm not new to the subject, but I am confident in saying I know the Earth is observably and measurably flat. I know you cannot have gas pressure without a container, and I know that the Earth is not spinning. I don't believe it. I fucking know it, and I can give you examples, and I can give you, I can prove it. So it's not a belief. That's what Mayhem is saying to you. I'm sorry to butt in, but that's what he's saying, mate. It's not a belief. You've got to know it, and I know it.
Yeah, it's just like if you weren't used to saying that, the whole term about like why we say it in that way is because colloquially when we use the word belief, it's kind of like tossed around here and there. But well, in this forum, we always, words mean things, especially when we're in a forum dividing truth from lies. So we have to be like kind of really aware of what we're saying and how we're saying it. So yeah, welcome to the forum, Hop2.
Thank you. It might be that I said the word believe because English is not my first language.
Hey, no worries, man. Trust me, no worries at all. Like, just hang out in the forum and, kind of see how we run things in here. There's a little bit of...
Yeah.
What I would say, I refer to this platform, and I'm always saying this, guys already know me by when I say this. This is kind of like an academy. So you level up, and your knowledge of like how we run things in here, and then you just we give you different tags, different roles, and the roles identify who you are in the server, and the server like promotes people who are adequately and addressing the conversations in a correct fashion or in a really good way. So if you are that kind of a person who can articulate themselves very well, then you start moving up the ranking system here and so on and so forth. And that's what we want everybody to aspire to do when they come in here. Learn the arguments, understand fallacious reasoning, these tactics that the ballers use, and identify them with logical fallacies and so forth, and be able to call them out. So learn logical fallacies, I would say. Type that into Google. What are logical fallacies? And then understand what the meanings of them are. And you will hear that the people that claim the Earth's a globe usually, and most often than not, start saying them a lot. So, like begging the question, affirming the consequent, all these types of fallacies can be committed on a day-to-day basis listening to somebody who thinks the Earth's a globe. So, yeah. But just saying what's up to the panel. Everybody joining us right now. Flatsy Klein just jumped in here. Heretic Dubay. Heretic Dubay. That's funny. Our silent brothers and sisters who are in the back chats don't usually speak. Like Breathe Entropy. Got to shout out to him. That guy's always in the text chat. He's a freaking text chat warrior. Wave Mixer, who's listening to us. Shout out, bro. Deuces. I know you're working right now. Probably when you get off, you'll join us in the panel. We got One Deck that's here. You heard him chime in. He's got some poems. He's a very poetic kind of guy. Lo-Fi Life.
Yeah, man.
Lo-Fi Life is a guy who's really easygoing, and you'd like to get to know him. He likes to talk to people and tell them about what's going on.
Do you fancy a poem, guys, or what?
Yeah. Let me just run through real quick the panel and then saying shout outs to everybody. So Baked Goods, Blue Jumper, Dave Hinkle, Dr. Main, you'll get to know him. Eddie Gold is a new guy that just joined our server today. F.E. Batman, longtime brother in the fight. And we got, like I said, I already mentioned Flatsy Klein and Heretic Debate. Hop2 just joined in. He just hopped in the server. Mike Powers Swan, he's always listening in the background. Sometimes chimes in during the afternoon. Morvis is listening in the background. Noggin is brand new. He just joined the server. It seems to be like he's on the baller side of things, and he's in class right now, so he can't talk right now. So according to what he said, he's in class, but he's debating in the lobby. If you want to see what he's talking about, and I won't mention it in here, but he's saying some pretty provocative things. Paul V's joined us. What's up, Paul? He hops on the mic every now and again. Plum Bob is in here. Quetzalcoatl, the man with the master plan. And he's the old guard, basically. He's just vigilant. If somebody comes says stupid things, he'll tell them. Ethergrass, that's also another wonderful guy. We call him our brother from another mother. So hopefully that mentioned everybody. What's up, guys?
I'd love to hear that poem.
Yeah, man. I got loads of poems. Depends. I just opened my book and it just fell on a poem called Misunderstood.
Well, that's the one.
Yeah. So I just flicked through it and I've got my little black book with my poems in. And this one's called Misunderstood. And I'm sure you know by the end of it what it's about. And it's a short one. But anyway, it's called Misunderstood. I'm feeling misunderstood. And that's not good. People just don't get me. They never see the true me. They say I'm drifting and falling off track. But I don't see myself like that. My aim is to stay on the straight and narrow. Forward thinking, never deviating. But in your mind and from your point of view, you think I'm actually drifting. And that's not true. It can be a lonely place in my reference frame of mind. People on the earth can be so unkind, observing and watching me as if they were blind. My name is Coriolis, and I'm misunderstood. People just don't get me, and that isn't good. you go.
Ooh, that took a turn.
Clap, clap, clap. Hey, I was thinking of a poem while you were saying that one.
Yeah, man. Let's hear it.
Well, it goes like this: roses are red, pickles are green. The earth is flat. You know what I mean?
Boom.
But the reason for that one is because not a lot of people understand Coriolis. I mean, they say it's a fucking force. They say it's actually something's happened, and it's misunderstood. Coriolis is very misunderstood. It's just an illusion. It's something. It's not. It's just an. It's just. It's not actually happening. It's something that appears to be happening. It's it's misunderstood. People don't get the Coriolis effect, and that's why it's misunderstood. And that's why I wrote that poem.
Nah, that's really cool, man. You got a lot of.
It's an apparent drift. It's not actually a drift. It's an apparent drift. It's an illusion. It's not real. It's something that appears to be real.
But the Glober logic is that it's the cause and the effect, just like their God gravity.
Yeah, well, pilots. I mean, there's some pilots that think they've got a Coriolis switch in the plane that accounts for Coriolis, but Coriolis is just it's an illusion. It's just you watch it, it's a reference frame point of view, and it looks like something drifting, but that's not true. And it's simple as that. But they claim that the stars appear to move, but we're moving. But you hover a drone in midair, that doesn't drift.
Hey, I'm going to take a call real quick, so you guys can, Heretic and Flatsy, if you're here, you might want to continue.
Yeah, I mean, I was about to say Heretic. He'll tell you all about how we're we're supposed to be the non-inertial reference frame.
Yeah, so we all know what Coriolis is. It's just an apparent drift, like you're a non-inertial reference frame and an inertial reference frame. It looks like something's moving, but it's not. It's not a force. It's not something that's happening. It just appears to be moving, but it's not. But that does not happen. You never see that happen on the Earth. You can stand on the Earth and you can hover a drone with a plumb bob, a 6 meter plumb bob over a brick. And you can just leave it hovering stationary. It will not move because the Earth isn't moving underneath it. If the Earth was moving, the drone would appear to drift at 15 degrees per hour, as claimed by the globe claim. But that does not happen. If the Earth was spinning at 15 degrees an hour, flight times would be reduced significantly, depending on what latitude and where you were traveling from east to west. That does not happen.
They'll bring up that Foucault pendulum. But that's still in the same frame of reference, which is you can't say that that's causing anything.
Yeah, but a pendulum just moves back and forth.
They'll say the deviation is at certain latitude lines.
Okay, so if the pendulum is deviating due to the Earth moving underneath it, then flight times would be reduced, but they're not.
Bingo.
If the Earth was turning under the pendulum at 15 degrees per hour, then flight times would be reduced. A hovering drone, you would see it drift at 15 degrees an hour.
If it turns under one thing, it turns under all things.
Sorry?
If it turns under one thing, it's turning under everything.
Exactly. You can't say it's under a pendulum, but then flight times aren't reduced. You can't say it turns under a pendulum, but I'm going to hover a drone with a plumb bob over a brick, but nothing moves. If it works one way, it works always. And it doesn't. So it's not. It doesn't work. So the Earth is not turning at 15 degrees per hour under things? If it was, flight times would be reduced. Hovering drones you would see drifting off Coriolis. But we don't. Neil deGrasse Tyson explained this with a football. The Earth was turning underneath the football, that's why it went in the net. Okay then, Neil deGrasse Tyson, why don't flight times get reduced? If the ball went in the net because Earth was turning underneath it, why didn't the flight times get reduced from LA to Chicago? They don't get reduced. You can do these tests yourself. You can all get a drone. You can hover things in the air. You can test it for yourself. Dead easy. The Earth is not moving at 15 degrees an hour. It's flat and it's stationary. If you had a drone and you hovered it up at, say, if you could, at 10,000 feet, and you focused it on a star, what would happen? What would happen? Anybody? Anyway, you get my point. That was my poem anyway about Coriolis. And that was my explanation about it. I hope you enjoyed the poem. I'm going now. I love you all. See you soon.
My mic's probably not working, but you would see an apparent drift as answering the question, right?
See what, mate? Sorry, mate, what did you say?
Sorry, I probably got a bad mic. I was just answering your question. About the star, you would see an apparent drift if the Earth was really moving.
Yeah, that's right. But you wouldn't. You don't.
Yeah, as far as I know, they haven't established any motions of the Earth that I know of.
There's no. Well, they claim Coriolis. That's the claim of axial rotation. That's the claim. That's the globe claim of axial rotation. Coriolis. That's why the stars appear to drift. They're not drifting where the Earth is spinning. If the Earth was spinning, then flight times would be altered. A hovering drone would appear to drift. It doesn't. We don't see this claim. It never happens.
Yeah, we've got a video on this channel. Somebody might post it, but I'm driving. But one of our members hovered a drone and has like a 10-minute video of the moon, and it proves that the Earth's not moving because you don't see the drift,
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't. The Earth isn't drifting. If the Earth was drifting, if the Earth was spinning, flight times would be altered. Yeah. If they're saying a pendulum, you can see a pendulum like it just above the Earth moves. Then you'd definitely see a plane. Plane times and flights would be altered, but they don't. So you can't say a pendulum drifts, but planes don't, and then you account for bullets out of rifles, but then you hover a drone and that doesn't appear to drift. And then if you hover a drone and look at the stars, there's no apparent. It's all, you've got, you need to just get back to your God-given senses and stop getting involved with this satanic, fucking brainwashed belief system. Start trusting your senses. Start trusting your soul. We don't live on a ball. It's not spinning. There's no evidence of it. We're anywhere. There's no evidence of Earth curve. There's no physical Earth curve measurement whatsoever. I mean, I've never seen a curve. Nobody has. I'm quite confident when I say that. Nobody has seen Earth curve. Nobody can measure Earth curve in physical reality. They claim the horizon is Earth curve, but that's been debunked by Black Swan January 2020, where the horizon is beyond the physical location of where it's supposed to be, observer height times 1.22 squared. So we've got loads of evidence to debunk the globe. The globe is satanic. It's an evil, satanic, religious teaching. People have been brainwashed. Got to start trusting your senses, start trusting your soul. Just go and look out. You can see that the Earth's flat and it's stationary.
Yeah, absolutely. I got a little one running around, my bad. Didn't mean to be out of commission for a minute there.
It's okay, mate, no worries.
Yeah, Miggy was touching on how to learn logical fallacies, and he's correct. Everybody should all learn logic and logical fallacies so they can critically think about things that are told to them themselves. If they are displaying logical fallacies, then you know something's amiss. And after you learn all of the logical fallacies and you get them down and you can spot them no matter what, learn all of your natural laws, because those laws are laws because they can't be broken.
Yeah, that's correct. And that's what
That's
they do.
what I plan to teach my son. That's
Yeah.
I don't have to necessarily teach him anything. I mean, not that I won't say that I'm going to definitely tell him that, you know, Mama knows the Earth is flat. But I don't have to teach him that it is. I just have to teach him logical fallacies and natural laws, and he can be able to tell when somebody's blowing smoke.
I think natural laws is the one, because that what they're trying to do is they're trying to change the natural laws into and give it some other conclusion, sort of a man-made thing, like, you know, this Einstein's relativity. And you've got flat earthers at the moment fucking saying the Earth is moving up. You know, I mean, you've got flat earthers at the moment saying the Earth is moving up. Yeah, and you've got, I mean, you know, you've got this ether thing and all that. I stick to the facts and the figures. Can't prove ether. There's no evidence for that. And now they're saying the Earth's moving up. And Einstein was on about this. And it's a load of bollocks. They're getting rid of the natural laws. These are God's laws, the Creator's laws. You don't have to have an explanation for them. These are things that just happen. Yeah? It's like things just go down. Not everything. Don't jump in yet. You know, density, things, you know, relative density, equilibrium. You know, you drop something in air on Earth, where we are now, I'll drop a brick, it will go down. And they'll say, well, why doesn't it go to the side? Why doesn't it go? I don't know. It's just, that's what happens on Earth in air.
Well,
you know,
the brick would be at rest had you not picked it up to drop it. So you applied energy to it. And it seeks equilibrium with itself and its surroundings. And it's going to take the least path of resistance to do that. So down, not sideways, and it's going to the ground.
Yeah. And a helium balloon will go up. So things do, but they jump on you saying, well, why doesn't it? I don't know why it doesn't go to the side. Huh? All I know is on this Earth where I am, if I have a dense object denser than the air, it will go down. If it's less dense, it will go up. It's not up to me to give you the explanation for why it does that. that's how God created it. Yeah. Now things can move to the side in different situations, where if you put different solutions in a barrel and different objects, some things will move to the side if you've got different solutions. But that's just a make-believe situation with different solutions and different density things. You're showing that things will travel to the side and up and down. But on Earth, in our air, things go down if they're denser, and if they're less denser, they will go up. And then that's just a natural fucking thing. What happens? That's how it's been created. We don't have to explain why. I don't know why that happens, but it's not gravity. Because if it was gravity, the helium balloon wouldn't go up. Yeah.
That's right. They have to come up with. They have to come up with crazy situations that are not normal to explain away why they.
I love what you're saying. We don't have to explain it too deeply. I don't know why. All I'm saying is, on this Earth where I'm standing, if I hold a brick, if I pick a brick up and drop it, it's going to go down. Why doesn't it go to the side? I don't fucking know. It just goes down because it's denser than the medium that it's in. And there's a helium balloon. Let go, it goes up. Why does it go up? Why is it? I don't fucking know. It goes up. That's the way. It's just a natural thing that happens on this Earth. You don't have to overthink it. You don't need any fucking. You know what I mean? It's just dead simple. It's dead natural. Goes. If it's lighter, it goes up. If it's less dense, it goes up. If it's more dense, it goes down.
It's just kind of a derivative topic that they use to distract from their lack of globe proof, though.
Yeah. So all you need to, it's dead simple stuff. It's just life is simple. Dead simple. God made it that way.
Can I say something to that?
Yeah, man.
Why it goes up, like helium, or less densities, particles seem to be happening here, or something like that. Again, I have to excuse my broken English. I'm just a German dude, but I think it could have something, and it's probably already been proven that it has something to do maybe with the charge, the electricity charge. It has, like, everything here is electrical. I don't know.
Well, I don't know, mate. I don't know.
Well, yeah, extraordinary claims need extraordinary evidence. So, I mean, there's some truth, but it's a stretch.
But there are already things you can charge up and they levitate.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, but
like your hair, for example.
Sorry, so can I just interrupt that? But that's not natural. Then you're introducing something to the situation. We're talking about natural nature. Yeah, you're saying introduce. Okay. Yeah, so I know I can introduce electricity to something, a man-made. I can put 240 volts on something, or add a magnet to something, and influence. I can influence something. We're not saying that. When I hold a brick up and drop it, I'm not influencing anything. That's just a natural situation. So, yeah, you can influence things, mate. You can get your magnets out, yeah? You can get your voltage out. You can do hoverboards and get air pumping up. That's just man-made crap going on. We're talking about natural law, yeah? The natural law of the creator. When I pick a brick up and drop it, in my world where I live on this Earth, the brick is more denser than the medium around it. It will fall down. I don't know why it falls down. I don't know why it doesn't go to the sides, but that's what happens. If it's a helium balloon, it will go up. I don't know why it doesn't go to the sides. I haven't got a clue. But that's what happens. I can observe it, and that's what happens. I know the helium is less denser than the air, and I know the brick is more denser than the air. And we can observe it, we can prove it, we can put it through the scientific method. Yeah?
Totally.
You can talk about magnetism, you can talk about electrical fucking ether, you can talk about what you want. We're talking about nature, we're talking about God's creation.
You're putting words in my mouth. I'm not talking.
No, I didn't. No, I'm talking my own words, mate.
Okay. I just thought of rubber or a carpet, and all of a sudden you're electric charged, and your hair will, magnetize to the rubber balloon, or you can give your friend a little.
Yeah. I understand what you're saying. I'm going to go with you. I'm not in conflict.
And that could be natural. That could be also God's natural law that happens. That makes that happen. We just didn't figure it out yet. But
if if you rub something and you're giving it static energy, it's going to do something. What we're saying is, we're picking something up and dropping it, it goes down. We're giving a helium balloon, it goes up. Yeah, you can influence things. You can introduce other things. You can introduce static energy, electrical energy. You can introduce things to alter things.
We can have boats that float because of their shape. What if helium has a different shape, and that's why it floats above air?
Well, helium will only take the shape of its container.
Yeah, like the metal of a boat. That's really dense.
Yeah, well, helium will only take the shape of its container.
Everything has a shape. Air, helium, metal. It has a core shape.
Well, air doesn't have a shape.
The so-called atoms have.
Gases have no inherent shape.
Air will take the shape of its container.
Right, like water. And
he's talking about the shape of the air. He's trying to make a claim about the shape of the air molecules, just so you know.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There is no inherent shape to gases.
I see what you mean.
I just make the point you need to make, mate.
That was my point. It was just a guess, not a claim.
So the point is gas, yeah?
No, not gas. It's a gas. You just said the density. I'm agree on it. There can be density, and we can observe that, and it's cool. But what makes the density happen?
Well, nothing makes it happen. If something's depending on the medium
medium.
Well,
you
air.
have your shape. You need a medium. You have a shape.
So no, sorry. Just let me finish the first question. So if air has a medium, it has a density. Yeah. Well, I don't know what it is.
It has a medium. Yeah.
So heavy density has a medium. Yeah. So if something's more dense than the medium it's in, it will fall.
Right. That I don't disagree with you, but there's even other aspects we can observe, and that happens. I mean, you cannot deny electricity, and manipulate it or not. Electricity is happening on God's realm here. It's happening. I mean, clouds and thunderstorms, flashlights. We can observe electricities. Different states of mediums happen here.
Well, I'm sorry, mate. I don't know. Is a cloud electricity?
No, but what does make the flash? What does make the electricity?
Sorry, I'm not being rude. I'm not being rude. You just said electricity, and then you said a cloud was electricity. So I've said, is a cloud electricity? And you said no.
We can see that clouds made of air cause something like electricity, together with the water in the clouds and everything that's up there. Of course, not only the clouds. Why are you changing the words, man? We're on the same page here.
Sorry, mate. I don't see a cloud making electricity.
Me neither.
You just said it did. You just said it did.
No, we can observe that when the clouds come together, that there is a flashlight and thunderstorm. What does that make happen? How is it happening? It's a natural thing. It's the clouds or not the clouds, but it's happening.
Well, that's pressure.
Thunderstorms?
Yeah, it's pressure.
The pressure causes the electricity.
I don't know what you're telling me. You're telling me something. I don't know what you're telling me. Sorry, mate.
No, I'm just saying there are more things we can observe that cause things to happen, like falling down or floating up.
there's density, and there might be another answer that both can be together, working together. There can be states of density and states of electricity. Why is that not happening? Well, I mean, it's natural. We can observe that. It can be rather the density or the electrical charge.
Well, that's fine. I mean, I agree with what you're saying. You can observe things and you can think, why is that happening? And then you can think,
well, it's not natural because I manipulated it. I don't know who's manipulating something. So the thunder, the flashlights come.
Yeah,
the ball.
I'm saying, so, I know, but I'll nearly finish my sentence. But like you said, something's happening. You're observing something in nature, and you want to know what causes it. So what have you got to do then? What's your next step?
Right. That was just me proving that electricity natural happening, and I don't need to manipulate anything to change its natural charge. I mean, there is a natural charge going on.
Back to my previous thing of relative density equilibrium is that you can scientifically prove that.
I'm totally on your side. I know
you are. But I'm on your side as well. I'm on everybody's side. I'm not against anybody. But what I'm saying is that you said a cloud is electricity.
No, you put again. Just I observe there's clouds. I observe there's bad weather, and then I observe flashlights. I do not say it comes from the clouds. Never I did that. I just said what I can observe naturally happening here.
That's fine, mate. I love you, mate. I observe clouds myself. I observe lightning, and I observe thunderstorms. I see all that myself as well.
I've never seen randomly levitating things. I don't know about you.
No, electricity is a natural thing going on. I'm saying.
I tell you what. One thing I've never seen on the Earth is walking around on the Earth anywhere ever is an area of a vacuum.
I never. Why you changed the topic? Are you saying electricity is not natural cause?
I didn't say that, no.
I don't know what it is.
Because you said to me like my electricity theory was not good because we manipulated. And then I said, no, sorry, but I can observe natural electricity changing the charges of mediums, and then they change their thing and can levitate or be more dense or you name it. They go up and down. That's all I'm saying. That's all what electricity does, and we can prove that. So this is a point on our side.
Yeah, I'm not arguing. Sorry, mate. I'm not arguing with you. I'm just on everybody's side. But if you're saying that, well, explain what you mean about this phenomena. Then talk us through it.
I just had the thought because you said we don't have to explain everything, and I thought to myself, yeah, okay, we don't have to. You're right. We have density and everything. But what if we have another argument that we can win with the natural electricity that can change things to levitate? That's what I mean. And then you tell me like I say the clouds and this and that. No, I'm not a troll, man.
I'm not saying I never mentioned troll. I didn't mention the word troll.
No, this is from me because I'm a little bit having like social anxiety here coming in server where there's so much going on, and you guys
Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. We all challenge each other on here. When you make statements, we like to challenge folks. It's nothing personal, so you don't have to take it personal.
I'm your friend, mate.
When you make extraordinary claims, you have to have extraordinary evidence. When we're talking to Globers on here, we like to stick to things that we absolutely know and can prove. You know what I mean? We're just challenging you, not attacking you. So don't take it personally.
Yes. Yeah, I'm not attacking you, mate. I'm your friend. I'm everybody's friend. I'm not attacking you.
I'm sorry.
There might be a misinterpretation on language. I don't know what it is. But what I'm saying, I'm not against you. I'm just saying if you've got something to say about the clouds being electric, or there's what we have to do is observe a natural phenomena and then come up with a hypothesis, and then we have to put it through its scientific method, and that we can do that with relative density equilibrium. We can do it.
Yes, yeah, I agree totally. Density is a good answer to me, and I'm into this. I know about the density stuff, and I'm totally agreeing on it.
What I'm saying to you is I understand what you're saying, but
Hello?
Sorry, I have to take a call then. Are you talking to me?
Did it suddenly become nap time up in here?
Say, mate?
Did it suddenly become nap time? People were talking and then all of a sudden just nothing.
I thought I have some technical problems here and checked my Discord.
It just went quiet for me. I didn't know what happened.
He was talking. He was talking.
The only thing I had to do, I had someone phoning me on my phone, so I had to just take a call. Whether that interrupted anything, I don't know.
Okay, you were ending with all I'm saying. So all you're saying, I hope you can remember.
No, it's okay. No, I was just saying. I don't know. I read a poem. I talked about Coriolis.
I liked it.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm open to any suggestions and any proof of anything, really. I mean, the biggest proof I'm looking for is the proof of Earth curve and its measurable distance to the curve. I mean, if somebody can show me that, I'll become a glober.
Yeah, me too. You're right. We're on the same page. That's the biggest problem what we face here, right?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, there's no proof, and that's why sometimes I've got speculations about other things, that I talk about on other channels. But if I'm talking about flat Earth, I've got to stick to the facts and what we can prove with evidence, what is observable and what is measurable. And the Earth is observably and measurably flat. And it's a fact that you cannot have gas pressure without containment. It's not been observed. Yeah. So unless somebody can show me gas pressure without containment, or unless somebody can say, listen, I can show you the curve of the Earth and I can physically measure it for you. I can't believe I live on a sphere.
You're right.
There's no move, and I don't feel any movement. And the only option they can give me for axial rotation is that the stars appear to move, which I've just given you a poem about Coriolis, and I've explained about the drones hovering, and I've explained about that. So, I mean, we can debunk that straight away. So there's no proof of that. So the globe is a lie, as far as I'm concerned at the moment. But I do like talking about electricity and magnetism and levitate further lands over Antarctica and different ponds and maybe possible other suns and other, civilizations. But I can't prove any of that. So I just when I'm talking about flat Earth, I just like to talk about things I can prove.
That's true. You're right. I totally agree. I just think I just want to contribute something to this here, and I hear you talk about the density stuff, and I totally agree on that. But I just figured something out. Like, they already proved that electricity can change the English words missing medium of something. I don't think that's the right word used, but I don't have the word right now. But they themselves already proved and showed that electricity can cause things to levitate or to get even heavier than they are. So I think that point is on our side too. Like, we have density, we have the charging thing of things, and that's a natural phenomenon too. They proved that. We have bolts and flashlights in the sky sometimes, so something's going on there, and they know that. So it's not gravity that pulls things down or lets things up. It's totally density in the most cases. I agree, but I think sometimes there's evidence for other phenomenons that levitate things, like not a brick, but maybe I can melt a brick and I can make it into gas state too. I mean, we can kind of make these three states, like solid and fluid and gassy. To me, they're all like observable and interact with each other, like ice and water vapor. It's happening. I know ice, I know water, I know vapor. I know it's all water, but different density, and I agree on you totally. The density is a good answer.
I ask people to define density, and I don't always get satisfactory answers.
What do you come up with, your answer?
Well, I would call it relative weight density. So two things the same size, different weights. So it would be relative to their weights of the same volume. So you can't do it with things that you can't weigh. So you can't do it with gases, for example.
Unless you put it in a container, right? Yeah.
I know you can't weigh gas.
Really, not at all?
No.
Yeah, then we have a problem here, Houston.
Can't weigh elastic collisions. They're too brief.
We can only observe a gradient. We can only observe a gradient when it comes to containing gas, but you still require a container to even measure the gradient in its pressure and density gradient.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
I love the saying, and everybody, when we're in this VC, especially flat earthers, but anybody, Globers alike, it's not about what you know, it's about what you can prove. So that's a good motto to live by.
Observations over claims.
Yeah, you guys know why I'm here, because I always want to learn something, and you guys really you know more than other people who did not look into it. Like myself. I'm totally not that educated like you guys. I didn't know that with the air, and that you cannot weight that. I always thought they weigh that, but okay.
Yeah, the Globers will try to get you on that too. They'll be like, are you saying that air has weight or gases have weight? And the best thing for you to, it's what you can prove. You know that when you contain multiple gases, they form a gradient.
You have plenty of time
Atomic
ideas
weight
well,
is a
too.
convention, it's a calculation. So it's pressure over volume, but it's not actually a weight. The trick.
Absolutely what he said. Mm-hmm.
Like they sell gas per weight, but it's atomic weight. It's not really weight.
But
You
here's
can measure
the
the
thing.
pressure, right, of the gas.
Yeah, but here's the thing. You can't do any of that without containing it. So, gas pressure without containment is not possible.
That's a very good argument to use.
But it has a weight. I mean, it must have a weight.
No. Yeah, there's no inherent shape to gases, and the way that they have their pressure gradient is due to them being formed here on the Earth at Earth-like surface level, and the temperatures and all, and how they're used in the air. So it's more about density. It's not about weight.
I wonder what it is that the material that contains the gases.
Could be a metal. Like for scuba diving guys, they have air compressed in their bottles. But it's a container. I mean, There's too much stuff in my head I got told in school that I can't get out right now. I'm honest, man.
I'm in school. Well, not right now, but I'm still going to school and everything. So it's learning two things at once. Some not very useful, the other obviously being very important. So I remember you saying that you kept an open mind since even before coming across flat Earth and everything.
Yeah, of course, you have an open mind, and when you have an open mind, you probably can't prove anything that you have in your open mind, but with an open mind, you will probably come eventually to the truth.
Mm-hmm. Because it comes with creativity, curiosity, all those good stuff.
I guess we figure out what electricity is then.
Don't forget light, magnetism, and heat. I still don't know what they are.
Yeah, me neither.
If they're even a thing at all.
How does something emit light? Like, that's a really big question, and science can't answer.
Yeah, that's a good question. But we know they don't even let us go to the Antarctic to roam around there and see it, or like so many globeheads said, can you finally put them in a space that all these flat earthers can see Earth is round? Yeah, that's not gonna happen. Why not?
What we should do is pretend to go on a conservation effort or something to photograph wildlife further inland, if they let you. Of course, that would take a lot of planning.
Yeah, they had time since the 60s to make space travel economic and let everybody see it for themselves if it's just so easy to spot from up there, if you can go up there. We're still waiting for a trip to go up there. I mean, I would be ready, but I think that's never gonna happen because they really know they cannot go up there. So we cannot prove it. Well, we could go Antarctica, but it's forbidden. Well, you see, we all know where we come from. It's a little bit weird.
This is an out there theory, but you've heard of astral projection, right? What if we could explore Antarctica that way?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah, we wouldn't be impeded by NASA or anything like that.
Yeah, so I don't know what like the guy said, like, yeah, you don't have to come up with why things fall down or go up. It's density, but if that's not enough, then yeah, okay. That's not the big question here. The question is it really a globe? Is it flat? Is it, for them, like, and they could themselves prove, but they believe some experts from NASA or whatever, and that's where I get suspicious, like that really what really kicked me over. Like, okay, I know narcissistic strategies and I know exactly that this is one of them. Like, no, you cannot, but believe me. But no, never look. We already looked for you. Yeah, sorry. I think we all agree on that. It would be so easy, but yeah. And that's for me is the biggest proof at all. Like, they don't let the easy stuff happening here. And what do they have to hide? Something it is. Definitely. I mean, evidence is there. They're liars. They let people not see for themselves. So I heard about blue ice in Antarctica and stuff like that grows back and stuff. Yeah, let me see. No, just the experts. And if you have money, you can go to Deception Island. That's a funny name. Yeah. I was Antarctica. Yeah, where? Deception Island. Oh, cool. How was it? Very deceptive. Yeah. I mean, sorry guys, I didn't want to interrupt you.
Yeah, we may have some new folks entering the VC, so we have a special day set apart for speculations. And if you ever do make a statement that is a speculation, it's better to preface it that way. And yeah, if you want to talk about like speculations, we have a day set aside for that, but we're gonna stick to flat Earth and the facts on days that we have Globers coming in. We always
Okay.
can shift back to like the even on Speculation Sunday, we're always able to shift back to the facts when we have Globers come in on those days too. So, but we like this place to be a hangout place, so that's why we make days especially for those things. But you know, it's really nice to be able to talk to folks that know the Earth is flat, and I get that, and that's why I like coming here a lot too. So, because in your everyday life, you don't just come across people who know the truth.
Right.
And if you say anything to anyone, usually you have to deal with ridicule. So I get it. But when we are in here on days like this, we like to stick to the facts and the things that we know for sure, especially when we've got Globers coming in. And there are some being checked in, I think. I don't know. We'll find out.
Yeah. I
guys
see where
not
you come
like-
from.
Do you guys not have anyone near you that agrees with all this?
No.
Yeah.
That's unlucky.
No. That's why I'm here. People think I'm a crazy person for being open, and now I come here and think, okay, I can observe electricity and I know about the experiments they do with electricity and levitation and stuff. So I'm sorry if that was just a big wrong thought of mine to be a fact.
Don't take it. I'm not trying
No,
to
it's
be.
not a fact. Light is not a fact. Electricity is not a fact. I wonder myself. You're right. It's nobody knows what it is.
It's healthy to speculate. It's just you know, this is a live stream on YouTube and everything. So you just realize that when Globers come in here, they'll get on you about the statements that you make. You know, so it's easy to you know, get off topic when we're all in here together and there is no one that we're, you know, talking to that's a Glober. But it's always good to try to bring it right back to flat Earth.
Yeah, you always have to keep reinforcing your original point. They'll keep diverting and trying to make you prove stuff that you really do not have the capability to.
Yeah, okay.
Has anybody tried speaking to Dennis, Patsy? Hasn't got any roles.
Yeah, I can't do anything about that.
Well, let's see if
I don't think so. I don't think so.
let's see if I can do something about it, shall we? So,
All right, Jedi.
yeah, no worries. So, Dennis, you haven't got control of your microphone, but I'm going to do you the favour of unmuting yourself. No pressure, my friend. Just in case you wanted to introduce yourself, maybe you had some questions or thoughts or a conversation starter. But welcome to the server, Dennis. How can we help you today? It's an interesting noise you make there, Dennis. So, Dennis, this is a 24/7 flat Earth Discord. Can you receive me? Over.
That was bizarre.
It's always bizarre. Sometimes it's like trying to communicate with those that are beyond. But yeah, sorry to interrupt, guys. There's like Patsy said, there's a couple of people I've been voice checking that kind of hoping that are going to come down to the live stream and have a conversation. But there was somebody sitting here without any role, so I thought I'd have a go and see if we could communicate with them. But sorry,
I was laughing in there at the end of it.
yeah, exactly, yeah. Kind of just managed to bust them at the end. That was good. But if you're watching on YouTube there, Dennis, you're welcome back anytime.
Hopefully those in VC are actually serious.
I might have to go and find out in a minute.
The Thomas, however you say it, seems to be.
Seems to be what? It kind of making me hang on then, mate.
Oh, sorry. They don't seem to be a troll.
Oh, okay. I got you. Well, hopefully, fingers crossed, when they do come down from voice checking, we'll find out what their aim for joining the server is. And maybe we'll also find out how to pronounce Thomas's name. But yeah, I see a few people in the live stream, so I thought I'd jump in and say hi. I see Ethergress is here, Zodark, Plumbob, Morvis as well. Yeah, good to see you, buddy. Mike Power Swan, Miggy is still in the house. You're probably at work by now, buddy, surely. It's coming up 3 o'clock, maybe coming up 4 o'clock for you. Yeah, good to see you. Patsy's in here. Henry, we just spoken to. Eddie, you joined the server today, didn't you, mate? How are you finding your experience?
I think it's awesome, man. I'm kind of like a year into Flat Earth now, and yeah, I still aren't on the level you guys are, so I don't know really that often if I observe something and it's a fact or not. So I have to learn a little bit, you know. I cannot mention electricity sometimes, okay? Because I think right now nobody knows what it is, so that's a big question. Yeah. Like light.
I think a good reminder. I think one of the things that maybe within the server that maybe you will learn, but you should be mindful of, when we're having conversations with people that haven't come to the understanding that the Earth is flat yet, you have to remember that these people come from a place where they think they know an awful lot of things. They know what the sun is, for example. They know what Jupiter is made out of, for example, right? They know why the seasons work, for example. When they come and have conversations with us, we don't know a lot of things. I don't know what the sun is, right? I don't know how far away it is. I don't know what the moon is and what it's made of. I don't necessarily know why there are lunar cycles. And I most definitely don't know what Jupiter is, let alone how far away it is. So we kind of have to stick with things that we do know when we're explaining things to people who think they already have lots of knowledge, and we take it away because they have a bit of a problem coming to the understanding that we come from a place of absolute truth, and we can't necessarily give people made up ad hoc kind of stories to replace another story. We don't necessarily have to do that. And the other thing to be mindful of as well is when there's a kind of debate going on, sometimes people like to hold you to your claims and by the same standard as we hold the globe Earth model to. If you've got no direct verifiable, falsifiable evidence, then you're going to be making it hard for yourself to debate, and also within this arena on a 24/7, it's going to kind of affect us all, if you understand what I mean. As in, all flat earthers say this, all flat earthers say that. Yeah, it's kind of easy pickings to build a straw man the moment you start making claims. Does that make sense, Dennis?
Right. Where did I make a claim? I understand you, but when you talk like that to me, I think like
No.
No.
Just relaying the message that I did already.
Yeah. I'm not saying that you have done anything wrong. I'm probably using the word you in the ubiquitous sense, as in we all, or they all. But yeah, ultimately, I'm not saying that you've done anything wrong. I'm just introducing you to the server. I'm hoping that you understand the kind of things that maybe Miggy was talking to you about earlier when we were having a conversation with him a few hours ago. That's all I was doing, buddy. Not pointing anything because you ain't done nothing wrong.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you for that.
Well, also, just make sure you have some thick skin, because we're on the internet. You're going to hear a lot of things on the internet. So just keep yourself, guarded from that. You don't have to be so easily offended. We're just letting you know how the servers run.
Yeah, I'm very easily offended, and that's my problem, not yours. But I just let you know, it's hard. Like the last 3 years and stuff. I have literally no friends, and I figured out I had no friends all my life. So it's not
Well, you
easy
got
to
friends.
find friends,
You got friends here, so you don't have to just try to develop some thick skin.
I don't trust anybody. I really I had to change the dentist 3 times now because I got offended there, and in my opinion I was right. You know how it is when you're offended. You think you're right in something, and you think you get hurt for no reason. Like not my dents, not my teeth, but all the like narcissistic stuff going on in humans, and it has sometimes really nothing to do with flat Earth. They make these fallacies, and they, like you said, they think they know the heights, they know this, they know that, and the most smart people I met, like doctors, professors, and university guys, academics, they all fall for simple mind controlling techniques. And to figure that out, I'm a different person. I'm really offended. I'm really easily offended. So I'm sorry.
Those doctors and stuff, they just do what they're told. They don't have much of a mind to think for themselves. Go beyond what the majority believe.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. It's just very frustrating, and it's to English words. I'm searching for words. It's a journey to. It's really a journey to travel through all this. I mean, you guys know it. You know what we went through, and how that fucked many of us. Sorry for the word. How that messed many for us really up in their trust system, and I mean, and everything. And then, yeah, globe. I mean, wow. Then you see it all, and you wake up, and you get lonelier more and more. The more you figure out, the more lonely you get.
Speaking of journeys, if you want to come across more like-minded people, traveling is probably the best way.
Yeah, I wasn't allowed to go to the United States because I had to, you know what we all had to do, and I didn't do it. So I was not allowed to go to the places I want to go, and that my heart pounds for the United States, not the United States that the government represents, but the United States that the people they're representing. And yeah, you guys from America probably think, oh, America's full of idiots, but to me, when I was there 3 times in my life, I just felt the spirit. I just felt right, I just felt where I belong. And yeah, it's not easy to migrate the last 3 years.
So Eddie, what was the one thing that really made you go from ball to flat? What was that one piece of evidence? What was that one light bulb that went off in your head, which was either the final tipping point or that first thing that? What was it, mate? What got you?
I stumbled about Dave Weiss and Flat Earth Dave, and there was a couple things, and I was like, like, what is he talking? I was open-minded, and so I was listening to him, let him talk, and watched all the topics, and I was like, whoa, from here to there, and tides and this, and I don't know what it was. I think the guy made me think for myself, and then I realized, yeah, something's wrong, and I learned a lot about narcissism, and then I figured somehow this is all narcissistic, like the whole indoctrination thing, the whole cult of all of this. Like you say, it starts with the children in the school, and probably they do it since 200 years. I don't really know, but they do it for a long time. So my grandpa is indoctrinated, and everything we know, like, yeah, nice. I mean, nice. You know what I mean? Like, meme nice. It's not nice. It's such a. It was probably themselves, man. The lies themselves, the globe itself, the behavior of them all.
I get you. I understand that. Yeah, I understand that. So two things I kind of took from what you said. Sorry, buddy. Two things I took from what you said. It's the first of all, the ability to start questioning this, the thing that we've all taken for granted our whole lives, that the Earth is a spinning ball. Never really questioned it. We got taught it. We got told it. So yeah, I can understand that coming across like somebody like Dave Weiss and him making you think for yourself. Definitely understand that. And also the part where maybe the evidence hasn't been forthcoming. You've heard a few debates and so on, and Globe is kind of.
I think it was gravity, like the imaginary friend of humanity. Yeah.
Yeah, I understand that, buddy. It gives me a good segue as well, because we've got a new member into the panel. I've noticed that Nick R has joined us. He was up in voice checking, I believe, speaking to a couple of moderators and golds. So being as you just jumped in there, Mick, you've got the ability to speak. If you want to speak, unmute yourself there, Nick. Nick R, join the server. How you doing? Don't leave me hanging there, sunshine. You come highly recommended. Heretic wanted me to know that you were here.
He may have been on mute just now. I took him off mute. He doesn't have VC verified because the bot's down. Maybe that was the problem.
Hello.
Nick. Hello there, Nick. How you doing?
Hey, good. So I had a question. I was just talking to Grim, and so like if we had two different people on like different sides of what's it called? Like if we have two different people on different hemispheres, and they look for the same constellation, they can't see it because I was saying because of the curve, and then he was like, "Oh, well, no, like." If we're both in a warehouse, a big warehouse, and we're on different sides, and we like shine a light up, like you can't see mine, right? And I'm like, he's like, because the warehouse is so big or whatever. And I was like, yeah, but then with the constellation thing, like the best explanation is the curvature, and then it just devolved into this. He started saying that like the Earth is all of reality. All of reality is Earth.
I get you. All right, let's kind of dial it back a little bit. Let's maybe not use constellations. Let's just use one star. Let's call it Polaris. You know what Polaris is, right? The North Star?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, for example, we stand right underneath Polaris and it's right above our heads. And we will walk south and Polaris will appear to descend on the horizon. And eventually, we won't be able to see Polaris anymore. Your claim is because of the physical curve of the Earth being in the way, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That's kind of one of the reasons that this server's open and why I've been in the server for 5 years and a flat earth for 8 years. Because I understand that horizon that you're talking about isn't physical. As it isn't the geometric curvature of the Earth, so it can't be physical like a hill for something to hide behind. Because you have to understand that that's your initial claim. I can't see that the Earth curve's in the way. That makes a claim to the physicality of the Earth curve. Now, the reason why I say that is because if we understand that they give us the size of the Earth, 3,959 miles in radius, right? So they give us a geometric number. Being as we can use math, we can figure out how far away that geometric horizon should be for an observer. If we understand how high above the surface that observer is standing. So, for example, if you've got a 6-foot observer, according to the mathematics associated with the ball, a horizon must be 3 miles away. Its calculation comes from the calculation 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. I'll make it simpler for you. If the observer's height is 1 foot and the square root of 1 is 1 times 1.225 is what? 1.225. So for an observer with their head bobbing in the water, say at the sea, and their eyeballs are 1 foot above the surface of the water, the physical geometric horizon must be no more than 1.25 miles away. See, being as I can demonstrate to you within about 2 minutes, if you answer a couple of questions really simply, that the horizon is indeed just an optical phenomena. Basically, as far as you can see on any given day because of the atmospheric conditions and the technology that you use, binoculars, zoom camera, telescope, whatever, then the horizon is optical. It is not in its mathematical predicted location. So there is no physical thing for you to say that I can't see this constellation, or in this hypothetical situation, I've gone so far south that the curve of the Earth has got in the Bay of Polaris. Because the curve of the Earth, the horizon, isn't physical, mate. Do you understand what I've just said?
Yeah, I understand. I think it changes up like the sort of like position for me, that because I'm like, I don't believe there's anything physical. So like I don't think there's anything physical. But I don't think the Earth is all of reality.
Okay, so that's slightly besides the point, really. Nobody can make a claim to what all of reality was. For anyone to make a claim, there must have been to all of reality, and I haven't done that, neither of you, and neither's Grim. We can make speculations, but like I was telling one of my friends earlier, speculations lead us down rabbit holes that we're never going to find the answer to. What we can deal with is reality, and that's what the Earth is to us. We are physically standing on it. It is our environment. We can understand it. And the way that it appears to us is flat and stationary, unless you believe you've seen curvature with your own eyes or felt the motion of the Earth with your own senses.
Well, the thing I want to say about that real quick is just that I don't really accept that criteria for like knowledge, because I think that we can use modal semantics, for example, usefully, which just says that we can have certain propositions that are true without any with just in virtue of meaning. So these are analytic truths. So if I have the proposition all bachelors are unmarried men, that's true, and I don't have to go talk to every bachelor in the world to determine if that's true. So I don't need to be outside the Earth to make other claims about reality, is the point.
Yeah, but we can understand our reality with our senses. For example, if somebody is hiding behind something, you understand that you can't see them because something physical is in the way. Like playing hide and seek, your mate's hiding around the corner, you can't see him because the corner's in the way.
Yeah, no, the thing I think is going on there is just our senses are deceptive. So if our senses deceive us at least once, we have no reason to believe they're not constantly deceiving us. And since I'm an idealist, I don't think there is anything physical. I think the fundamental framework of reality is reason itself. Rationality is the quality of being guided off that telos of reason. So the only way to really understand reality meaningfully is through logic, essentially.
No, logic and direct interaction and measurement and cause and effect relationships within the physical and natural world, right? We have to interact. We have to interact with this place, and we rely on it acting the same way. For example, laws of nature. If things started happening against those laws of nature, we would be living in a very confusing world. We understand also that if I was to give you an apple, you would understand that it would be an apple because of the attributing parts of an apple. It came from an apple tree. It's got an apple tree. Looks like an apple. It tastes like a fucking apple. It's an apple. So that is an absolute truth about something, an abject truth. Now we can have. Yeah, it's an apple.
Well, no, the point you made a couple wrong assumptions there. So the issue with the apple is that I don't accept that it has a physical composition.
Hold on, may I ask a question real quick?
It can't be real quick. It can't be absolutely certain that that's an apple, because there's a possible world that we can conceive of in which that's not an apple. It's something else.
Okay, so let me cut to the chase. I'm listening to you talk. So what's producing that sound?
Well, here's the thing. I'm not talking.
No, I'm asking you. Is it your vocal cords?
My position is that there's no I.
No, I'm not asking you what position you're in. I know your head's up your ass. I'm asking, is the sound being produced by your vocal cords?
Okay, so now you're projecting. So I'm going to not listen to you.
Projecting what?
That your head's up your ass.
Oh, really? Well, yeah. I know my vocal cords are working.
How do you know that?
Do you?
I'm sorry, how do you know that?
Because you just heard me. Did you not?
Yeah, but how do you know you're not listening? How do you know you're speaking?
I'm not speaking right now. I'm listening to you speak using your vocal cords.
Hey, no, I know your head's up your ass, but I'm talking about whenever you're speaking.
You already used that one, pal, and that was mine.
How
I
do
get
you
it.
know?
You've enrolled in a philosophy course. You're
What's your body
enthusiastic
fat
about it.
percentage?
I get it. Oh, overtalk me. Overtalk
You're
me.
over-talking me.
Hold tight.
Okay, well, go back. Dude, pull your head out of your ass. Come back to reality. Have a real conversation. Stop acting fancy.
This is why we're here. Again, we're talking about the physical and natural world that we interact with every day, and the claim that it is a physical thing. A physical thing being a ball that spins in a vacuum of space. Now, why have you joined the server? Is it because ultimately, mate, I've just given you an apple and you've gone off into some fucking airy fairy world where this isn't an apple, and we can't interact with the physical and natural world in the way that we interact with it, combustion engines and so on. So we deal with things in absolute truth, knowing that they will act in that way always. That's how we have laws of nature. That's how we have cause and effect relationships. A thing is a thing defined by the attributes of that thing. They claim the Earth is a ball, then it should have curvature. Do you still think that if the horizon wasn't physical, that you could make the claim that the Earth was indeed a ball?
Well, I don't think that these attributes are like a necessary criteria for like the concept of the thing. So again, I think everything is conceptual. So to talk about the Earth, and this is the whole point. It's because what your whole framework relies on is that we're dealing with what's here on Earth, and we can't get outside Earth to verify anything else. And I'm saying that's not true. Things can be true independent.
Now he's in a physical place where he can go to and fro.
So the example I gave is that if I have the proposition all bachelors are unmarried men, I don't need to go interview every bachelor to ensure that they're unmarried. Yeah. So it's true in virtue of its meaning.
On that logical point, every surface of a sphere is necessarily curved, is it not?
No, I don't think that's necessary. If it's necessary, you have to give the inference there.
It wouldn't be a sphere, would it? It wouldn't have a curved surface if that surface wasn't curved. So if
it's a contingent truth.
Let me finish. It's just another sentence. Well, it's a question actually. If a surface isn't curved, what is it?
So that's a predicate concept of a contingent truth in this world. But the point is that it's not necessary because there's other possible worlds where that predicate concept
Can you answer the question Jedi asked you?
No, because he didn't let me respond to the previous thing.
No, it's a direct question. I appreciate a direct answer. Take the tap dancing shoes off, please.
Yeah, but he's dodging by not letting me address what was said previously. Well, he's dodging. He's not letting me
respond to that as well. So it's the bit where you started going, he's not respond. I'm trying to keep you on track. That's what I'm trying to do about that claim that you made about Polaris not being able to fucking see it because the curve of the Earth was in the way. Making a claim to the physical nature of reality. Also making a claim that if a sphere is a sphere, understanding that the surface is going to curve. That curve getting in the way of Polaris. Now you're saying what? Now everyone's getting confused because you seem to be, like CB was saying, tap dancing around the point and not answering the direct question. On your point.
See, this is a theoretical masturbation exercise for you, based in, you've made up your own universe to where you're moving all these variables around. But people like you, very intellectual people, tend to be very bad at the soft skills and interpersonal skills with real people. That's why you talk about all these very
So I was addressing what you said. So you said that it's necessarily the case. I want an argument for that. If it's necessary, then that's a deductive inference. So you'd have to give the inference rule there, and you're not doing it because it's not necessary. There are possible worlds with accessibility relations where there's a set of predicate concepts that have like epistemic virtue.
We're making a claim to this world.
Can you repeat what I just said?
This isn't.
Repeat what I just said.
Yeah, I heard you. This isn't.
I'm not talking to you.
BYOB, right? I see you little frat party in the PFP. Yeah, this isn't Bring Your Own Cosmology Day here at the server. There's one cosmology that's claimed to be real.
I don't think you're following. So shut up.
Hold on, buddy.
I want the
hold on. So you don't get to bring your own cosmology. We just heard you say, well, there's possible other options of other universes.
Well, he said other worlds, and that's how he's going to try to run away from this claim that he made about this world. Good one.
Yeah.
Yeah, so come back to reality.
Yeah, so the thing is, when he says something's necessarily the case, that's invoking like modal semantics, because he's talking about ways in which the world could have been, and that holds necessarily in all ways in which the world could have been. Right, that's what it means for a proposition to be necessary.
I'm talking about the description of a thing, and for something to be that thing, it must display the attributes of that thing. It's quite simple, right? If I was to give you a car, it's got to have the attributes of a car. It's got to have four wheels, it's got to have a combustion engine, windows, doors, that type of fucking thing. As opposed to an apple, they're different. We understand that they're different because the attributes of those things. So the attribute of a sphere is the surface is curved. My question to you is, if a surface is not curved, what is it?
Right. So in this actual world, that's true. It holds true in this world. So I agree with you there. But the issue is that when you said it's necessary. When you said it's
Nick, that was a question. So we'd like an answer. What is it?
It's not a sphere. So that, do you want to proceed, or do you like the thing is when you say
that's not saying what it is. He's asking if it's not curved, what is it?
Then it's not a sphere.
That's not saying what it is. That's a negative.
How is that not saying what it is?
It's saying what
it's not.
Wait, so the negation is not a claim to identity?
Using the word to define, you're using the word as the definition.
No, so this is the issue. This guy doesn't understand what he's talking about. The anime profile picture tweet. He's saying that the negation is not in relation to the identity.
It's a surface description. So you're saying not a shape. You're in the wrong category.
Yeah, not X is an identity claim.
You're still in the wrong category. It's not answering the question. It's a dichotomy.
Am I in the wrong category? Bro, you're too like slow boy to understand this. Can I have a conversation with the English guy?
You're talking about shapes when we're talking about surface descriptions.
Okay, so that's not what we're talking about. Again,
that is what we're talking about.
He said that there's a necessary entailment with the predicate concept of the shape. So that's what we're talking about.
Yeah, which would be the surface description, Nick.
Well, he never addressed it, because I said if it's necessary, he need to give the argument.
Because that's why he asked you a direct question. We all know the answer.
I answered, and you're white knighting for him.
Because we all know the answer. You're just not saying it.
Yeah, I'd like you to stop white knighting for him. Just let me have a conversation with him.
I'm talking to you directly.
There you are.
He doesn't even
Your buzzwords aren't working, Nick.
Like, I understand you like to suck his dick from behind.
No,
just don't do it.
Jedi doesn't need my help.
Pseudo-intellectual explains himself.
You're still on basic questions.
Settle down. We don't need to go there, mate. And ultimately, your tap dancing is not speaking well for yourself. We're just trying to have a very simple back and forth, walk down a logical path, and you seem to be throwing tic-tacs in the road and hoping it pops my tyres. Just trying to walk you down your initial premise, because you're making a claim to physicality because you said you couldn't see a constellation because the physical curve of the Earth was in the way. Earth being a sphere, surface being curved, it being physical, you can't see through it. So just trying to keep you on your point without your tap dancing.
Yeah, no one slung any ad-homs at you, so I see you getting emotional over there.
Don't mind. Definitely want to have the conversation, mate, but...
Are you there?
Yeah, look, I never said it was physical. I told you from the start I'm an idealist, but we're not on that point anymore. We progressed, and you gave a necessary inference. You said that. You said this entailment of this predicate concept is necessarily round for any sphere. And I want to know how that's true in all possible worlds. Can you give the argument for that? Because it's not. I could conceive of a world where the attributes of something don't make up the composition of that thing. I can conceive of a world where there's nothing.
Sorry, that doesn't matter here.
It's not.
That doesn't matter. Sorry, it doesn't matter here. That's not kind of the subject that we're talking about. Your postulation and imagination on other worlds, right? That's not up for debate. Why would I debate you on your imagination, mate?
Well, then just concede that it's not logically necessary. Then it can't be an entailment.
Let's just get back to your original claim.
Well, I just want you to concede that point, and we can. That it's not a necessary.
Let's just get back to your claim. Let's just get back to the claim, and we'll figure out whether it's necessary or not. So you said you couldn't see a constellation because why?
Yeah, we can progress once you concede that point that it's not a necessary entailment.
There's
I
nothing.
want the concession.
He's stuck on his buzzword.
I want you to concede the point.
No, you're not going to get.
I'm not going to let you dodge.
It's not going to happen.
You're not in charge here. So.
It's not going to happen. It's most definitely not going to happen until we have this precursor to the point, as in your point. So ultimately, you said that you couldn't see a constellation because why? Why can't you see a constellation when you move away? Tell me.
Yeah, so I'm not going to let you dodge. Can you give an argument for the necessary?
Big man on campus is his tantrum. Come on, let's do what you do in the debate club. Big man on campus, do your little tantrum. Stomp your
So
foot.
you want somebody to concede to your imagination?
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Not logical.
Yeah, one, that's not going to happen, and two, I want everybody to understand that when he comes in and makes a claim that he can't see a light in the sky because when he moves south it descends upon the horizon and the horizon is now in the way, and then makes a claim that the surface of a sphere doesn't necessarily have to be curved in his imagination on other worlds. That's where we're at the moment. So the question is going to remain, why can't we see a constellation the further we move south?
Yeah, and you're not going to get out of this either.
Yeah, I'll answer the question. I'm not going to get anywhere by asking you the same thing, but I just want to point out, to clarify, like, how is it that the woman chimes in with the most retarded statement out of the whole room?
How comes you're just going to answer the question and not sidestepping onto another conversation about something else that could take longer? Why can't you see the constellation the further you move south?
Last chance, buddy.
I just want this woman to read.
All right, well, he's done.
A homophobe and a misogynist. This is the intellectuals that are sent here to defend the precious globe.
You've just put in cards in front of them later.
Well, how are we able to have a conversation with somebody that wants to argue about their own imagination and then tell me that I don't know what I'm talking about? Whatever.
Yeah, I don't know. Greg, someone or another, weird name, can't read the rest of it. VAL, probably something valued, maybe. Greg, has he got voice verified? If not, sorry, if he has, we can move on to him. If not, we can talk about that last idiot. Let's try and keep it rolling. What's up with Greg? Let's have a look. Give me a couple of minutes to think about that fucking guy. Oh, Greg's, I'm here to listen only. Thanks, Greg. Do appreciate that. So, back to that fucking guy. Why? Someone tell me. He made a claim why he couldn't see the constellation because the further he went south, the physical Earth curve was in the way. And then when starting to get round to that, he decided that nothing was physical, let alone the apple that I gave him or anything else, because of his imagination in other worlds. Is that right?
See, this is a theoretical masturbation exercise for you, based in, you've made up your own universe to where you're moving all these variables around. But people like you, very intellectual people, tend to be very bad at the soft skills and interpersonal skills with real people. That's why you talk about all these variables.
I think
Can you say it any better? That's a mic
not really. I mean, I think we were talking about it before we were having the conversation with Nick. It was point 2 of somebody's, I think it was, what's his name? Eddie's, when Eddie was talking about his awakening to the flat earth. 1, being able to think about it or question it, and 2, how little evidence there is when people come to, a flat earth server and start talking about the earth and what they believe it to be. Then we have this guy comes in, an obvious 99%er. He doesn't even believe that he's actually talking to us on Discord right now. And when I give him an apple, it doesn't have to be an apple in his fucking mind. If the earth isn't a ball, how do we know anything to be fucking true? This is the standard of fucking evidence people live their lives on. This kind of, I don't know, I'm just going to call it really bad sophistry.
Yeah, well, it's also it's tanking their credibility for being able to prove that they know 100% that the Earth is a ball. If they can't know anything, then they don't know that it's a ball.
And I figured really fast out here that nice people told me that we have to, not have to, but this server is for the topic, and like you told me, like, okay, we want to have the evidence and we don't want to go into fantasizing. We can do that Sunday. It's a good day, and you guys made this Discord. I can do my own Discord, and then everybody can do that. So if we tell the people here right now again before they talk, okay, please stay with your facts and don't talk about your own imagination, because we all have that theories in our head. But here it's about the live stream, and the Discord is for facts and questions from Globers. So
Yeah.
Oh, dude.
Well, there you go.
This is original. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just giving you an example of why we do that, because look at how the Globers come in and they put their foot in their mouth.
yeah, that's why I was so socially anxious, because I often from phony people, and I only met phony people in my life, not only, but you know how it is. Dudes, you want to be friends, they are too far away, and yeah. Then I just hear here in Germany a lot of like, you are this, you are that, and I'm like, what? Why am I suspicious? Yeah, you might steal from me, and I'm did I steal from what? No, you. It's so they accuse me of things me myself, and I know I would never do. I know you guys don't know the truth, but I myself know that. So if somebody points a finger at me and tells me he's assuming me this, that, this, I feel like, okay, yeah, probably everybody, even you guys, will think I'm a suspicious guy. That's what these narcissists teach me that I shall be. But I think I woke up and I'm not a suspicious guy, but now I'm having this burden on me that I'm kind of awkward or whatever, you know?
You'll have experience with like patience towards these sorts of people. It takes time to become used to what they're like.
Whom?
It requires patience.
What kind of people you mean now?
The Globers that come in, the guy before.
Oh, I have patience
people
with
you know.
Globers. I know exactly where they come from. They are delusional, yeah. But name calling, let's never don't call names and not try not to.
I mean,
like,
dude,
you know,
I think sometimes you come to the understanding after time that there are many ways that people need to be woken up, and sometimes that's with a mirror in front of them so they can look at themselves and understand how they're acting or why some people are reacting the way that they are to them. This person isn't being nice to me. Maybe I should think about what I'm saying. So, yeah, there are many, many different ways to have a conversation. Of course, we all want the kind of utopian scenario where we're all sitting on a park bench over a beer and we talk about the world and everybody agrees with ourselves and everybody seems kumbaya at the end of the day. But we have to understand the mind virus and the programming that's going on and, you know, the ego at play. Sometimes people need to slap around the face. It's a wake-up call. Sometimes it's not going to be nice. There's many good cops, many bad cops. We can play different roles for the conversation. It works, it doesn't work, but hey-ho, it's what it is. Got to try somehow, right?
Yeah,
I'm here to learn.
Yeah, you need to have thick skin to be in this arena. If you want to be a flat earther, you better suit up and, you know.
Yeah, you guys help me.
It's
You
not
guys
going to
help
be
me a lot.
easy, so you gotta be able to handle it.
That's kind of what I meant with the patience thing.
I think
Totally
also
agree. But how can you do it without nobody, you know? Like, I have to learn. I have to make mistakes. I have to think name callings is not cool, and I don't want to do it.
I appreciate that. I'm going on a kind of journey myself at the moment where I'm kind of thinking about the words that do come out of my mouth, especially the names that I use. So I do appreciate you having conscious thought into the things that do come out of your mouth. I did want to say, I think you're going to fit very well into the server, my friend. I wanted to extend my hand and and welcome again, because I've sat back and listened to a couple of things that you said, and don't think that you're out of place in any way, shape or form, my friend. Many of us feel the same way that you do, or have thought the same way that you have. So welcome to the server again, mate. I think you're going to fit in just fine. Just, sit back, take your time, no rush. We're all here for each other, and I'm pretty sure you'll build up some good relationships along the way and not feel so lonely. So welcome again, mate, and God bless.
Thank you a lot.
I concur. I want to welcome you too. The only reason why I say what I say is because we're all, human beings, and we all make mistakes. So if people do name call on here, don't get all upset about it. You know what I mean? It's going to happen.
Yeah.
It's just the
Yeah.
way of human beings.
No, of course. You're right. I appreciate that. You're right. But yeah, like I said, I have to work on myself. That's part of the journey. To figure out, oh man, you have to work on yourself. Yeah. That's what I'm trying to do here.
Spot on. Yeah, work on yourself. Those who are without sin, right? They're the ones who can cast that first stone. And I guarantee you, mate, we've all fallen short in some way or another. And the best thing to do is work on ourselves and maybe not look upon ourselves so much. So the flat Earth is a fantastic understanding. And hopefully it'll lead many people to truer understanding and give them purpose to why they're here. And maybe interact with the world and those that created it and all of those types of things a little bit better. But yeah, I understand when you use the words like patience and so on. For example, quite a few of these people in the server, like myself, have been around for a good few years, and we've extended our time in the kind of gift of patience. We give that patience to people. Yeah, sometimes we find ourselves repeating the same conversations, but that's fine because we've been doing this for 8 years, and some people might have only been doing it for 8 days. They may have only just seen a YouTube video and it was 8 hours ago. They might only be 8 minutes through it. 8 minutes into watching us on a live stream, and they want to jump in and they want to start asking questions. So these conversations take many shapes. We've got very new people and people against us, anti-flat earthers, who have been in this arena longer than the majority of us. 8, 9, 10 years waiting for us to appear. So it's an interesting arena. It heightens your senses. I think somebody mentioned to you as well when they welcomed you to the server, Mr. Gold, that no one really jumped on you because the way that you conducted yourself, the things that you spoke about, and nobody really addressed you as being a troll or not a flat earther. We kind of took you at face value. We have to remember that not everybody can be taken at face value. People like to act a part. Let's put it like this, it's a spiritual battle, my friends. The actors come in all the time trying to divert us from the truth.
I know, that's why I'm so scared. Not because of you guys, because I'm aware of that fact, and people told me I'm a suspicious guy. Like I got really good friends with some guy, like a cigarette store owner in America then, and he told me, "You're weird, man." And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm a German," and we became best friends. He trusted me. Like here in Germany, I experienced the same. No, the opposite. It's you think in America are idiots, man. Come to Germany, man. The nation of the fucking, you know what happened back then. It's nothing changed here. These people are so sorry. It's not you, but I need to learn get thicker skin because it's me. It's my problem, and I want to have thicker skin.
Maybe remember this. You said that you take offense really easily. Remember that to take offense, that is a choice. You choose to take offense, right? And that thing upsets you for a reason. Right? Maybe don't choose to take offense. Maybe choose to turn the other cheek.
Right. No, yeah, I constantly try to do that, and yeah, you're right. I need more patience and with myself too. Like, yeah.
I'm not speaking to you from some high place, mate. I'm on the same level as you. I'm just giving you a friendly, hand on shoulder, brother to brother warning. I'm not speaking
and
to you.
that's how grateful and appreciative I accept that. It's really what I'm searching for. Honest people, not bullies.
You're critically thinking about all of it. You're doing great.
Yeah, I like you guys, man. I like you really.
We're fucking amazing people, mate. Not gonna lie.
You're gonna learn a lot here.
I'm happy. I'm happy to find you guys, man, because this is.
Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example of the kind of truth that we speak and how it interacts and resonates with people sometimes. I don't know whether you've heard of a server, Discord server called Lo-Fi Girl. It's got close to 1 million. I think it's just over 100,000 subscribers to that Discord server. It's jam-packed pretty much all of the time. People are shouting over each other. People are drunk. People are high. No points really get spoken about. One of their associates is a flat earther, comes over to the server. He's, I can't remember his name, but we call him Lo-Fi. I can't remember the rest of his name, but I call him Lo-Fi. He came in one evening and he was kind of really down because of the ridicule that he was getting every time that he brought up the flat earth subject within this server. He'd get heckled, he'd get shouted down, personal attacks. It got quite bad. It really got to him. After a period of time, you're going to understand that these types of attacks are going to wear a man down. So he came in here a little bit down. I and a few others in the server decided to, back up our brother and maybe go over to the server with him and maybe, help him speak or let his voice be heard or help him make points and so on. This server, when we went over there, was very packed. He tried to bring up a conversation, and myself, Elijah, Patsy, Morvis, and a few others that went over there were very quickly witnessing the kind of debacle that this place was. We tried our hardest to, bring points up, have conversations with people. But it was very, very raucous. The point is, the more that myself, Elijah, and a few others from this Discord server spoke that truth, it doesn't matter if there's 30 people in there that are acting like a rabble. 1, maybe 2, possibly 3 people, ears will pick up and they will start to listen. So we have to understand that truth will resonate with some people at the right time, and they happen in the strangest of places. A server with over 800,000 members that is debaucherous and raucous, for example, can be closed down and made silent with the points that people were making. For example, Elijah, one of the members in the server, was speaking about the horizon, and some of those ears pricked up. Some of those Google engines started searching for facts behind the scenes to see if what was being said by Elijah was true, and the feedback was most obviously yes. When Elijah was speaking about certain things, then he was always backed up by something. So the truth does resonate, and even in the room where people are shouting over people, the room was silent. People started to listen. You have to understand that with truth comes a bit of confidence. You shouldn't be shy going out there speaking your truth. Just maybe sometimes remember to pick your battles. It is kind of virtuous to go and back up a brother like Lo-Fi, who came into the server very down about the way he was being treated just by speaking about the truth. It is his truth, but it's a absolute truth. But I just want to give you a bit of confidence, mate. You say that, you haven't got a lot of friends and this, that, and the other, but the truth will set you free, and maybe in a few years' time you'll understand that you don't need a lot of friends. You just need love from a community and the truth, and that ultimately is all you need.
I agree, and thank you for telling me that story. That's really awesome, man. What do you say? Joy inside, happy, grateful.
And that's one of the main reasons I guarantee the majority of people stick around in this server, particularly. Not other debate servers, but this one, because we try our best to have honest conversations with those honest people that come in inquisitive about, the argument about the shape of the Earth, what they've come to discover and so on. We look for those conversations, and ultimately everybody's ears are open for that penny dropping. Many times people have come in, we've heard that penny drop, and many times those people have come back, and I now believe they're gold and like gold plus, and maybe even moderators of the server. We see that transition sometimes, and that's a great thing to behold. Ultimately, we do have to kind of wade through the shit, the mud, the people that come in like the gentleman before who was just talking crap. But we also have to remember that this is a live stream being live streamed on YouTube 24/7. So it's not necessarily the person that we're arguing with, it's the people in the Discord that are listening and the wider audience that are listening. We might be effective out there. We don't always see the seeds that we sow, my friend, as well. So take confidence in that.
I hope I could contribute to something like that if somebody's listening, and these guys are awesome. Respectful.
Being honest, like me asking you about your, quote unquote, your personal testimony, how you came to the understanding that the Earth wasn't what you were told it's been. Because there are people out there who are going to have similar experiences to you, or might be having similar experiences or close. You're just a normal man like me, like everybody else in the server. We just lead normal lives. We're honest people. And honestly, when we're asked a question, is there any evidence for the Earth being a spinning ball in the vacuum of space? We honestly have to say no. Honestly, the Earth is observed, measured, and practically used as a flat stationary plane. And that's just honestly.
Yeah, that's ultimately like this is undeniable. I know. I watched enough Dave to see that it just takes a couple measurements and things, and you figure it out yourself. I mean, come on.
The mentality of the last Glober, man, I wish I would have said something like, "You're a spoiled brat in my imagination. Concede to that."
To him, yeah, yeah, you can. You're
But in
entitled to your
other
opinion,
worlds,
man.
I'm not a brat. In another world, I am a brat.
That's right. I was just like, in
maybe.
my imagination, you're a spoiled brat. Concede to that.
Yeah.
How's it go?
That was his logic.
I think he's had a bad experience with women, Flatsy, because as soon as you spoke, it was all over you.
I think I know where he came from with his first thing he talked about, like nothing is real and everything. I heard about that, and I was imagining something like that too. But
He heard it in a university course, and then he learns how to speak like a philosopher, and then he comes in here with all these big words that don't mean anything and uses them and gets absolutely nowhere.
Well, you see, the predication of what you said is based on the implication of the underside implications of the motive moments of the. It's like, dude, shut the fuck up, dude.
I hate those people. I can't stand them.
But he seemed on his journey too. I mean, he's at least trying to wake up to not the to a new narrative.
Who, that guy before?
Yeah,
No,
because he does not.
he's nowhere near.
He needs to learn logical fallacies. Yeah.
Okay, what?
I mean,
I couldn't understand.
When the words weren't so effective, what did he do? Ad homs. Oh, look at your profile picture. Oh, who's the woman?
Yeah.
No, that happened after. That happened after somebody told him he has his thing in his head in English. Like that was yeah.
Yeah. Was it my fault that he
tried to use your insult back at him.
Yeah, the guy doesn't know which end is up, so there's no chance of him waking up. He's boring himself into the nonsensical pond scum evolution myth. If you didn't hear it, I don't know, buddy.
Did you notice as well that the gentleman chose to take offence to what Old Hoss said? Was that Old Hoss or was that Sheepdog? Did you notice that the gent? Yeah. He chose to take offence to having said to him that his head was up his ass, and he used that as a kind of opening in the door to get out of the argument whenever he wanted to.
Yeah, that's true. And I don't mean to pat myself on the back, but when he told me my head was up my ass, I took it pretty well.
Yeah, because that's real.
Yeah, but if we start to argue like that and just go on, you are having this in this someone's app or sucking this from someone here and that. This is, what it is. It triggers. It is emotional, and it will not lead to good
things that never happen.
Yeah, but something to you for a second. Yeah. So where they were going with that was he can't make an argument because he doesn't know what reality is. So anytime they go into, well, this could not be real, this may not be real, then you can't make an argument because you don't know it's real.
And if he says that nothing is real, then I guess his globe isn't real. So kind of a self-defeating.
That's why I think just at that moment I would, if I were you, I would tell him, okay, this server is not for this. Sorry, young gentleman, but you are probably thinking we do this and this and this. But no, sorry, this here is for this. You know what I mean in my broken English.
I get it, and I don't know. This sounds slightly close to concern trolling. So, I mean, we could always think of a better way that maybe some people should talk, or what they should say, or a better way of arguing, and maybe we should conduct ourselves like this and like that. And I appreciate, your kind of point. Maybe use it as a self-reflective point. In the future, I will not conduct myself like this. Let others conduct themselves like they will, and if they overreach a threshold that will be detrimental to the overarching reason for the server's existence and damaging to it continuing, then ultimately we can just be reflective upon our own actions and maybe put our hands on the shoulders of our brothers and give them loving warnings from time to time and not carry on about it.
No, that's exactly what I mean. Yeah, you already figured out this guy is probably not.
Do you not see the ridiculousness, though, of him wanting to pontificate to us from some place that he admittedly doesn't even know exists? So he's acting as if nothing is real except for what he's going to tell us is and isn't real. The guy was not here to learn. He was here with some sort of agenda, whether personal or whatever. But when I told him his head was up his ass, I guess you could call it steel manning him or whatever. I was just boiling down where his head was to him in a place that he related to it. He didn't like it.
From my point of view, it was just no nonsense to the point your head's like, you fucking arse, you're talking shit. It's just another way of turning around someone saying, you're talking shit.
Full of it. He was proud that he was full of it, and then he got offended that we pointed out that he was full of it.
Yeah, we can be right, but we can be nice at the same time.
Sometimes you got to be an asshole.
Oh yeah, thick skin.
I was being nice to
not
him.
to this guy, not at that moment, man. He was not a threat. Come on.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you something. Everyone in here has been doing this for years, man. We see these type of characters. They were nice to him for a certain amount of time, and then he turned into an idiot. So it's reciprocated. These people will never change their mind. They come in here to do this. He talks around in circles. He never actually said anything. So the argument was never going to go anywhere.
I
agree. He was the one bringing the rudeness, though.
Yeah.
Look, he was acting.
And I was keeping it on point, no ad homs, very sharp and on focus. Then the same with me. Maybe I was a little loud, maybe a little abrasive, but it's same thing. It wasn't about him or his profile picture. It was about the topic. And what does he do?
Right.
Oh, my big words aren't working. So look at your profile picture. Who's the woman?
Yeah, right.
Okay.
At the end, it got really. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, there was a lot of you might not have caught it in all his fast talking, Eddie, but there was a lot of arrogance.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yes, I could sense that too. And a personal agenda. I could sense a personal agenda. This guy totally did not understand what it is about to be here. He tried to use it to his own advantage. Yeah.
People's egos, mate.
We've seen it before.
Without egos.
Right. The ego is a problem.
This is what they're learning at university these days.
Yeah. That's so sad. Yeah. I totally agree with you guys. Yeah.
Listen to this, guys. This is him.
Or maybe I'm just being rhetorical.
No, you're not. God, it's like you just use words you hear randomly to try and sound smarter.
Well, now you're just acting transcendent.
Yeah, that's good.
Him.
Brilliant.
Did you clip that from him, CB?
I mean, that was live footage.
And you guys, like you said, you have a lot of experience with narcissism. In my own words, I would call it narcissism, because ego and trauma, and people who do not heal from trauma come here with their ego, and then something like that happened or worse. I just experienced him as a low, like narcissistic, but yeah, come on, easy to deal with. I experienced narcissists who are really, really different than that.
This guy, really... to use your phrase, this guy could be termed as a low-hanging fruit. Using words he doesn't understand, a bit of ego, kind of a lot of arrogance, not educated to pompousness, but maybe, is talking shit. His head is up his ass. We see this type of stuff all the time, and like I was going to say, we see a lot worse. This would be termed, say in this arena, that would be termed as a spiral. And it was quite a nice tight spiral. I like the way we got it between the posts. It was good. It was good to watch go through the post and out the door. It was nice. I liked it. But we've seen tighter spirals. We've seen bigger curves as well. from these people who come in who dodge the point, who won't answer questions, because ultimately they don't like the idea of being honest. And I want to get back to that point, because they don't want to be honest, that they already see what possibly is at the end of their path.
Or be
and they
wrong.
It's hard for people. They don't want to. Somewhere in the back of their subconscious, whether they realise it or not, they have to understand that they're going to come toe to toe with their creator at some point, because the Earth is obviously a created system. They know that, so everything is either up for grabs, or the God that they can create in their mind, God, it might even be them that's the God. You understand, right? Everything is up for debate. We are on a spinning ball and have been educated in this world where anything is possible. Apart from the possibility that to have a created thing, you won't need to have a creator. Yeah, apart from that bit.
You're right. I know what you mean. That's so ridiculous. And it's so obvious and blatantly how they tell that. They can go along with it because they teach it kids. It's easy to deceive kids. And then give them titles, like Dave Weiss said, and then these titles just mean you're very indoctrinated and you go along with what we all agree upon. It's sad.
And remember, Eddie, just for the record, his spin out began once I brought up vocal cords.
Yeah.
Prior to me telling him he had his head away up his ass, but yeah.
I think I might have.
I might be using your vocal cords. That was a good one.
Yeah, I was going to ask him if he had physical ears.
I remember he was trying to make his point of that nothing really needs to exist, and it still exists, and it's totally ridiculous. I get you. That was ridiculous when you with the vocal cords. Yeah. It's like, are you sure? Are you 100% sure you're sitting in front of, like, at your desk in front of Discord? And like, I cannot be 100% sure. I could be schizophrenic. Thank you. Yeah, that's what you are.
We call those people the 99.9%ers.
This was crazy, man. This was crazy, man. I don't know if I ate something.
That's why I gave him an apple.
I could be schizo.
That's why I said this is an apple. Displays the attribute parts of being an apple. Looks like an apple. It's got an apple seed. It comes from an apple tree. Right? It's an absolute truth. Right? He's basically saying that no, it is not an apple.
Yeah, I remember. It was his personal agenda. He wanted us to teach. He wanted us to listen to his theory and imagination. And like you guys clearly stated to me, this is not it, and I respect that, because if I would make a Discord and try to do what you do, it's understandable. Totally.
Look where he went. He went to other worlds with other laws of nature without dealing with this world and these laws of nature. Well, that's a huge problem in their server. Like Kim said, we're not going to be dealing with your fucking imagination.
Right.
Yeah, even within the group, even within the
latte strong. Okay, thank you.
No, even within the group delusion he was convinced he was having, he wouldn't even talk about the topic of the server within the delusion that he was taking place within.
Yeah.
He wouldn't even talk about the object. Anytime, if the Earth was referred to as an object, whoa.
It's ridiculous, yeah. Yeah. But he was not the worst case. Like, what can happen here? I mean, I read online stuff, YouTube stuff. I know what these really bad narcissism do. Like, they fake YouTube channels and they go and collect a bunch of people and they get millions of clicks. That's the ones I would be concerned about. But you do it. I learn from you. I'm silent.
We just concern ourselves with whoever comes in here and talks to us.
And you do it good. Don't take me wrong here. You do it good. I don't have a problem with how you do it. It was just like, yeah, okay. For me, I will not call somebody names.
Oh, well, I'll call Timbo a fucking Australian kangaroo basher. Just for fun.
Yeah, under friends, it's something different.
Of course.
So this guy can conceive of an imaginary world where a line doesn't have to be either straight or bent, and that's supposed to tell us something about this world, which is what he was making the claim about.
Probably, yeah, because he learned something in school with graphs, that every graph, no matter how much of a curve it has, at the end of the equation, it's a straight line.
It's not, and it doesn't follow anyway, because he's in the realm of imagination, right? We're talking about the physical world, right? And he's making an argument about it based on what he can imagine outside of the physical world.
Yeah, it's imagination. I can do it. We all can imagination something, yeah.
And anyway, it's also a lie. If you pressed him, okay, what sort of line can you conceive of that is neither straight nor bent? He's not going to have anything for you.
Yeah, you're right.
Remember, this was when we were trying to ask him about, the surface of a sphere, what it does, and what it needs to be if it's going to be a sphere that surface is on. It was interesting as well that he did come in and say that I can't see lights in the sky, initially a constellation. I said Polaris, because of the surface of the physical Earth being in the way. That's what he said. I can't see that because the curve of the Earth's in the way. You must have understood that man was doing this huge tiptoe dance around his initial claim about physical things. Physical thing must be blocking that star. That's his claim.
I know. I'm just looking through it and think, why are people like that? And why could this guy be so in a maze of his own?
They don't listen to themselves, or if they do listen to themselves, they listen to themselves so much they're masturbating in the corner listening to themselves.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I'm so smart. That's that pride and ego thing again that we were talking about, right?
Yeah, narcissistic entitlement. Yeah,
I'm smarter than God.
Yep. Yeah, you're right.
Timbo, are you speaking to us? Are you trying to connect with the other world? Are you trying to place an order on Amazon?
Yeah, I was getting a coffee, but I'm still trying to work out what an apple is.
Yeah, I don't know. What, in this world or in the world that I'm going to cover up that I define to you?
Or in other worlds.
Oh, it's funny.
It's like Rick and Morty. Yeah, maybe too much Rick and Morty, where everything can happen and Rick is God. Totally narcissistic story, but funny sometimes.
Have to remember as well that if the Earth was a ball, they would have proven it by now. We wouldn't be having conversations with idiots like this.
The globalists love that Rick and Morty, and I was always avoiding watching it because I just what type of junk is this? I finally broke down and I watched a few clips here and there, and I think they're totally missing the point. Just like with Adventure Time and all those other shows that they get all worked up by.
Yeah,
Rick and Morty is just this. It's like Rick and Mortis. All the ballers have got Rick and Mortis. They are just as well be rolled up and put in the ground nice and quietly and safely. It's just let them have Rick and Mortis and do away with them. They're no good to us anymore. I know that sounds harsh, but
no, it's true. Yep, I agree.
When you said Rick and Morty, I thought, man, that's just Rick and Mortis is all that is. That's what a baller does.
Yeah, that's what I mentioned. Maybe he watched too much of that.
Yeah.
And now everything is possible because of that show, yeah.
Yeah.
And nothing exists because we're all Rick. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Hey, Eddie.
The biggest narcissist ever existed, yeah.
Eddie, you should go watch that clip I just tagged you in the live stream voice text. You should go watch that really quick. And I mean, you've said so many things that even refer to this, so it makes me think that you've already seen it. But if you haven't, it's going to be funny. You should go watch it real quick.
Okay, where is it?
In the live stream voice text, I tagged you in the video. So I was just saying you should go watch it. Sorry, my son's making a lot of noise. Oh,
Yeah, I'm on my phone. I'm not used to Discord really. I had it installed 5 years ago. Made some not so good servers, and then I left it alone. Now I'm back here, and yeah.
He already listened to that before. Mayhem played it up for him.
The mind virus clip. She tagged you about the mind virus clip, Eddie, one you listened before.
Yeah.
When Mayhem played it for you. If you recall that, a couple hours.
Oh, okay. Then you've already heard it. Okay, never mind then. Sorry.
Yeah.
I've got it. I found it. Okay. Yeah, it takes me a little bit time, It's new now. Again. But if somebody showed me that, yeah, that was good. All the people who came in here and like the schizophrenic guy.
I see Rodrigo join the chat. He's just got voice verified, but no Earth determining roles. Don't think I've heard your voice, my friend. But welcome to the server this evening or this afternoon, or maybe even this morning, wherever you are on this beautiful Earth. Welcome to the server, mate. What brings you in today?
Hello, my friend.
Hello, mate. How are you?
Just to hear you guys some.
What would you like to hear us talking about?
I don't know. There is a globe earther who can we address our questions.
I was hoping maybe you were one, but if you can find one in the room.
No, I'm not.
Too bad. Chris was like, damn.
Yeah, I say this, and I do apologise to anybody who comes into the server, but when I ask you if you're a globe earther or a flat earther, and you do turn around and say you're a flat earther, I'm a little bit disappointed. I want everyone to understand that the Earth is flat and stationary, so this is I'm kind of contradiction myself, but it's, I wanted you to be a globe earther. I'm in that mood this evening, I don't know why. But welcome to the server anyway, my friend. Absolutely.
Thank you, Chris.
No problem at all. But lots of people jumping in and out tonight. I heard God Rocking earlier. Good evening, God Rocking. How are you? Mayhem is still in the server. He's probably still at work, working away. Probably eager to get on. As soon as a globe earther jumps in, I reckon he'll be quickly on here, having his lunch break. So, shout out to Miggy, Mayhem. Who else we got in here this evening? Mike Power Swan, obvious. Good to see you, my friend. Quetzalcoatl, good to see you, mate. Tasmania. Ethergress, how you doing down the bottom of the server? Who else have we got in here? Let's go to the top. Wav Mixer, Angel, good to see you. Blue Jam, Angel's probably asleep. Blue Jam, everyone's in here this evening. Conspiracy, Eddie Gold is in the server. Loads of people.
I just remember one time I came back from America on a plane, and it's a long distance flight, and I wasn't allowed to open the window sheets, and the stewardess was so angry at me. I opened it a little bit to sun gaze, and it looked strange, and I wasn't a flat earther then, but I was like, what is going on here? My mind already started, or my divine spark inside me told me like, yo, something's wrong, man. Yeah, but I wasn't allowed to observe the whole flight. I really wanted 12 hours to look at the sun. And I remember like she was really like looking at me like like a guard. The plane was not that full, so she sat quite a rows next to me and didn't work and just observed me for some minutes. I was like, dude, lady, because I looked at her, why? And she's like, nope, not allowed. And I'm like, why? I mean, I cannot watch. That was weird. That was really weird. I don't know what kind of scenario happened there, like from the uh time, like nighttime to daytime, and I could see it. What? What?
I think someone was hot micing, maybe. I don't know. Go on.
Yeah, but that was so weird to me. I just remember that you are not allowed to look out the window in a plane. I mean, that was weird. But it happened to me, so that confused me. That
Did you have someone next to you sitting in that seat?
No. I was in America and I decided to stay 2 weeks longer, and then I got another flight and had to like call them and everything. It was weird, and I had to pay extra for that, just $100, but it was okay. And then this flight was close to empty. There was a guy sitting behind me and some couple other guys in economy. I had 3 seats on my own, and the stewardesses, the crew, they literally had nothing to do, so they sat next to me, kinda, and watched me. That I not even a little bit opened the the window of the, not the window, but I was like really like triggered by her. Like, what are you trying to hide from me? But they are just staff and they listen to orders, like we all know. Order is order. I can't let you watch. I don't question why. Yeah. I don't know what it is. Maybe I could see the sun or whatever. That it's not that high up. I don't know what I would have seen. The night and day circle. I don't know what it could have been. 12 hours, not allowed to look out. Yeah, nice. That was a real bummer flight. They closed all the cheats. All of them. And then they pretended it was dark. Nighttime. Yeah, it wasn't dark. So these international flights are something. Not only the landings are something, no. Why are the windows closed down for certain flights? Not allowed. I'm still wondering. I'm still triggered. I wish I could have watched. If you understand me.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah. I have no idea, though. I'm not sure what that meant in that situation.
Yeah, it was very suspicious to me. Now it makes more sense, Like, I could imagine something, but maybe the flight wasn't real and I was not in the plane and nothing existed at all.
Yeah, maybe you teleported, who knows?
Yeah.
Don't
I
look
dreamed it. Yeah, and Facebook is full of these claims from Globers and indoctrination that this and this is proof, and I just freak out when I look at that, and then 800 commentaries and all these bullies and some flat earthers, and they don't get any likes, and yeah, it's so narcissistic. They feel so superior than people who actually look what's going on, but they are ignorant and they think it's really triggering me. You know the feeling.
Where do you think the captain is going to put in for shore leave? It'll be Wrigley's Pleasure Planet. What makes you think that? I don't think. I know. Because everyone on deck 6 and 7 thinks so. They can't all be wrong, can they? Well, I don't know. Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing. Yes, sir? The argument you are employing, helmsman, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of argumentum ad populum, also known as appeal to the majority. The argument seems to make sense. That may be so, Lieutenant, but the form of the argument is invalid. Your argument exhibits the fallacy of attempting to prove a conclusion on the grounds that all or most people think or believe it is true. The main problem with arguments using this fallacy is the fact that many people agreeing on something does not prove what they all agree on is true. Belief is not proof even if many people believe. You use this fallacy with your statement that we are going to spend shore leave on Wrigley's Pleasure Planet because everyone on deck 6 and 7 believed that we were. Thank you, Mr. Spock. Yes, I should rethink what I'm trying to say. That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as argumentum ad populum, the appeal to the majority. It's only logical.
Everything that they ever tell us is bullshit. And one of them is that food pyramid, that dairy is good for the bones and calcium. Literally, milk actually strips the bone of calcium. Yeah. You know, they tell us don't look at the sun because it will make us go blind. Sun gazing actually stimulates your pineal gland to open up your third eye so you can move on different dimensions of densities. Everything they ever have told us is a lie. They tell us that our heart is a pump. Your heart is not a pump. Your heart is a valve. Your lungs is a pump that pumps the blood to the heart. The heart is a valve mechanism that controls the cardiac output of blood. Everything they tell us about everything is a lie. They tell you your hair is just hair. No, our hair is non-ether hair. It is actually an extension of your nervous system. It is used to scan the environment, and it brings all of these different melanin neurotransmitters back to your skin to tell you whether to actually engage in the environment or take fight or flight and run away. That's why you get gut feelings. That's why when you see paranormal activities, the hair on your skin stand up. So everything that they ever told us about ourselves is a lie. But it's cool because they don't know who we are. So if we study ourselves and we unlock our junk DNA by eating the right foods we're supposed to be eating, we can awaken something called the Akashic Records. And the Akashic Records is this infinite, endless library inside of your DNA. Your DNA is literally like a hard drive. It holds trillions and trillions and trillions of information. And you have literally a DNA fragment in each of your cells. Remember, you have 150 trillion cells in your body. Every cell have its own coil of histines and DNA. Each of these DNAs, if you were able to lay it out, it will fill 600 million page books. That's how much information in you. And we're not even tapping into 1% of it because of the environment and what we're eating. So if we just start with the food and change our diets into livids, it would allow us to express who we truly are. And once you find out who you are, can't nobody tell you nothing different about you.
Wolves in sheep's clothing have pulled the wool over our eyes. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale of astronomical proportions. We have been taught a falsehood so gigantic and diabolical that it has blinded us from our own experience and common sense, from seeing the world and the universe as they truly are. Through pseudoscience books and programs, mass media and public education, universities and government propaganda, the world has been systematically brainwashed, slowly indoctrinated over centuries into the unquestioning belief of the greatest lie of all time. We're living in that lie. For 500 years, an elite cabal of sun worshippers, has propagated this nihilistic, atheistic cosmology, cosmogony, unquestioningly believed by the vast majority of the world. We have been taught, contrary to all common sense and experience, that the seemingly motionless, flat Earth beneath our feet is actually a massive moving ball spinning through space at over 1,000 miles per hour, wobbling and tilting 23.5 degrees on its vertical axis while orbiting the sun at a blinding 67,000 miles per hour in concert with the entire solar system, spiraling 500,000 miles per hour around the Milky Way and careening across the expanding universe away from the Big Bang at an incredible 670 million miles per hour, but that you feel and experience none of it. None of it. We have been taught that a mysterious force called gravity, a magical magnetism responsible for keeping everything from falling or flying off the spinning ball Earth, is just strong enough to hold people, oceans, and the atmosphere tightly to the surface, but just weak enough to allow bugs and birds and planes to take off with ease. Even just those few paragraphs give us so much to think about and so much to consider. So I'll stop there. Bye.
If something happens one time, anomaly. Happens 2 times, it's like, oh, okay, maybe. But whenever there's a trend of 18 plus, 20 plus things being predicted, you gotta go like, hey, Groening, the gig's up. We know. You're a time traveler. Just tell us. Bro, I just want to talk to you. I got so many questions. Siegfried and Roy tiger attack. Do you remember that? Of course. Do you remember back in the day how tight Siegfried and Roy were with their tigers? It was like every main story was like, oh, these tigers are the best behaved animals on earth, blah, blah, blah. Simpsons in 1993 said the tiger is going to turn. This little friendly tiger is going to become an enemy of Siegfried and Roy quickly, and it's going to happen. 2003, it actually happened. Autocorrect errors, 1994. Before you could even play Snake on the gray little box phone, they predicted that autocorrect will happen on your phone. Are you kidding me? Didn't happen until 2007. FaceTime, 1995. Not even a thought. I don't even know if anybody knew what the fuck the internet was.
Oh, that's that little mark with the A and then the ring around it?
At?
See, that's what I said.
Mm-hmm. No,
what is internet anyway?
In 1995, they said, don't worry, you'll be carrying around a device where you will be face-to-face with somebody on the opposite side of Earth. 1995, they said that. 2010, it happened. Faulty voter machines. 2008, they predicted it. 2012, it became the forefront of conversation in a big, big wave. I assume these voter machines have been up in question for a long, long time, but they just knew that it was going to come to fruition in 2012.
No, I want to vote for Obama.
2 votes for McCain.
Come on, it's time for a change.
3 votes for McCain.
The God particle. Now, this is the big one. Ty Schmidt did research. He said the God particle is the absolute reason why he is 1,000% a time traveler. Homer Simpson got up there like fucking Matt Damon in that movie where they have that
Good Will Hunting.
Good Will Hunting, and draws up this equation for what the God particle is, what is the God particle?
Yeah, it's basically this equation that essentially like explains how the universe was created.
And they did that in 1998, and the exact equation happens in 2012.
That's unheard of.
14 years ahead of time. They got Homer Simpson up there looking like that goddamn janitor from Harvard, solving equations up on a chalkboard, and 14 years later, it's like, yeah, that's actually how the universe was founded. It's like, wait a fucking minute, little comedy writer with the goddamn yellow cartoon, bro. That's insane. The NSA spying scandal. Everybody knew that the Patriot Act was like in existence, but nobody had a clue that NSA literally knows everything about you. Every dick you've sent has been seen by some government agency, but it wasn't always like that. We didn't know that everything was getting spied on, Sean. Nobody knew that.
I didn't know.
They predicted that in 2007, 2013 it happened.
No, Lisa, it's not like the government is listening to everybody's conversation.
Smartwatches. 1995, they said it would happen. 2014, they came to fruition. America's Ebola outbreak. 1997, they said it. 2014. Do you remember when Ebola hit? It was like, it was literally
hospitals like shutting down.
Oh, they had people wearing like hazmat suits, carrying people around because they were scared Ebola was possible. In the modern world, this was happening. Years and years and years and years ago, Matt Groening said this is going to happen. The FIFA corruption scandal, 2014, they called it. 2015, it came all crashing down. Everybody knew they were getting their pockets greased, making decisions, sending a World Cup to a goddamn desert. Matt Groening said it's going to happen. It happened. Greece's debt default. 2012, they called it. 2015, it happened. So many countries out there, by the way. They picked Greece, the exact country to happen. Trump's presidency, 2000, they called it. 2016, it came to fruition. The Simpsons called this President Trump out there, and everybody probably looked at, those Simpsons guys are so funny. Bang, 16 years later, it is about to happen. It goes down. Lady Gaga Super Bowl halftime show, 2012, they called it. 2017. I mean, I think we all knew that she was born this way. She would probably get the halftime show at some point, but to the details that they had. These are not coincidences. Coincidenci. I don't know how you pronounce it.
How the fuck do they know this stuff?
It's
gotta be time travel.
Matt Groening is a time travel. I have so many fucking questions. Disney's takeover of Fox, 1998. They said it. 2017, it happens. The Shard in London, which is a building behind Big Ben, I guess. Is that right?
Apparently, that's what Google search said.
1995, 2009, it comes to fruition. Robot Librarians, 95, they called it. 2016, it happens. The censorship of Michelangelo's David, 1990, 2016, it happened. Three-eyed fish from the fucking nuclear waste place.
In Japan.
Three-eyed fish comes to fruition in 2001. Matt Groening did it in 1990. 9/11. 9/11. They called that happening. If you do recall planes going into buildings, they said it in 1997, 2001, it happens. The Syrian uprising, everything that's going on in the Middle East has all been talked about on The Simpsons. And then he created another show called Futurama. And that is huge. He created another show like, yeah, listen, here's me rubbing it in the face. That's where I could go if I have to. I have so many questions for Matt Groening. And guess what, Matt Groening? The gig's up. We know. I'm all in on you, Matt. And I'm a fan, by the way, aren't we? We're big fans. I'm
a huge fan.
If you want to travel to future me or current me or past me and say what's up, I think we would all be appreciative.
Why does the shape of the Earth even matter? What difference does it make to my life? Firstly, the thing of crucial importance is not the shape, it's the lie. The lie of heliocentrism is one of the most insidious lies imaginable that replaces our common sense and lived experience with unproven theories and explanations from supposed experts. When children are indoctrinated to abandon the evidence of their senses in favor of this nonsensical globe model, a schism occurs in their psyche where they are no longer able to trust their own senses and experience, and instead must trust information completely contrary to it, presented by perceived authority figures. To teach such a false cosmology is incredibly deceitful and disempowering to the individual, and the result is that humanity has become just like the slaves in Plato's allegory of the cave. A child who learns not to trust the evidence of their senses becomes forever imprisoned within Plato's cave. A world of distorted shadows cast by Plato's puppet masters that blinds them to the reality beyond. So, why does the shape of the Earth matter? Again, it's not about the shape. It's about the lie. To fool nearly the entirety of humanity for multiple generations, stripping people of their common sense and replacing it with carefully crafted lies, is obviously a matter of serious importance. It is one of the most psychologically devastating things that could be perpetrated upon an individual, and seeing through it should be one of the most revealing revelations of a lifetime. So, when someone asks the foolish question of what difference does it make, that is already evidence of extreme psychological distortion. If knowing the truth doesn't matter to your life, what does that say about your life? The level Earth is an epic epiphany that changes many people to their core, affirming their common sense, developing their critical thinking skills, and reigniting a spirit of discovery and adventure. In this way, the level Earth revelation is holistically helpful and truly transformational for many on an individual level. Even more importantly, however, is if humanity succeeds in fully exposing this egregious lie and finally rooting out the liars, the beneficial ripple effect it will have throughout society is massive. Once these foundational facts are realized, these governments, universities, media outlets, and other entangled organizations suddenly and completely lose all credibility. The resulting mass mental exodus away from the control system is exactly what is needed. Essentially, once the level Earth conspiracy is exposed, so is every other important conspiracy by proxy, because this so-called mother of all conspiracies holds under its umbrella so many fundamental and foundational facts, and fully reveals them.
welcome back, everybody. I'm here with present airline pilot who flies all over North America and around, has seen this world from above, and I've had a chance to meet him about a year ago, right?
Correct.
And, well, his name's Joe, so everybody say hi to Joe. The reason his face is blurred out is because he is currently a pilot, and this would be a conflict of interest?
Correct, yeah. We're all of our companies make us sign an agreement where we're not allowed to speak to any media and any questions. Actually, any pilot has presented to them in the United States by any media organization needs to be directed to our company spokesperson and or union representatives. Basically, they don't want any of us talking to any.
Oh shit! Oops, sorry, my bad. I meant to pause, not stop. Sorry.
You bloody bastard! So cool.
I just heard someone talk, so I was going to pause it and see if they wanted to.
How dare you? How dare
sorry,
you stop
I didn't realize you were watching something. I was I just joined.
Oh, we can pause it for a moment.
I did too.
I didn't mean to interrupt. Apologies.
No, that's cool. It's cool. It's just a recording.
I didn't mean to try to act funny. Oh, actually, yes, I did.
Oh, what's going on?
What's going on with you all?
Oh, not a lot, man. I had a chat with I think I recognise a couple of names yesterday.
Say what? I didn't catch that. I'm sorry. What'd you say?
I said I had a chat with a couple of you guys yesterday, and I think I recognise a couple of names. A lot of people to keep track of. And I had a couple of questions about it. I don't know if any of you guys remember the chat yesterday about gas pressures and stuff.
I wasn't in yesterday, so someone else might want to respond to that.
Does anyone hear from yesterday? Yeah.
No, sorry.
Maybe
I wasn't here.
Maybe I'll have to. That's cool. Maybe I'll have to jump on later when they were here.
Yeah, I remember. I remember the conversation.
Oh yeah, no, I was asked. I don't know if you know the answers. But I was just we're talking about gas pressure and gas pressure gradients or whatever, and I had some questions about how that would work. And the main one was that because what was explained was the gas pressure gradient was because of gases being created on the surface, which makes higher gas pressure on the surface. Is that right?
Well, it's generated at the surface, right, and it spreads out. And as it spreads out, it's interacting with a dynamic system with varying temperatures, right? So it's not a constant temperature.
Sure. Yeah.
So we have that. It's like, but we have the source being the surface. It's like similar to some people use a boiling kettle with steam coming out the spout, right? Where's the pressure going to be greater, at the spout or on the roof?
Yeah, sure. No, yeah, that concept makes sense. It's like any pressure differential where there's got to pass through whatever it's got to move. That makes sense. It's like why the wind moves right when it's hot because it's moving away from the high pressure. I guess the question that, as I thought about it, that question that raised for me was if there's gas getting created, wouldn't the whole system end up being higher pressure and higher pressure and higher pressure over time?
Well, it's a dynamic system, right? And we have cycles, so we have the
I guess the question is if there's gas getting created, then wouldn't that be causing the higher pressure? Wouldn't that pressure then have to dissipate and then like you boil a kettle, it gets progressively more humid in the room. You know what I mean? Like so, same deal with the gases. You keep creating gases, and then more gases are
The steam goes up to the roof and condenses on the roof and turns into a liquid. And if enough condensation occurred, it would start dripping back down, and you could essentially have it drip back into something that's boiling it again, and then it will just continue in that cycle. That's a similar sort of analogy to what's going on in reality with the water cycle and gas cycles.
That definitely is the case for a water cycle, but for gas cycles, I mean, I'm not sure if that's the case. I'm not seeing it rain carbon dioxide, for example, or other gases. So
it's not like it's not like there's extra gas being created, because nothing can be created nor destroyed, right? So energy and matter
you could transform it from, say, like a solid to a gas, which would obviously create a massive increase in volume.
The problem is there's a maintenance pressure is being maintained at the ground floor. If it was leaking out, you wouldn't have a constant pressure. That's why we know. Right, that's why we know it's contained. And listen, you can't separate the gradient from a pressure system. It has to be contained. It doesn't exist anywhere else. So there's no such thing as a gradient outside of a container in any kind of practical sense at all.
Yeah, I guess what I'm just trying to understand is if you've got a gradient of pressure because of gas getting created at the surface, doesn't that mean that if there's enough gas getting created at the surface, then doesn't that mean that the pressure is going to be increasing over the whole
being recycled, not created in the sense that there's being more added into the system?
If it was being taken out of the system, put into the system at the same rate, then there wouldn't be any pressure increase, right?
It only in a static environment. So like it's a constantly moving system. It's got generation of heat. This fluctuates. The oceans and the sun, like all kinds of things are going on. So don't forget that it's not a static place where you can just say, oh, this happens all the time, because the pressure is moving all the time.
Yeah, I guess I was just curious about the we spoke yesterday about gas creation.
Yeah.
Yes, I mean, I guess I'm just curious about that, because I just couldn't work out how that would work out in a contained
well,
system.
we all are, because we don't know at the extent of the gases go, then what happens. And my guess, it is a guess, that it is a gas recycling, like the whole thing is recycling. So it has some kind of thing like the vapor cycle does. It goes up there, does its thing, and then who knows what's going on, because outside of that, it's pure speculation, and you would have to ask the creator himself.
I mean, yeah, there's a whole bunch of, I've heard a whole bunch of ideas about gas cycles. There's the nitrogen cycle, and there's the oxygen cycle, carbon dioxide cycle. People talk about photosynthesis and stuff. A lot of those cycles are they're very complicated, obviously, but the basic idea is that you've got inputs that go in. Those inputs, things like water and things like sunlight and things like carbon dioxide, those inputs then get changed through processes like photosynthesis, and then that creates sugar, which is we eat, and creates oxygen. I guess the process there, though, is you've got equal inputs and outputs is the main part, so there's no net change in pressure or net change in gas volume. You've got equal inputs and outputs in those cycles.
Yeah, so what I would say is that, like, it would be kind of strange to say, as intricate as all of these processes are, and the design behind all of it, in every kind of minute detail of how everything else works, like water, for instance, oxygen, what functions that has in cells and plant life, like CO2, like. So you can't just separate the gas laws from the intricately designed nature which we live in. There's this underlying thing of how everything works, and so the gases aren't separate. They're not going to be. You can't separate the nature of gases from the reality of that. They fit very tightly into this locked down system of natural laws all the way through it.
Hmm.
What did you think of that?
I mean, look, that's a pretty generalized statement. I don't think there's necessarily anything wrong with it. It's there are natural laws, and I totally agree. There's all sorts of laws of how things work, and it's like you can't light a fire when it's raining. It's just like it's all goes back to that sort of stuff. You can light a fire when it's raining. I shouldn't say it. It's hard to light a fire when it's raining.
Right.
Photosynthesis works. I'm pretty happy with how photosynthesis works, and it's like you said, it's one of those natural laws. You can't have things without kind of inputs without outputs. And I guess look, I think I don't think I've really gotten to the bottom of the gas creation thing, but it may be that the people who were talking about it yesterday aren't online, which is fine. But
maybe T-Dub wants to continue on. I didn't mean to rain on anybody's parade. But
I think he's hoping to speak with some of the more articulate and learned of us. I don't know, Indio and
what do you
Martov.
mean? Wasn't I articulate enough? Just
you are. I think you probably a better choice than me, but but he was speaking with Indio and Martov and a couple others, getting into some really. I think you might want to get into the deep complexities of things.
Yes, like the Indio discussion. Yeah, exactly. I know what you mean. But look, it's like I'm no better articulate than you are. I just want to say that.
Oh, mate, don't worry. I'm no college professor.
I had to teach myself how to talk right. I probably wasn't a very good student. Just joke.
I have to jump off in a minute anyway. I can hang around for a bit longer, but yeah, I better go soon.
Radio. I saw Mayhem in here lurking. Oh, there you are. How's it going, Miggy?
I like that. Yeah, you're asking the questions. It's good, and you've got questions for us. We've got questions for you if you're a Glover, and yeah.
I mean, you can ask me any questions you want, but I'm no physicist, but I know how to kill fish.
It's okay. That's good. Actually, that's good enough. You're on the water a lot then. So
every now and then.
Okay, but you've probably seen a lot of water. You live in Australia?
Yeah.
So I'm sure you have a chance to see a lot of water. And is there any evidence in your mind that you've ever seen water curving at the horizon?
I think we spoke about it, or someone mentioned this yesterday.
Okay.
And we didn't talk about it in the voice chat.
Okay. Well, I wasn't here.
But it's an interesting question. It's an interesting question, and I think the idea of seeing something curving. I mean, even if you look at something on a small scale, I'm just picking up a can of Red Bull next to me. If you're looking at a can of Red Bull, it's kind of difficult to. Hey, where'd you get that video of me? Not really, obviously. But
that's
so you look at a can of. Look at a can of Red Bull. You see an end point of what you can see, right? Like a horizon, effectively. And it's kind of difficult.
You could even do this on a table. You could do this on a table.
Sure.
So.
I mean, a Red Bull is particularly good because it's got a flat end and a round side, whatever. And you look at the flat side, and you can see a horizon. There's your horizon, and you look at the other side, you can also see a horizon. I suppose it's difficult to really distinguish which horizon you like.
I'm not sure where you're going with the can, because if you set the can,
and I'm just looking at it.
Yeah, but if you set the can on a flat table and that's clear the table, a runway across that whole table from one end to the other, lengthwise, and put that can on there, you can line up a camera or your eye, and you can see. Now, I don't know. I'm kind of going into why things disappear from the bottom up. You understand that things disappear from the bottom up over a flat plane. So we're talking about the surface, like let's say of water. Undisturbed water, the oceans.
I mean, the bottom up thing is, I don't know enough about light refraction and interference and stuff to really be able to talk to that. But I guess all I'm saying, what I was just saying is, if the difference of what you see looking at the top of the can of Red Bull, which is flat and got a flat rim on it, right? It's like a round circle, like a disc, I guess.
Yeah.
You look at that. If you look at that and you hold it up to the wall, how that horizon appears to you is kind of the same as if you've got it as round and you hold it up to the wall. The same horizon ends up being there. I don't have any answers. I'm just holding a can of Red Bull, and I just thought it was interesting to check it out.
I would say to put that on a table, and then because we're talking, like, if you're talking about the horizon, we're talking about, you can't be talking about just the object, like the can, like even if it's the top of a can of Red Bull, you're just focusing on the shape of a can. So that's not what I'm talking about. It would be like if you had any kind of shape on top of a flat surface, like the table, and you line up your camera right even and level with that table right there, so that basically you'll have table would be the lower 50% of the eye view of the camera, and whatever's beyond that or above is 50% of the top. It's half of it. So when you slide that can across, and I actually have a video on my channel called Flat Earth 2017 Consciousness. I've had it since 2017. But yeah, you can slide a coin, and you can make more than, it's amazing, just in, like, say 3.5, 4 feet or whatever, how long this table is. I think it's about 3.5 feet. That more than half the coin disappears in that shorter distance over a flat plane. So these are the kind of optics we're talking about. Now, you're talking about refraction. What kind of refraction are you talking about?
Oh, look, I thought you were talking about something else. I haven't done this.
Test yourself.
It was just linked. I have to have a look at that. Yeah, no, it's not something I've looked at. I mean, look, I like when I'm on the ocean, I'm not out there looking at horizons. I'm catching fish, but
yeah, I understand that.
I'm looking at what's right underneath me, but yeah, it's an interesting thought. I'll have to check that out for sure.
Yeah, I was kind of going to.
I thought you were asking a different thing about the horizons. Sorry.
Well, I was kind of actually going initially, fundamentally, to what our experiences are every day. I mean, we don't work on a flat plane. Like, if you're if you're making roads and you're surveying long distances of what they call flats, like for a railroad track, like, no one works like or utilizes anything built in building construction and bridges and canals, any of those things are all on a flat stationary plane. And then when you go into the air, everyone that's building aircraft or flying over Earth, you bet your damn Yahoo that, because lives are at stake and their equipment is at stake, they don't want to crash people into, like, things because they're imagining that there's a spinning ball, because nobody uses a spinning ball in flying or building aircraft or any of those other trades I mentioned before.
That's something that I'm not a surveyor. I wouldn't know anything about it, but it's interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting because, I mean, if the opposite were the case and it was actually a spinning globe, then you bet your life that that information would be in every technology that we have available. So that would be ubiquitous. It would be everywhere. It would be all over the place and everything. Everywhere you looked for any kind of thing, there would be a reference. And it would probably be a reference to a standard they use. And that's a term that's used in manufacturing, a standard, a reference to a standard where that was actually measured and verified that that was true of that surface. So if the Earth was a globe and people were using it like one, you would have to adjust for it. Otherwise, your plane at 500 miles an hour would be, what is that? It would have to dip its nose 2,789 feet every minute. That's more than a half a mile every minute. So if you don't think you would feel that on an aircraft, then I don't know what to tell you, because I could push you over and you would feel every instant that your head moved in any off the inertial plane, which is what your vestibular system is based on. It actually, people are lying through the side of their neck, globers, when they say that you wouldn't be able to feel motion. Well, bullshit on that. Guess what? I've studied the vestibular system for more than 7 years. And before that, I was in the medical industry and learned a lot more about it then as well. But your inner ear has a inertial reference plane. It has like this gelatinous substance that sits there. Anytime it moves, any motion at all, I don't care, accelerating or not. Your ear has a way, it knows inertia when you're sitting still. You're damn right, your vestibular system. You know you're sitting still when you're sitting absolutely still. You can feel every little minute move. It doesn't have to be motion like acceleration. Any angular motion off this inertial plane. So no one is set to try to defy how the actual vestibular system works. Now, if people are going to a vacuum of space, your ear would rupture so bad that, first of all, it would be fatal, because what happens to gases in a vacuum? Do you know? Yeah, they disperse.
What's the question, sir?
What happens to gases in a vacuum?
If you add gases to a vacuum, you mean?
If you put gases in a vacuum and you reach a vacuum or very close to it, what happens to the gases?
Depends how much gases there are, right?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't matter how much. So here, I'll give you the answer.
I mean, imagine if you had a volume of gas that was sufficient. Say I'm just thinking numbers. Right? Say you had a meter of vacuum and you had 100 mils of gas, right?
Okay.
You'd be going from 100 cubic mils to a meter, and that's quite a lot of gas when you talk about numbers of particles, right? Like that's a lot of particles.
Okay, but I'm not talking about the numbers or the size of it. See, you're missing the point.
I was asking the question. Sorry.
But what do gases? I'm sorry. Go ahead. I apologize.
So if you had in that situation, if you had the gases, lots of gases, they would disperse, and you would end up with a dispersed gases spread out throughout the system.
Yes.
But I got asked this question. I got asked this question the other day, and I didn't get a chance.
But hold on, because I want to dovetail back to what I started with. So that's the thing. That's the point. I didn't want to lose the point. So yes, what happens to gases normally? They disperse omnidirectionally at rapid speed, just like they do in a vacuum. So your inner ear, which is the point, has liquid in it, and in that system. So it's gonna your liquid in your ear is going to turn gaseous and move rapidly omnidirectionally in all directions. You couldn't survive that. That was my point.
I mean, that's an interesting concept. I think there's two things I just probably add to that. The first one was what happens to the gases in the vacuum is that they disperse. I think the question was asked. I forget it was who asked it actually, but someone asked it, and it was an interesting question. Was what happens if you put a tiny volume of gas into a vacuum? I think the assumption is that it disperses, but if it's a very small volume of gas, it actually wouldn't disperse. It would actually settle on the bottom of the of the vacuum chamber. They have to say 10
Yeah, but
atoms, right? So you put 10 atoms in there. Those 10 atoms would not be evenly distributed because there'd be nothing to cause that distribution.
well,
And they would actually just settle at the bottom.
that's kind of a red herring, though. I mean, like if you're talking molecules, then I just have to say, come on, man, really, molecules? No, we're just talking about how gases respond, not to the minute detail of like the volume. Like I'm not even concerned with the volume; it doesn't matter. Yes, some gases will go down, and what has to do with is until they reach the temperature of the medium they're surrounded by. Let's say the room, the laboratory, boat's hull. Like it'll go down to the bottom until it achieves equilibrium with the temperature. Yes, and then it responds as soon as it gets to the point, and will move rapidly, omnidirectionally in all directions.
Well, I suppose the only reason it would move in all directions is if there's something to push it, right? Like things don't move without external force.
No, gases do this by themselves all the time. This is how gases behave.
I'm not sure if I've ever seen that.
That's why it's called the second law of thermodynamics, because it's a natural law. It's considered an axiom because when tested, every time it responds the same exact way without ever being falsified.
I'm not sure. Like I said, I'm not a physicist or anything, so I'm not sure how laws of thermodynamics would fit in with gas in a chamber and vacuum. But
listen, you don't have to be a physicist to understand the gas laws. You don't.
I'm not saying you do. I'm just saying I don't.
Listen, you just have to be an autodidactic scientist like me.
I'm not saying that nobody understands. I'm just saying that I don't understand it. I think the thing you're talking about was interesting about the pressure change in your ear, because that's something that I experience a lot when I'm scuba diving.
But I'm primarily talking about the liquid, the ambulance.
That's different, because obviously liquid stays liquid on the surface. I'm not saying it's not right. I was just it's just interesting to talk about the ear system, because that's something that I do get to experience.
Right. And I don't know if you've ever had vertigo or anything like that.
No, I haven't actually.
Yeah, I have. It's terrifying.
Doesn't sound like a whole lot of fun.
Can I ask something about a vacuum?
Asking me?
No, the other guy.
Okay, good.
Yeah, we have a question about vacuum.
Like you said, what is a vacuum with gas included? Did you? What would gas do in a vacuum?
If you have a volume of gas in a chamber and you remove all of the air, or you insert gas into a chamber that's been vacuumized, right?
I think a vacuum, to me, I don't know, I might be wrong, is a container without any gas inside.
Yeah, but see, you can put gas in it. You can put gas in a vacuum, and when you they've shown demonstrations of. I've seen demonstrations. There's a lot of demonstrations. The gas goes omnidirectionally in all directions, in a chamber or in a vacuum or not in a vacuum. That's the point.
Okay, yeah, because maybe when the gas is inside so-called vacuum, it's not a vacuum.
Well, I'm saying if it is a vacuum, they do have vacuum chambers.
But maybe
and they've studied how gases go omnidirectionally in them.
Yeah, okay, but you you have a vacuum that it should be empty, and then you put something inside, and then you call it a vacuum. That's to me a contradiction?
I don't know what you're talking about. The globe Earth is telling us that there's a vacuum outside, and that it's an open system. Do you know what an open system is?
Yeah, vacuum cannot happen without a container. I understand. But if you put something in a container and suck it all out to have a vacuum, you cannot add something into it and call it a vacuum. That's my point. It's not a vacuum existing then. And of course the gas will do the same what it would do without a vacuum if it's not in a vacuum. What is that? It's a Dunning-Kruger effect here or what? I don't know.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. I'm sorry you don't understand. They tested how when gases are put into a chamber. Look, you can put gas in a liquid state into a vacuum. Like they could have a liquid state.
Dude,
and then
if you listen to yourself, if you put gas in a liquid state, it's liquid. It's not gas anymore. It's liquid. Why you would call it liquid if it's gas?
Okay, well, vacuums actually are arranged. They're not on or off like you're talking about. Right? You can have different minutes of a vacuum.
Yeah, define vacuum to me.
Oh my God, go look it up, bro.
No. I know what it is. It's exactly what you said. But these guys, I don't know. Like, how do they put something in a vacuum?
I don't know. Why don't you go look for a demonstration and then come back and let us know how that went?
I don't want to see any demonstration because it's a term.
What a vacuum chamber is?
Oh, you're just going to go by what people say. I guess. Are you a glober?
No, it doesn't mean like you say. You can make gas into liquid. Then it's not gas anymore. You see what I mean?
What is its natural state? Okay, what happens when it achieves equilibrium with surrounding medium then with a liquid gas like nitrogen? What does it do?
What does what with nitrogen?
What does liquid nitrogen do in a room, like in a bucket? It's a liquid, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, what does it do when you put it in a room?
Dude, it will act with the other stuffs and it will then become gas.
Ta-da! That's what I'm fucking talking about. What are you...
But as
I'm
long,
talking about,
as, long as it is liquid...
now you're going to interrupt me.
Yes.
So listen, it will slowly vaporize off at the surface level of it until it achieves the state of the surrounding medium via, like, let's say, room temperature. Fuck. Like, okay, so then it slowly dissipates and moves rapidly in all directions.
Yeah, but that's not proof. That's not proof of what proof is that? That I don't know. Do you have to prove me, man? What is a vacuum? You come up with vacuums.
So you don't understand how gases, when uncontained, will move rapidly in all directions at all times under any condition. That's what I'm saying, and I don't know why you don't get it.
No, it's okay. That's fine, but I don't know what the vacuum has to do with it.
The vacuum has to do with it in an open system. If gases, whether in liquid state or gas state, are uncontained, they will move rapidly in all directions at all times, even in a vacuum. So you don't understand how that applies to the globe Earth, do you? You don't get that?
I get that, but I think there's something wrong with the vacuum thingy here because whatever.
Okay. I'm sorry you have contention with the vacuum. Like,
that's not a proof, like whatever. Like you can put it in a vacuum, you cannot put it in a vacuum. That's fine for me. I don't need something like that. They claim we are having here a vacuum, but I am aware of that the Earth is not spinning in a vacuum. That cannot happen.
But I'm just talking about the gases, the way gases behave.
Yeah, but those guys you talk about, they make liquid into that, and then they change the name and the states of it, and then they call it like it's. I don't know where that does that lead to.
So you've never seen liquid nitrogen before in a bucket?
Man, it looks like liquid.
It is liquid.
Yeah, it is liquid. It is not
shrink it down because it's so low temperature that you could make it move like 3/10,000 of an inch and get a freaking flange or something on it, or like, and then when it warms up, it's a forever like type. So we shrink
forever.
Super tight fit in manufacturing.
Yeah. And then you put it in a vacuum and all of a sudden it becomes gas again because it has the room to expand and do what it does when it's not in a vacuum, because it destroys the vacuum itself. It is not in a vacuum. It is inside the container. Okay. The container has no vacuum.
So basically, I think we're actually agreeing, because if that were the case, then it doesn't matter what the gases are like behaving down at the surface, because if it was an open system like the globe Earth says, they would be moving off and beyond, and you couldn't maintain a constant pressure.
Of course, yes. But I say even in a vacuum, you cannot contain constant pressure if you change the pressure by adding liquid or something in it. Vacuum means it's empty.
Yeah. What if it had the liquid in a bucket at the bottom, and then you suck the gas?
I don't care. I don't care. Earth cannot be spin in a vacuum because if Earth would be inside a vacuum, then the so-called vacuum wouldn't be a vacuum.
Well, in one way, here's where I agree. Like that nature abhors a vacuum, and I think that's because it's very hard to achieve anything like a vacuum or a perfect vacuum. So
right,
really,
yeah.
I mean, so at that point, I take that well. What you're saying about that, yeah. I mean, that's kind of like is the key thing that a vacuum has to be manufactured, and it requires a container, number one, to even create any kind of lower pressure, right, in any kind of situation. So
so the globe heads that they don't see the, what is it? It's, I don't know the English word for it, man. It has something to do with cognitive dissonance. They don't see it. Like they tell you, oh, it's a vacuum, but everything is included. It cannot be a vacuum when everything is included.
Yeah, they're either unknowingly or knowingly or superfluous to the. Oh, that's the wrong word.
And the whole thing with
unknowingly, they're not. That's not transmitting to them. Like they have a block of some sort.
Yeah. And us talking about their subjects with like, oh yeah, we can do vacuums, and like you said, okay, maybe it behaves the same, but it only behaves the same because there is no vacuum to begin with.
Yeah. So it really does. Like, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to sound abrasive. I hope I wasn't too much, but because I talk to
my English
all the
broken.
I think the idea of vacuum is really interesting, and I think someone pointed out, there's degrees of vacuum. It's not necessarily an on-off switch. It's a range. So you have a low vacuum, which is less than say atmospheric pressure, and you can have a higher vacuum, which is much less than atmospheric pressure. I think it's interesting because talking about the vacuum stuff is actually one of the things, and it's one of the only things that I've ever seen and done myself in this sort of space, which is using a mercury barometer. I don't know if you guys have ever used one of those. Do you guys ever use a mercury barometer?
Nope.
Very cool.
A barometer,
very cool.
Yeah, on board ship, barometers are useful.
Yeah, but you get like the mercury ones, the old school ones, right? So you used to have like literally it was like a meter and whatever, 1.1 meters of mercury or whatever it was, and you get a mercury in a tube that goes down into a pot, and you tip it upside down, and basically what happens is the tube is fully full of mercury, and then you tip it the other way, and when you tip it right way up, the tube of mercury, the weight of the mercury, because obviously mercury is incredibly heavy, way heavier than water or anything. Or lead even, it's way heavier, and it pulls down, and because there's nothing, because there's so much weight pulling down on the mercury, it actually creates a complete vacuum at the top of the tube. Well, I say a complete vacuum, it creates a vacuum that is a visible vacuum from a liquid metal. There is now a visible vacuum at the top of the tube, and that amount of vacuum is how they used to measure barometric pressure. Which is really cool because you can see, and that's the pressure of the air then on the outside of the system, and then the mercury on the inside of the system, and it's like an open system with a vacuum on one end of it, and the pressure balancing them out. It's very cool.
Okay, that's cool. Yeah, that's probably cool. But can we measure it? Can we test it? And can we verify that it's really what we define as a vacuum, or is it just something we agree upon and it's cool and whatever? I cannot explain it, but there's so many tricks that the globe heads use that is like
No, you can test it because you can get the tube. It's full. The tube is full. Obviously, it wouldn't work if it wasn't. And then when you tip it the other way, it is no longer full. I mean, it's very observable. And if it wasn't full, because what you end up with is a pot of mercury that's effectively open to the air, goes into a tube, and the tube then goes up into a glass cylinder, which is capped on the top, obviously. And if that holds the mercury up at, they say 760 millimeters. That's like a common thing. And so 760 millimeters of mercury is a measurement of pressure because that's how far the mercury pulls down and creates a vacuum for that top part of the tube, right? So, and if you increase the pressure on the outside of the system, then that pushes the mercury back up. Well, the vacuum, kind of essentially sucks the mercury back up. And then if the pressure decreases outside of around the barometer, then the mercury drops down. So you can test it. You can test it very easily.
Okay,
so do it. It's the same. You can buy a mercury barometer at home.
Fitzroy barometer in my house, which is a very cool barometer.
Very, very cool.
Django 2021. I think I spoke to you a little bit in the lobby. Are you new to the server or relatively new?
Yeah. I joined the other day. I forget who I chatted with. Chatted with somebody else. That was some other guys yesterday. There's lots of names
in the live stream.
Yeah. We had a chat yesterday.
All right, sweet. So, how long have you been looking into flat Earth? If you've been looking into it much?
Look, I'm well. In all, I honestly, like I said yesterday, I'm on the globe side of things, but I think I've sort of heard a lot about flat Earth, and I'm interested in some of the ideas. And we spoke yesterday in the live stream about some of the ideas, and it's been great. I really enjoyed talking about it. Interesting.
That's cool. So, what were some of the things that you heard yesterday when you were talking about it that you found interesting?
I think there was a couple of things we spoke about yesterday. We didn't really get into heaps of detail, but we were talking about gas pressures, and I'm really hoping to chat to someone today later. I don't know if I'm gonna have time. I've got a lot to do, but we're talking about gas pressures because we're talking about the difference between water pressure and gas pressure in terms of like when you go up in the atmosphere you get lower pressure, and when you go down in the water obviously you get higher pressure. And we're talking about how that works, and one of the things that was raised was the creation of gases. But chatting to the guys this morning, I haven't been able to get much information about how that actually works. Because creating gases would be more gases inside the container, which would over time rapidly increase the pressure of the container.
Right, but in a system like a terrarium, you heard of a terrarium?
Yeah.
So the gas, it's like on a cycle. So it's not like the pressure doesn't constantly build to the point that it would like crack the terrarium or anything. It just cycles.
I think that's
liquid gas and stuff like that. So the general point of that discussion that we usually have here is just the basic principle that gas pressure requires containment. Did you get that point?
Yeah, we talked about that a little bit, and I think there was some confusion. We didn't get into it a lot. That was sort of right towards the end of the conversation. One of the things that we did talk about was that heavy gases will stay in a cup or a pit or something, and they'll just stay there. It won't disperse with the rest of it, which is why it's so dangerous working on gas mines, etc. Because the heavier gases that they're mining can sit in the low-lying areas. I was actually on a gas mine where 3 guys died because they went into a pit, and unfortunately the pit was full of gas that they couldn't breathe. And it was very, very sad. But that's first-hand experience. Well, not first-hand, thank God, but second-hand experience, I guess. With
that sounds like a dangerous line of work. Whereabouts is it? What country are you in? Are you in Australia?
I'm Aussie. Yeah. Right, I don't do it anymore, but.
So you're upside down on the ball.
Well, kind of, yeah. I don't know.
That's all right. Well, down under, that's what they say, right?
That's it.
So, yeah. But no, on the gas pressure side, it's basically just the definition of gas pressure is the force exerted by the gas on the walls of its container. Every demonstration of gas pressure that we know of on Earth is contained, needs a physical container to press off of. But they tell us that, we're breathing gas pressure and there's no container. So our basic point there is, where's a demonstration of this principle being possible, that gas pressure can exist without a container? Can you think of any demonstration of that?
I think I spoke. This is what we spoke about yesterday, and I think, to a degree, one of the things was that you have a container, but the concept, well, the word container, I'm not sure is in how literally it's being used, but if you have say like water
container.
Sure,
well,
sure, but I mean you have but I mean when you talk about gas, I guess the concept being that gas is a more it's same principles that apply to gas apply to water. They're both fluidish. They're both movable. You can walk through water. You can walk through gas. You can the faster you go through it, the more friction that's created.
But gas would expand into all available directions, or let's say air. Air would move in all directions unless contained, whereas water obviously isn't going to go up and sideways and all that necessarily. So I'd say what we need is the demonstration of air, basically air pressure existing without physical containment, which is what we're told is what's going on here, but none of us can find any demonstration of this in reality.
So what have I just been pinged saying? Yeah. So I guess the reason I mentioned water is because it's and mercury again. That's another example. But the reason I mentioned water is because it's in terms of a demonstration. The model that globe model, the requirement for the container to be open at one end requires essentially a container that's contained on. If you were to use the container idea, say you were to use a cylinder that's open on one end, it requires the end of the cylinder to essentially be hundreds of kilometers long, so that the effects of gravity can overwhelm the ability and the sort of, I guess, quote unquote desire of gas to expand. And water is not entirely undifferent.
I mean, that's
what they say, right? Sure,
but
sure.
But
and
what we're saying
obviously that's hard to observe.
Yeah, well, it's not possible to observe. That's the problem. So,
sure.
What we're dealing with, we would consider to be just natural law, gas law. It's like you say, what the gas wants to do. The gas wants to move in all directions. They're telling us, oh well, it's being contained by gravity, which I don't know if you got into the whole gravity discussion. That's a whole rabbit hole in itself. But they can't demonstrate this. So, I mean, what we're doing here is kind of looking for empirical evidence, because we're trying to figure out what it is or what it isn't that we live on.
That's completely reasonable to ask for. I suppose the reason I mentioned water because obviously, like we just discussed, the actual experiment to demonstrate the concept that the gravity can hold in gases is at this particular point in time impossible to do, and it will be for, I suspect, many years. But the idea with water, you can see the same, like you can observe the same phenomenon that we observe with gas pressure in the ocean. So if you get a pressure gauge and you put that pressure gauge, I'll never say never, Tasmanian devil. Lots of things change over time, but not the point. But if you get a pressure gauge, you put it at the very top of the ocean, like just below the surface, the pressure is very, very similar to the pressure outside of the ocean, right? I mean, that's there's no pressure. If you go snorkeling, your ears don't explode, your lungs don't collapse, etc. On the surface. And as you go deeper, it gets progressively more pressure at a rate of about 1 atmosphere per 10 meters, give or take. That's not the exact figure, but it's roughly that. I think the interesting thing there is that that lines up quite well with the density of water versus the density of air, and the change in pressure.
Do you not think though that like you agreed, they can't demonstrate their claim that we can have air pressure without a container due to gravity? So wouldn't you think that it would make more sense if the default model or position was based on what was provable so far? So rather than having the model default based on something that isn't you're saying maybe one day it will be. Well, wouldn't it make sense to not believe that until it is proven?
I suppose that's one way of looking at it. I suppose in terms of when you look at globe model, that particular model has a lot of applications across a lot of different things. It's not just air. It's not just the model isn't based purely.
The globe model application. What do you mean exactly?
I need to go very shortly, so I don't have time to get into a long debate about it. But the concept being that the globe model has it's not just a model for one. People keep bringing up this model thing, which is I'd actually ask a question about that very shortly because that question comes up a lot, and I'd like to get an answer for it. And I've been asked many times and never had one. So I'm actually going to hold whoever this is here who's just asked this thing. I'm going to hold them down to a question after this very quickly. So the idea of the globe model is that it's not just based on one concept, being that gravity holds air on the Earth, right? There's a whole lot of things that model talks about, and a whole lot of applications for that model. And I guess the question is, if you've got, say, for example, the concept of gas pressure on the surface, the model of globe indicates that that's because of gravity holding the gas down, and essentially the weight of the gas when you get to the land, the surface area, or the surface of the land, the weight of the gas above it is essentially the pressure, right?
Yeah.
That's applicable. That same concept from that model is directly applicable. He's saying we don't live on model again. Very cute. That same principle is directly applicable to ocean, where you have very, very, very little pressure on the very surface, and then you go down into the ocean, and you get massively expanding pressure due to the weight of the water above you.
We understand the claim of the globe model, but the issue is, and it's where we pretty much draw a line, is that it's not demonstrable. That principle is.
As you can demonstrate, I suppose the point is that you can demonstrate other. Well, look, I'm not trying to convince you about the globe model. That's not why I came here. I came here just to discuss
No, I'm
ideas,
just saying that's our position on that.
I understand that, and I guess, and I'm interested to hear more about it, because one of the things that was raised yesterday was the gas pressure stuff, and without gravity, which is, I understand that a lot of people say it's a make-believe force, like has been posted in the text chat repeatedly.
The gravity thing, it's not so. It's not that we're disagreeing with the effect that we see of objects rising or sinking in whatever medium they're in. It's more the claim to a cause, like what's causing that to happen, if you know what I mean. Like, do you know what the current theory is for what's causing what they call gravity? It would be Einstein's bending and warping of space-time is what they're currently on. I mean, a lot of people think it's mass attracts mass, which is old gravity Newtonian idea, which has been since superseded by Einstein, which is the bending and warping of space-time. So the problem we have when we get to things like gas law and how we observe gas to behave, and we all agree that it behaves in a certain way on Earth in all the demonstrations that we can observe, but then we're told it does something else at a point we can't see due to this bending and warping of space-time, which again, on the face of it, doesn't really mean much to anyone. Because you get into, what's that, and who measured that, what experiment is that based on, and you come to find it's not based on any experiment. And the likes of Neil deGrasse Tyson and all that will say, when asked, what is gravity, they'll just say, we don't know. We can describe what it does, or what it looks like when we observe it, but we don't know what a cause is. So no one really knows why stuff's going up and down, basically, is the long and short of it. And there's a lot of theoretical and fancy concepts that have been constructed to try and explain it, but all they're really doing is trying to describe an effect that we can all observe, but no one really has a determinable experimental cause for it. But that's cool, yeah, I mean, we can go into that if you want to, but just to keep it kind of general and high level, did you get into a discussion on the curvature at all?
No, that's not. I mean, that's not something that we really discussed. However, after speaking to you last night, I was thinking about ways of actually going and testing for myself because, and in fairness, I believe in the globe model. However, I have never tested curvature, and I would actually like to. It's something that we take for as more as Rick and to quote Rick and Morty, you take it for granted.
Yeah, that's right.
It's but it's you do sort of just assume that it's the case and you take it for granted that it is the case. But I would like to test it because it's not. In theory, it's not difficult to test. But I want to go back to something that Blue Jumper's been banging on about, and I hear constantly said about this word model. And Blue Jumper really,
the word's a bit contentious. So I'll explain to you very quickly. I'm assuming. I mean, I don't know what Blue Jumper is saying, but basically the model thing is it's a bit of a buzzword because models technically, like scientific models, they're used to explain phenomenon, and they're it's people have this idea in their head that there's this like CGI globe or flat Earth where you can play about and do all of the eclipses and all this kind of stuff, and that's a model. That's not really a model, and there's not really a model for flat Earth, and there's not really a model for the globe like most kind of thing. It's kind of like a hodgepodge of different explanations for different phenomena, some of which contradicting each other, and they're kind of fudged together. So I mean, I know what you mean when you say model, but people in general on the flat Earth side, we try and be quite precise about what we're saying and what those words actually mean. So technically, there's not really a model for a flat Earth. There's not really a model for the globe. So we need to be very specific about exactly what we're talking about. So when we're talking about the Earth, and people call it flat Earth, but really that's just, again, a bit of a buzzword. We're not saying, obviously, that the Earth is literally flat. It's topographical, level, motionless, contained. But we're not really saying what it is. We're not saying it's a giant square or it's a giant circle or whatever. We're not claiming a shape. It's the description of the surface.
That's fair enough. I guess. Yeah, I mean, so first thing I guess was we're talking about the curvature stuff. Answer was no, I haven't, but I do. I would like to, and I'll chat to you guys more. I'm gonna try and design something that will test it. I've got some ideas, and I might run it past you guys to see if you guys think that the design.
You should do that.
Design is sound.
Yeah, that's the best way, because that's the best way to sort of understand this if you really want to know. Because if you think about it, every point that we can discuss for globe or flat Earth or whatever, you can talk about the sun setting on the horizon, the boats going over a curve, or satellites in space, the pictures. If any of these points are true, then the Earth's surface will be exhibiting curvature, like physical curvature. So if we're interested in something that we can test for ourselves, so we don't just kind of have to rely on someone else's word, something testable and accessible to everyone is the surface. So a body of water generally is what people prefer, because obviously you eliminate topography and any complications that you would get with that. We'll also use salt flats and things like that. We've got a few Aussies on the server who've done, I'm sure, their own observations and things. So yeah, you should definitely have a look. I don't know if you've seen the additional information channels yet, like towards the bottom of the server list. It's all alphabetized, so it's got gravity, sun, curvature. Have you seen those channels?
Yeah, I have seen them. I haven't had a chance to go through them in great detail most of the time.
Well,
discussing
just
stuff,
because you're talking about doing some experiments yourself on the curvature, I would recommend looking at the channels Curvature, long distance observations, and laser tests. Because this is exactly what people did when they started hearing, hey, the Earth might be flat. There's a lot of things that aren't adding up on the globe model. They decided, okay, what can we do to confirm whether or not we're on a globe? And the curvature is the easiest one really to test, because you just need to find a decent sized body of water, understand what the globe model predicts in terms of curvature, and get, say, an optic with some magnification so you can zoom in, or a laser, something like that. So you're basically trying to, either by line of sight or a laser, draw a straight line across the surface, and if the surface is deviating away from that straight line, or causing obstruction, or causing a geometric horizon, whichever, because the globe predicts these things, you compare those with what you're observing. And people basically went out and have been doing all these tests all across the Earth to see if what we're observing is matching with the globe model predictions. And what we're finding is that they don't match with the predictions. We're seeing way too far. We're shooting lasers way too far. There's no obstruction. The horizon's not where it's supposed to be. So wherever we're looking at Earth, it's not matching with the globe model. And so you come to a crossroads where it's either, okay, do I go with what I'm observing, or do I go with the model that I believe in? And this is the choice that every quote-unquote flat earther has made, where they've said, okay, I'm just going to go with what I'm observing and what I'm seeing, because that's what I'm interested in. I'm interested in figuring out what I'm on. I'm not really interested in confirming a model that I have in my head. So it's that contradiction. And I don't know if anyone can post the black swan or something, or if anyone wants to go through the black swan with you, but we've got some very simple observations that we could show you and explain to you how they are contradicting what the globe model predicts. But basically it's things like, you could check it yourself if you go on Google and Google distance to horizon calculator. This is a very simple one where you just put in your observer height, and it tells you, based on the size of the ball that they claim, where the horizon should be, right? The bit that the boats are going over, the curve. It tells you how far away that should be, because that's supposed to be a geometric, physical point on the globe that you can no longer see beyond because of curvature. So it predicts it to be in a certain place. But when we go out and try and match this to the model, it's way too far. Like, it's not matching with the size of this ball that they claim. So, yeah, it's a big problem, because if the size is wrong, if the radius value is wrong of the globe that they've told us, 3959 miles, everything is based on that. Like, the cosmic distance ladder, like the sun, the moon, the luminaries, the stars, all of that is based on this 3959 mile radius. So if that's wrong, everything is wrong. So that's why the curvature is like the everything in the model, quote unquote, the model is based on 3959.
Yeah, the curvature thing is like that's a really interesting topic. But I think, like I said, I intend to go and have a look at that. But I think some of the other interesting stuff is, excuse me, sorry, I just had to cough and didn't want to.
Well, hold on, before you continue, the curvature isn't interesting when it comes to the idea of the globe idea. The curvature is the only thing. If it can't be demonstrated to be a curving surface, it can't be a globe. Everything else is irrelevant at that point. The only logical contingency of a necessity that must present itself for an object to be a sphere is continuous curvature. If that is defeated, then all derivatives are single-handedly defeated, regardless of their explanatory power for phenomena. If the object in question measures to be anything other than a constant curvature, then the entire model, quote-unquote, that they believe in is falsified in totality and immediately. No other evidence is needed to be presented.
I don't disagree with that. I suppose the difficulty there is for the general public, including myself. I just googled what you said there about the Earth curvature, and I was just having a quick look at it. Basically, what we're talking about is needing to have very accurate equipment, or some ways of measuring with very low degrees of error, because if you don't need centimeter of difference is going to be undetectable over 300 meters.
Can you hear me? The jungle?
Hey, I can hear you.
Yeah, so the equipment that you think you need, expensive equipment, is not needed for the purpose of viewing a long distance measurement. So if you're doing a long distance measurement test, all you need to do is find something over like a large body of water, something that is a distance marker, so that you can know the distance from where the observer is and how far the distance marker is, and then view the horizon beyond that marker, which the curvature of the Earth should purportedly be, according to the globe metrics, or 3959, conforming to the drop rate that would need to be there at the observer height times the square root 8 inches per mile squared from the observer to the horizon. So that would necessitate the curvature. So if the curvature is supposed to be where it is located at, it should conform to the Earth being a globe with the metrics that are already given. So you don't need expensive equipment. You just need to view the horizon at a distance with a distance marker in the viewing path of the person making the observation. So therefore negating the fact of, expensive equipment or lasers and a lot of people don't really understand that because they're trying to do something where they're actually using lasers and such, which is not something in and of itself bad, but you can actually make an observation, just long distance sight measurement tests that you can do over a body of water. I do want to let you know that because that is a misconception if you have it, that you need expensive equipment to do this.
Yeah, not necessarily expensive equipment, but precise equipment, and even the measurement.
But you don't need that. That's what I'm
let me explain it to him. Let me explain it to him.
Hang on. Let me just I don't necessarily need that explained. I understand what you're saying, but in order to measure and test it, to say something exists or doesn't exist is one thing. So to be able to see something and say, yes, I can see a marker, that's a presence absence. However, to measure something, then you need to be able to quantify it. It's not a presence absence. So to be able to measure the curvature of the Earth, not to observe it or lack of observation, then you'll need some sort of way of having precision in your measurements. You can, grabbing a ruler from home and laying it down and going, well, that's 100 meters is not.
The Django, let AI tell you, okay?
Okay, so you can use very precise equipment. That's true. The problem is that the observations that supersede the globe geometry are by orders of magnitude. You don't need precise equipment because we can go out all day long and get orders of magnitude greater discrepancy than the globe geometry claims. So there's no need to go down to precise equipment because it's not going to account for the orders of magnitude being off.
I suppose. I mean,
that's
look.
The point.
The point.
There's no. I suppose that's just the simple facts.
Well, there is this. I suppose because,
like for example, if I do contracting work and I make a floor for someone and it's supposed to be level, right, and I'm 2 orders of magnitude off, there's no need to measure it with a more precise equipment. It's obvious.
The I suppose is from if. And look, I'm not accusing anybody of lying, but effectively, one group of people is lying, either the globe model or the non-globe model, whatever.
No, not necessarily. No, that's not true.
One is incorrect.
There you go.
Did you hear AI's explanation though, Django? It's orders of magnitude off, meaning that even if you had precise equipment, you could still see it with the naked eye. How off everyone? And according to the globe metrics, right? So if the metrics don't conform to the Earth and you're orders of magnitude off, even with precise equipment, you'd still be off. But you could visually see the discrepancy from the distance marker if something is farther, orders of magnitude than the globe predictability. So you wouldn't need to be precise. You just need to see like how off it is. It's like way off. So you don't need precise equipment in this instance, and that's your hang up right now. That's your hang up. You think that you need precise equipment, you don't. So everybody can make the observation that the Earth is orders of magnitude off by, huge factors. Like it's way out. The math is completely not even close. So,
I mean, look,
but even that's a mischaracterization because it's not that the globe itself is orders of magnitude off, because that would be assuming it is a globe and they just got the wrong radius. The observations of where things are allegedly claimed to be geometrically in the globe model versus what you see, those discrepancies are orders of magnitude off.
Look, I guess one of my point is here is that there's two different people saying, well, not two different people, but two different groups and two different things. One of those groups is obviously incorrect. Now, I'm not saying which group it is, and that's why I'd like to go and check for myself. I can believe what one group tells me, or I can believe what another group tells me. Either way, I'm just believing what someone tells me with having no first-hand knowledge. So that's why I'm going to go test myself, and that's why when you say things like I say I suppose, it's because I'm not agreeing with one particular group. I'm having an open mind.
No, it's not about it. It's not about the conclusion. It's about the methodology. So if you go to measure something, right, that's alleged to be one measurement, and you find that it's 2 orders of magnitude off, you don't need to calibrate your equipment to an extent precision.
I'll see what I find.
Because the magnitude off, that's not the point, dude. If it's 2 orders of magnitude off, it's wrong. There's no like, oh, well, maybe I didn't, maybe I need it to be 1% even tighter. It's like, no, it's already beyond precision.
That will depend what I find, I suppose, won't it? What if I find that it's curved? And would you expect a calibration or some sort of demonstration of accuracy?
Yeah, but it's going to be tenths. It's only going to be a tenth or less than your total. Like, it's going to be a very small amount compared to like your tolerance of adjustment for like fine tuning equipment. If you had to adjust it 2 orders of magnitude, sorry.
No, what the problem is there is no measurement of the curvature of the Earth to date. What do you think you're going to do with what equipment that no one's ever
that's
measured the way that you think is possible?
Might get a Nobel Prize, so I'm not going to give that away just yet.
If you think so, just Google it. I can Google a chair, I can Google a company, I can Google things that exist, and it'll pop right in Google.
Look, I don't know if that's the case. That's not something I know anything about. But look, if I'm the first one to do it and I measure that it's curved, then I might be up for a Nobel Prize. So I'm not telling anybody what I'm doing.
I can't wait to hear your Nobel Prize speech. It'll
that would be awesome, eh? Wouldn't that be good? But, so I guess my question is, and the reason
what you said, this is good.
Well, the reason I say this is because
hold on, friend. Hold on.
Hang on. Let me answer.
No, I don't hold on. No.
If I'm not allowed to answer the questions that get put to me, and I'm just going to get berated with questions, and there's not much point in being part of the discussion, is there? Just listen to you guys talk about all these ideas.
Calm yourself down.
Very, very calm.
Don't make me have to go over to my machine.
Okay.
Sir.
Your machine.
With all due respect.
Ban me from the server for not being allowed to speak.
No, what I want you to do is be quiet.
Pump the brakes, dude. Seriously.
Okay, I want not just you to be quiet, but everyone else, because everyone else is starting to get frenetic. Because they recognize there's a little contention, and now they want to jump in and hop in on that contention train. So I'm telling our people to cool down. One at a time. Let the man speak, the next person speak. Let the man speak, the next person speak. All right, continue.
So did the face just crack there?
Oh my goodness, what face?
Why did you scare him off?
No, you guys scared him off.
I don't know who's to talk about banning them. Someone said something about needing or banning them, and then
as somebody that was
nobody
said
on the anything.
Side, as somebody that was listening on the side, I noticed that it escalated. He was kind of cordial. I guess he was good, but then somebody.
Yeah, look. I mean, I just explained it, did I not?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know who escalated.
There was a small contention on the table, and all of a sudden, 4 different people decided that it's time for them to jump in and add to the contention. Okay, that's what scares people off, because as soon as you try to rein it back in, then everyone gets offended.
You just gotta let it go, like, organically, right back to on point. People work it out. As soon as like someone starts talking about moderation, then they're like, "Yeah, I'm out."
Yeah.
So is that why this is now?
I mean,
I was gonna say, is that why this is now the Friday fight night instead of ladies' night?
Well, 15 minutes, right?
That's a separate category.
Yeah, 10 minutes to ladies' night.
See, I know how to keep them on the line. I'm like a good fisherman.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, did it get
like for example, when I interrupted Marta at a point, that wasn't the cue for everybody else to then interrupt. You just let it go back to the guy who's leading.
AI? Do you think it got frenetic because he said maybe I could get the Nobel Prize for if I measured the curvature? I could be the first one. Do you really think that you could measure curvature and get a Nobel Prize?
Well, look, his key attention was that he's willing to admit that he can't really make a positive claim until he tests it for himself. And that's where we want everyone to be, do we not? So the most appropriate thing to talk about at that time is how to facilitate him doing that.
Yeah, that's
not harping on the fact that nobody's done it before. I mean, it's like, well, we have a wiki. Listen, we have a wiki that has 100 observations that he could peruse that have been done before that he could then use to, create his own method. Or get rid of some ideas because he'll read it and be like, oh no, I'm not even going to try that because that's pointless. Or yeah, I see a flaw here, maybe I'll duplicate that.
Yeah, see, I was trying to talk to him literally just about that and try and encourage him to have a look at the examples that we have on the server so that he can get an idea of how to do it himself. Because like you're saying, AI, someone who comes in and says, I don't know, but I'm interested enough to go out and test it myself, that's like as good a result as we can expect. But I had to go on mute for 5 minutes, and then he's obviously gone now. But I was going to say to him as well that when he's talking about, well, it's this side versus this side, I was going to say to him, well, it's not really one group of people's words against another. I mean, to him, I guess it is. But really all we're doing is reporting what Earth is telling us. We're just observing Earth and showing it. So it's like,